Kyrsten Sinema, a 3-point lead over Republican Representative Martha McSally. That result is actually within the margin of error. Katie Campbell is a reporter for the Arizona Capital Times, and she joins me now from Phoenix. So, Katie, what do we see from both candidates? You know, this is such a tight Senate race that's come really so close.
Yeah, and they've been fighting it out to the very end. Neither one is willing to give up this opportunity. It's been a pretty nasty race. They've taken very different approaches, and we are ready for this election to be over, but I seriously doubt we're going to actually know the end result of this particular race today.
So, Katie, we know Arizona's a border state. Has the president increased his emphasis on immigration, particularly in the role of the Senate race here?
Sure. I mean, immigration is always a major issue for voters here in Arizona, of course, but it's also a very polarizing issue. So the way Kyrsten Sinema, for example, has approached this race has been to attract more independent, more moderate voters. And really, when you come to a polarizing issue like immigration, that might ultimately be the better approach, to go more moderate. Otherwise, you risk the possibility of losing those individuals who are maybe not so pleased with how the president has approached that issue.
So we've seen reports today. There have been some issues at several polling stations, also in Maricopa County. It's Arizona's most populous county. What have you heard? Do you think this could factor into the state's most hotly contested races?
Sure. I mean, it wouldn't be election day in Maricopa County without a few issues, unfortunately. So there have been voters turned away this morning. A lot of the polling places I've heard about have corrected some of those issues. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to is that some people might not return, and that could have an impact when we have so many very tightly expected results. I saw one particularly unique issue last night. A polling place in Chandler was set up, but the owner of the building that was being foreclosed on locked the doors, and they were having trouble getting into that building early this morning. That's another one that has supposedly been fixed, and everyone's being allowed to come in now, but certainly indicative of what we expect here.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the House races, what are you watching in Arizona?
So Congressional District 2 and Kirkpatrick, that's an interesting race, Martha McSally's previous district, but it looks like Kirkpatrick's going to pull that one off. It's not entirely surprising. The district's pretty evenly split. And really when McSally pulled out of that race, the GOP did too, and they kind of conceded that race over to Ann Kirkpatrick.
When you look at the issues that will be on the ballot in Arizona, what are the issues that really are pretty impactful for voters, and what will they be deciding today?
I mean, it's a lot of the same issues that resonate across the country right now. Healthcare is a big one. Obviously, immigration, like I said before, is always a significant issue here in Arizona. And I think, I mean, this is a vote about President Trump. He's said so himself. Arizona is unique because it is a red state, but there are a lot of moderate Republicans. There's a growing population of independents, and there's a lot of candidates who are recognizing just how important those two populations are. And so that's kind of starting to shift some of the conversations we're having, but it's a lot of the same issues. It's just a matter of changing approaches, I think.
And give us a little sense on the ballot measures at this point.
Well, there's Proposition 126, which would basically ban taxes on services, which is unique because there hasn't really been much of a proposal to do so. However, opponents to that bill say, you know, we need to have the broadest tax base we possibly can. And it seems that that side's going to win out. Prop 126 looks to be dead in the water. As for Proposition 127, heavily spent on, I think it is the most spent on ballot measure race in state history. More than $50 million pumped into either side just in the middle of October, that number comes from. So it looks like that's going to die as well. It's just not certain that Arizona is ready for something like this. And then Proposition 305, I would also be surprised to see that succeed. That would expand the Empowerment Scholarship Account Program or school voucher program. But even proponents of the school voucher program have issues with that ballot measure because it would essentially fall under the Voter Protection Act and make it that much harder to amend in the future.
Katie Campbell, so grateful you could join us to dish out Arizona politics. And for more, you can be sure to go to cbsnews.com. Well, nearly half of today's gubernatorial races are expected to be competitive, including several high-profile contests. Wisconsin's two-term Republican Governor Scott Walker is in a dead heat with Democratic Tony Evers. And in Ohio, former Obama administration official Richard Cordray is leading Republican Mike DeWine. Right now, 33 of the 50 governors are Republican, but Democrats have a chance to win traditionally red states like Kansas and Oklahoma. In some deep blue states like Maryland and Massachusetts, popular GOP governors will likely be reelected. And many eyes are on Georgia, where the tight race has attracted national attention. Hillary Lane reports.
Voters in Atlanta waited in long lines Tuesday morning to cast their ballot in Georgia's high-profile governor's race. They're choosing between Republican Brian Kemp, Georgia's current Secretary of State, and Democrat Stacey Abrams. The former Georgia state lawmaker received high-profile support from former President Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey last week as she tries to make history as the nation's first female African-American governor.
I don't want anyone to vote for me because I'm black. And no one on the ballot needs to vote because we're women. And I don't even want you to vote for us just because we're Democrats. You need to vote for us because we're better.
Kemp also received big-name support. President Trump rallied with him over the weekend.
Stacey Abrams is one of the most extreme far-left politicians in the entire country. You know that.
Both sides have accused the other of wrongdoing. On Sunday, Kemp's office accused Georgia's Democratic Party of trying to hack the state's voter registration system. Kemp denied the charge was a last-minute campaign ploy.
We're handling this like any other incident we would get dealing with potential cyber crimes. I'm not worried about how it looks. I'm doing my job.
And Abrams has charged Kemp with voter suppression. Both sides deny the accusations. Hillary Lane, CBS News.
Well, coming up after a break, amid allegations of voter suppression, the Border Patrol cancels a training drill in a heavily Hispanic district not far from where Beto O'Rourke voted just a short time ago. And a conversation with Washington Governor Jay Inslee on why he feels the state races could be especially important for Democrats. This is CBSN, always on. Millions of Americans are heading to the polls today to cast their votes in this year's midterm election. Republicans are hoping to hold on to power while Democrats are looking to shift the tide in both the House and Senate. As it stands, Republicans control the House of Representatives 240 seats to 195. Democrats would need to win 23 seats to gain control. In the Senate, there are 51 Republicans. 49 members are either Democrats or independents who do caucus with Democrats. Joining us now, CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist Joel Payne, as well as CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez. Okay, Leslie, to you, I want to ask what you're hearing on the ground at this point. I know it's early, but what are you hearing? Do Republicans have reason to be optimistic?
Well, it's interesting. There was a Republican National Committee call yesterday, and the president tapped in, and he's basically feeling a lot more bullish on this. He's feeling confident, and especially in some of those swing states with those swing voters, those areas that he was able to turn red that followed President Obama. And that's what's interesting here. I think you're seeing a lot more confidence, certainly not overly confident. But the question is, are there going to be more split ticket voters, people that want to send, that perhaps suburban women, ethnic minorities in southern part of Florida, for example, that will vote for the Republican ticket, but may also vote for a Democratic governor because they want that protest vote and they want a bit more balance. And that's what we're hearing, that it wouldn't be full, straight ticket one way or the other. And that creates opportunity, I think, on both sides of the aisle.
That's really fascinating, because if Leslie is right, I find that people we hear from, also viewers, are just really hardcore one way or the other. Joel, what are you hearing from the Democratic Party?
Well, I would call it cautious optimism. And listen, we had a very interesting chat about this a little while ago, about the idea that I think there's a lot of scar tissue built up, particularly among Democrats, about what happened in 2016. We were all surprised. The political establishment was surprised by Donald Trump. I think we're in a scenario now where there's this unpredictability out there. There's this feeling that the electorate, that you can't really predict it. Well, to be quite honest, the president has had an opportunity to be in front of this electorate either by himself or through surrogate over the last year and a half. And honestly, he's consistently underperformed. And so I think Democrats are feeling like the trend lines are working in their favor. You even look at places where we have opportunities for pickup, like Arizona and Nevada. In Arizona, Democrats cut the early vote lead to lower than it's ever historically been. In Nevada, the Reid machine, which I know very well, feels very confident about turning people out. And even in Florida, where I know Leslie and I have some different takes on what's going on the ground there, Democrats feel ecstatic about Andrew Gillum at the top of the ticket and what he's going to do to mobilize the entire Democratic base, not just the kind of more traditional Democratic base, but even those folks on the outskirts of that base that normally maybe wouldn't show up in a midterm election. Democrats feel really good.
That's probably the big key line to this election is the voters that we're really talking about are not on the fringes, right, or not on the edges, but they're independent. They're kind of soft Democrats, soft Republican that move, that true swing voter, and now they're in swing states and swing districts. So, as you take it all the way down, it's all that fluidity. But what's fascinating, the president is trying to defy a historical norm. A president and party who's below 50% approval rating normally sees the party will lose about 37 seats. And he's trying to really stop that blue wave we talk about. And in some cases, I think he will be effective.
Why do you feel confident? Because a lot of people, the president has been very confident that he's going to buck this midterm trend of losing the House and the Senate. Sure. But why do you think Republicans feel confident about this?
So the headwinds he's headed into are political, they're personality-driven, people are upset, and they're certainly by the economy. So the economy is so strong. When you saw the biggest
it's not
loss,
what the Republicans are running on this go-round. Right?
But it's the foundation. That's what is really the undercurrent for the wave. If the economy is strong versus what you had in 1994 or 2010, when you saw the big losses in 2010 with Barack Obama losing 63 seats, you had 9 out of 10 people believing it was not a good time to find a quality job. You had consumer confidence extremely low, and the economy was just coming back from the big recession. So this is a very different environment. So if they're thinking about, I don't like the personality of the president, I don't like his style, but I have 2 Supreme Court right-of-center jurist. He's done things on taxes. He's doing things on tariffs. He's looking at for America. It doesn't mean they like the president. And they may have a protest vote and split a ticket to have the balance, but it does mean it's an underlying factor. They may not talk about it, but it's going to impact this election.
Here's what Democrats are also talking about. The fact that there is more of a 50-state strategy in effect now than there's ever been. Democrats are competitive all across the country. We're not just talking about just those, bedroom communities in the Northeast or some of those places out in the West that are kind of traditionally Democratic. We're talking about South Dakota. We could pick up a governor's seat. We're talking about Iowa, where Terry Branstad is an institution there and really had a stranglehold on the state as a Republican standard bearer. Now Fred Hubbell could win that governor's race tonight. That's a very real possibility. Kansas, that's a governor's race that Democrats could win. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Florida and Georgia. Democrats feel like finally, for the first time really in a decade, even with President Obama in place, we weren't necessarily competitive all across the country. The entire Democratic establishment feels like we finally now have a blueprint to be competitive all around the country, and it's not something you can necessarily say within the last few cycles.
So if Democrats feel that way, Leslie, do Republicans feel that the coalition that was built for Donald Trump in 2016 still stands, that it'll come through in midterms?
That's the big question tonight. Are establishment Republicans going to come back, hold their nose like they did before, because the president has delivered on those promises? They still do not like the president's style, and that's why I say it's still hold the nose kind of candidate and kind of voting. But they do like some of these other candidates that are on the ticket, and that's a little bit more tried and true Republicans. So in some senses, that's the case. But some of these working class, like blue collar workers that we saw in the Rust Belt, that's going to be the question. That's what I'm watching tonight. Is that part of the coalition going to remain with the president? Because we have learned, for example, in Texas, if you took different non-traditional constituencies, if they voted 3 times for the Republican Party in 3 cycles, they couldn't remember the last time they voted Democrat. And they were our future Republican Party, and that was the perfect case with Latino.
I want to ask you, Leslie, about turnout. What are you hearing at this point about turnout? People are saying we know in midterms not as great turnout, but we're also hearing record number early voters, absentee. What are you hearing from the Republican Party?
Well, there's a lot of excitement, measured excitement. It's Florida. In Florida, and the interesting thing they tell you there is that they've already seen that by 9 a.m. this morning, the Republican turnout had really squashed any type of early voting turnout that the Democrats had had.
What? That's significant. What do you talk when you say talk numbers?
So basically, they say back in 2016, there were 84,000 raw ballots the Democrats had in early voting before the election day. On election day, they closed that and surpassed it by 194,000 votes. So these are still small numbers when you think about such large states with millions of people voting, but they're feeling optimistic about that by 9 a.m. Republican turnout was the machine of the Republican Party in Florida was very active and on steroids. I mean, and that's really kind of the takeaway here. We don't know where those independent voters are going to fall, and so we can't read the tea leaves yet. We have to be very cautious, but it's giving some optimism, especially in South Florida, where a lot of those competitive seats are.
Joel, when you talk about turnout, what have Democrats been worried about when it comes to turnout?
Well, I mean, look outside. There's a rainstorm here in New York City, and that's not the only place, right? There's some other key areas along the eastern seaboard that are experiencing difficult weather, and I think that was certainly a concern. I think, some of those washouts have kind of gone away. But, and Leslie knows this, we planned for situations like this. I remember I was on the Hillary campaign in 2016. There was a terrible hurricane about a month before in North Carolina where there were certain places in that state where there was only one voting district within 50 miles of people. So we had to put out aggressive radio campaigning where we told people about where their backup location was or where they go if they couldn't find their location. So again, despite the fact that people might be a little bit concerned about things like weather, there are plans in place to make sure that people have, contingency options for situations like that.
You talk about weather. I want to also ask you about Florida. Let's say Andrew Gillum wins in Florida. What would you extract as the takeaway in the state of Florida on how to beat Donald Trump?
Well, I would say that Andrew Gillum has created a new Democratic coalition in the state of Florida. And by the way, that would be a significant scalp if Andrew Gillum could say, I beat Donald Trump. Because if Andrew Gillum wins tonight, I don't think the story is Andrew Gillum beat Ron DeSantis. I think the story is Andrew Gillum beat Donald Trump. And for people in my party who are, let's just say, looking for a candidate in 2020, I don't think that's going to be something that is lost on many of the party elders who are thinking about who the future of the Democratic Party is going to be. He is going to activate voters, again, not just the traditional Democratic coalition, but those people in South Florida, Haitian communities, Caribbean communities that, some people, frankly, would say that the Hillary campaign did not do a good enough job of activating in 2016, one of the reasons why the president won. Andrew Gillum has an opportunity to really overperform in some of those areas and turn those folks out in a way that's not just going to benefit him, but also benefit people down ticket like Bill Nelson.
Leslie, I want to ask you about South Florida as much
I disagree with
no, she does. She does.
I also want to get to South Florida. I want to, before we go, though, get to the Hispanic vote down in South Florida, particularly the Republican Hispanic vote. What are you seeing?
So what we're hearing, I would say, from GOP operatives on the ground right now is that the Republican Party has done a really good job of trying to solidify not only just Cuban Hispanic, but talking about like non-Cuban Hispanic, the Puerto Rican community, the Venezuelan, more Latin American-oriented communities, which are very vibrant part of the business and cultural community in South Florida. But two particular races, Florida 26 with Carlos Curbelo, who is running in an area that Hillary Clinton won by almost 20 points, but he won, even though Trump lost the state, he won by 10 points. So I do feel much more optimistic on his. He's one of those that's in the toss-up, and the Democrats are very competitive. And also the former seat of Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, who'd been there 29 years, the first Hispanic Republican to Congress, female. She has a very famous news anchor that has the Republican nominee. And a lot of people like her because they are calling that the cultural identity race. She is connecting one-on-one with the Jewish community and a lot of different communities that have unique needs, and they don't feel that type of retail politics is what Donna Shalala, her competitor, the former head cabinet member from the Clinton administration, is doing to win and earn their respect.
Really quickly, one House race to watch in Georgia, the Georgia 6, which is the famous John Ossoff race versus Karen Handel. Karen Handel is now the representative. Well, guess what? Lucy McBath is running against her, and that similar effect I talk about in Florida with Andrew Gillum, you could experience the same thing with Stacey Abrams in Georgia. Very strong organization, somebody who could pull someone like Lucy McBath over the top against a very popular Karen Handel as well.
Joel Payne, Leslie Sanchez, thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, Border Patrol officials have canceled so-called crowd control exercises in El Paso, Texas today. That, of course, is the hometown of Democratic Senate candidate Beto O'Rourke. The exercise had been described by Border Patrol as, quote, mobile field force demonstration. It was scheduled for 10 in the morning in a heavily Hispanic district about half a mile from a popular polling place. That led to allegations of voter intimidation. O'Rourke is challenging Ted Cruz for a Senate seat. The race has drawn national attention. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We've got a lot more news ahead. And a quick reminder, complete coverage of today's elections. You can head to cbsnews.com/midterms. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Real news every morning on CBS This Morning.
Well, it's not just Congress at stake in today's elections. There are also dozens of governor's races. The outcome could affect every aspect of American life and have a big impact on the 2020 presidential race. Jay Inslee is the governor of Washington State. He's also the chairman of the Democratic Governors Association. He joins me now from Washington, D.C. Governor, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You bet. So we've seen really record turnout across the country, both at polls, with early voting. What do you think's behind those numbers?
Well, a lot of things. One, people are just kind of fed up of the chaos coming out of the White House. They want to have a check on this president. They want to be heard. They understand what is at stake. They've seen a failure to produce an infrastructure bill. They've seen an attack on their own health care. And so people are voting. So it's a really good day, and they're voting in droves. And they're voting for Democratic governors because it's Democratic governors that can really help take care of our health care, improve our schools, do infrastructure bills so we can fix our roads and bridges and buses. So we're excited about today. I think at the end of the night, I'm feeling confident that over half of Americans will have Democratic governors working for them. So this is a really great day.
Governor, you say it's Democratic governors that can really make a difference, but right now there are 33 states that have Republican governors. 26 of those have gubernatorial elections today. Why is it that Republicans have had such an advantage, and how is your Democratic group trying to change that?
Well, we're changing it one state at a time, and we're changing it by having candidates who will focus on what's really important to families' lives, like Stacey Abrams in Georgia that can produce 500,000 people to get insurance, health insurance, like Andrew Gillum in Florida who's fighting against the red tide pollution to really take advantage of clean energy jobs, like Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan who's pledged to fix the roads where Donald Trump hasn't built a birdhouse since he's been president. So we're fighting by showing people a vision statement about how to improve their lives, where they live, in things that are most important to them. And it's about getting the job done rather than just arguing about things. We want to unite people. We want to have solutions. We want to move the ball forward, not just have arguments like we're seeing out of the nation's capital right now. And we're doing really well. As I said, I think we're going to win a lot of seats tonight, and I feel good about that.
We spend a lot of time covering House and Senate races, but can you sort of give us a sense, why is the governorship so important?
Well, for the nation, it's important because Democratic governors can stand up and largely stop the gerrymandering that has taken place, which has really crippled the U.S. House of Representatives, the unfair districting that has prevented people from getting a shot at electing a congressperson. Right now, because of this gerrymandering, the politicians pick who your member of Congress is rather than the other way around. Democrat governors can veto bills that are unfair and give people a fair shot. Secondly, this is the place where we can make progress. Look, Donald Trump, for all his tweeting, can't stop Fred Hubbell from adopting a clean energy plan in Iowa, can't stop a Steve Sisolak from doing common sense job creation things in Nevada, can't stop Janet Mills in Maine from doing an apprenticeship program to put people to work. Because states can move, we can control our own destiny, we can move forward, and we know in the foreseeable future that's what we have to do, is move in the states. And third, we can act as a check, a balance on the chaos coming out of Washington, D.C., the Muslim ban, the appeal to racism and division, the effort to have common sense gun safety legislation. We can check some of that chaos to protect America. So a lot is at stake, and there's governor's races, and I'm very confident people are going to pick a lot of Democratic governors tonight.
You mentioned Abrams and Gillum in Georgia and Florida each have a chance to make history by electing their first black governors. Tell us a little bit about the strategy that your organization, the Democratic Governors Association, is trying to put in place there.
Well, we have supported both these candidates. They're so inspirational. If you ever hear them, I was with Stacey Abrams yesterday, and at a rally, and the people, you had to scrape them off the ceiling. They were so excited. Andrew Gillum has been a very effective mayor of Tallahassee. He's a stand-up guy that has a vision for health care. Look, he can get health care for over 800,000 people in Florida, and that's very appealing. That's why he's doing so well, and I believe will do well tonight. Now, these two candidates will make history. First, a duo of black candidates in the South. But you know what, Stacey said something yesterday was, I thought, pretty telling. She said, I don't want people to vote for me because I'm black. I don't want them to vote for me because I'm a woman. She said, I want them to vote for me because I'm better. That's a really good reason to vote for both these candidates and Democrats across the country. So we're going to have history in a lot of states today.
We've also been very interested in young voters. We were fascinated by this Harvard poll. It shows that young Democrats are actually more likely to vote than young Republicans. I'm curious what your organization has done to encourage young people to vote. And are you optimistic that more young people will turn to the polls?
Well, we're doing everything we can. I just called a young voter I know who's a neighbor to make sure he got his ballot in. So we're doing everything we can. And we're being very successful because young voters really much are in tune with the vision we're offering the country. Think about climate change. It's really hard to find a climate change denier of people under the age of 35. They understand the science. They understand their futures are at risk. They understand physics and chemistry, and yet you've got a president who calls climate change a hoax. That's one of the reasons Democratic voters, young voters, are turning out in droves this year. They also recognize this as an economic opportunity to get jobs as well. They see their health care threatened by the Republican Party up and down. In the Midwest, the Republicans we've run against almost uniformly have jeopardized people's health care by preventing security against pre-existing conditions. In fact, I've said these Republicans all have a pre-existing condition, and that's their record, of ignoring the health care needs of people. That's one of the reasons we're doing so well in Wisconsin, in Michigan and Minnesota and Iowa and Ohio and Illinois. Our candidates want to make sure you have insurance even if you've got a pre-existing condition. We're the only party that can say that. One of the reasons we're going to do well tonight.
You know, something else that we've been watching, your organization has raised more than $100 million this year. That's significantly more than in the past. Did DGA change its fundraising strategy in the lead up to this election?
Well, we have certainly been effective. I'm chair of this organization. I'm pleased that we've increased our donations about 50% during my term, and so we're really happy about that. That's happened not just because the organization has been effective and assertive and optimistic, but fundamentally it's because people understand they've had a belly full of what's coming out of the White House and they want to put a check on it. And a way to do that is to elect Democratic governors that will have balance, that will have progressive values, that will move the country forward, and where appropriate will reach across the aisle, like in Michigan where we can do that. So we're excited about that, and I can't wait to get the results tonight.
Governor Jay Inslee, grateful you could join us, Governor.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. And our election coverage continues in our next hour. The future of our country could depend on several key races. Democrats hope to win control of Congress, while a diverse roster of candidates look to make history. Early midterm voting is already at a record high in Georgia, while lines stretched outside the door at polling places in Arizona. And today's midterm races could be a test of President Trump's popularity, while the president's rhetoric on immigration and criticism of Democrats win over American voters. Those stories and much more when we return. You're streaming CBSN.
character of this country is on the ballot. Who we are is on the ballot.
We have to elect a Republican Congress.
It's Election Day in America. Voting is underway. The future of the country will be written today.
I think Mr. DeSantis is making this a referendum on Mr. Trump.
Gillum will take us in a direction that people like Bernie Sanders and all these people want to go in.
We'll have the latest from dozens of key races with national implications, including the closely watched governor's contest in Florida and the Texas Senate race.
I would fight every day for lower taxes, less regulations, more jobs to secure the border.
Ensuring that our fears do not define us, that we are known by our ambitions, by our aspirations, by the great work that we want to do.
The candidates are talking about the economy, but the president is talking immigration. So which issues will prove decisive? CBSN starts now. Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Nine, and thank you for joining us. Millions of Americans are casting their votes in what's being called the most important election of our lifetime. Early voting broke records in many states. More than 38 million people cast their ballots before today. So here's where things stand. Republicans control the House, 240 seats to 195. If Democrats pick up at least 23 seats today, they will control. And in the Senate, there are 51 Republicans. 49 members are either Democrats or independents who caucus with Democrats. In order to win the Senate, Democrats would need to defend all their current seats and gain 2 more seats. But we began this hour with an all-star duo. Joining me on set, Molly Hooper, Capitol Hill reporter for The Hill and CBSN political contributor, as well as Sabrina Siddiqui, a political reporter for The Guardian, also a CBSN political contributor. Ladies, welcome. It feels a little bit like Christmas Day and you don't know what's under the tree at this point.
Yes, and you just want to rip open all the presents.
You do. You sort of do, but we've got hours ahead before we can rip them all open. Molly, I want to start with the president's talk on immigration. Okay. This has been a key point for him. Is it going to work?
Well, it depends. I mean, he's really aiming that talk at his base, because keep in mind, Republicans are fearful that their base won't be energized as much because they already won the presidential election, and typically the first midterm after the president's elected, your base doesn't come out as much, and the Democrats are totally energized. And so the president's really been trying to hammer home this issue of immigration. We've seen the troops move to the border. Again, it's unclear whether that will be the issue that really gets Republican voters, not necessarily independents, but those Republican voters who voted him into office, the president, gets them to the polls to vote for Republicans.
Sabrina, a lot of people have wondered, did the Democrats counter the president's immigration narrative enough?
Well, I think that Democrats did not want to aid the president by making this election about immigration because, as Molly points out, this is an issue that mobilizes his base. And Democrats have instead wanted to frame these midterms as both a referendum on the Trump presidency, on his fitness for office, on what they say has been an utter lack of a check and balance under a Republican-controlled Congress, but also around issues that they believe will drive not just their own base, but perhaps some of those independent-minded voters to the polls. Issues that include health care in particular, the minimum wage. You've heard them talk so much about pre-existing conditions because Republican leaders have openly said they would try once again to repeal and replace Obamacare if Republicans do maintain control of the Senate. So now the question really is, since it very much looks like a turnout election, are there perhaps some of those middle-of-the-road voters who might swing this in any one way? Of course, there were independents who broke for Trump in 2016. Has that changed in a meaningful way? And also, in the same way the president is an asset in terms of turning out the Republican base, is he also perhaps the party's greatest liability?
Sabrina mentions health care, Molly. President Trump at a rally yesterday in Ohio had said that his party is going to be protecting pre-existing conditions. At the same time, we see reports that the Department of Justice is looking to sue, on this issue of protecting pre-existing conditions. Is this issue of health care going to work?
Well, it motivates a lot of people. It does. And I've talked to several sources of mine who actually were involved in writing the Obamacare laws and have followed this closely. And they are just up to their eyeballs because they say what the Democrats say is happening to pre-existing conditions is not happening. What the Republicans say, it's just not happening. It's a very convoluted issue. And again, one that it's unclear how Congress will move forward. It seems like this is going to be an issue that will be decided in the courts. It really will. But it does galvanize voters, and it galvanizes women voters. And this is a particular issue of importance to those women voters that Democrats are trying to get out to the polls. But then you also have it's sort of a double-edged sword, because you have suburban women voters who are upset about what happened with Brett Kavanaugh. It sort of seems sort of counter to what that wisdom would be, but a lot of women who have sons were not happy with how Brett Kavanaugh was treated. And so that also could be a galvanizing issue.
Sabrina, when you also look at the president and his base, a very loyal base that's come out and turned out for him, but a lot of people are framing this as a referendum, not just on his presidency, on his popularity. How is that playing with Republicans?
Well, this has been one of the most striking aspects in the lead up to the election, because one of the things the Trump administration has managed to do is to maintain positive numbers out of the economy in terms of both job growth and keeping the rate of unemployment low. They've continued the recovery that began under the previous administration. And so typically when the economy is doing well, one, you would expect that to be the closing argument for the party that is currently in control of Congress and the sitting president. But also you'd expect that you would see a rise in his popularity. But in fact, the president's approval ratings have largely remained stagnant, if not continued to fall. So what that tells us and reinforces is the fact that this is a president who has a ceiling. And so that is why he has actually fallen back on making this a base-only election, and why he's talking about immigration, because he knows that stoking fears around immigrants has worked well for him in the past, and he's hoping that he can execute the same playbook he did to some effect, certainly in 2016. But again, the question is still, sure, that might work in the Senate, where this is being waged largely in those reliably red rural states that went overwhelmingly for Trump 2 years ago. But what about those competitive suburban districts that will determine control of the House? Is immigration really going to be the top priority for those voters as they head to the polls? Typically, that has not been the case.
There was an interesting admission by the president. He was asked in Sinclair Broadcasting, an interview there, what his biggest regret was in the past 21 months. I'm going to play that bite for you.
I would like to have a much softer tone. I feel to a certain extent I have no choice, but maybe I do, and maybe I could have been softer from that standpoint.
Words I never thought would come out of Donald Trump's mouth, I have to say. He said that the rhetoric had been escalated on the campaign trail. Molly, do you think he's worried about outcome? I'm really surprised he admitted to this.
I don't know. Maybe he's just had a lot of rallies. He hasn't been getting a lot of sleep.
He has had a lot of rallies. That is true.
That was something that just kind of made me chuckle. It makes reporters chuckle, because covering this president, he lives and dies by these vituperative sayings aimed at his opponents and even at his allies sometimes. So to have a softer tone, I'm not quite sure what that would look like. A kinder, softer Donald Trump. I don't know how that would play very well.
It's also fascinating, because he says that he sometimes wishes maybe he would have a softer tone. But then after making those remarks, he goes out to another rally and again starts to talk very aggressively about this caravan of migrants that's fleeing poverty and violence in Central America, who are nowhere near the U.S. border and legally have the right to seek asylum under international law. He goes back to making statements about his political opponents that transcend the norms of what you typically hear in politics. And
a lot of times that's why his base love him.
Right, that's
there's no
precisely
filter.
why they love him.
He says what he feels, and a lot of Republicans love that. I also want to play for you the counter on the Democratic side. House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi was asked if she was confident about the Democratic Party and victory tonight. This was her response.
Because of the quality of our candidates, which inspires a tremendous grassroots operation, and you heard the chairman's statistics, I feel confident that we will win.
Confident. What would you say, Sabrina, is when you look at the House for Democrats, is this locked in for them?
Well, certainly the conventional wisdom going into these midterms is that this race for the House is for Democrats to lose. Certainly they have been favored, and I think that their narrative would unquestionably be that they blew it if they failed to do so. But at the same time, one of the things that we learned very well in 2016 is that a lot of times these predictions can miss some of what actually might be happening on the ground. And so I think that the question also is ultimately, what is this election going to be about, right? We don't know what the top issue is going to be for voters when they go to the polls. And in the House, that's where you actually have seen more candidates in these competitive districts distance themselves from Trump. So there is an indication that it has worked to some effect for Democrats to really make this a referendum on the president. What, of course, it ends up being what the headlines say tomorrow morning, that we're all waiting to see.
Molly, when you look at this, we can ask sort of what ifs at this point because we just don't know. But if Democrats are to take over the House, would it be incredibly damaging for the president? How do you see this playing out?
Well, on the one hand, I mean, the way that you hear the president talking about it, it's almost like a foregone conclusion, like, oh, well, I think we're going to lose the House, but, I just figure it out. I actually kind of think that he thinks he can get some deals done. He really wants some bipartisan deals.
Why does he think he can get deals done with the Democrats?
Well, because they're going to be the ones in charge. What I think that he may be failing to take into account is that the Republicans who will remain, the ones who win, they're not in these toss-up districts. And the Republicans in toss-up districts who would likely lose are moderates, right? The ones who want infrastructure, the ones who would be more for background checks on guns. These are things Democrats think that they can work with the president on because he said as much before that he would support it. But what he'll find, I think, and this is something that George W. Bush found in 2006, I believe, 2007 and 2008 with the financial crisis, is just because they're in your party does not mean they're going to vote for whatever bill you come up with the Democrats. In fact, the Republicans in the House killed the first financial crisis, the first financial bailout bill. They killed funding that would go to Afghanistan and Iraq because it was too much funding. So he may have more challenges with the Republican minority than he does with the Democrat majority.
So, Sabrina, let's say that Republicans are able to maintain control of the House. What then? How does that impact the president?
Well, I think that, for one, you get the status quo when it comes to a lot of these oversight issues that have been a cause of concern for those who believe that the president is not being held under any kind of check when it comes to the Russia investigation, the way that he has tried to interfere at times with the FBI and the DOJ's work, potential ethics violations for White House staffers, and, subpoenaing his tax returns, and a lot of the looming questions surrounding his administration, the misuse of taxpayer funds by multiple cabinet officials. The Republicans haven't necessarily pursued those avenues or been willing to pick a fight with the president. I also think that the Republicans have been openly clear that they want to not only pass more tax cuts, but potentially look at popular government programs such as Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. The president campaigned on not touching any of those programs, but we've seen that, of course, you say one thing on the campaign trail, it's a separate story when Republicans send a bill to his desk. I think that certainly one thing that the White House is preparing for, though, is if Democrats do take back control of the House, they're really amping up their groundwork for all of the legal hurdles that they might face if, in fact, Democrats do launch an avalanche of investigations toward this president.
So the home stretch now. I want to get your final thoughts. What are the races, Molly? I want to get this from both of you. What are the races that you're watching and keeping a close eye on?
Well, I'm keeping my eye on several close races, not just because they're in toss-up districts, but because Democrats really have some unusual candidates, some strong candidates like Elissa Slotkin in Michigan 8, who's running against Mike Bishop. This is a seat that was held by Mike Rogers, a Republican, former FBI agent. Elissa Slotkin joined the CIA after 9/11. She served 3 tours in Iraq, after becoming a Mideast analyst for the CIA. This is a Democrat. Normally, this is the resume of a Republican, and she's running in a district that was very close, for Trump, very close for Obama. And so I'm keeping my eye on that. I'm also keeping my eye on Florida 26, Carlos Curbelo versus Debbie Marcusel Powell, who is an immigrant herself. Her dad died of a gunshot wound, and she's big on, the anti-gun issue. And that also, is a big issue going across the country right now. And it will be kind of telling as to what will happen in Congress if she wins, because, you do have a lot of these anti-gun groups with Mike Bloomberg spending a lot of money in these races.
Sabrina?
Well, I do think the state of Florida is going to be very compelling to watch. There's the Curbelo race that Molly just alluded to, and also the Senate race between Rick Scott, the outgoing governor, and Bill Nelson, who is the incumbent Democrat. It's been neck and neck. There's also the gubernatorial race between Republican Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum, who is vying to be not just the first Democrat elected to the governor's mansion in 24 years, but also the state's first African-American governor. And I think that because Florida is such a large battleground, it's such a diverse state, it certainly often carries some of those national implications. It narrowly went to the president by maybe 1.6 percentage points in 2016. So I think a lot of the trends that we talk about the morning after might come out of Florida, and just these close Senate races, because we're talking a lot about the House. But some of the recent polling has shown Joe Donnelly in Indiana, the incumbent Democrat, marginally ahead. We just talked about Bill Nelson. There's Heidi Heitkamp in North Dakota, Claire McCaskill in Missouri. These are Democrats who have been all but said to be looking at losing their seats. So if Republicans were not able to pick up those seats, I think that would have very serious implications for both the direction of the party, but also the Trump presidency.
A lot to watch. And can I just say a big congratulations to Sabrina, who just got engaged.
Oh, congratulations.
Big news on the front. We are so excited for you. Breaking news right here at 1 o'clock. Congratulations on this new chapter for you, Sabrina. We're so excited for you. Molly Hooper and Sabrina Siddiqui, thank you both for joining us. Well, for more on the race in Florida and how it's shaping up, here's CBS News correspondent Manuel Bojorquez. He's at a polling station in Tallahassee.
There has been a steady stream of voters at this polling location in Tallahassee. The Democrats, according to the polls, have a slight edge going into Election Day, but the races here remain very competitive. The big ticket event is the race for governor between the current mayor of this town, Tallahassee, Andrew Gillum, and former Republican Congressman Ron DeSantis. And Gillum just pulled ahead by 7 points, according to one new poll. If elected, he would become the first African-American governor in state history. DeSantis has the support of President Trump, who carried the state in the 2016 presidential election. Both have cast Gillum as too extreme for Florida. We asked Gillum whether he feels the race is a referendum on the president.
I think Mr. DeSantis is making this a referendum on Mr. Trump. It's hard to tell the difference between the two of them in these final days of the race.
Gillum will take us in a direction that people like Bernie Sanders and all these people want to go in. It's not going to lead to success for our state.
Meanwhile, three-term Democratic Senator Bill Nelson is trying to fend off a challenge from current Florida Governor Rick Scott. To win back the Senate, Democrats need to hold on to Nelson's seat. Recent polls show Nelson has a 13-point advantage with independent voters.
Well, we are following some issues that people are having with voting across the nation today. In Georgia, a state that's had allegations of voter suppression, there's been some technical problems. In Gwinnett County, just east of Atlanta, the machines were down and people had to use paper ballots. Long lines were reported. In Arizona, a polling station in Maricopa County had to turn away dozens of voters because they weren't at the right precinct, but the location was advertised as open, vote anywhere site. The county is home to 2/3 of Arizona voters and has seen voter issues in past elections. In South Carolina, some people in Richland County say their voting machines malfunctioned. According to our Columbia affiliate, the final voting submission page did not reflect people's intended vote. Some said that they flipped their vote, and officials believe that a calibration issue is actually to blame and encourage voters to review their final page before submitting it. Well, CBSN's election night coverage begins 5 p.m. Eastern. That's when we'll get our first exit poll numbers, and we'll keep you updated with all the key races as the results come in. That's right here on CBSN. Well, coming up, hackers have targeted election networks across the country. We'll take a look at how the Department of Homeland Security is dealing with urgent Election Day threats. Plus, a look at the hotly contested Arizona Senate race where two women are hoping to make history. You're streaming CBSN. Well, Republican Senator Jeff Flake's retirement makes Arizona one of the few pickup opportunities for Democrats in the Senate. The most recent CBS News poll gives Democratic Representative Kyrsten Sinema a 3-point lead over Republican Representative Martha McSally. That result is actually within the margin of error. Katie Campbell is a reporter for the Arizona Capital Times, and she joins me now from Phoenix. So, Katie, what do we see from both candidates? You know, this is such a tight Senate race that's come really so close.
Yeah, and they've been fighting it out to the very end. Neither one is willing to give up this opportunity. It's been a pretty nasty race. They've taken very different approaches, and we are ready for this election to be over, but I seriously doubt we're going to actually know the end result of this particular race today.
So, Katie, we know Arizona's a border state. Has the president increased his emphasis on immigration, particularly in the role of the Senate race here?
Sure. I mean, immigration is always a major issue for voters here in Arizona, of course, but it's also a very polarizing issue. So the way Kyrsten Sinema, for example, has approached this race has been to attract more independent, more moderate voters. And really, when you come to a polarizing issue like immigration, that might ultimately be the better approach, to go more moderate. Otherwise, you risk the possibility of losing those individuals who are maybe not so pleased with how the president has approached that issue.
So we've seen reports today. There have been some issues at several polling stations, also in Maricopa County. It's Arizona's most populous county. What have you heard? Do you think this could factor into the state's most hotly contested races?
Sure. I mean, it wouldn't be election day in Maricopa County without a few issues, unfortunately. So there have been voters turned away this morning. A lot of the polling places I've heard about have corrected some of those issues. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to is that some people might not return, and that could have an impact when we have so many very tightly expected results. I saw one particularly unique issue last night. A polling place in Chandler was set up, but the owner of the building that was being foreclosed on locked the doors, and they were having trouble getting into that building early this morning. That's another one that has supposedly been fixed and everyone's being allowed to come in now, but certainly indicative of what we expect here.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the House races, what are you watching in Arizona?
So Congressional District 2 and Kirkpatrick, that's an interesting race, Martha McSally's previous district, but it looks like Kirkpatrick's going to pull that one off. It's not entirely surprising. The district's pretty evenly split. And really when McSally pulled out of that race, the GOP did too, and they kind of conceded that race over to Ann Kirkpatrick.
When you look at the issues that will be on the ballot in Arizona, what are the issues that really are pretty impactful for voters, and what will they be deciding today?
I mean, it's a lot of the same issues that resonate across the country right now. Healthcare is a big one. Obviously, immigration, like I said before, is always a significant issue here in Arizona. And I think, I mean, this is a vote about President Trump. He's said so himself. Arizona is unique because it is a red state, but there are a lot of moderate Republicans. There's a growing population of independents, and there's a lot of candidates who are recognizing just how important those two populations are. And so that's kind of starting to shift some of the conversations we're having, but it's a lot of the same issues. It's just a matter of changing approaches, I think.
And give us a little sense on the ballot measures at this point.
Well, there's Proposition 126, which would basically ban taxes on services, which is unique because there hasn't really been much of a proposal to do so. However, opponents to that bill say, you know, we need to have the broadest tax base we possibly can, and it seems that that side's going to win out. Prop 126 looks to be dead in the water. As for Proposition 127, heavily spent on, I think it is the most spent on ballot measure race in state history. More than $50 million pumped into either side just in the middle of October, that number comes from. So it looks like that's going to die as well. It's just not certain that Arizona is ready for something like this. And then Proposition 305, I would also be surprised to see that succeed. That would expand the Empowerment Scholarship Account Program or school voucher program. But even proponents of the school voucher program have issues with that ballot measure because it would essentially fall under the Voter Protection Act and make it that much harder to amend in the future.
Katie Campbell, so grateful you could join us to dish out Arizona politics. And for more, you can be sure to go to cbsnews.com. Well, nearly half of today's gubernatorial races are expected to be competitive, including several high-profile contests. Wisconsin's two-term Republican Governor Scott Walker is in a dead heat with Democratic Tony Evers. And in Ohio, former Obama administration official Richard Cordray is leading Republican Mike DeWine. Right now, 33 of the 50 governors are Republican, but Democrats have a chance to win traditionally red states like Kansas and Oklahoma. In some deep blue states like Maryland and Massachusetts, popular GOP governors will likely be reelected. And many eyes are on Georgia, where the tight race has attracted national attention. Hillary Lane reports.
Voters in Atlanta waited in long lines Tuesday morning to cast their ballot in Georgia's high-profile governor's race. They're choosing between Republican Brian Kemp, Georgia's current Secretary of State, and Democrat Stacey Abrams. The former Georgia state lawmaker received high-profile support from former President Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey last week as she tries to make history as the nation's first female African-American governor.
I don't want anyone to vote for me because I'm black. And no one on the ballot needs to vote because we're women. And I don't even want you to vote for us just because we're Democrats. You need to vote for us because we're better.
Kemp also received big-name support. President Trump rallied with him over the weekend.
Stacey Abrams is one of the most extreme far-left politicians in the entire country. You know that.
Both sides have accused the other of wrongdoing. On Sunday, Kemp's office accused Georgia's Democratic Party of trying to hack the state's voter registration system. Kemp denied the charge was a last-minute campaign ploy.
We're handling this like any other incident we would get dealing with potential cyber crimes. I'm not worried about how it looks. I'm doing my job.
And Abrams has charged Kemp with voter suppression. Both sides deny the accusations. Hillary Lane, CBS News.
Well, coming up after a break, amid allegations of voter suppression, the Border Patrol cancels a training drill in a heavily Hispanic district not far from where Beto O'Rourke voted just a short time ago. And a conversation with Washington Governor Jay Inslee on why he feels the state races could be especially important for Democrats. This is CBSN, always on. Millions of Americans are heading to the polls today to cast their votes in this year's midterm election. Republicans are hoping to hold on to power while Democrats are looking to shift the tide in both the House and Senate. As it stands, Republicans control the House of Representatives 240 seats to 195. Democrats would need to win 23 seats to gain control. In the Senate, there are 51 Republicans. 49 members are either Democrats or independents who do caucus with Democrats. Joining us now, CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist Joel Payne, as well as CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez. Okay, Leslie, to you, I want to ask what you're hearing on the ground at this point. I know it's early, but what are you hearing? Do Republicans have reason to be optimistic?
Well, it's interesting. There was a Republican National Committee call yesterday, and the president tapped in, and he's basically feeling a lot more bullish on this. He's feeling confident, and especially in some of those swing states with those swing voters, those areas that he was able to turn red that followed President Obama. And that's what's interesting here. I think you're seeing a lot more confidence, certainly not overly confident. But the question is, are there going to be more split ticket voters? People that want to send, that perhaps suburban women, ethnic minorities in southern part of Florida, for example, that will vote for the Republican ticket, but may also vote for a Democratic governor because they want that protest vote and they want a bit more balance. And that's what we're hearing, that it wouldn't be full, straight ticket one way or the other. And that creates opportunity, I think, on both sides of the aisle.
That's really fascinating, because if Leslie is right, I find that people we hear from, also viewers, are just really hardcore one way or the other. Joel, what are you hearing from the Democratic Party?
Well, I would call it cautious optimism. And listen, we had a very interesting chat about this a little while ago about the idea that I think there's a lot of scar tissue built up, particularly among Democrats, about what happened in 2016. We were all surprised. The political establishment was surprised by Donald Trump. I think we're in a scenario now where there's this unpredictability out there. There's this feeling that the electorate, that you can't really predict it. Well, to be quite honest, the president has had an opportunity to be in front of this electorate either by himself or through surrogate over the last year and a half. And honestly, he's consistently underperformed. And so I think Democrats are feeling like the trend lines are working in their favor. You even look at places where we have opportunities for pickup, like Arizona and Nevada. In Arizona, Democrats cut the early vote lead to lower than it's ever historically been. In Nevada, the Reid machine, which I know very well, feels very confident about turning people out. And even in Florida, where I know Leslie and I have some different takes on what's going on the ground there, Democrats feel ecstatic about Andrew Gillum at the top of the ticket and what he's going to do to mobilize the entire Democratic base, not just the kind of more traditional Democratic base, but even those folks on the outskirts of that base that normally maybe wouldn't show up in a midterm election. Democrats feel really good.
That's probably the big key line to this election is the voters that we're really talking about are not on the fringes, right, are not on the edges, but they're independent. They're kind of soft Democrat, soft Republican that move, that true swing voter, and now they're in swing states and swing districts. So, as you take it all the way down, it's all that fluidity. But what's fascinating, the president is trying to defy a historical norm. A president and party who's below 50% approval rating normally sees the party will lose about 37 seats. And he's trying to really stop that blue wave we talk about. And in some cases, I think he will be effective.
Why do you feel confident? Because a lot of people, the president has been very confident that he's going to buck this midterm trend of losing the House and the Senate. Sure. But why do you think Republicans feel confident about
Right. So the headwinds he's headed into are political, they're personality-driven, people are upset, and they're certainly by the economy. So the economy is so strong. When you saw the biggest
it's not what the Republicans are running on this go-around. Right?
But it's the foundation. That's what is really the undercurrent for the wave. If the economy is strong versus what you had in 1994 or 2010, when you saw the big losses in 2010 with Barack Obama losing 63 seats, you had 9 out of 10 people believing it was not a good time to find a quality job. You had consumer confidence extremely low, and the economy was just coming back from the big recession. So this is a very different environment. So if they're thinking about, I don't like the personality of the president, I don't like his style, but I have 2 Supreme Court right of center jurist. He's done things on taxes. He's doing things on tariffs. He's looking at for America. It doesn't mean they like the president. And they may have a protest vote and split a ticket to have the balance, but it does mean it's an underlying factor. They may not talk about it, but it's going to impact this election.
Here's what Democrats are also talking about. The fact that there is more of a 50-state strategy in effect now than there's ever been. Democrats are competitive all across the country. We're not just talking about just those bedroom communities in the Northeast or some of those places out in the West that are kind of traditionally Democratic. We're talking about South Dakota. We could pick up a governor's seat. We're talking about Iowa, where Terry Branstad is an institution there and really had a stranglehold on the state as a Republican standard bearer. Now Fred Hubble could win that governor's race tonight. That's a very real possibility. Kansas, that's a governor's race that Democrats could win. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Florida and Georgia. Democrats feel like finally, for the first time really in a decade, even with President Obama in place, we weren't necessarily competitive all across the country. The entire Democratic establishment feels like we finally now have a blueprint to be competitive all around the country, and that's not something you can necessarily say within the last few cycles.
So if Democrats feel that way, Leslie, do Republicans feel that the coalition that was built for Donald Trump in 2016 still stands, that it'll come through in midterms?
That's the big question tonight. Are establishment Republicans going to come back, hold their nose like they did before, because the president has delivered on those promises? They still do not like the president's style, and that's why I say it's still hold the nose kind of candidate and kind of voting. But they do like some of these other candidates that are on the ticket, and that's a little bit more tried and true Republican. So in some senses, that's the case. But some of these working class, like blue collar workers that we saw in the Rust Belt, that's going to be the question. That's what I'm watching tonight. Is that part of the coalition going to remain with the president? Because we have learned, for example, in Texas, if you took different non-traditional constituencies, if they voted 3 times for the Republican Party in 3 cycles, they couldn't remember the last time they voted Democrat. And they were our future Republican Party, and that was the perfect case with Latino.
I want to ask you, Leslie, about turnout. What are you hearing at this point about turnout? People are saying we know in midterms not as great turnout, but we're also hearing record number early voters, absentee. What are you hearing from the Republican Party?
Well, there's a lot of excitement, measured excitement. It's Florida. In Florida, and the interesting thing they tell you there is that they've already seen that by 9 a.m. this morning, the Republican turnout had really squashed any type of early voting turnout that the Democrats had had.
What? That's significant. What do you talk when you say talk numbers?
So basically, they say back in 2016, there were 84,000 raw ballots the Democrats had in early voting before the election day. On election day, they closed that and surpassed it by 194,000 votes. So these are still small numbers when you think about such large states with millions of people voting, but they're feeling optimistic about that by 9 a.m. Republican turnout was the machine of the Republican Party in Florida was very active and on steroids. I mean, and that's really kind of the takeaway here. We don't know where those independent voters are going to fall, and so we can't read the tea leaves yet. We have to be very cautious, but it's giving some optimism, especially in South Florida, where a lot of those competitive seats are.
Joel, when you talk about turnout, what have Democrats been worried about when it comes to turnout?
Well, I mean, look outside. There's a rainstorm here in New York City, and that's not the only place, right? There's some other key areas along the eastern seaboard that are experiencing difficult weather, and I think that was certainly a concern. I think, some of those washouts have kind of gone away. But, and Leslie knows this, we planned for situations like this. I remember I was on the Hillary campaign in 2016. There was a terrible hurricane about a month before in North Carolina where there were certain places in that state where there was only one voting district within 50 miles of people. So we had to put out aggressive radio campaigning where we told people about where their backup location was or where they go if they couldn't find their location. So again, despite the fact that people might be a little bit concerned about things like weather, there are plans in place to make sure that people have, contingency options for situations like that.
You talk about weather. I want to also ask you about Florida. Let's say Andrew Gillum wins in Florida. What would you extract as the takeaway in the state of Florida on how to beat Donald Trump?
Well, I would say that Andrew Gillum has created a new Democratic coalition in the state of Florida. And by the way, that would be a significant scalp if Andrew Gillum could say, I beat Donald Trump. Because if Andrew Gillum wins tonight, I don't think the story is Andrew Gillum beat Ron DeSantis. I think the story is Andrew Gillum beat Donald Trump. And for people in my party who are, let's just say, looking for a candidate in 2020, I don't think that's going to be something that is lost on many of the party elders who are thinking about who the future of the Democratic Party is going to be. He is going to activate voters, again, not just the traditional Democratic coalition, but those people in South Florida, Haitian communities, Caribbean communities that, some people, frankly, would say that the Hillary campaign did not do a good enough job of activating in 2016, one of the reasons why the president won. Andrew Gillum has an opportunity to really overperform in some of those areas and turn those folks out in a way that's not just going to benefit him, but also benefit people down ticket like Bill Nelson.
Leslie, I want to ask you about South Florida as much
I disagree with.
She does.
I also want to get to South Florida. I want to, before we go, though, get to the Hispanic vote down in South Florida, particularly the Republican Hispanic vote. What are you seeing?
So what we're hearing, I would say, from GOP operators on the ground right now is that the Republican Party has done a really good job of trying to solidify not only just Cuban Hispanic, but talking about like non-Cuban Hispanic, the Puerto Rican community, the Venezuelan, more Latin American-oriented communities, which are very vibrant part of the business and cultural community in South Florida. But two particular races, Florida 26 with Carlos Curbelo, who is running in an area that Hillary Clinton won by almost 20 points, but he won, even though Trump lost the state, he won by 10 points. So I do feel much more optimistic on his. He's one of those that's in the toss-up, and the Democrats are very competitive. And also the former seat of Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, who'd been there 29 years, the first Hispanic Republican to Congress, female. She has a very famous news anchor that has the Republican nominee, and a lot of people like her because they are calling that the cultural identity race. She is connecting one-on-one with the Jewish community and a lot of different communities that have unique needs, and they don't feel that type of retail politics is what Donna Shalala, her competitor, the former head cabinet member from the Clinton administration, is doing to win and earn their respect.
Really quickly, one House race to watch in Georgia, the Georgia 6, which is the famous John Ossoff race versus Karen Handel. Karen Handel's now the representative. Well, guess what? Lucy McBath is running against her, and that similar effect I talk about in Florida with Andrew Gillum, you could experience the same thing with Stacey Abrams in Georgia. Very strong organization, somebody who could pull someone like Lucy McBath over the top against a very popular Karen Handel as well.
Joel Payne, Leslie Sanchez, thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, Missouri is likely to play a key role in the Republicans' battle to control the Senate. According to an Emerson poll, Attorney General Josh Hawley is up by 3 percentage points over Senator Claire McCaskill, who's currently defending her seat. Another NBC Marist poll shows that McCaskill is currently holding on to a 3-point lead. Both polls are all within the margin of error, indicating the race is just too close to call. Joining us now is St. Louis political reporter Joe Mannies. Joe, thanks for joining us. You know, Missouri was actually the president's final campaign stop ahead of the midterm vote. He won Missouri by nearly 20 points. This was in the 2016 election. How much of an impact is the president expected to have on the race tonight?
Well, the Republicans are hoping that he does have an impact on turnout, particularly in southeast Missouri, where the president was appearing was a Republican stronghold. And there has been a concern for weeks that the Republican enthusiasm is just not matching the Democratic enthusiasm in the suburbs. Now, we really won't know till late tonight which is true, if that's true or not. But the president's visit obviously revs up enthusiasm. And there are Republicans' hope that will energize, get more people to go to the polls today, or at least get people feeling better. I think because this contest is too close to call, and you showed two polls that show two different results, which just sort of underscore that, the GOP sees this as their best chance. If they defeat Claire McCaskill, this is their best chance for really, really putting the state Democratic Party in a weak position for years to come. If she manages to hold on, it does kind of help Democratic fortunes in the state, which have taken a beating the last 2 years. In 2016, until the election, Democrats held most of the statewide offices in Missouri, even though Republicans controlled the legislature. So their fortunes have dramatically changed in 2 years, and Republicans hope to really, really drive that home today, and that may or may not happen.
Joe, is there a scenario where the president's support could actually benefit Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill at this point?
In the suburbs and in the urban areas among African-American voters, who some have been sort of on-off on McCaskill for years, she has made a real big impact, real big effort the last 2-3 weeks. She's probably shown up at close to 20 African-American churches in Kansas City and St. Louis. She's really been pushing hard to heal any tensions and to underscore to them her belief that you may not love me, but he's going to be worse for you. So the president's visit from that standpoint actually helps her, because the president has a really poor approval rating in the suburbs and among African Americans and among suburban women. So from that standpoint, his visit and the one he had last Thursday could sort of whip up Democratic urban and suburban enthusiasm for her because they want to send a message to him.
You know, Senator McCaskill has really labeled herself as a centrist, who is someone who could work with lawmakers on either side. Is that message resonating with voters?
I'm not sure. Republicans, of course, have been hitting back saying, no, she's a liberal. But then on the other hand, you've got a number of Democrats in the state who've been saying for years that she's not progressive enough. So that debate is continuing now. But again, we'll find out tonight which message resonates the most. But I think that her message, she's hoping that her message will go after suburban Republican women, many of which are suspected to have voted for her in 2012. If you recall, she won Missouri in 2012 for her second term by about 14 percentage points. And that was at the same time that Mitt Romney was carrying the state for president by about 12. There was about 400,000 voters in the state who voted for Mitt Romney and who voted for Claire McCaskill. Now, 6 years later, I think her moderate message is aimed at some of those, that she wants some of them to feel comfortable voting for her again.
When you look at the policies that the president's enacted, Missouri's a state that's really been feeling the impact of President Trump's trade war with China, particularly those soybean farmers. How is that affecting that demographic, that voting bloc?
Well, everything that all the farmers I've been talking to and some of my colleagues have been focusing more on this issue. They are hurting, and they are hurting badly in Missouri. Now, many of those farmers had also supported Donald Trump in 2016. Now, some of the ones I had talked to are holding out hope that this is going to straighten out and that the pain they're feeling now won't be long term. McCaskill has been sending them a message that all those Chinese markets that you've just lost, even if he ends the trade war tomorrow, those won't be coming back for a while. So there's that tension going on. And that's another reason the president was, frankly, in Cape Girardeau, because that's in the middle of farm country. And I think he's trying to send assurances to rural farmers who had voted for him to stick with him. Even though he didn't focus on the trade war that last night very much, I think he's hoping that they will see him as somebody who cares about them and to stick with them and not to abandon him for her.
Jo Mannies, thank you so much for joining us, Jo.
Well, thank you so much for asking me.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. We've got a lot more news ahead. And a quick reminder, complete coverage of today's elections. You can head to cbsnews.com/midterms. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on. Well, it's not just Congress at stake in today's elections. There are also dozens of governor's races. The outcome could affect every aspect of American life and have a big impact on the 2020 presidential race. Jay Inslee is the governor of Washington State. He's also the chairman of the Democratic Governors Association. He joins me now from Washington, D.C. Governor, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You bet. So we've seen really record turnout across the country, both at polls with early voting. What do you think's behind those numbers?
Well, a lot of things. One, people are just kind of fed up of the chaos coming out of the White House. They want to have a check on this president. They want to be heard. They understand what is at stake. They've seen a failure to produce an infrastructure bill. They've seen an attack on their own health care. And so people are voting. So it's a really good day, and they're voting in droves. And they're voting for Democratic governors because it's Democratic governors that can really help take care of our health care, improve our schools, do infrastructure bills so we can fix our roads and bridges and buses. So we're excited about today. I think at the end of the night, I'm feeling confident that over half of Americans will have Democratic governors working for them. So this is a really great day.
Governor, you say it's Democratic governors that can really make a difference, but right now there are 33 states that have Republican governors. 26 of those have gubernatorial elections today. Why is it that Republicans have had such an advantage, and how is your Democratic group trying to change that?
Well, we're changing it one state at a time, and we're changing it by having candidates who will focus on what's really important to families' lives, like Stacey Abrams in Georgia that can produce 500,000 people to get insurance, health insurance, like Andrew Gillum in Florida who's fighting against the red tide pollution to really take advantage of clean energy jobs, like Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan who's pledged to fix the roads where Donald Trump hasn't built a birdhouse since he's been president. So we're fighting by showing people a vision statement about how to improve their lives, where they live, in things that are most important to them. And it's about getting the job done rather than just arguing about things. We want to unite people. We want to have solutions. We want to move the ball forward, not just have arguments like we're seeing out of the nation's capital right now. And we're doing really well. As I said, I think we're going to win a lot of seats tonight, and I feel good about that.
We spend a lot of time covering House and Senate races, but can you sort of give us a sense, why is the governorship so important?
Well, for the nation, it's important because Democratic governors can stand up and largely stop the gerrymandering that has taken place, which has really crippled the U.S. House of Representatives, the unfair districting that has prevented people from getting a shot at electing a congressperson. Right now, because of this gerrymandering, the politicians pick who your member of Congress is rather than the other way around. Democrat governors can veto bills that are unfair and give people a fair shot. Secondly, this is the place where we can make progress. Look, Donald Trump, for all his tweeting, can't stop Fred Hubbell from adopting a clean energy plan in Iowa, can't stop a Steve Sisolak from doing common sense job creation things in Nevada, can't stop Janet Mills in Maine from doing an apprenticeship program to put people to work. Because states can move, we can control our own destiny, we can move forward, and we know in the foreseeable future that's what we have to do, is move in the states. And third, we can act as a check, a balance on the chaos coming out of Washington, D.C., the Muslim ban, the appeal to racism and division, the effort to have common sense gun safety legislation. We can check some of that chaos to protect America. So a lot is at stake, and there's governor's races, and I'm very confident people are going to pick a lot of Democratic governors tonight.
You mentioned Abrams and Gillum in Georgia and Florida each have a chance to make history by electing their first black governors. Tell us a little bit about the strategy that your organization, the Democratic Governors Association, is trying to put in place there.
Well, we have supported both these candidates. They're so inspirational. If you ever hear them, I was with Stacey Abrams yesterday, and at a rally, and the people, you had to scrape them off the ceiling. They were so excited. Andrew Gillum has been a very effective mayor of Tallahassee. He's a stand-up guy that has a vision for health care. Look, he can get health care for over 800,000 people in Florida, and that's very appealing. That's why he's doing so well, and I believe will do well tonight. Now, these two candidates will make history. First, a duo of black candidates in the South. But you know what, Stacey said something yesterday was, I thought, pretty telling. She said, I don't want people to vote for me because I'm black. I don't want them to vote for me because I'm a woman. She said, I want them to vote for me because I'm better. That's a really good reason to vote for both these candidates and Democrats across the country. So we're going to have history in a lot of states today.
We've also been very interested in young voters. We were fascinated by this Harvard poll. It shows that young Democrats are actually more likely to vote than young Republicans. I'm curious what your organization has done to encourage young people to vote. And are you optimistic that more young people will turn to the polls?
Well, we're doing everything we can. I just called a young voter I know who's a neighbor to make sure he got his ballot in. So we're doing everything we can. And we're being very successful because young voters really much are in tune with the vision we're offering the country. Think about climate change. It's really hard to find a climate change denier of people under the age of 35. They understand the science. They understand their futures are at risk. They understand physics and chemistry, and yet you've got a president who calls climate change a hoax. That's one of the reasons Democratic voters, young voters, are turning out in droves this year. They also recognize this as an economic opportunity to get jobs as well. They see their health care threatened by the Republican Party up and down. In the Midwest, the Republicans we've run against almost uniformly have jeopardized people's health care by preventing security against pre-existing conditions. In fact, I've said these Republicans all have a pre-existing condition, and that's their record of ignoring the health care needs of people. That's one of the reasons we're doing so well in Wisconsin, in Michigan and Minnesota and Iowa and Ohio and Illinois. Our candidates want to make sure you have insurance even if you've got a pre-existing condition. We're the only party that can say that. One of the reasons we're going to do well tonight.
You know, something else that we've been watching, your organization has raised more than $100 million this year. That's significantly more than in the past. Did DGA change its fundraising strategy in the lead up to this election?
Well, we've certainly been effective. I'm chair of this organization. I'm pleased that we've increased our donations about 50% during my term, and so we're really happy about that. That's happened not just because the organization has been effective and assertive and optimistic, but fundamentally it's because people understand they've had a belly full of what's coming out of the White House and they want to put a check on it. And a way to do that is to elect Democratic governors that will have balance, that will have progressive values, that will move the country forward, and where appropriate will reach across the aisle, like in Michigan where we can do that. So we're excited about that, and I can't wait to get the results tonight.
Governor Jay Inslee, grateful you could join us, Governor.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. Election night on CBSN begins next with Red and Blue. Will Democrats flip Congress or will Republicans hold control? Elaine Quijano and our team of political experts will have our first look at exit polls. Red and Blue is next.
Tonight, to flip or not to flip, Democrats seek a takeover of the House while Republicans eye gains in the Senate. The president says a vote for a Republican is a vote for him. So what will America decide? We'll find out as election night on CBSN begins with Red and Blue. Good evening, I'm Elaine Quijano alongside Ed O'Keefe on what is sure to be a historic night in America. Any moment now, we will be getting our first look at exit polls. Those numbers will give us a portrait of the electorate and what is on their minds. At this hour, polls are still open across the country for an election that many have billed as one of the most important in a generation. Here's a glance at what will be decided after tonight. In the House, every seat is up for grabs. The magic number for Democrats is 218. That's how many total seats they need in order to take control, which means Democrats need to flip at least 23 seats. In the Senate, it's a different story. There are 35 seats being decided. Democrats are defending 26 of them, Republicans only 9. To control the Senate, Democrats would need to defend all of their current seats and take 2 away from Republicans. That is easier said than done. There are also 36 races for governor this evening. The outcomes there will not only impact policy at the state level, but also the race for president in 2020. Speaking of which, President Trump is not on the ballot, but this election has been framed as a referendum on his time in office. He even said so himself, telling a crowd in Cleveland, quote, "In a sense, I am on the ticket." CBS News has a team of correspondents fanned out across the country in key battleground states, tracking just about every major race there is. We will talk with them throughout the evening. But first, let's introduce the panel around this table. Ed O'Keefe is our CBS News political correspondent. Leslie Sanchez is a CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. Linda Tran is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist who is a founding partner of 270 Strategies. Caitlin Huey-Burns is a CBSN political reporter. All right, everybody, buckle up. Here we go. It's finally here, the moment we've all been waiting for this year. While we wait to get to the exit polls, I want to first go around and get everyone's initial thoughts on what it is that you're going to be looking for tonight. Ed, let me start with you.
3 things. History makers. How many of these women, how many other minorities, maybe openly gay people get elected into positions of power they've never held before? And how does that start to change the governing dynamic in this country? The second thing, keep an eye in Texas on 2 districts, the 7th and the 32nd. They're home to George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush, the king and prince of the Republican Party. Do they end up tonight living in Democratic-controlled congressional seats? And what does that tell us about the changing face of Republicans and Texas? And finally, Iowa. How many different positions can they win back in that state? And what does that tell us potentially about the 2020 presidential race? Because if Democrats win, any one of them that wins ultimately becomes a kingmaker in the 2020 caucus in January or February of 2020.
What about you, Leslie?
In an election defined by identity politics, I'm looking at cultural politics, southern part of Florida, particularly Florida 26 and 27. You have 2 Republican members, and 27 being an open seat formerly held by Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, who was the first Hispanic woman elected to Congress, and now a very Republican area. But Hillary Clinton won these areas. They're definitely battlegrounds, so it's something to watch. Will this diverse community come out? Second thing are women who were formerly in camouflage. You have a lot more female veterans who are running for the first time. We have 4 in Congress right now, but there's almost a dozen who are running very competitively for their seats. And finally is Orange County. We're talking about the Bushes. I'm talking about Reagan. I'm going back a little bit further. Orange County is the last tiny sliver of Republicanism in the state of California, and it's really in jeopardy right now of possibly turning purple, if not blue, for the first time in 80 years.
Linda, what about you?
Well, first off, Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people have been talking about Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp. President Carter, as we know, sent a rather controversial letter not too long ago, but what I expect is we're going to end up in a runoff situation, but it's super close, hotly contested, and going to be heated for sure. Second off, I wonder if the Obama coalition, the so-called Obama coalition, is going to come home to roost. Those young people, those voters of color who we've already seen during the early vote have increased their participation this cycle. We'll see what happens today with millions more voting and whether they make the difference in a number of races. And finally, I'm looking at at, as Ed said, some of the history makers, in particular, the women and the diverse candidates who may make it to Capitol Hill. And we're looking at Minnesota and in Michigan, the first Muslim women to be elected to Congress, and also a number of other states looking at diverse candidates. And that will certainly impact the kind of policies that we see coming out of Congress.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, your thoughts.
Okay, well, Linda says Georgia, I say Florida, 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 Florida. I'm looking at this governor's race between Democrat Andrew Gillum and Republican Ron DeSantis. These are two candidates who could not be more different, and both each representing the base of their party. They're going head to head tonight. We'll see how that pans out, in addition to those congressional seats and a Senate race there, by the way. Also looking at women voters, particularly those college-educated women in the suburbs, those districts that will help us decide the balance of power in the House. Do they turn out in the numbers that we're expecting them to tonight? And finally, I'm so fascinated by Democrats running in Trump country this year. Looking at states like Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, having very competitive governor's races, also very competitive Senate races. Democrats appear poised to take over Republicans there, but we'll see if there's any surprises. And what does that mean about the kind of shape of the map heading into 2020 as well?
All right, everyone stand by. We want to turn right now to our Manuel Bojorquez in that ever-critical state of Florida. He is in Tallahassee, where Andrew Gillum, the Democratic nominee for governor, will hold his campaign party tonight. So, Manny, let's start with this governor's race. How has this contest played out in the final stretch?
Well, Florida definitely not expected to, disappoint anybody when it comes to living up to that title of battleground state, of swing state. And this has been a very fiercely fought and sometimes ugly battle between those two candidates, the Republican Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum, the current mayor of Tallahassee. He has been hit with allegations of corruption because there is an ongoing FBI probe of the city hall there in Tallahassee. He has said he has not been named in that probe and has fought back against those allegations. Ron DeSantis has fought back against allegations of racism and some comments that he made early on in this race when he won the primary. The president has made it very clear that this is an important race for him. He was here stumping in Florida twice, and just the last week before the election, he paints the Democrat, Andrew Gillum, as too extreme, but clearly he is keenly aware that this state is important when it comes to the hopes for 2020. The person who wins the governorship here gets to appoint the Secretary of State, who is then the person who presides over elections. And you know how close those elections always come here in Florida. You want to have the political power on your side when it comes to being a candidate in 2020. So that has clearly a lot of people engaged and energized when it comes to this governor's race. And that turnout, which we have seen, could also impact a lot of those races down the ballot.
Well, in the Senate race, what has been the final pitch to voters by Governor Rick Scott and Senator Bill Nelson?
Well, Bill Nelson, by the president and Rick Scott, has been painted as somebody who is a career politician, a three-term incumbent there, and they have said he has not delivered results, especially when it comes to an issue that was surprising for many people that became a top issue here, and that's the environment. There have been algal blooms in the Gulf waters here that have produced massive fish kills, but Bill Nelson has blamed the current governor and his opponent, Rick Scott, for being too cozy to big agriculture, which many people see as the reason that so many of these nutrients are going into the water and creating these algal blooms. They have said that the governor has also weakened some environmental protections. So clearly they're tossing that back and forth. Everybody here trying to blame each other when it comes to that issue, and that has played out especially in these last days of the campaign.
All right, Manuel Bojorquez for us in the battleground state of Florida. Manny, thanks so much.
Sure.
All right, we want to let our viewers know we are continuing to go through now what we've just received, these exit poll numbers. And as we sift through them, I'm going to just kind of toss these out to our panel here. We have here now results for immediate release on the question of President Trump being a factor. Leslie, let me go to you first, because this is something we have talked about leading up to this. 65%, according to this exit poll number, say that President Trump was a factor in their vote today. And when you look at the breakdown right now as it stands, 26% wanted to vote to support him, 39% wanted to vote to oppose him. 33% said this was not about him. What is your initial thought regarding that? Because the president himself obviously has tried to insert himself
Sure.
into the national conversation here.
Right. So the president is trying to defy historical trends that would basically say that any president who has a favorability below 50% is going to see a loss of upwards of 37 seats. He's trying to stop that blue wave with all the pink votes that we talk about, you know, the female candidates, and see if that happens. What's interesting though is the third that were not motivated by him in a series of elections that are, you know, where you, in my business, you only have to be right 51% of the time to be victorious. So in those small 1 and 2%, when you're talking about several thousand votes, they're really going to be motivated by other things. And there's also a question of, are there going to be more split ticket voters who protest the president? You know, they don't want to give a straight party ticket, but maybe want to split and see more balance in the state.
We should point out this is what's called the first wave of results in an exit poll that will be updated again over the next several hours. So what we're seeing here essentially may be slightly loaded to the East Coast and the central time zones and not necessarily have as much data from the rest of the country. But what's notable in that number, about 65% of people saying that the president was a factor, if it holds through the evening, it would be a record high. Previous high was 60% who said that President Obama was a factor in their vote in 2010, which of course was a huge year of Democratic losses. So you're seeing it again come up here in the second year of the new president's term, and potentially, given those numbers that oppose him, people showing up perhaps to deliver him a message he doesn't want to hear. Also interesting, if you go through these numbers, health care appears to have been the most important issue. That would be a win for Democrats. 43%, at least so far, say that was their top issue of concern. Immigration was second at 23%. The economy at 21%. And notably, number 4, gun policy at 11%. Again, numbers that are loaded a little more to the eastern and central time zones and that will update throughout the night. But as you can see there, early indications are that this was an election driven by issues that certainly have been top of mind in campaign advertising. But if health care is the #1 issue of concern by 20 points over immigration, it suggests Democrats have done a better job, at least so far, of convincing voters to show up.
And as we continue to talk about this, I want to just go through and kind of point out to viewers what we're seeing here. When you see the breakdown, right, of those issues Ed was talking about and what is most important to them, you see there healthcare. And Linda Tran, you know, this is something we've been talking about, the focus that Democrats have had on this issue of healthcare. For many months now. This was sort of identified early on by folks like yourself as perhaps being a winning path for Democrats this year.
Absolutely. And Democrats have been very, very disciplined, especially in the last few weeks, in hammering home the message about health care, despite, as we know, some of these 11th hour stunts, perhaps by President Trump, to divert the conversation to one about immigration and to one about fear. I think it's interesting, the contrast that Ed made, that health care was actually also top of mind in 2010 when things were swinging in the opposite direction. And I think it's probably a statement about how people don't want their health care messed with. In 2010, it was about Obamacare being a new thing, a big shift that was going to happen in people's lives. And now it's about the fear of pre-existing conditions not being protected anymore. It's about, you know, all the personal things that people are concerned about. So that certainly feels like it could be positive for Democrats.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Well, what I was going to say
we're literally just getting these.
Yeah, so we're both kind of just
quite transparent about what we're seeing here.
The economy is interesting to me, Caitlin. I want to look at that number because when you look at that number, state of the economy, and then the direction of the country, people who feel like the country is on the right track or wrong track. So typically you have those numbers in tandem, right? If people are feeling good about the economy, generally they feel like the country is headed in the right direction. Now, though, if you look at this number, the state of the economy, 68% say that it is good, 31% say it is bad. Direction of the country, though, 56% of the respondents felt that the country is on the wrong track, and 41% feel it's in the right direction. So those numbers don't seem to be going together in tandem as we've seen in the past.
Exactly, and they've been reflecting, this actually reflects what we've seen in polling leading up to this election. Earlier this morning I tweeted that this is the most important and interesting dynamic that I think is going on in this midterm, that you have such a divergent view of the economy versus the state of the country. And so when we go back to our initial point about how much the president is factoring into this race, I know Ed and I have been on the ground around talking to voters, and Leslie and Linda also, you hear a lot from voters about getting involved in politics for the first time because of reaction to the president. On the negative side, I also heard a lot from Republican voters about getting more enthusiastic about the election to support the president. So it's very interesting to see that. And we've also seen that the economy has been looking good on paper. Our numbers that came out last week showed positive signs for the president, but his approval rating still is staying in the mid 40s, which does not not match what these views of the economy are.
And it's similar to where President Obama's approval was during the 2010 midterms, again, when Democrats suffered big losses that year.
I think that's the real big takeaway here, and this is what she was saying with respect to Gallup. If you look at 2010 and 1994 even, you had extremely poor ideas of where the economy was going. What do you have now, which is Caitlin's point, when you have a very high economy, high favorabilities on economy, nobody particularly likes the president in terms of favorability. That number has really hit a ceiling. So if we discount that for a moment, what is the motivation behind these other individuals? Are they going to stay the course because he's delivered on Supreme Court justices, the economy is very strong, he's doing things on tariffs and taxes, you know, but maybe identify with some alternative cross-the-party line candidates that they feel will do a check and balance on the president. Because that may be interesting.
Give us a little bit of context here, because I know as we look at these numbers, right, I just want people to have this sense of, you know, lawmakers on Capitol Hill, right? You had House Speaker Paul Ryan. He wanted the focus to be on the economy, right? He's wanted the focus to be on the jobs numbers, because if you look at those on paper, it is a very good news story for Republicans,
absolutely.
right? So give us a little bit of a sense of what it is that Republicans on Capitol Hill have wanted the president to kind of focus on versus what we actually
if they see these numbers that the economy is great, but the direction of the country is in bad shape, and that the economy came in only as issue number 3, they're reaching for the barf bag right now, okay? Because they should be able to make that issue number 1 and somehow be winning tonight in those races across the country.
Tax reform, right?
And speaking of tax reform, there's a question in here about that. Trump's tax laws have helped your finances, hurt your finances, had no impact. Look at this, 28%. Say it helped their finances. 23% say it hurt their finances. 45%, a plurality, say it had no impact. Because for whatever reason, it wasn't talked about by Republicans, it wasn't resonating in the polling, so they left that issue on the table.
So, Leslie, is that a problem of a message or a messenger?
Probably a little bit of both. But I think individual families are going to go back to those pocketbook issues. Do they feel safe? Can they, you know, pay their mortgage at the end of the month? Do they have health coverage? You know, can they pay their child's tuition if they go to that, or worry about sending their child to the good doctor? That is where I feel this is going to come down to, particularly, and this is where I would go to Ed, in those Rust Belt blue states with working class voters who really turned out for the president in 2016, and they, according to Gallup, feel that the economy is going in the right direction. So where do they go, you know, in terms of a report card for the president?
I just, you know, this, again, early numbers, these will change by the end of the night. But what it suggests to me is people are saying, yeah, things are good, but I got a real problem with the guy in charge. And he's either got to shut up and stop tweeting, or find a way to work with Democrats. And if that's the message that they get tonight, you better believe congressional Republicans especially will start saying we better find ways to cooperate with Democrats.
Very quickly, because there's another number I just want to point out here. A record number of women, of course, are running this year. About 8 in 10 voters across the country said it is important to elect more women to office, including nearly half who say it's very important. All right, let's turn right now to Gromer Jeffers, Steve Sebelius, and Dennis Welch. Is that where we're going next? Oh, okay, I apologize. Leslie, Linda, Caitlin, and Ed, stand by for just a moment. Coming up, all eyes on the Southwest. Democrats' chances at taking the Senate could hinge on Arizona and Nevada. We'll get an update on where those races stand. Plus, everything's bigger in Texas, including the state's Senate race, where early voting has set records in some districts. But is the sun about to set on Beto O'Rourke's campaign? We'll check with our reporters on the ground when CBSN's election night coverage continues.
I believe in the Second Amendment, and I will not restrict law-abiding citizens here in this country.
It's important that we preserve and protect the Second Amendment, but that we also preserve and protect public health and safety.
Arizonans are very worried that they will lose coverage for those with pre-existing health conditions.
What we were trying to do is make sure that premiums come down for everybody, that there's options for everyone to be able to get access to affordable, available care.
No wall is going to solve legitimate security concerns, but smart policy will.
Congressman O'Rourke not only opposes a wall, but he has said we have too many fences and walls already on the border. He wants to tear down the ones we have.
Those are just a few of the issues on the ballot tonight in some of the country's most contested Senate races. Incumbent Republican Senator Dean Heller of Nevada is trying to fend off Democratic challenger Jackie Rosen. Recent polls show Rosen with a slight lead over the embattled senator. In Arizona, a pair of congresswomen, Republican Martha McSally and Democrat Kyrsten Sinema, are competing for the seat being left open by retiring Republican Senator Jeff Flake. And in Texas, El Paso Congressman Beto O'Rourke hopes to be the first Democrat to win a statewide race in Texas since 1994. He's running against Republican Senator and former presidential candidate Ted Cruz. Joining me now is Dallas Morning News political writer Gromer Jeffers, political analyst for our Las Vegas affiliate KLAS, Steve Sebelius, and Dennis Welch is the political editor for our Phoenix affiliate. Welcome to you all. Gromer, let's start with you and Texas. What is at stake in this Texas Senate race?
Wow, Elaine, so much. Not only are you talking about Ted Cruz, a former presidential candidate, as you mentioned, in a tough fight, probably a fight of his career, but this race will be a barometer on whether Texas is closer to turning purple, becoming a battleground state. Because if Beto O'Rourke wins, wow, I mean, that's history in itself. But let's say he finishes close within 5 points, 6 points. That means that Democrats have hope of in the next couple of cycles or so really making this a competitive state. So the stakes are high here in Texas.
Let's turn next to Nevada. And Steve, how is President Trump factoring into this race?
Well, Elaine, surprisingly for Dean Heller, who eschewed President Trump in 2016, they have become best buddies. President Trump has even said that he loves Dean Heller, so he's played a very big role in Dean Heller's campaign, notwithstanding the fact that the Heller campaign reportedly asked the president not to make a visit toward the end of the campaign in the last couple of days here. Jackie Rosen has targeted Dean Heller for the #1 thing that he supported President Trump on, which was the health care repeal. Although Dean Heller didn't support the president's preferred version, he found his way to vote for one of the versions of health care repeal after getting I guess we call it a slight nudge from President Trump.
And Dennis, where you are, what are the results of that race going to show us about the future of politics there in Arizona?
I think, a lot like Texas. I think, when you look back in 2016, Donald Trump only won this state by a couple of points, about 3 points. Now, if Kyrsten Sinema, a Democrat, she's able to win this, it shows that, Arizona, again, is a purple state. It is a battleground state. It's a state that a lot of presidential candidates should be paying attention to. Again, we have not elected a Democratic senator in Arizona since 1988. And currently, right now, every statewide office here in Arizona, including the 2 Senate seats, that's 13 total seats here of elected officials, all belong to Republicans right now. A win by Kyrsten Sinema would drastically change that perception of Arizona.
All right, gentlemen, I have a question here from Ed O'Keefe. Ed, go ahead.
Guys, it's actually for all three of you, because if Democrats have any hope of making a play for the Senate tonight, they basically have to win all 3 of your states. So quickly tell our viewers, what would the Democrat have to do in your state tonight in order to win? Who do they have to get out to vote? Where do they have to do it? Gromer, let's start with you.
Well, 2 things. Base Democrats have to come out in higher numbers, but suburban women in the suburbs and in the urban areas around Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, they have to come out for Beto O'Rourke in order for him to have a chance. And the turnout has to be high, dramatically high, not between 6 and 7 million, but 8 to 8.5 million. Then he has a shot of winning.
And Gromer, real quick, do they have a reason to believe that's happening today?
Turnout is, people are voting, yes. So turnout is high. That's the first component. Will it get to over 8 million? We'll see. But they're encouraged, and Republicans are a little worried because the higher the turnout, the better the chances are for Democrats.
And where is he finding most of that support, Gromer? Which of the big cities especially?
The big cities, he's finding strong support in the big cities, but also there are hidden pockets in these urban areas. You know, Collin County, a strong Republican county in the Dallas area, he's holding his own there. Tarrant County in the Fort Worth area. Those are voters that are, you know, he's 50-50, you know, there with Ted Cruz in some of those areas. That's a good indicator that he is in this race.
Steve, in Las Vegas, I know when you talk to Democrats out there, they say the Harry Reid turnout machine still exists and appears to be operating well today. Is that what you're hearing? And what is the Harry Reid turnout machine that gets Democrats elected?
Yeah, the Harry Reid turnout machine is not a matter of fiction. It's a real thing, and it does appear to be working, especially in early voting. We had a record turnout for early voting in a midterm election in the history of Nevada. There are lines of polling places today, so it looks like that high turnout is continuing apace. In order to win, Jackie Rosen is going to have to run up the numbers big in Clark County. That's the Reid turnout machine playbook, and try to keep it as even as possible in Washoe County, where Reno is located. At last report, they were about 1%. Democrats had about a 1% lead in Reno. That's probably going to shift as the day goes on. But if she can keep it as close in Reno and drive up the turnout big in Clark County, then she can win with those numbers.
And Dennis, in Arizona, what does Kyrsten Sinema have to do?
Again, she has got to turn out her base supporters again, and then she's also got to get those independents as well as those moderate Republicans, particularly moderate Republican women, to kind of cross over and start voting for her. And there is evidence that that might be happening, because if you look over at the state governor's race right now, the Governor Doug Ducey, winning that race by big numbers. That is a statewide race, as is this Senate race. And you look at the Senate race, and this is neck and neck. So there is some evidence that is happening. Now, as far as overall turnout, we're seeing big turnout here in Arizona. 1.6 million early ballots have already been cast. That has exceeded the 2014 total of 1.5 million already. Now, state officials are telling me right now we could see 2.2 million ballots cast at the end of this election, and that is approaching presidential numbers. Back in 2008, 2012, 2.3 million ballots were cast in both of those elections, and in 2016 there were about 2.6 million. So we are seeing a lot of those pieces falling in place right now for Kyrsten Sinema.
One of the issues for McSally in all this was the fact that she had been somebody concerned about and not necessarily a supporter of the president back in 2016, but has now come to embrace him. Is there any reason to believe we'll see suppressed Republican turnout, especially among those diehard conservatives in the Phoenix area who say, nope, she hasn't been with him since the start, therefore she doesn't get my vote?
Well, I think, you kind of look at how the campaigns are acting, that they are definitely worried about that. Republicans have been going around, to Republican districts and making their final campaign pitches to those people. They were up in rural Arizona all day yesterday, wrapping up their campaigns in Prescott, Arizona. Again, another Republican stronghold. So what they are trying to do is crank up the base, get them out there. That tells you a lot about their actions, what they're really worried about with that. Coincidentally, Kyrsten Sinema spent the day down in Tucson by herself. She's not campaigning with anybody. She feels a little bit more comfortable at this time.
Gromer, let me ask you, there's a clip I'd like to play from Congressman O'Rourke after he cast his vote this morning. Let's listen to that.
Are you expecting to win? Yes. So grateful to all these first-time voters who are going to decide this election. Voting amongst those 18 to 29 is up 500% in Texas from the last midterm election. I can't count how many people have come up and said this is the first election that they will vote in.
So nearly all the polling in this race has shown Senator Cruz in the lead. Is it possible, Gromer, that those polls are perhaps missing some of those first-time voters that O'Rourke mentioned?
Absolutely, Elaine. I talked to Congressman O'Rourke yesterday. There are all sorts of new voters in the process and voters who are not primary voters. I mean, it could be up to 40% after tonight that voters in this process are voters that can't be identified by either party and the polls didn't really touch. So he's depending on that. He's banking on the fact that at some point, these new voters, these voters that the parties haven't identified will be in his favor.
Dennis, no matter who wins Arizona's Senate race, she will be the state's first ever female senator. What will that mean for Arizonans?
Well, you know, I got to tell you this. I mean, obviously that would be historic, but this is a state that has seen a lot of female candidates elected to statewide office. I mean, we've had a number of female governors and secretaries of states and many other offices out there. Obviously, it's historic to have the first female there, but here in Arizona, you know, voters here, they like electing women to statewide offices.
All right. Steve, let me ask you. So Senator Heller is the only Republican incumbent senator running in a state that Hillary Clinton won in 2016. How critical is it to both parties to win this race?
Well, it's essential, especially with what's going on with some of the other races for Democrats to win this race, and Republicans believe it's essential for them to hold on to it as well. They have been making that argument in their public appearances and certainly in their television advertising. There's a lot of scaremongering going on, conflating Jackie Rosen with Nancy Pelosi. In fact, one ad even transposed their last names and said there's really no difference between them, notwithstanding the fact that Nancy Pelosi is a member of the House and Jackie Rosen's running to be a member of the Senate. So they are pulling out all the stops in this race to make sure that stays in Republican hands.
All right, Gromer Jeffers, Steve Sebelius, and Dennis Welch, thanks to you all. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Elaine.
Absolutely.
Coming up, the president addresses the question many have been asking.
And then they tell you, he's got the greatest economy. Why is he talking about the border?
Ahead, we'll break down the president's closing arguments and why some in his party wished it could have been different. We'll have a live report from the White House when we return. You're watching CBSN's Election Night coverage.
You know, the midterm elections used to be like boring, didn't they? Do you even remember what they were? People say midterms. They say, what is that? What is it, right? Now it's like the hottest thing. These guys are making a fortune because of me and you. But it's true. It's true. I mean, who ever even heard of midterm? They don't even know what it is. I've had a lot of people say, I don't know what midterm is, but now I'm watching every single minute, and I'm going out to vote. But the key is you have to go out to vote. Because in a sense, I am on the ticket. You got to go out to vote.
After campaigning for Republican candidates in the weeks and even hours leading up to midterms, President Trump kept his public schedule empty today. CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Zhang joins us now. Weijia, President Trump did not make any public appearances today, but he was still tweeting endorsements of candidates across the country. Does the president think he is the best surrogate for Republicans this year?
Well, I think he does. In fact, you just heard that clip from the president and what is different between the races he was talking about before where, quote, nobody knew about the midterms or cared about the midterms. And now, well, he is the difference, right? And so he is very blunt in talking to supporters at all those rallies. In fact, 51 in 22 states this season, many of which we were all at. You were covering from the broadcast center. And he wasn't shy to say that I am on the ballot. You are voting for me in a way because of all the work we have done together. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's make sure that our Republican friends maintain control of Congress so they can continue voting for my agenda rather than setting us back. And so I think that's a huge reason why he was out there campaigning. And he does believe he can rally his base to not only vote for the people who are actually on the ballot, but to voice their opinion about the work that he has done so far since taking office. But, that's not to say that all Republicans have welcomed his support. In fact, some have tried to distance themselves, depending on what state they are from. But during this last push, the president, again, is urging voters just to vote GOP all the way. It was interesting, Weijia, to see where exactly he chose to go in that final push. And I wonder, are there any specific races you think the president is focused in on tonight? Well, it was very clear in this week alone. He went to Indiana 3 times. He went to Florida a lot. And I think that is not so much about the race in Florida, but rather about 2020. And he knows how critical Florida was during the 2016 campaign. He is very much aware that it will, again, be critical in just a couple years. But I think the states that he has gone to are states actually where Senate races are very tight as well. And so even though, even our polls show that the Democrats are poised to take over the House, or likely take over the House, it seems that he is still also focused on the Senate. And he has even said as much. He says that he is focusing on the Senate and not so much the House, even though, like you mentioned earlier, he was tweeting about some specific races today. And almost all of them were about House races, because White House aides here tell us that they have acknowledged that they will likely lose power in the House. And the president has said that as well. He also says he's not going to assign any blame, not to House Speaker Paul Ryan, and that he will not take any blame either if that happens, that, it's not his fault. Weijia, Ed O'Keefe has a question for you.
Yeah, about that blame. We'll see if he takes it or not, but he's certainly going to get some if there's Republican losses. And Weijia, what I'm curious about, especially given it was a quiet day there at the White House, how many West Wing officials at this point might be polishing off their resumes, preparing either to get fired or to move on to something else in the next few weeks? Because we've seen the reporting that suggests that as many as 6 or 7 cabinet secretaries might get the boot or get rearranged on the deck of the good ship Trump administration. Others might just leave out of exhaustion, because 2 years for Trump is like 4 years for any other president. I got to imagine there's a lot of that going on in the back rooms there.
Well, that's right. And it's not rare anyway to see a shift, right, after 2 years or so in certain positions. But in terms of this list that you have mentioned, that is not new. There has been a watch list for several of these positions. It's no secret who is on there and whose staff could be impacted. But you're right in that I think the administration, the president, did not want to go there until the midterms were over. simply because, if nothing else, it creates a sense of chaos that there are these high-profile exits right before the midterm elections that they don't want to deal with. And specifically, and again, this is no secret, but we are closely watching what happens with Attorney General Jeff Sessions by design, because the president himself has said so many times that we'll see what happens after the midterms. And so that's just one of many, 6 or 7, as you mentioned, Ed, of names that we are watching as this race concludes, and what happens to those high-profile members, because less is at stake, right? Once tomorrow happens. And so I think those people who are on those staffs are aware, and it won't be like a sudden departure. It'll be expected.
All right, Weijia Jiang, no shortage of developments to keep an eye on there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Thank you so much,
Thank
Weijia.
you.
The president bet immigration would help drive his supporters to the polls. It's the issue that propelled him to the presidency 2 years ago. According to our CBS News exit polls, it's the second most important issue to voters this year.
Yeah, I traveled with the president to a rally in Indiana last week. Many supporters there told me immigration was top of mind.
The immigration is a big deal, and not letting the socialists win.
What makes immigration such a big deal for you?
Because we have too many homeless people in this country, too many homeless vets. I think the money ought to go to them before it goes to the illegals.
Main thing is immigration enforcement, illegal immigration enforcement.
What is the most important issue for you this year when you go to vote?
Immigration.
What about it?
I think we need to control who comes through our borders. I think we need to know who comes through our borders.
Let's bring in Leslie Sanchez, Sabrina Siddiqui, and Michael Graham. Leslie is a CBS News contributor and Republican strategist. Sabrina is a CBSN political contributor and political reporter for The Guardian. And Michael is a CBSN political contributor and a columnist for The Boston Herald. So let me start with you, Michael, because this question of immigration has been fascinating to watch as this has played out. I want to actually bring in a number from the exit poll, the first wave of exit polling that we have here, on the people's thoughts on the president's immigration policies. 48% felt that the president's immigration policies are too tough, 16% not tough enough, 32% about right. So when you look at those figures and you think about the strategy that we've seen, especially in these final days, it seems that that might be a risk, the tone that the president has taken on this issue.
I think it's absolutely a risk, but he made a decision. On the one side, there was the argument, let's do what Governor Scott Walker is trying to do in Wisconsin, Governor Sununu in New Hampshire, talk about the economy, have a smile, and say, look, are you better off than you were? I mean, it would seem to me an easy question to answer. But President Trump believes that that's not what will motivate people in a midterm, that you need something that's emotionally compelling. And so just as Democrats run ads, did you know Congressman Johnson's taking your health care and feeding it to your dog? Well, the Republicans run their, oh my gosh, immigration, borders. I just want to add something about immigration because I've been dealing with this issue for a long time. Did talk radio for many years, this top topic. And there's another layer of the conversation that I think it's widely overlooked, which is that there's an issue of fundamental fairness. There's a class of people in America, a lot of them blue collar, a lot of them white, who feel like other people just in general get breaks, get deals. And they see it as a form of cheating. And a psychologist explained one time, he said, do you ever notice how mad you get when someone cuts a line at a movie theater? There's something that's embedded emotionally. That's just not, it's not a broad immigration opposition, like zero immigration. We have about 1 million immigrants a year legally. But it's rather the fairness issue that I think resonates with voters in a way that a lot of us just sometimes don't get.
So on the Democratic side, let's talk about former President Obama. Sabrina, he had some comments about President Trump's closing arguments. Let's go ahead and listen to some of that.
They're telling us that the single most grave threat to America is a bunch of poor, impoverished, broke, hungry refugees 1,000 miles away. That's like the thing that's really going to threaten Gary. Amen. It's not like we need more jobs here. It's not health care. It's not like how we going to educate our kids and get those guns out of the hands of our kids. That's not the thing. The thing is, these folks 1,000 miles away.
So it's interesting to hear former President Obama, and then you look at the context of what Michael's saying, right? There's a feeling among some in this country of fundamental unfairness, people sort of cheating the system some way, somehow. Now you have this message on the Democratic side. I wonder, is playing off fear, though, the bottom line, does it not work?
Well, the president was able to use the same strategy to success in 2016, where immigration was so integral to his campaign, and similarly stoking fears around those who were crossing the U.S.-Mexico border, even though those who are fleeing Central America are coming here with a legal right to claim asylum under international law. It's not the same as illegal immigration, but Trump is able to muddy the waters because he knows about the emotions that it does incite within his base. But I think that a lot of the reason why the president is falling back on this message is because the economy is doing well. His administration has managed to maintain positive job growth as well as keep the rate of unemployment low. But the president's own approval ratings have been fairly stagnant, if not falling. And so it reinforces this idea that this is a president who has a ceiling. And that affects the Republicans down ballot who wanted these elections to be about the economy. They wanted to campaign on tax cuts, the bill not being widely popular with the American public. But the president turned this into a base-only election, recognizing that immigration is the issue that drives his supporters to the polls. But that makes this a lot more, frankly, about keeping the Senate, which is being waged in these reliably red rural states that were won by Trump. It doesn't do a lot for those Republicans running for re-election in the House, which will ultimately come down to competitive suburban districts where this is not the issue that voters have prioritized as they head to the polls.
All right, Leslie Sanchez, Sabrina Siddiqui, Michael Graham, thanks to you. Coming up, securing the vote, how the election security may have changed since 2016. We'll check in with our expert Dan Patterson to discuss the threat. You're streaming CBSN's election night coverage. Election security has been a top concern in the 2018 midterms. The Department of Homeland Security has manned a virtual situation room where it's monitoring potential cyber threats. Here's what Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen said about the issue last week.
We are more prepared than we've ever been, and we will continue to prepare not just for this election, but through every election to come in the future.
CNET senior producer Dan Patterson joins me now. All right, Dan, have we seen any issues with election security today so far?
Well, so far, the hacking threats seem fairly minimal. That doesn't mean there is zero hacking. And in fact, there have been reports of influence campaigns throughout social media. In fact, Facebook removed some content just this past week. We've also seen the DHS, DOD, DNI, that's alphabet soup, but they've said that there were attempts to hack databases as well as voting systems. However, they also said that these weren't a part of a coordinated campaign, and they did not have evidence that this was a part of a nation-state campaign.
It does make you wonder, though. Well, we heard Secretary Nielsen say that they have a virtual situation room to monitor threats. What other measures is the government taking here?
Well, again, this alphabet soup of government agencies have been coordinating for quite a while with state and municipal governments to make sure that voting systems are secure. Look, we've said it over and over and over. If it can be hacked, it probably will be hacked, but that doesn't mean that our election system is defenseless or has been laying by idly and just waiting to be hacked. So they've been coordinating attempts, and they're kind of mum on specifically what they're doing so their tactics don't leak, but they have said that this is an ongoing connected effort so that they can not just read what's happening on the ground, but coordinate and deploy efforts to defend against hacks as they see them throughout the evening.
Well, of course, this year Congress has held several hearings with tech executives to discuss the spread of misinformation on social media. You guys have talked about that a lot, I know, over at CNET. But let's take a listen to what the CEOs of Facebook and Twitter said in their congressional hearings.
But it's clear now that we didn't do enough to prevent these tools from being used for harm as well. And that goes for fake news, for foreign interference in elections and hate speech, as well as developers and data privacy. We didn't take a broad enough view of our responsibility, and that was a big mistake.
Our interests are aligned with the American people and this committee. If we don't find scalable solutions to the problems we're now seeing, we lose our business, and we continue to threaten the original privilege and liberty we were given to create Twitter in the first place.
So, Dan, when it comes to this kind of interference, what exactly has been done to try to prevent this in the midterms?
Well, every major social media company, including Facebook, Instagram, which is a component of Facebook, as well as WhatsApp, YouTube and Google, Twitter, and other major tech platforms have now taken the threat of not just influence campaign content, but harassment incredibly seriously, or so they say, as we just heard. Look, all summer long, each one of these companies has released information about coordinated influence campaign content originating from Iran, Russia, China, and other nation states. The challenge is that many of these foreign actors, as well as domestic actors, kind of use the social platforms as they're intended to be used. And although we see this stream of releases from these companies saying that they are doing as much as humanly possible to take down this content, we still see targeted harassment and influence campaign content happening at massive scale. This is targeted not just voters, but journalists as well. I was subject to influence campaign content and targeted harassment, as well as many other journalists in the run-up to this election. And Twitter's response was kind of cut and paste. So it seems as though they are giving kind of lip service to taking down some of this content, but not actually doing anything to remove the large-scale attempts to attack, target, and harass, again, not just political candidates, but anyone who might be seen as an enemy of other users on the network.
It's so important to continue to shine the spotlight on this very issue. Dan Patterson, Dan, thank you so much.
Good to see you.
It's nearly 6 o'clock in the east, which means polls in parts of Indiana and Kentucky are about to close. Ahead, we'll check in on all of the key races, including that fierce fight for governor in Georgia. It's a battle of the bases that may not get decided until December 4th. We'll explain why when CBSN's election night coverage continues.
one of the most important elections of our lifetime.
If you don't like what's going on right now, vote.
That's the only way that we're going to turn this thing around.
We need to make sure that it's Republican across the board.
We need to build the wall.
They talk about making America great again. The politicians need to get great.
Go vote! Go vote!
We are coming together not against anyone, but for the United States of America.
Vote, vote, vote.
You know what's at stake.
Hi everyone, I'm Elaine Quijano with Ed O'Keefe. We are an hour away from getting our first results of the night. Control of the House is at stake. CBS News rates more than 60 House races tonight as competitive. Most of those races are for seats currently held by Republicans. Democrats would need to flip at least 23 seats to take control of the chamber. In the Senate, there are 35 seats being decided. Democrats are defending 26 of them. Republicans only 9. To take control of the Senate, Democrats would need to defend all of their current seats and take 2 away from Republicans. There are also 36 races for governor this evening that will have major implications at the state and national level. One of the most closely watched and contentious races has been the race for governor in Georgia. Democratic former state legislator Stacey Abrams is up against Republican Georgia Secretary of State Brian Kemp. The two are locked in a tight race that has garnered national attention. Both President Trump and former President Obama visited the state to campaign for candidates. Abrams has accused Kemp, who oversees the state's elections, of attempted voter suppression, while Kemp's office has accused the state Democratic Party of, quote, potential cyber crimes just days before the election. CBS News correspondent Mark Strassman is in Atlanta. Mark, what have you been seeing today when it comes to voters heading to the polls?
Elaine, there have been a couple of headlines here in Georgia. The first one is heavy turnout. This is a polling place in downtown Atlanta at a high school. This line's right here is about as thin as it has been all day. I'm telling you, this morning there were 200 people waiting when the doors opened. Within an hour, that number had doubled. There was a double circle around this gymnasium, and it was pretty steadily at around the 200 mark until mid-afternoon when it tapered off. This, what you're seeing here, is perhaps the last bit of folks who didn't get a chance this morning, or perhaps just didn't have time to wait this morning because the average time was an hour and a half or 2 hours in this precinct at least. So they're trying to get their vote in before as they head home from work. Second headline of the day, Elaine, I think, is that there have been a number of glitches here, problems with voting machines. Here, at least, they started with 10 machines, then one of them went out. In other precincts, they've had problems with touchscreens. In some cases, they've had problems with power. In at least one precinct, actually, I think 2 precincts, they had to use paper ballots. So there have been a number of issues that way, too, that have frustrated voters and probably frustrated some election officials as well.
Mark, Ed O'Keefe has a question for you.
Hi, Mark. Good to see you. Look, you've lived and worked in the Atlanta area for several years now. For those of us in the 49 other states, compare and contrast this gubernatorial contest with other ones in recent history, both in the tone of the two campaigns and the interest among Georgians themselves.
Well, I think the tone has been significantly more negative. Both candidates have gone after each other in a very harsh way, not only painting each other as extremists, but also, you remember Kemp over the weekend accused the Georgia Democratic Party of trying to hack into the voting rolls. He offered no evidence whatsoever of that, but he said he had called in the FBI to investigate. Abrams has accused Kemp of suppressing the vote here in Georgia over the last few years, particularly targeting the minority community here in Georgia. Of course, given the South and Jim Crow and all the efforts to exclude blacks from voting, that kind of an accusation has some ominous undertones as well. So this has been a very unpleasant race. And when you couple that with the fact of how divided America is and the fact that Brian Kemp is an unabashed pro-Trump politician, and that Stacey Abrams represents the antithesis of that, you have people who are dug in on both sides now trying to project their political expressions onto these two candidates. And that has only further roiled this race, which was already unpleasant given the kind of accusations that were going back and forth.
And Mark, remind us, what happens if somebody doesn't hit 50% of the vote?
If a candidate in Georgia by law does not hit 50% plus one vote, we go to a runoff. The runoff would be December 4th, 28 days from now. And that, of course, would mean another roughly 4 weeks of some presumably pretty negative campaigning.
All right, something to keep an eye on. Mark Strassman, thank you so much, Mark.
Okay, guys.
If elected, Democrat Stacey Abrams would be the first African-American woman elected governor, but she's not the only candidate who could make history tonight. Here's a look.
A victory for Indian country. The victory in a Democratic primary in New Mexico has set up Deborah Haaland as the heavy favorite to become the first Native American woman to be elected to Congress.
Together we can organize around the politics of hope.
She would become the first Somali American elected to Congress.
Whoever wins will become the first woman to represent Arizona in the U.S. Senate.
When you're flying airplanes, the airplane doesn't care if you're a girl or a boy. They just care if you fly well and you shoot straight.
She's looking to become the youngest woman ever elected to Congress.
So many folks are just ready for change and new energy, and that's what you're seeing tonight.
She's already made history as the nation's first African-American woman nominated for governor.
I don't want anyone here to vote for me because I'm black. We want y'all to vote for us because we're better.
She would become the nation's first transgender governor if elected.
It's not just about the transgender community. It's not just about the LGBT community. It's about all marginalized communities.
Well, it seems like change is on the way.
She will likely be the first black woman to represent Massachusetts in Congress.
The first thing that I think about when somebody says you're going to be the first Muslim is celebrate this moment. We changed the course of history at a time we thought it was impossible.
Let's bring in CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns, Democratic strategist Joel Payne, and political reporter for The Guardian, Sabrina Siddiqui. Sabrina and Joel are also both CBSN political contributors. All right, Sabrina, let me start with you, and let's talk about women running for office, because this, of course, has been called the Year of the Woman. There are 237 women running for the House, 23 for Senate, and 16 for governor. What is driving these women to run?
Well, there's certainly no question that a large part of this has to do with women wanting to respond to the election of Donald Trump. And we first saw that manifest itself the very day after the president's inauguration in the Women's March, and this movement that has really galvanized. And I think that one of the big questions, of course, is what, for example, the so-called Kavanaugh effect will be, because we talked a lot about how there are a record number of women on the ballot, most of them on the Democratic side, many of them having breezed through their primaries. And the other question now is, what does that mean by way of turnout among female voters? And a lot of the controversy around the confirmation of Brett Kavanaugh amid the allegations of sexual misconduct, that raised questions as to whether that might boost turnout among women who have typically, of course, particularly single women, gravitated toward Democrats. The other key part of this vote to watch is suburban women who in 2016 did keep largely in line with Republicans, but they kind of held their nose and voted for Trump. Have they now seen his temperament has not changed, and does that mean that they're going to break away with him today? Those are some of the big trends that we're watching.
So exit polling shows that 8 in 10 say electing more women to Congress is important. But Joel, even if you have many of these female candidates winning, how much of a dent is that really going to make when it comes to those numbers in Congress?
Well, listen, the energy really is what it's all about, right? You know, you look at just some of the historic numbers that have been reached, not just with the candidates that are on the ballot today, but those who are running. I mean, this has been an organizing principle for the Democratic Party this cycle. And I think we've seen it reflected in really strong women candidates in places like Arizona, not just on the Democratic side, but the Republican side. Stacey Abrams in Georgia, but probably the strongest Democrat to run statewide in Georgia in a long time. I think that the party is starting to realize this is not just something we should just, kind of highlight as a, extra feature, but really as something that's a main stool of the party and a main focal point of the party now. And so I think that from this point forward, you'll see that reflected in the type of candidates the Democrats look for.
So speaking of first, Nevada could have the first ever women majority state legislature. And Caitlin, you were with us when we traveled for Red and Blue to Nevada. Tell us what you found found there on this issue?
Well, we saw that Democratic candidates were very much looking at these women voters, as a strength, as a constituency that could help flip some of these congressional districts, but also potentially change the legislature to a majority run. Now, experts that we talked to in the state said that that is that's a very ambitious goal there, and that at this point it does not seem the likely outcome. But the fact that it could be, I think, is really important. I will also say that I just got out of the meeting with our elections head, Anthony Salvanto, going over some of these exit polls, and we really talked about how much women are driving this election. Sabrina mentioned suburban women that we've been looking at and talking about all election cycle. Double-digit lead at this point for Democrats, and that matches what we've seen in poll after poll heading into this election. But what I was really interested in, we're seeing a swing among white women who voted for Trump in 2016, and he likes to cite that a lot on the campaign trail. Nearly a 13-point swing, according to the exit polls at this point. Now, we have to consider that the exit polls are very heavily tilted towards the East. We're still waiting for the rest of the country, but in the East, that's where a lot of these really competitive congressional races are taking place.
It's definitely important to keep in mind, though, that geographic context that you mentioned. Another factor in 2018 is military service, right? That's something that we have seen over and over. According to the Military Times, 172 veterans won primaries this year, including both Republicans and Democrats and women. How has this narrative, Sabrina, of military service and people with records of military service helped shape the narrative of the 2018 midterms?
Well, I think that it's been a striking contrast to what we've seen in previous elections, and I think that we are also at this particular point in time continuing to be involved in overseas conflict, and there's often a lot of talk from politicians about not only what that should look like, but also how to then take care of veterans when they come back home. And those who've been missing from that conversation are veterans themselves. There's always the interest groups in Washington, but having a Congress that is more representative of the people that is seeking to serve. I think that's one of the themes that we've seen really play out when you look at the diversity of the ballot across the country. And go ahead, Ed.
I think it's important to note that we have a lot of candidates who are military veterans. They won't all be winners tonight.
Right.
You have several Republicans, for example, running for governor in this part of the country, some in the Midwest who won't do well. You have several female veteran Democrats, first-time candidates running in those reach races for Democrats where they might not win this time, but gosh, given the amount of money they've raised, you wonder if they might try again in 2 years. You might see them run for something else in their states, maybe at the state level or again for Congress at some point. But just important to remind people, because you may wake up tomorrow and go, whatever happened to all those veterans? Well, they ran, but they didn't necessarily win.
But it's a good point, though, Joel, this notion of if they don't win now, it is still, though, the case, is it not, that there'll be lessons learned, right? And so this idea of having veterans, not just Republicans, but Democrats and Democratic women in particular, right? That's not necessarily a dynamic that we're used to seeing.
We're not used to seeing that. And, I think it's interesting you mentioned about Democrats, too. Not traditionally seen as a party where you'll see a lot of veteran candidates, but you are. And I think that that's a couple of things. One, just the fact that we're in a generation where we have a lot of people who are recently out of service, who now want to serve public service here back in the States. But I think also the fact that maybe Democrats are starting to see that as an advantage in terms of pushing back against President Trump and against Republicans in issues that traditionally don't favor Democrats, issues of national security and things of that nature. Democrats now are starting to see opportunities where they can put people on the ballot who essentially can be foils for Republicans.
Because I wonder, is there a concerted sort of push on the part of some Democrats to try and actively seek out veterans to run as Democrats do, for folks to actually take that military service and use it in a way that is not necessarily akin to what Democrats have done in the past?
I mean, look at someone like Tammy Duckworth. She's not on the ballot this time, but she certainly is somebody who's been a very distinguished member of the Senate, and that was an important distinguishing characteristic in her her competency as a candidate when she ran a few years ago.
And I think Joel will tell you that you're going to continue to see this, not just this year, but into the future, because so many of these candidates have now essentially aged out of the military.
Right.
They've hit their mid-30s, their 40s, and they're looking for a new way to serve. That's what so many different consultants and advocates for these folks have said throughout this year, is that this is just a natural extension of their natural instinct to serve. They want to find a way to do it now in the political sphere.
You want to say something, Caitlin?
I was going to say Massachusetts Representative Seth Moulton had made this a target going into this election to recruit Democratic veteran candidates, and it looks like they were successful.
It'll be fascinating to see how that dynamic plays out. Race, of course, is something that we have to talk about. It continues to be a major factor. So you could have two men becoming the first African-American governors in Maryland and Florida. Stacey Abrams, as we've talked about, in Georgia. How has this had an impact? I'm going to get your takes on this, on how things have played out, because in Georgia in particular, there's been some real ugliness surrounding that particular campaign. Sabrina?
There has been in Georgia, with the talk that we were just having about voter suppression tactics. Democrats, of course, saying that Brian Kemp was trying to suppress turnout, particularly among African-American voters, who would certainly be a critical bloc for Stacey Abrams to succeed. I was out in Florida last week covering the governor's race between Andrew Gillum and Ron DeSantis, and to put it no other way, it became a race about race, because there have been so many attacks, some coded, some not so coded, levied at Andrew Gillum, coming from Ron DeSantis as well as outside Republican groups, that kind of forced race into the forefront of the conversation. And now there's obviously been somewhat of a policy debate, but I think a lot of this speaks to the kind of environment we're in under President Trump, where he also has used the bully pulpit to kind of stoke racial tensions. And you're now seeing the trickle-down effect of that as you look at the way in which some of these Republican candidates are campaigning across the country. Ron DeSantis was framing Gillum as an enemy, quote-unquote, of law enforcement, which is a very charged thing to say about someone who is seeking to be Florida's first African-American governor. But what that could do in turn is boost turnout among African-American voters who also would be critical to Andrew Gillum in Florida.
Yeah, there's no other way to say it, but the president has weaponized race. Okay? I mean, that's just bottom line. The president sees race as a part of his advantage in terms of galvanizing his voters. Again, I said this earlier, the whiter you get, the older you get, the less educated you get, that's more likely to be a Trump voter, and the more male you get. And the president has used that as a weapon to get his base whipped up. And he's actually been pretty transparent about it. Now, while that certainly may be something that the president feels like is positive for him, guess what? Democrats have found that there is a positive impact for them, particularly when you look at Florida. Andrew Gillum very possibly is going to carry Bill Nelson over the finish line tonight, because he's going to galvanize so many minority voters and so many voters that, frankly, Hillary Clinton did not, my old boss did not galvanize back in 2016. Andrew Gillum is going to bring that coalition out in the way that we couldn't in 2016. And so that's a way that it's potentially backfired against the president.
I want to just challenge you just a moment, because some supporters of President Trump would argue, this idea of weaponizing race, it is one thing to talk about sort of the intentional use of this issue. It is another to talk about perhaps not realizing the effects of one's words. Is it not possible? Is it within the realm of possibility? I'm talking about the Florida race as well, right? We had that controversy in the gubernatorial contest early on with Ron DeSantis's monkey it up comment, and race was pushed into the forefront of that contest. And he says, that's not at all what he meant. Is that not plausible that perhaps there are just folks, as you roll your eyes at O'Keefe, but is it not possible that in this day and age there are folks who don't realize the impact perhaps of their words?
Well, I think the challenge with the president is that we keep returning to this conversation around race, whether it's intentional or not. He has a tendency to make comments about candidates of color that he does not make about candidates on the ballot who are white. In fact, with Andrew Gillum, he referred to him as a thief in a tweet and said that Ron DeSantis was a Harvard, Yale graduate. Andrew Gillum was the very first member of his family to graduate from high school and go to college. He said that Stacey Abrams was not qualified to be governor when she was the minority leader in the state house. So I think that, there is a question as to why he happens to revert to some of this rhetoric when he is talking about race. And certainly it's something that we have seen again really ignite his base. He is someone who ultimately was propelled to the presidency by majority white voters. president. That's why I think the point is key as to whether the reverse effect of that might manifest itself today, where Democrats can finally turn out those minority voters who not only did not come through in large numbers in 2016, but typically haven't really come out in large numbers in midterms.
And it's not just African Americans, Latinos. And actually, I've been talking to folks who actually see some really strong numbers in Texas. And by the way, they think that that is some anti-immigrant pushback against the president. Now, that doesn't mean that Beto O'Rourke is definitely going to win tonight, but guess what? It means that Democrats are in a much better position to perform better tonight and into the future because the president has started to change the map in their favor in places like Texas.
And just real quick, if Republicans want to study a way to somehow win over minority voters, go look at Larry Hogan tonight in Maryland, who's probably going to win soundly. Republican running against Ben Jealous, the former head of the NAACP, and yet Larry Hogan, the Republican, may pick off a sizable percentage of black voters because they have no problem with him. And he's been a pretty good guy at bridging the gap and finding ways to get that state to work together.
Yeah, no, it's really
Maryland
important.
native. It is very interesting to talk to people in the state. So many that I've talked to have been splitting their tickets, citing the economy and the fact that Hogan campaigned not as a Trump Republican.
Fascinating. I'm sure a lot of folks will be watching that race then. All right, Caitlin Huey, Burns, Joel Payne, and Sabrina Siddiqui, thanks to you all. Coming up, West Virginia, Indiana, and Florida, 3 states that all went for Donald Trump in 2016. So how will the incumbent Democratic senators in those states fare tonight? We'll check in with our local reporters on the ground when CBSN's election night coverage continues.
You've got to take care of people with pre-existing condition. He could care less about that. He wants to throw them off. He votes over and over again to repeal and throw them off.
People know. I want to look everyone in the eye tonight and tell them I support protecting people with pre-existing conditions. That's critical. But what Senator Manchin is doing is he's trying to disguise his support for Obamacare.
He
has systematically, in his 8 years as governor, systematically disassembled the environmental agencies of this state.
The algae problem is 100% tied to the fact that Senator Nelson does a campaign ad in 1990 said he's going to deal with the algae, and now how many years later, he has never done anything.
Both West Virginia and Florida will be key to determining which party controls the Senate. Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia is one of the most vulnerable incumbent Democrats. His state went for President Trump by more than 40 points in 2016. Manchin is running against Republican State Attorney General Patrick Morrisey. And in Florida, it's a matchup of two of the state's most powerful politicians. Republican Governor Rick Scott, who is term limited, is challenging Democratic Senator Bill Nelson. Joining us now is CBS Miami political correspondent Jim DeFede, and Hoppy Kercheval is host of West Virginia Metro News Talkline. Welcome to you both. Hoppy, let me start with you. Last year, we saw West Virginia's governor switch parties to become a Republican. So how important is it for the Democratic Party in the state to keep this Senate seat?
This is huge in West Virginia for the Democratic Party, but interestingly enough, Manchin's not running as a Democrat. You hardly even hear him say that he's a member of the Democratic Party. He's running as what we like to call the party of Joe Manchin. I'm Joe Manchin. You know me. I can work with both parties. Because Trump won this state by 42 points, he's not going out there and talking at length about the Democratic Party. He's trying to stay away from Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and Hillary Clinton. Meanwhile, Patrick Morrisey is really trying to link him to those names. But Joe Manchin's running as the party of Joe Manchin, not a Democrat.
Well, Jim, our exit polls indicate that health care is the #1 issue nationally. How has that played out in the Senate race between Governor Rick Scott and Senator Bill Nelson?
It's really been fascinating. You know, Rick Scott was the governor who refused to expand Medicaid, and his attorney general, Pam Bondi, is part of the lawsuit to repeal Obamacare, strike down Obamacare, including pre-existing conditions. But what we've seen Governor Scott do on this issues and others is to start to try to mitigate his views, to try to move away from the hard line, distancing himself from the attorney general, saying he wants to cover people with pre-existing conditions. We've seen it in other areas too, on the environment, on guns. The governor was very smart in getting out ahead of the Parkland tragedy and ended up putting together with a bill for the Marjory Stoneman Douglas, which really mollified a lot of the NRA talk against him. So he's been running very hard, very smart. He's run a very good campaign.
Jim and Hoppy, it's Ed O'Keefe here in New York. Jim, I'm going to turn the tables on you because we chatted earlier for your CBS 4 Miami coverage, and now I'm curious. Given what we've seen here in the closing weeks of this race, is it fair to say that Senator Nelson's essentially going to have to send flowers every week to Andrew Gillum if he wins re-election tonight?
No, absolutely. If Bill Nelson wins this race, it will be because Andrew Gillum excited the Democratic Party in a way that a Democratic gubernatorial candidate hasn't done in a long time. He is pulling in new voters into this process that we have not seen before, and Bill Nelson is the beneficiary. As I've been trying to analyze this race and think about what we're seeing is, we're sort of seeing that, again, I know we're talking about the Senate race, but on the governor's side, we're sort of seeing the redux of the 2016 race on the Republicans, while Gillum and Nelson are trying to run more of a 2008-2012 Obama-style race. That's what's really being pitted here, is a tale of two elections. 2016 on the Republican side, 2008 for the Democrats.
And what's the difference? What makes those distinct?
Well, sure, what makes that distinct is, again, very harsh rhetoric coming on the Republican side, a lot of scary talk, including from Governor Scott, talking about, the threat that Bill Nelson provides to the state. If he continues to come in, he'll raise taxes, do all those sorts of things. Well, on the other side, you're seeing Nelson and you're seeing Gillum talk about more positive messages about the future and the hopefulness of the state, trying to present a more positive image. One is based on fear, the other is based on a belief that we can come together as a state. Those are the two different views. You did not see Hillary Clinton do that in 2016. Hillary Clinton just campaigned in very blue parts of the state. Andrew Gillum and Bill Nelson are traveling the other parts as well.
Hoppy, there in wild and wonderful West Virginia, one of the things I'm curious about is the fact that Manchin seems to have been pretty comfortable since Morrisey won, because he's got, among other things, this this ad that has been running in heavy rotation out there that suggests that, and reminds voters that Patrick Morrisey is an opioid lobbyist from New Jersey. Probably 4 words you don't want to hear in a statewide race in West Virginia this year. Is that all it took, or is something else at play? And is he going to end up winning tonight by more than just single digits, Joe Manchin?
Okay, let's unpack that a little bit. First of all, is that Manchin really did hit Morrisey hard on the opioid issue because Morrisey at one time lobbied for Big Pharma in Washington, D.C., and also his wife continues to be a lobbyist for Big Pharma. And West Virginia has a serious opioid problem. So Manchin was able to put that on Morrisey. That's been a yoke that Morrisey's had to carry around and defend himself to. But I tell you, we had this race has gone in a couple of phases. When it started out months ago, the thought was this is going to be one of the premier races in the country, and Morrisey's got a chance to knock off Manchin because it's quickly become a red state here. But then as this race went on, and Manchin put in a lot of money early, and Manchin was up by 9, 10, 12 points. And then nationally, the folks kind of pulled back from this race. But this race has tightened up considerably just in the last couple of weeks. We did a poll last week, and we had Manchin up 5. But I tell you, I've looked at some of the exit polling today, and I've talked to both campaigns, and they think this thing is really tight right now. And we have a big voter turnout in West Virginia, and that suggests that maybe that President Trump, when he came here on Friday, continued to energize conservative, white male voters, and we have a lot of those in West Virginia, and caused this race to tighten up a lot just in the last couple days.
So it's not that Manchin was being complacent, but maybe was too comfortable here in the closing weeks of the campaign.
You know, I don't think he would. I think he campaigned very hard. He's an excellent retail politician. He rode his motorcycle through the rain the last couple of days of the campaign. So I don't think he was complacent, and I think he ran a very hard, aggressive campaign. But Patrick Morrisey's also a very aggressive campaigner. Really went after him during that one debate. You saw some clips from there. And again, this is a state that is conservative. This is a state that went heavy for Trump. Trump came all in on Morrisey, and Morrisey said that Joe Manchin's a Washington liberal. He's not really, but hit him with that tag. And then Morrisey has, again, with the help of Trump, closed that gap in the last couple of days. I think this is now a very close race. Coming tonight. This is not going to be a 7:30, 8 o'clock call, I don't think.
Jim, let me ask you, we played some sound right after the break where you had both Governor Scott and Senator Nelson accusing each other of harming Florida's environment. For people who aren't familiar, Jim, give us some context there. Why is this such a big factor in this race?
So we've got a combination of a blue-green algae crisis and red tide. These are two things that are very toxic to the environment, and they're affecting the beaches up and down of Florida. If you think about what you love about Florida, it's beaches. We had to close beaches up and down the state because of red tide problems. And the blue-green algae is just this toxic guacamole sludge that you see. Those are not the images that the state wants to portray. Now, Governor Scott has blamed Bill Nelson, saying that Washington wasn't doing enough to help fix the problems down here. Bill Nelson has turned around and said that the environmental concerns should have been the priority of the governor and that he needed to do more. So they've tried to point fingers at a very complicated problem that neither one of them, truthfully, could have fixed easily and will take long-term solutions. But they're both capitalizing on it to affect the other.
Well, look, Jim DeFede and Hoppy, people need to understand who are watching tonight. If you live in Florida, if you're in politics in Florida, Jim DeFede is the one you call. Jim DeFede has your number. Similarly, if you're from West Virginia and you're in politics, if you're not on Hoppy's radio show, then you're not really doing that well in politics in West Virginia. So to have both of you here tonight on election night in states that are having really important contests today, we really appreciate you taking the time.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Hey, can I give you one other detail?
Please do.
Go ahead.
One quick detail?
Yep.
In Florida, look at the women vote. Right now, going into Election Day, women made up 54% of the electorate. They had an 8-point advantage over men. Women could be the key factor in this race. Also, African Americans are overperforming in the state, and white voters, their share of the electorate is a little bit down from where it normally is. Those are 3 things you're going to look for, as well as the young vote. Young voters are turning out. All those are good signs for a Democrat. We'll see if they hold up through the day.
All right. Well, Hoppy, you got anything like that?
Just that after it's all over and we're said and done, I'm going to go see Jim, see if I can get a place down at the beach for a couple
there
of
you
weeks.
go. Well played.
Happy Kercheval in West Virginia.
Come on down.
Jim DeFede in Florida. We're coming too. Thank you so much. Coming up, healthcare is the top issue for voters this year. We'll discuss how the parties have been handling it this election season when CBSN's election night coverage continues. Weather is always a factor on Election Day, and today is no exception. For example, it was so humid in parts of North Carolina that officials said some paper ballots could not be fed through the machines. Let's get to CBS News weather producer David Parkinson with more on the conditions across the country. David?
Yeah, Elaine, this was the line of storms that moved through North Carolina all day. It's the most humid Election Day, at least in the past decade, that they had in the Raleigh area, and it's also the warmest. About 30 degrees compared to the last several election cycles. So warm and humid, and that's not a good combination for when you need to have paper going into machinery. But all in all, it was a wet day throughout the East Coast, and that's really been sort of where we've seen the weather impacts from Maine all the way down to Georgia and on to Florida's Panhandle as well. But interestingly enough, where the polls are still open in North Dakota as well as in Kansas, the weather is still going on. In fact, in North Dakota, it's been snowing all day, particularly in the eastern half of the state by Fargo. The other thing to note down here in Kansas, this is Kansas 2 and 3, two of the more competitive House districts in Kansas. They've been seeing rain for the last several hours. That's also where Kelly would need to pick up some votes in her race against Kobach for governor. So Maine second, they're still open until 8 p.m. Here's an interesting note there. Similar weather in New Hampshire's 1, which is just across the border. They've been having rain all afternoon long. It's been getting heavier and heavier. So for the folks that work in the Boston area and commute to those districts, it might be taking them a little longer to get home, so that might be a little bit of a crunch for last-minute voters there. In Florida, the interesting thing that we've noticed is particularly around the Tallahassee area, we've had a lot of weather of late. In fact, one of our field producers down at the Gillum event was telling us that the water was coming inside the media tent, so they've had to move some people inside. Also on the western part of the Panhandle, which would be DeSantis country, you've seen a lot of rain going on there. Quickly, if the Beyonce endorsements to have any effect in Texas and people are still going to get out to vote, the weather is certainly good. You've got temperatures in the 70s and 80s throughout the state from El Paso to Dallas, and then even further west in Phoenix, in Las Vegas, and then on to Orange County. It is perfect weather out west, so where the polls are still open, the weather is still quite nice.
All right, I have to tell you, Ed O'Keefe cannot contain his enthusiasm over your forecast.
You find me somebody else who can talk about the swing districts in Kansas and the humidity levels in North Carolina and how they might affect congressional races. David Parkinson, and Elaine, I get asked by everyone in this building, who's going to win? How's it going to go? Poor David gets asked every day whether people need an umbrella.
That's right. It's like a hurricane with a lot higher stakes in certain regards. So.
Yeah. All right, David Parkinson.
And on Twitter, folks, he is D, partly cloudy. The letter D, partly cloudy. Not only do you get a weather forecast, but you get a really scientific weather forecast.
Yes, all right. We appreciate it.
One of our unsung heroes here at CBS News.
Thank you so much, David.
Thanks, guys.
All right, 43% of voters said health care was the most important issue for them this year, beating out immigration and the economy. House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi spoke about this issue earlier.
This is the issue that is on the ballot. This election is about health care. As the chairman indicated.
All right, let's bring in Ryan Grimm, Sabrina Siddiqui, and Molly Hooper. Ryan is D.C. Bureau Chief for The Intercept. Sabrina is a CBSN political contributor and political reporter for The Guardian. And Molly is a CBSN political contributor and Capitol Hill reporter for The Hill. Welcome to you all. Molly, let me start with you. You know, what a difference a couple of years makes, right? The Republicans were campaigning so hard against Obamacare. Yep. And here we are in 2018. It's been a complete reversal. How are they now treating this issue?
Well, that's the whole problem. They aren't really treating this issue. And in fact, I was going back through the list of Republicans who voted against that House health care bill. There were 20 Republicans who voted against it. At least 5 of them are not running again for re-election, and the others are on this, toss-up, lean Democrat, likely Democratic list. I mean, that was a tough vote for Republicans to take, and it's one that they had to take in the House. It was one that a lot of those Republicans who voted against it said this is going to, basically spell our fate. Mm-hmm. And in fact, I mean, it may very well do that because it is such a big issue. And if you notice, the Senate didn't take a vote on it. Mm-hmm. I mean, they voted against it.
Right. It's interesting, Serena, when you talk to Democratic strategists, they express surprise at their ability to focus on this issue of healthcare and pre-existing conditions in particular in such a disciplined way. Has this been an effective strategy when you see how the Republicans have responded to it?
Well, first and foremost, I think the failure of Republicans to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act speaks to the shifting politics around health care. And a lot of the conversation back when that debate was taking place on Capitol Hill had to do with this question of pre-existing conditions, with critics obviously saying that the Republican bill would have gutted protection for those pre-existing conditions. And one of the questions now, as you kind of look at the closing arguments between the two parties, is whether or not Democrats were going to take the bait and let the president make this instead a conversation around immigration. But they did not. They very much recognized that voters were in fact concerned with health care, with the future of not just health care costs, but whether or not some of those protections that they did gain under Obamacare would in fact remain in place. Republicans have openly said they'll try again to repeal and replace the ACA if they maintain power. And I also just think it's worth pointing out, over the course of time, you have millions of Americans who are now on Obamacare. So I do think that it has, in fact, the tides have very much shifted when you talk about the health care law.
So, Ryan, what about that? I mean, does this idea on the Republican side of repealing Obamacare, is that popular among Republicans? Does that have much support?
No, not anymore. And so this is an interesting case of a campaign strategy actually affecting people's lives. Mm-hmm. In all of our lifetimes, there was a period, believe it or not, for people watching, when if you had a pre-existing condition, if you got cancer and you didn't have health insurance, if you had diabetes, you were in serious trouble. You might die as a result of it. The effect of Democrats leaning in on this has pushed Republicans to now say, oh, no. nothing we would ever do would ever take away protections from people with pre-existing conditions. That's a radical shift from 10 years ago, where our healthcare system was at that point. So just to have both major parties now on the record saying that in the United States of America, if you have a pre-existing condition, that's not a death sentence, is a huge policy step forward. And the kind of decision to lean into that and to punch Republicans over it, it might work politically for them, but it worked on a policy level.
I also want to ask about the economy. Ryan, it was not the top issue for voters. 68% said in the CBS News exit poll the state of the economy is good, while 56% say the country is on the wrong track. Yeah. Why are those numbers diverging?
I think if you watch TV or you have Twitter, you have a good sense of that. Also, when you see 11 people getting massacred in a synagogue in Pittsburgh, you see pipe bombs getting sent around, you see Nazis on the march in Charlottesville. You see all of these manifestations of this hate that has been really drawn up since the 2016 presidential election, but really, you could date it as far back as you want to go, but you could start at 2010 with the anger of the Tea Party wave coming off the bailouts. People have a sense that there is a institutional and political crisis here that is heading in a scary direction, even if right now the economy is good.
All right, we'll see how voters express themselves over those things tonight. Ryan, Sabrina, and Molly, thanks to you.
Good to see you guys.
Coming up, will the president's trade policies hurt him in places like Iowa and Missouri? We'll check in with our reporter on the ground when CBSN's election night coverage continues. President Trump's trade war with China has farmers in places like Missouri concerned, but will it be enough to sway their vote tonight? CBS News national correspondent Dean Reynolds is in St. Louis with more on this. Dean?
It's interesting that fate has drawn the election and the harvest together because one could have a major impact on the other across thousands and thousands of acres in the Midwest, at distilleries, at dairy farms. There's increasing anxiety about the president's trade policies. Mr. Trump says imposition of tough tariffs on countries like China is designed to make the United States more competitive on the global stage. But the retaliation from the Chinese specifically has hit hard in areas where the president has been very popular. The Chinese tariffs on American soybeans, for example, have resulted in a 94% decline in soybean sales compared to last year's harvest. And China has looked elsewhere for their soybeans, specifically to Brazil. Kentucky bourbon is no longer as attractive to China as it once was, nor are Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Overwhelmingly, though, the people that we've talked to, the farmers, the businessmen, the ones who were the steadfast supporters of Mr. Trump, still support him, but they are sort of wondering where he is going with this policy. And one of our exit poll questions tonight is designed to find out whether Mr. Trump's policies have helped or hurt them. And it will be interesting to read those answers because they may help us understand who's going to win and who's going to lose tonight. Elaine?
Dean, thank you. President Trump has used immigration to drive voters to the polls in the past few weeks, but throughout his presidency, he's taken credit for a growing economy. The unemployment rate is at its lowest level in 50 years, but some analysts warn the current rate we're seeing is not sustainable long term. And former President Obama says the strengthening economy began under his watch.
It's 81 times since the election that we hit a record on the stock market, so we're very proud of that. All-time low black unemployment, I'm very proud of that. And Hispanic unemployment, all-time low. Women unemployment, the lowest in 18 years. If economic growth continues at this pace, the United States economy will double in size more than 10 years faster than it would have under either President Bush or President Obama.
And by the time I left office, household income was near its all-time high, and the uninsured rate had hit an all-time low, and wages were rising, and poverty rates were falling. I mention all this just so when you hear how great the economy is doing right now, let's just remember when this recovery started.
All right, I want to bring in CBS This Morning co-host Bianna Golodryga and CBS News contributor and former Face the Nation moderator Bob Schieffer. All right, Bianna, let me start with you. The U.S. economy added 250,000 jobs last month. If you zoom out, though, and look over time, you'll see that job growth has actually been pretty stable. So does former President Obama have a point in that clip we just ran?
Well, look, I think the biggest difference is that you never saw President Obama really tout the economy the way President Trump has. So in a sense, he may be playing President Trump's game. President Obama, remember, inherited an economy that was coming off of the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. So even though we were making steady gains over his 2 terms, he was always cognizant of the fact that wages were still not going up, that there was still a large portion of the country that was feeling the effects of the recession. Now with President Trump in his first year and a half in office, constantly touting the economy, what we've seen that's a bit surprising is he's stopped the past few months. So that's more of a surprise for people that said, listen, psychologically, it does have an impact when the president constantly touts the economy. Every jobs report that comes out, if a president comes out and says this is the best economy we've ever seen, people may say, you know what, let's go to dinner tonight. Let's go buy that car that we've been talking about buying. We haven't seen that from President Trump lately, so that's more of a surprise than I think even President Obama reminding us, you know, who started this recovery.
You know, Bob, I wonder, is there a risk, though, for a president to take credit for economic growth? Because, you know, folks will say these things are cyclical, right?
Well,
so what goes up, what comes down?
So, I mean, it never, you know, when the economy is good, presidents generally brag on it and say it's because of what they have done. But again, to what Bianna is saying here, in recent weeks, the president has not talked about the economy, and a lot of Republicans don't understand that he is instead focused on immigration and the so-called invaders that he's talking about down on the border. What he is trying to do, obviously, he's not trying to broaden his support. He's trying to motivate the people that voted for him, his core supporters, in 2016. And he's put everything else to the side because he seems to think that's going to be what Republicans need. Will it be? We're going to find out tonight, but I'll tell you, a whole lot of people think that won't be enough.
Someone may have gotten into his ear about how midterms are not necessarily where you see voters reward the incumbent, where you may see more outrage in a turnout as opposed to rewarding and thanking a president. So that may be the game he's playing right now, is to sort of rally Republicans, rally his base to come out because he sees what's happening amongst Democrats.
And yet you look at these polling numbers tonight, the early exit polls, which we know always change. 68% of people say the state of the economy is good. 31% say bad. But when asked about the direction of the country, 41% say it's on the right direction. 56% say it's on the wrong track.
Yeah. It's in the wrong direction.
Have you seen dichotomies like that before?
No. And look at what it was in 2016.
Right. 33% said it was. 36% said the economy was in good shape. 62% said it was bad. The exact opposite, just 2 years ago.
So it's just bizarre why he has gone off on this. Another thing that's unusual, since presidents generally lose members in the House in their first midterm.
Members of their own party, yeah.
They usually try to take themselves out of it. Trump has tried to make it a referendum on him. I mean, you know, he tries to make everything a referendum on him. But again, that too is rather unusual. And we'll find out tonight if it is a referendum on him.
But a one-sided referendum.
Right.
If he does well, if the Republicans do well, then it's because of him. Yeah. If they don't, then it's, you know, because of Speaker Ryan.
Let me tell you something. If they lose the House by a lot, it'll be here comes the blame game, and it wasn't my fault, buddy. I mean, it's going to be quite a show.
So, I mean, you talk about him sort of inserting himself, right, into all of these races. When you look at the early exit poll numbers, 65% do say that President Trump was a factor in their vote today. Right. If that holds up, as we've been talking about on the show, that could be a record high, Bob. And, you know, we had a conversation with a contributor who is normally focused on local issues, and I said, what is it that we miss when we watch these things unfold at the national level? What is it at the local level that we may not be seeing? And this person said, you know what? It's actually all about President Trump at the local level,
I think
too.
it is.
You think it is?
I do think it is, and especially so since the Kavanaugh hearings. I think, but if you look at those numbers, more people who are against President Trump say that he's part of it than say he is for it. So
39%.
26%.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not just energizing his own base. He's also energizing Democrats who don't like him.
Which is exactly why House Republicans especially were so concerned about him, focusing on divisive issues like immigration.
And why Paul Ryan reportedly called him and said, please talk about the economy, talk about the good headlines.
Right, because normally this is the thing. This is straight out of the Republican playbook, right? Tout the economy when the numbers are good.
Right. Yeah.
But we always find out something new when Donald Trump's involved. Nothing is ever like it used to be.
In any other time, this would be an act of desperation, right? If the economy was doing poorly, if there had been some major White House scandal, even though we probably see one once a week. Right. But at any other time, you know, blame the others, blame those invaders. That's when you would see reactions like that, not when the economy is growing at the rate that it is.
Right. All right. Well, Bianca Golodryga, Bob Schieffer, and Ed O'Keefe, thank you all. We will see you later tonight here on CBSN at 9 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
Great.
It's nearly 7 o'clock on the East Coast, and first polls are about to close in several states. We'll check in on all of the key races and what's happening in the White House. All that and more when CBSN's election night coverage continues.
This is one of the most important elections of our lifetime.
If you don't like what's going on right now, vote.
That's the only way that we're going to turn this thing around.
We need to make sure that it's Republican across the board.
We need to build the wall.
They talk about making America great again. The politicians need to get great.
Go vote! Go vote!
We are coming together not against anyone, but for the United States of America.
Vote, vote, vote.
You know what's at stake.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's 7 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls are now closed in some states. All 435 seats in the House are up for grabs tonight, but the magic number for keeping control of it is 218. Republicans are defending dozens of those districts in competitive races across the country. And Americans are voting on 35 Senate seats this year. 10 Senate Democrats are up for re-election in states that Donald Trump won in 2016. We are still hours away from knowing which party will control Congress for the final 2 years of President Trump's first term in office. Let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns, Michael Graham, and Joel Payne. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Michael is a CBSN political contributor and a columnist for the Boston Herald. And Joel is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Welcome to you all. So we now have polls closed in some key states, including Georgia, Indiana, and Virginia. How might results, Caitlin, from those races sort of set the tone for what we're going to see the rest of the night?
Well, these are marquee races, both for the governor's race in Florida. We've been watching that all election cycle, and this Indiana Senate race, which is really representative of kind of the battlefield we're talking about when we're talking about control of the Senate. Joe Donnelly running for re-election, a Democrat in a state that President Trump won overwhelmingly, the home state of Mike Pence, the former governor of that state. Can he hold on? The test for Democrats this cycle, running for re-election or election in states that the president won or is popular, is to carve out a separate brand from their party, and this will be a big test of that.
You know, it was interesting because we talked to Weijia Zhang, who was at a rally in Indiana, and she said that he did something that she hadn't seen before, which is he brought up Ivanka Trump, he brought up Kellyanne Conway, and I think Sarah Sanders on the stage. And I wonder, Michael, what do you think might have been behind that? Because it was fascinating just to hear. You know, we just covered a lot of these rallies, and you know, it's not something that she'd seen before.
Well, you know, he's always trying out new material. You got to think of it that way. You know, I'm surprised that he didn't have like the Andrews sisters out singing in front of him. But I think it's interesting you note Indiana, because the strategy that the president chose, which is to set aside talk about the economy, to set aside talk about success, and instead try to appeal to people at a more emotional, visceral level, is the kind of strategy you do if you want to drive Republicans out in red states, not so much worried about the purple states. And so you're going to see in two of these states, if it works in Indiana, but they lose the Senate race in Florida, you could argue that that's kind of the calculus that they made, that in a circumstance where President Trump's approval is in the low 40s and where discontent is high and it's the first midterm, which is always terrible for the person in power, that's the best they could do.
We've been talking all night about Georgia, Joel. So here we see the current estimate. It's a toss-up. We've been talking about this contest, and I wonder if you could just remind us why this is such a focal point here. Why has this been such a critical race?
Well, Georgia's actually been a battleground. I mean, really going back to the beginning of the Trump era. You look at one of the first test cases of Trumpism was the Jon Ossoff Karen Handel race. A few months after the president was elected, the Tom Price, former HHS secretary, he left that seat. That was the Karen Handel seat that she held, but that Jon Ossoff made a really spirited run. So Democrats have really been trying to turn Georgia purple for a while now. And I think that Democrats feel like, you know, regardless of the outcome tonight, look, Georgia is now a state that they can really, really target in a really effective way. And Stacey Abrams, you know, one of the understated parts of her campaign is the organizational prowess that she's shown. It's not just that she's an African-American female candidate. She's really an organizer at heart. I mean, she's been putting this together for a while. And so I think Democrats are excited about all of the organizational gains that they've made in a state like Georgia, particularly in the New South, where they're hoping to start to build a a better legacy for kind of Democratic outcomes over the next decade or so.
At the same time, you know, she had Oprah out canvassing. She had former President Obama was there as well. If she's not able to pull off a victory tonight, what will that mean?
You know, I don't think that, look, this is a seat that President Trump should honestly be holding a lot more easily than what we're seeing tonight. And I don't think that if Democrats lose this seat and they put up a respectable fight, and Stacey Abrams has already shown herself to be an effective candidate, I don't really think, unless this is like a blowout that, you know, we just miss, you know, kind of 2016 style, I don't really think that Democrats can take a negative away from this. But I would even say we probably won't even really know who the winner is tonight, because there's a very strong third-party candidate in Georgia that's probably going to push this to a runoff. So we're going to probably be in a situation where in about a month, I think it's the first week of December, we're
December
right back.
4th, I think.
The entire political world will probably be descending upon Atlanta and Macon and Savannah, etc. So, you know, while we certainly hope to find out a lot tonight, I don't think that the whole story will be told at the end of the night.
You know, Michael, as more polls are closing here, I wonder what it is that you're keeping your eye on tonight.
Well, I'm from Indiana from the beginning. I think I've been watching that absolutely. And then because Florida is such a classic 1% state, the results, could they be a bellwether when you get a state where people regularly win within 2 points? But what if it's not 2 points? What if somebody wins, particularly the Democrats, and they win 4, 5, 6, 7 points? I think that's a real sign.
Yeah, and here you have some Florida, you know, obviously estimates here, toss up, you know, this is how it's been, Michael, in Florida. When you look at the gubernatorial.
I mean, we had a presidential race come down to 520 some ballots. I mean, come on. There are many of us who think that if, you know, something happened and we lost Florida to another country, wouldn't be such a bad thing. You know, really. I mean, they are crazy down there.
I love Florida for the record. Yes, I love Florida too.
Democrats love Florida.
Especially in the winter time.
Yes, I just like the beaches. So anyway, but yeah, you know, you look at these, right? These numbers here. You know, this has been a fascinating dynamic to watch with Rick Scott, Michael, because, you know, you had him show up with President Trump sometimes, but then not make appearances and be noticeably absent at these rallies. It's fascinating to watch. I sort of try to walk that fine line.
And it's schizophrenic, because you have people in your own party who don't just like President Trump, they love him, and then you have people in your own party who are openly dismissive of him, don't like him, you know, threatening to walk away from the party. And so it's a mess for Republicans to deal with. And it's worse. You know, in 2010, Democrats tried to navigate the Obama problem. You know, Obamacare wasn't popular and they knew bad things were coming. But it wasn't about President Obama, the guy. You know, it was, you could walk on the policy. You could say, I wouldn't have voted for that, or I didn't realize what I was voting for, or something. This is all about Trump, the man, and people, and the voters want to know where you stand on him, as the exit data shows.
Can I point out one other thing about Florida? Along with the important races at the governor's house and in the Senate, there are also some important ballot initiatives in Florida that deserve some attention as well, and particularly the one regarding essentially prison reform and recidivists who are coming out of prison, and whether they should have the opportunity to vote. 1.5 million potential votes on the line for Floridians there, and a strong Gillum performance tonight will probably also propel whatever happens regarding that ballot initiative. And so I think that also deserves some examination and some attention. There are also other initiatives. I think there's one related to tax reform in the state of Florida as well. But those local issues often drive a lot of interest locally as well.
Because on that first point, what would the implications of that be? They would be enormous for the Democratic Party, right?
It would. And look, I mean, I think from a value standpoint, Democrats certainly believe in the idea of having, you know, the opportunity for these folks who are in the prison system to come back. And frankly, that aligns with the president's values and Jared Kushner and people around the president and what they've said. But obviously, there's a strong advantage to Democrats in the future should something like that be realized.
So it's been fascinating to watch, Caitlin, as well, the president's rhetoric kind of shift. When, you know, you talk about the House and you talk about the Senate, the president has essentially said, you know, I'm not going to take any kind of responsibility if things don't go well in the House, and then really focusing his attention and energy on the Senate. Remind us why that is. What's the situation there?
Well, it's really interesting because we kind of have two different elections going on. We have the battle for the House, which runs through suburban districts across the country that Democrats are trying to flip over from Republicans, really hoping that women voters in those districts will benefit them in voting for them. And then you have the Senate map, which runs through states where the president is very popular, states that he won, places like Montana, West Virginia, Indiana, as we were just talking about, but also states in the Midwest, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and in the rest of Pennsylvania. The president, I think, is trying to position himself to declare victory in some capacity. He at some point says, I'm on the ballot, but I'm not really on the ballot. When he says I'm on the ballot, the people that he is speaking to are voters who turned out for him in 2016 who aren't necessarily proven to be engaged in midterm elections. And I've talked to a few of them in places like Pennsylvania, for example. He really needs them to turn out for Republicans down the ballot. And that's very hard to do. We know Obama had a lot of trouble doing that, really couldn't do that in 2010 and 2014. It's difficult for a president to transfer that coalition. Could the races tonight test that? I think the president, if they hold on to the Senate, maybe even expand, I think he'll declare that a victory.
All right, Caitlin, Michael, and Joel, hang on one moment, because right now, President Trump spent the final weeks before midterms campaigning for candidates across the country. He had a quieter day today. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Major Garrett is joining me now from the White House. So, Major, how has President Trump been spending this election day?
Very quietly, working on some trade negotiations, sending out the occasional tweet for a select House race or a Senate race here and there. But on the main, very, very quiet, watching things work, making calls, checking in with those who are most directly involved with the races, most important to his political future. I can tell you here at the White House, Steve Stivers, who is the Republican from Ohio, chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, in charge, if he can, of protecting that House Republican majority, informed the White House as late as 4 o'clock this afternoon that based on his own internal projections, he pegs the net House Republican loss at 17 to 21 seats, which would mean, if that holds true, and I'm only saying that Steve Stivers' projection, that the House Republican majority would narrowly be preserved. If that were to occur, that would be sensational news here at the White House. It would also suggest Republicans would pick up seats in the House, possibly not take the bludgeoning that they're preparing for themselves for in gubernatorial elections, and it would be an all-out victory. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. We've got lots of votes to count and lots of data to go through. But the Republican, Steve Stivers, who's in charge of the National Republican Congressional Committee, told the White House 4 o'clock this afternoon that's his projected net loss, 17 to 21 seats.
Yeah.
That would be, if it were to come to fruition, nothing short of breakthrough good news here at the White House.
I mean, I would imagine that the president, if that were to be the case, would feel a certain sense of vindication in his strategy, right? You had Republican lawmakers who wanted him to talk more about the economy, and instead we saw the president not focusing on that, but on immigration.
So I had a lot of conversations with Republican strategists who've been around a lot of midterm elections and presidential elections over the last weekend, as you might expect. And the interesting observation they made, and I'll get to immigration in just a second, is this. Usually, when the president's approval ratings are not so solid, and the president's been in the low 40s for so long, the White House inclination is to hide the president and let the candidates run their own races. Not here. This president said, no way. My connection to my voters is so deeply personal, it transcends Republican Party politics. If I don't go out on the road and tell them this election is important, they won't believe it's important. So, the president, looking at the projected schedule that his political team put forward for him 2 months ago, essentially tore it up. He's done 30 rallies in the last 2 months, entirely at his direction, saying, I'm going to make myself the referendum in this election because that's the only way to make sure I motivate my Trump supporters. So the president took it upon himself personally to make this midterm election principally about him. And down the stretch, as you mentioned, Elaine, emphasized immigration both as acts of his presidency, deploying active duty military, using executive action on asylum requests at the border as opposed to port of entries, very showy examples of presidential power to highlight the immigration issue over the economy. Some Republicans wished he had not done that. But with Trump, you get all of his instincts. His first instinct was, I'm going to make this a referendum. The second instinct was, I'm going to make it about immigration. And Republicans have to live with those instincts.
So, Major, I just want to sort of deconstruct a little bit of this here, because when we saw the president, for instance, in the Roosevelt Room of the White House last week, talking about asylum seekers, I wonder to myself, has there been a policy discussion of a substantive nature regarding this thing that he is talking about? And if so, to what extent has that discussion happened? Or is this the case of the president essentially speaking there, perhaps not necessarily filling in a lot of the details for his staff, but going with his instinct as he has done up until now?
Well, he had it very much cleared with one staffer, Stephen Miller, the very most important domestic policy advisor here. And as I describe in my book, Mr. Trump's Wild Ride, the White House immigration jackhammer. That's what Stephen Miller does. He always has initiatives at the ready for the president. And Elaine, this entire conversation about immigration put full forward by the president does illustrate one potential weakness for this White House, because the president has talked about changing asylum policy previously. He's talked about ending what he calls chain migration, what others in the immigration community and policy side call family reunification. He's talked about that, funding and building the border wall. All three of those things are initiatives this president has laid before the Republican-controlled Congress, and they have gone absolutely nowhere. So part of the president's emphasis on immigration, yes, it does rile up and motivate his base. But at some level, it might also remind them of all this unfinished business, even with a theoretically cooperative Republican Congress. And so when the president fell sort of back on executive action as opposed to working with the Republicans to achieve these goals and change the laws, he was taking the conversation on entirely himself in concert with Stephen Miller. Was the rest of the bureaucracy brought in on it? Probably not.
Major Michael Graham has a question for you. Go ahead, Michael.
So, Major, have you heard talk from the people around the president about their willingness to accept the fact that they're writing off suburban purplish districts in order to energize voters in red places? In other words, that they're willing to swap a win in an Indiana or a Montana, knowing that that's going to hurt them in a Georgia or in New England?
So the White House and the president decided some weeks ago that the House was going to be a tough case. Possibly hold it, but possibly and probably lose it. So if you're facing that potential reality, you have to prioritize the Senate. Why? Because the Senate is where all of the president's nominees go to live or die. And under a Democratic Senate control, they would probably go there to die or at least be significantly delayed. And this president has already said he intends to shake up his cabinet regardless of the result of this midterm election. If there are other vacancies on the Supreme Court or in federal appeals court or district court benches rather that the president wants to fill, he needs a Republican Senate to be in charge of that executive calendar, when to schedule those nominations, when to vote on them, and deliver them to this White House. So the White House weeks ago said, if the suburbs are tough and we can't win there, or it's difficult to win there, but we can win Trump-carried states in Senate races, let's prioritize the Senate over the House and see if in that process of mobilizing Trump supporters, we can't surprise people in the House. Not part of the integrated strategy, but the Trump world believes a couple of things. One, exit polls are no longer reliable about capturing Trump voter sentiment. Why? Because many Trump supporters simply will not participate in exit polls, point one. Point two, the White House does believe there is probably 1 to 2, and in some places 3 or 4% of voters who are shy Trump voters. That's what they call them here at the White House. And what do they mean by that? They're so shy, so hesitant to talk about their underlying support for the president, they won't tell their spouse, they won't tell their friends, they won't tell their kids. But when they get in the election booth, that's how they vote. This White House believes that there is, within this Trump coalition, 3 to 4 points of give that is simply unmeasurable, either in exit polls, day-to-day tracking polls, or any other mechanism, because people simply will not say out loud what they actually intend to do when they cast their ballot.
So interesting. Major Caitlin Huey-Burns has a question for you.
Hey, Major, just given the projections of Democrats possibly winning the House, is this something that the White House is actively preparing for, and to what extent? And I also hear from Democratic candidates that I've been talking to in some of these House races who want to show some appetite for bipartisanship, pointing to things like infrastructure or possibly healthcare as ways to work with the president. Do you sense the same kind of appetite at all from people in the White House?
Well, the president was asked a couple of days ago on the South Lawn as he was preparing to leave for one of his sets of rallies, can you work with Nancy Pelosi? And his one-word answer was sure. Now, I think that is a placeholder. He's going to wait and see. We'll see what happens. One of the favorite Trump talking points of all time, we'll see what happens. But I do think on a couple of issues, infrastructure for sure, there is some possibility, because Democrats prioritize it, the White House would like to do something, and if Democrats take control of the House, this White House knows it will have to give to get on immigration. I mean, on infrastructure, rather. Trade is also an area where the president, for many blue-collar Democrats, union Democrats, has been closer to their orientation to the entire trade question than Republicans have. There are less fissures among Democrats on trade than there are with Trump and Republicans. Now, Congress does not play a huge role in trade, but it will have something to say about this redrawn and rewritten NAFTA agreement with Canada and Mexico. And so there will need to be some level of cooperation there. As for investigations and what the House Democrats, should they be in charge of Congress and the House, bring to this White House, there is a sense that the White House needs to brace for that. There is also, Caitlin, a deep understanding that the White House counsel's office is at about half strength, down about 15 to 16 lawyers. And the president's going to need to beef up that White House counsel's office if, in fact, House Democrats take control and the subpoenas start flying or the requests for information start coming. And the White House needs to prepare for that, not just legally, but in terms of manpower. And one of the problems this White House has had is finding lawyers in town sympathetic to the president's agenda and willing from their perspective to take the reputational risk of coming into work on behalf of the Trump White House in the counsel's office. It's a small part of this story, but when you need people power in the White House counsel's office because there's been a change of power in Congress, that could be something that could complicate just the way the White House functions should Democrats regain control of the House.
All right, Major Garrett, as well as Caitlin Huey-Burns, Michael Graham, and Joel Payne, thanks to you all.
Thank you.
Midterm results are slowly coming in across the country, and you'll likely hear phrases such as toss-up, leaning, and projected. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, is here to break down all of these terms.
Elaine at the CBS News Decision Desk. On election night, we want to show the viewers exactly what we're seeing as we see it, as the votes come in, as the exit polls come in. So here is the language we will use to describe the races. First, toss-up. This one, often called too close to call, is when the race is, well, tight. Then there's lean. If a race has a lean status, that means one candidate has a slight edge, but it isn't really significant. It's just trending a bit in his or her way. Then there's likely. Now, this is when a candidate has a substantial lead, but not one that will necessarily hold up once all the votes are counted. There may be a couple of big counties out. There may be some uncertain parts of the state that haven't counted their votes yet. We'd hold that as likely, and then there's the CBS News projection. That's when we know that when all the votes are counted, that one candidate will come out ahead.
All right, Anthony, thank you. Coming up after 2016, is Pennsylvania swinging back to the Democrats? We'll hear from a reporter on the ground next. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN's Election Night coverage. Pennsylvania helped Donald Trump win the presidency by less than 1 point in 2016, but now the state is likely to go back to blue. In the Senate, incumbent Senator Bob Casey is up against Republican Congressman Lou Barletta. CBS News rates the race as a likely Democratic win. At the same time, Democratic Governor Tom Wolf in recent weeks maintained a double-digit lead over his GOP challenger, Scott Wagner. So what's changed in the Keystone State in 2 years? John Delano joins me now. He is the Money and Politics editor for our station KDKA in Pittsburgh. John, always great to have your insight. Let's start with this. The president won Pennsylvania in 2016. He's campaigned there leading up to the midterms, but Democrats in statewide office appear safe. So how is the president viewed right now in the Keystone State?
Well, I think there's buyer's remorse in the state of Pennsylvania. It appears that way, at least. Certainly, we're seeing a big turnout of voters across the state of Pennsylvania. We've seen those exit polls, and you're always having to be a little bit careful with exit polls, but suggesting that the president's favorability rating is really only at 44%. For a fellow who carried the state of Pennsylvania, mind you, by less than 1%, nonetheless being down that much in favorability certainly is going to have an impact on the election results later this evening. I think the president has campaigned on issues, frankly, that are not much concern in Pennsylvania. We're not a border state. We border the Canadians. We don't have much that we care about when it comes to the Mexicans and all the immigration issues that, frankly, the president focused on. Perhaps if he had spent more time on the economy and on jobs and on trade, issues that are very important here, particularly in Western Pennsylvania, maybe that might make a difference. But I think he got off script, at least with respect to the issues that Pennsylvanians care about. That's so interesting to hear you say that. We were just talking about the fact that some Republican lawmakers wanted the president to talk about things like the economy, and instead he has focused a large part of his rhetoric on this issue of immigration. So what have been some of the key issues that have helped Democrats this go around? Well, I don't think there's any doubt that health care is the issue. We hosted debates between Senator Casey and Congressman Barletta, between members of Congress. And the one issue that everybody wanted us to ask was pre-existing conditions. Will you protect the many, many Pennsylvanians who have cancer or other types of ailments that would not have been insured under the pre-Obamacare rules? So this was an issue that came up over and over again, and the Republicans have had a hard time answering the question when they voted for a bill in 2017 that would have at least circumscribed the ability to get affordable coverage for pre-existing medical conditions. So I think it's been the #1 issue, frankly, in the elections across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So you had the state forced to redraw its congressional map this year. How's that likely to change the makeup of the Pennsylvania congressional delegation in Congress? Well, it's a big, big change because we had 18 districts that were gerrymandered by the Republicans in 2011. The state Supreme Court stepped in and drew much more compact, contiguous districts, did not split as many county lines, but it created opportunities for the Democrats. There's no question that if the Democrats are to take control of the U.S. House, they must win more seats in Pennsylvania. Right now, it is 12 seats Republican and 6 seats Democrat. By the time this night is over, Democrats want at least 9-9, and there's a good chance they could pick up a couple more seats, all in really an effort to win control of the U.S. House, and I might add, to fulfill the objective of the state Supreme Court, which was to create a more balanced delegation from Pennsylvania. You know, John, we've been talking about some of these exit poll numbers, at least the early wave of them here. And in the national figures, 65% say that President Trump was a factor in their vote today. What's the situation in the sense that you are having there about how the president has, in fact, affected these races in your state? Well, it remains to be seen exactly on the turnout issue. The turnout has been very high in my neck of the woods, which is Western Pennsylvania. This, mind you, was an area that supported the president big time in 2016. And so we'll see whether there's much of a result much of an impact as a result of that. Interestingly, one of the congressional races we're looking closely, featuring Republican Congressman Mike Kelly, being challenged by a Democrat, Ron DeNicola. DeNicola ran campaign ads basically with people saying, I voted for Trump, I voted for Trump, but I'm going to vote for Ron DeNicola. So it was an effort on behalf of a Democrat to reach into those Trump voters and get them on board with a Democratic candidate for Congress. I'm going to watch that one really closely later tonight. That is a race that could go Democratic if there's a real blue wave that sweeps across Pennsylvania and down south from Lake Erie. We'll keep an eye on that one.
John, you know, for folks who may not know, you have been covering politics there in Pennsylvania for decades. How many decades? I don't want to date you, but
well,
I don't want to age you, rather. I think you told me something like 3 decades. Is that right?
Close to 3 decades.
So,
I'm weird. I came out of the Congress. I was chief of staff to a Pennsylvania congressman. I was not trained in journalism. I made a switch back in the early 1990s, and I love it. I mean, I have a great opportunity to meet and talk to all the political figures from Donald Trump on down to our local folks.
So, John, with all of your experience, I wonder, what is your sense of the feeling from voters there in Pennsylvania? Does this particular midterm cycle feel different at all? I've had folks say that to me.
Yeah, it's really different. For one, people are voting. You know, normally we had just nationwide, I think we had something like, 82 million vote in 2014. We're going to be up over 105 million people. That's an incredible number. The same is true here in Pennsylvania. I went to vote at 8:15 this morning. That's an hour and 15 minutes after the polls opened, and I was already the 101st voter in my district. That's an amazing result. I think we're going to see in some precincts around Pennsylvania 80% turnout.
Wow.
I mean, that's incredible. So, yeah, there's just a lot of fervor about this election. And so far, I mean, there's every indication that that's going to favor the Democrats. But let's hold on and wait for the polls to close and see the results.
All right, John Delano, thank you so much, John. Always great to have you.
Oh, it's great to be with you anytime.
All right, we are getting a better picture of some races out of Ohio and West Virginia. Here you go. The governor's race in Ohio between Mike DeWine and Richard Cordray is described as a toss-up by CBS News. And the Ohio Senate race is currently leaning toward Democrat Sherrod Brown, who is hoping to claim a 3rd term. Meanwhile, in West Virginia, the Senate race there is leaning toward incumbent Democratic Senator Joe Manchin, who is being challenged by Republican Patrick Morrisey. Let's bring in Ryan Grim, the D.C. bureau chief of The Intercept, Linda Tran, CBSN political contributor and a Democratic strategist, and Molly Hooper, CBSN political contributor and congressional reporter for The Hill. All right, Linda, let me start with you. Are any of the things that we've seen, obviously it's very early yet, but of those races that we just talked about there, what is standing out to you at this point? We just talked about West Virginia a short time ago and the challenge there for Joe Manchin. What are you keeping your eye on?
Well, Joe Manchin is somebody who, as we know, even when he was governor, he is a man of his own making. Right. And, you know, the people of West Virginia know him very, very well. They know exactly what they're getting. And you got to wonder that during a time of incredible unrest and a lot of, concern about the dynamics of the country, if people just really want to go with something they know at this point. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about whether he holds the president at arm's length or brings him close and hugs him in. The vote around Brett Kavanaugh is certainly a factor in people's thinking. But at the end of the day, you know who he is, and I gotta believe that the people of West Virginia are just sticking with what they've got.
It's been fascinating, Ryan. The I word, impeachment, right? You heard former Vice President Joe Biden sort of counsel that this is not the thing for Democrats to be talking about. What has been the main argument, though, for some Democrats calling for the president's impeachment at this point?
Sure. As your last guest talked about, one of the things that's happening here is Democrats surging to the polls in ways that they never have before in a midterm. And one of the ways you do that is appeal to what they're calling for. And a lot of them want him investigated, and if the investigation turns up crimes, then he should be impeached. And that's how a lot of candidates have couched it. And in some ways, that's inarguable. And both parties would agree that if you do an investigation and find that somebody committed crimes, then therefore they should be impeached. But a lot of this just folds into things that have been happening over a bunch of different cycles. Like in Pennsylvania, yes, there's been a Democratic governor there, but there's been a Tea Party Congress or a Tea Party legislature that has controlled the state. And education has been a huge issue as they've slashed taxes. They don't tax fracking in Pennsylvania, and so schools are collapsing across the state. And so schools became a huge issue and kind of a proxy for an inability to govern. And so you combine that with Trump, and you get this kind of reaction against the Republicans in the state. And Pennsylvania looks like it's going heavily towards Democrats, which is, as he said, is remarkable. Trump just won it 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to hear because, you know, Caitlin Huey-Burns, who was just here, said she was talking to a voter in Pennsylvania, in Scranton specifically, who said, you know, I voted for the president, but this time, based on what we've seen, she was having some, as John Delano called it, buyer's remorse. Let me ask you about Republicans, Molly, because, you know, this going back to this idea of impeachment, right? You've had Republicans raise the specter of impeachment. Explain why that is in terms of their political calculus there.
Well, yeah, actually, I was kind of surprised because, you know, going into the summer, President Trump was raising that specter himself, saying, you've got to get out to vote, vote for me, vote for Republicans, because otherwise the Democrats are going to impeach me. Well, impeachment is one thing, and that's in the House. That's sort of like, you know, a grand jury gets together and they decide they're going to charge you with a crime. Now, whether you get convicted of that crime, that's a whole other matter, and that's for the Senate to decide. So really, again, I was surprised that the president didn't raise that issue more often, given that he wanted to galvanize his base to get to the polls. But it's something you hear Republicans talking about more so than Democrats almost on the trail, because it's something that they want to warn against.
Yeah, I mean, the president has talked about this on the campaign trail. Let's play some of that for our viewers.
They like to use the impeach word. Impeach Trump. Maxine Waters, we will impeach him. But he didn't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter. We will impeach him. We will impeach. But I say, how do you impeach somebody that's doing a great job, that hasn't done anything wrong? Our economy is good. How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you do it? We will impeach him. But he's doing a great job. Doesn't matter. Remember that line. He's doing a great job. That doesn't matter. We'll impeach him.
All right, Linda Tran, Democratic strategist. Tell us what you think when you hear the Republican president talk about impeachment by Democrats.
Well, you know what's interesting is that, you know, there's been the nickname Teflon Don ever since essentially 2016, and you wonder if he's a victim of his own success. Nothing sticks to him, and so maybe the threat of impeachment doesn't sound very plausible to his base either, because anything he does, he seems to skate free.
But couldn't that basically boost his chances of getting reelected, I guess is what I'm asking, because he's continuing to raise this on the campaign trail and keep it very much in the forefront of his base supporters' minds.
Only if they think it's plausible, only if they think it's a possible outcome of them not getting involved. I mean, I think people generally think about what's going on in their daily lives. They worry about, you know, kitchen table things. They're not worried about the impeachment of the president necessarily.
And there's also the question of a ceiling for Republicans. Democrats have had depressed turnout in midterms for years now. Whereas Republicans, when it's election day, they come out. So Trump is now, you know, ratcheting up his rhetoric, searching for the Republicans who, you know, if he's just racist enough, they'll come out now. But everything he said through 2015 and 2016 didn't get them out to the polls. But now, okay. Now he's really gone there, and so now I'm going to come out. That's a vanishingly small number of people, whereas what it does is it brings out more Democrats in reaction and independents who are like, what? We thought you were not totally serious about this stuff when you were saying it during the campaign. So I think that's the problem that he's running into here.
So, I mean, I wonder, Molly, what is it that you hear in private conversations with Democrats about this issue of impeachment? I mean, what are they telling you about the reality of this?
Well, the reality is that if they go ahead and they impeach the president, they have given him a platform to run on 2020. I mean, they have. In fact, it's almost like he's saying, come on, just do it. Just
kind of daring them to do so.
Exactly. And that's why you'll hear people like Nancy Pelosi and other Democratic leaders trying to rein in the more liberal, more progressive members who are out there saying, yeah, let's impeach him, because they know that won't necessarily work to their benefit in 2020. But what they are saying is that we do need to conduct investigations, and if the Democrats do take control of the House, you can expect. I mean, Adam Schiff, who would be the next House Intel Committee chairman, he already wants to look into Russian ties to President Trump's properties. I mean, there's going to be a lot of investigating going on.
Yeah, what else would they be looking at? So his business dealings?
Business dealings, security clearances for members of his staff. I mean, there's a whole host of issues, emoluments clauses issues, and they're just kind of getting ramped up right now to carry those out, because there'll be a spotlight on what they're doing up on Capitol Hill.
And there's one other point here, is that I've been covering the kind of grassroots of the Democrats really closely the last 2 years, and you don't hear from them the energy around impeachment. What they're interested in, either abolishing ICE or Medicare for all or a $15 minimum wage.
They're not interested in impeachment.
If you poll them and say, should the president be impeached? Yes. They're like, sure, yes. But that's not the thing that they're out rallying for. What they're rallying for is this agenda that Democrats have kind of coalesced around.
Gun safety, Parkland shooting.
These are the things they actually care about. And yeah, sure, should he be impeached? Yes, they will all answer. I mean, 90% will answer
they don't
yes
think
on a
it's
poll.
Feasible? Is that why they don't necessarily?
The Democrats are much more pragmatic than Republicans, and that includes even the left wing. And so now that you are getting past the midterms, they're going to see that the elections are right around the corner, and they might think they'd rather run against Trump than give him some type of electoral advantage. But you're right, they do believe that yes, he's committed crimes and he ought to be impeached, but they don't think that the route to getting him out of office is to put all of their energy toward an impeachment drive. A lot of them also have faith, maybe a quarter of them have faith that Mueller's going to do it for them. I don't think that's true, but a lot of them are like, let's just let Mueller do his work and then see what happens.
Interesting. What are you hearing?
I mean, look, as a Democrat, it's been a dark couple of years. So, we're witnessing an assault on all kinds of core issues to the Democratic base and the broader Democratic Party that are just higher priority, whether it is health care. There's a very clear reason why Democrats have been so disciplined about driving this health care message. Pre-existing conditions, protections for pre-existing conditions are, from our point of view, very much at risk, despite the 180-degree turnaround many Republicans on the trail have tried to make over the last several weeks. Obamacare is something that is now, in retrospect, extraordinarily popular. And so these are the things that Democrats are most concerned about. And then we just had Brett Kavanaugh confirmed. We're concerned about women's rights, women's reproductive rights, and all the other things that may come before the Supreme Court now that the majority has flipped.
All right, but something tells me we'll still be hearing about impeachment, perhaps from the president anyway. All right, Ryan, Linda, Molly, thanks to you all. When we come back, we are taking a look at one of the year's biggest races in one of the nation's biggest states. We have reporters on the ground outside Cruz and O'Rourke election night headquarters. We'll hear from them after a quick break. Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke is challenging Republican Senator Ted Cruz in an unexpectedly close Senate race this year. If O'Rourke wins, he'll be the first Democrat elected in a statewide office there since 1994. Omar Villafranca joins us from Houston, and Adriana Diaz is in El Paso. They have been keeping track of the election there today. Omar, let me first start with you. We understand there's been a decision to extend polling in one county. What can you tell us about that?
Well, we just learned, Elaine, that there was a judge who has granted a request to keep 9 polling locations open in Harris County an extra hour. Well, why that's important? Because, one, Harris County is the largest, most populated county in Texas, and it is a Democratic stronghold, but it's also where Ted Cruz is from. And because those 9 polling locations are going to stay open an extra hour, now that means they're going to delay the returns from Harris County another hour. So while the rest of the state is being tabulated, except out there where Adriana is in El Paso, they're going to wait for probably the largest chunk of votes. They have to wait for it. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens as those results start coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Adriana, let me ask you. Beto O'Rourke has drawn national attention, but he still has a tough task ahead of him. Is his campaign optimistic at this hour?
They are still optimistic, Elena. We are now getting some information from exit polls here in Texas. And as expected, he is doing better with younger voters. Voters under 30, it looks like 20% say that they voted for Beto O'Rourke versus 8% for Cruz. Women say that they are supporting O'Rourke more. 56% say that they supported him, whereas more men, 53% supported Ted Cruz. Now, on the issue of immigration, this is central to both of the campaigns here. As expected, those who support building a wall, 84% say they voted for Cruz. Now, because there are more Republican voters here in Texas than Democratic voters, O'Rourke's strategy is to turn out new voters, turn out millennials. And they turned out in force for early voting. And O'Rourke actually got a late-day endorsement from Beyonce, who endorsed him. She, of course, is a very high-profile Texan. She endorsed him at nearly the 11th hour. As the night goes on, we'll see what kind of a difference that may have made.
Omar, how has the Cruz campaign navigated this race in the final stretch?
Well, in the last few days, they've been, of course, going to their strongholds to make sure not only they get people out for early voting, but they're also trying to get people to make sure they come to the polls on Tuesday. Some of the early voting numbers are astronomical, what we've seen here in Texas. 4.8 million people. That's already more early voting in this midterm than we saw in all of the last midterm, in all voting in the last midterm. So that's a staggering number. The question is, who were they going to vote for? There were a lot of new voters, as Adriana mentioned. But he's also going across the state. He did some phone banking here today. But I also talked to the state Republicans, and they say that they feel confident, since Republicans traditionally vote on Tuesday, on Election Day, they feel confident that the edge will go to Senator Cruz. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, Omar Villafranca and Adriana Diaz in Texas, thank you both for joining us. Both Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke have been courting Latino voters this election season. Leslie Sanchez and Caitlin Huey Burns spent time with organizers from the Libre Initiative. That's a group backed by Republican megadonors, the Koch brothers. It aims to increase Latino voter turnout around the country. Leslie was with organizers in Las Vegas, and Caitlin was in Miami.
Do you hear people talking about the caravan? Are they concerned about the tone of the debate or the immigrants who are crossing?
Well, that's the hot topic that's going on right now. You know, in the news is fresh out there. They also care about, DACA. You know, one of the volunteers that are helping us out here got involved with us because he saw the work that we were doing towards DACA, and we were trying to promote it since the beginning of the year.
Healthcare, obviously, that's important for the community. Economy is always pop up in every election cycle, and it continues to be an important topic. Taxes is also an important topic. People is saying that they don't want to see taxes going up. Other people want to see a change in the healthcare system right now in the country, and obviously this is curious because people have the idea that Hispanics or Latinos, they only care about immigration, but actually it's in the bottom of the topics. It's important. It's a sensitive topic for the community, but that's not the most important topic for the community.
All right, let's bring in CBS News contributor and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez and CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. Ladies, it was so fascinating to hear your reporting, your conversations with as you went out with those canvassers. Let me start with you, Leslie. When we heard there, you know, we think that immigration tends to be top of mind when we think of Latino voters. Not so necessarily.
No, because it's a smaller portion that are new immigrants, for example. There's a lot of second, third, fourth, fifth. I'm fifth generation on one side of my family. So it's a very diverse, but it's also geopolitically diverse. There's acculturation, but also where in the country the families came from. So you can't necessarily use a broad brushstroke when you're talking about the Hispanic community, but immigration is that lens by which they view either a party or a candidate. So that's why it's always very sensitive in terms of tone. Is the person dehumanizing the plight of somebody that may be very familiar to them? And also, lastly, Hispanic families are also voting holistically. It's not uncommon for them to take a day off and you have the mother, brother, sister, aunt, cousin, and grandma all going together to vote as a family.
All right, we want to break in and actually just show our viewers here the CBS News estimate coming in with 61% of the vote. There you see the Republican in Virginia's 10th congressional district, Jennifer Wexton, the winner there over Representative Barbara Comstock. And let me ask you, Caitlin, as we look at this, why were we keeping an eye on this particular contest and this particular district? What is it that we're learning from this?
We're looking at this for two different reasons. First, this is a top target district for Democrats because Barbara Comstock is a Republican incumbent in a district that Hillary Clinton won by about 10 points in 2016. So Democrats have been eyeing districts like these. There are about 24 of them across the country where Republican incumbents are trying to defend, or Republicans are trying to defend seats in Clinton districts. And we're also looking at this because this is exactly where all of these key constituencies we've been talking about kind of come to a head. Suburban women. This district is right outside Washington, D.C. A lot of jobs there, a lot of new voters and new transplants to that area of Virginia. This is Northern Virginia that has, helped to turn the state blue in the past couple of elections.
Yeah, but it's a lot of government workers. So they're people that their jobs are dependent. So you could have career federal service workers or members of the military who work and have to work under the Trump administration if they're in the executive branch. So there might be some of that. And you have that exactly what Caitlin talked about, that college-educated, mostly white suburban women, which you've seen a lot of the focus groups there. And they do not like the tone of the president. And this is a case where it's going to be interesting if the Kavanaugh hearing particularly has a very specific effect because they were so connected and close from the media market perspective and just knowing so many people around that orbit.
Yeah, because I mean, Virginia is a huge state, and you think about an area like Northern Virginia, it's so different than when you go to the southern part of Virginia.
Absolutely, and that has been kind of the target for Democrats in the presidential. But what's also interesting about Virginia is you have a couple of races coming into play that might not have necessarily been in play before. You know, a district represented by Republican Dave Bratt outside of Richmond, again, suburban women who could play a key role there, and also in other parts of the state that are traditionally more Republican, we're seeing a more competitive race there. We also have a Senate race there with Tim Kaine, of course, the former vice presidential candidate of 2016. Not a competitive race at all. I mean, it's so fascinating to see how Virginia is trending.
Yeah, so again, if you're just joining us, there you see in Virginia's 10th congressional district, Democrat Jennifer Wexton, 54% of the vote, with 62% of the vote in right now over Representative Barbara Comstock. So we're going to continue to report these numbers as we get them. But let's turn back to this conversation about Latino voters, because, you know, the president, Caitlin, has focused so much attention on this migrant caravan and trying to kind of raise this issue of a need for some kind of action because of the threat posed by this migrant caravan, which is still, you know, hundreds of miles from the United States border. But how has that actual focus on that issue affected Latino voters' views on immigration policies?
You know, what I found from reporting in Miami and Las Vegas, where we both were, it was interpreted differently depending on kind of your political background. I talked to immigrant voters in Las Vegas who were Trump supporters who also used some similar rhetoric that the president used in terms of calling this an invasion. They were arguing that they came in a legal way. Again, tapping into the president's rhetoric there. Then I talked to people in Miami who, one of them a candidate for Congress herself, an immigrant from Ecuador running in one of those Miami districts that could flip. She said that this kind of rhetoric is very offensive, and she says, to Leslie's point, that this turns off a lot of people from hearing Republicans' message. But I also talked to a few voters in the Miami area, again, who were immigrants from Cuba, from Venezuela, from other Latin American countries who had seen, who had come to the United States for to get away from what they had seen in their countries and didn't want the U.S. to turn into that. So they were very much more drawn to Republicans, and Republicans who have been warning or using rhetoric that the president's been using, but also labeling Democrats as socialists, trying to get away from that. So it's not a monolithic group, as we know and as we've covered.
Yeah, because, you know, Leslie, you and I have talked about this. It's the idea that legal immigrants in particular have been among some of the staunchest supporters of the president's on this issue of immigration policy. Can you just talk a little bit about why that is?
Well, sure. We went to Texas in April of 2017 and did Latinos for Trump, and it was predominantly Mexican-American living along the U.S.-Mexico border. And in a lot of that area that you're now seeing, the president put a lot of our servicemen and women to put wiring and other things. The issue is if you live along the border, which we call La Frontera, right? It's the area between the United States and Mexico. There's a lot of commerce, human trafficking. There's a lot of nefarious drug trafficking. There's a lot that's moving through that border. And individuals, you don't have. It doesn't matter your ethnicity or how long you've been in the country. You're very concerned about any porous port of entry, land, sea, air, whatever that may be. And these people and these individuals live it, and their property value is another example. They cannot retain the value of the property when you're talking about areas that are now, you've got eminent domain, you've got national security issues, you've got all sorts of issues. So people were surprised when you had Texan Hispanics who said, no, I want to build a wall. Well, they have a very different experience to that. It's going to depend where they are, but they do want fairness. They want the people treated with respect because there's a fundamental understanding. People in the Western Hemisphere and Mexico are coming here for economic or political freedom. And that is America's been a beacon, but how can you do it fairly and legally?
Yeah, it's important to note, you know, there is diversity of thought even within these diverse groups. All right, Leslie Sanchez and Caitlin Huey-Burns, thanks to you both. Coming up, we are waiting for polls to close at the top of the hour in more than a dozen states, including battlegrounds like Florida, Pennsylvania, Missouri, and more. We'll show you those results as they come in. You're streaming CBSN's election night coverage.
This is extraordinary. This is important.
This is an issue of national security. This is sure to be a high-stakes hearing.
This is some of the worst of Florence.
This is home.
Yeah, this is home.
This is what they have to contend with.
This is bigger, though, than opening up the borders.
This is something that has altered your life.
This is a really big deal.
This is historic.
This is what it's like covering a story here in China.
This.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have closed in more than a dozen states. We are already seeing results in some key races across the country. CBS News estimates Democrat Jennifer Wexton has won over Congresswoman Barbara Comstock in Virginia. The House race for Kentucky's 6th district between incumbent Republican Andy Barr and Democrat Amy McGrath is a toss-up. The West Virginia Senate race between incumbent Democrat Joe Manchin and Republican Patrick Morrisey leans Democrat. And in Georgia, the race for governor between Republican Brian Kemp and Democrat Stacey Abrams is a toss-up. We are still hours away from knowing which party will control Congress for the final 2 years of President Trump's first term in office. Let's bring in Sabrina Siddiqui, Michael Graham, Caitlin Huey-Burns. Sabrina is a CBSN political contributor and political reporter for The Guardian. Michael is a CBSN political contributor and columnist for The Boston Herald. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter. Welcome to you all. Let's start with what we've just reported in Virginia. Democrat Jennifer Wexton, Sabrina, winning out over Congresswoman Barbara Comstock in Virginia. Why were we watching that particular race?
Well, Barbara Comstock was arguably one of the most vulnerable incumbent Republicans in the House of Representatives. And certainly Wexton was expected to win, but she has won by double digits handily, it appears. And one of the things that was striking about this race is that Republicans, the NRCC in particular, poured $5 million into this race. Now, they pulled some of that money out in the final couple of weeks, but there are going to be questions about their decision to invest so heavily in a race that looked to be trending toward Democrats. It's also worth noting, because Tim Kaine, his Senate race was called as the polls were still closing, that there's something to be said for Virginia, which has in the past been such a key battleground, now trending so overwhelmingly blue. Now, is that there to stay? We don't know, but you think also back to the governor's race just last year between Gillespie and Northam. So there has been some turnover in Virginia if you look at the politics of the state, and we're also still watching Dave Bratton, Abigail Spanberger. That will be another one, and potentially a bellwether a little further down south.
Michael, what about that? $5 million to spend on a contest.
No kidding.
You don't have the Republican coming out on top. I mean, what is
or even being competitive. And
Yeah.
that's why the frustration is not that she didn't win. It's what were you thinking? She literally represents the swamp. I mean, she was somebody that Republicans knew from the beginning was very unlikely to hold on to her seat. And that money could have gone elsewhere. But you also can't underestimate the power of lousy candidates. And the Senate nominee for the Republicans, Corey Stewart, was one of the worst candidates running nationwide, and he did not help his party. Ken Cuccinelli just, 4 years ago, 6 at the most, he was very competitive for statewide in Virginia. And so the state can still be in play, but you've got to have the right candidates to do it.
But the change has been remarkable. Remember when Tim Kaine, who just won tonight, 10 years ago, when Obama won Virginia in the 2008 election, he declared old Virginia is dead. That marked kind of the transition that we've seen from in Virginia. And the change has been really fast going because of districts like the 10th Congressional District, these fast-changing, increasingly diverse areas right outside Washington where you're seeing more voters go into helping to carry the state.
This other race, the House race for Kentucky's 6th district between Andy Barr and Amy McGrath, that's been an interesting one to watch as well because, that is obviously seen as a referendum on the president. So tell me about the dynamic there at play, Michael. What are you going to be looking for?
Well, I mean, the fact that it's competitive is significant, although that race is it's not like a deep red district where you're never going to have a chance to play. But the Democrats did in that district what they've done across the country. They have really done a good job in many districts of matching the district with the right candidate. There aren't a lot of places where you have kind of a blue, far left person pushing it. She's the first Marine combat pilot, I believe, as a woman, and she's pretty. She's not a big. Not a big progressive. You won't see her out waving the Abolish ICE sign. And she's run a very smart and well-funded campaign. And when you give people two candidates that are like, I could like them both, and then you're in the middle of a wave or you want to send a message, it's a lot easier to send a message by voting for someone that you don't have a problem with than when Democrats might ask you to vote for someone who's really outside your comfort zone. And so that's why it's competitive.
Yeah, because I know Democrats are looking for, Sabrina, ways in which they can compete. And we were talking earlier about the fact that you now have this sort of concerted effort on the part of Democrats to actively recruit people with military backgrounds for these positions to try and run.
Right, and one of the things we're talking about is you have a lot of candidates who are on the younger end of the scale in terms of age, who are coming out of these wars as veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, and they're looking to get involved in public service. So you have seen a shift in not just having more veterans on the ballot, but also, I think it was Ed O'Keefe who was talking about how this has given Democrats an opportunity to also show that they can talk about issues such as national security and just veterans issues that have typically in the past been owned by Republicans. But across the country, you've seen Democrats really put an emphasis in, as we were just saying, matching the candidates with the district, with the state, also recruiting record numbers of women candidates of color, Muslim candidates, and a lot of that also is, of course, as we said, somewhat in response to this particular president and trying to make a statement, but it also is a nod to what is an increasingly diverse coalition that trends Democrats, but hasn't always turned out because they don't feel that the party had been representing them, and that might be about to change.
All right, so now we have some news out of Ohio. There you see in Ohio, Sherrod Brown, the winner there over the Republican. Caitlin, this has been a race we haven't talked a lot about. Nevertheless, this is significant as well, obviously.
I'm fascinated by Ohio, not only because I went to school there and have family there, but because it's such an interesting state politically. Remember, this is a state that overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump, and a state that he likes to reference a lot when talking about that victory. But Sherrod Brown is a very progressive Democrat who has leaned into issues on trade, for example, that are more in line with some of these Obama to Trump voters that we saw convert in 2016. So it hasn't really been that competitive of a race. Sherrod Brown is very well known in the state and has his own identity in the state, kind of apart from the national party here. But again, the fact that Democrats are competitive in 2018 in places that the president won overwhelmingly, in places like Ohio, but also places that he barely won but changed the dynamic. Wisconsin, there's competitive races that Democrats are poised to do well. Michigan, also, we're eyeing tonight kind of this Midwestern transition we saw in 2016. Is it swinging back to Democrats this time around? Is it here to stay? Or is it simply just kind of a snapshot in time?
Were your relatives excited about this contest?
Well, they voted, and they voted early. My mother-in-law texted me, and she's probably watching.
But
she voted early.
I ask because some people say this feels different this year. I just wonder what they feel, what they think.
And it's interesting because the governor's race, I'm watching to see if that is split or if it goes the way of this race. Because Mike DeWine, the Republican running for governor, is also very well known in the state, running against Richard Cordray, who the president has been pointing out over and over again is kind of a protege of Elizabeth Warren. So, how these Democrats are matching the state or not, how the Republicans are too.
And real quickly, insofar as something feeling different about this year, I know that just from talking to some of the communities in the suburbs of Virginia, particularly Northern Virginia, there has been higher turnout among Asian Americans, among South Asian Americans, among Hispanic voters, among Muslim voters, because they are very heavily populated in those Northern Virginia suburbs. And I think and they also turned out in higher numbers than usual in the governor's race last year. So this is obviously, again, somewhat of a referendum on this president who, in a lot of his rhetoric, through a lot of his policies, has targeted some of these communities, and that has in turn ignited some backlash at the polls.
All right, well, let's talk about Florida, because we've been watching this leading up to this day, talking about these candidates. So you have Andrew Gillum, Tallahassee mayor, and you have former Congressman Ron DeSantis. There you see a toss-up right now. I mean, Michael, what are your thoughts about how this has played out? Because you saw very early on, right? I don't want to go in the Wayback Machine, but basically the storyline going into the Republican primary was that there was this establishment Republican who was expected to win. He, had very deep roots in the state of Florida, this guy named Adam Putnam. And then you had this person, Ron DeSantis, appealing to the president directly on Fox. You had him basically, essentially, for that constituency of one, getting the support of the president, so much so that there was a tweet, right, back in July, I think it was, that changed everything.
And I got a tweet this morning from a friend of mine who's a longtime Florida Republican activist, and she had one sentence: Putnam would win by 10. Now, she's not right about that, because in Florida, nobody wins by 10. But her point was that you would not be in this race.
So tell us about Ron DeSantis.
Well, I mean, Ron DeSantis is a guy who decided to play the Trump card hard and, in the same approach. I probably a minority here, think that some of the talk early on about race when he made used the phrase monkeying around, I think people really went to. I mean, I don't know where you guys grew up. I grew up in L.A. and South Carolina. I heard that in both phrases, but it it took him down a path. You know, it started a conversation, and then by playing the Trump card again and again, and playing on that same end of the political field, he helped amplify that. Meanwhile, Gillum is a very dynamic campaigner. You see him, he starts talking, you want to like the guy, and people are connecting with him despite the fact that he is pretty far left, I think, on the spectrum, at least the way it used to be. I mean, the spectrum's changing so fast.
Right.
I also think it helps he's a mayor, because mayors can't afford, they got to make things work. And so if you have somebody whose background is like a legislator or whatever, it's not the same. But he's shown he's an executive, and he's made this a real race, and there's a very good chance of winning.
So speaking of Florida, Caitlin, when we were down there, so here we want to show people Florida's 27th district. Donna Shalala, the winner. You interviewed Donna Shalala. Tell us about the backdrop to this particular race, because the dynamic here was an interesting one, and it wasn't quite clear whether or not Donna Shalala would be able to pull off a victory.
Very interesting. I did interview both candidates on the same day, and this is a district that was represented for a long time by Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, who is a Republican, very, very, very popular in this district, and we know her, of course, from covering Capitol Hill, a very dynamic personality. So this race was going to be difficult, really, for the Democrat because of the Republican footprint in the state, in the district for so long. Shalala, of course, is a former Clinton administration official serving as HHS, Health and Human Services Secretary, and there was a question about whether she could galvanize the Democrats in that district the way that others were around the country. Her opponent, interestingly enough, former Univision anchor, very well connected in the district, was very much, I talked to her a lot about Trump's rhetoric on immigration, very much shunning that, but also talking about ways in which she could work as a bipartisan lawmaker. She was very much trying to carve out her own identity from the Republican Party. So this was a really interesting test about whether you could do that in this kind of environment. And at least as this district is concerned, it looks like Democrats had the winning strategy.
It's bad news for Republicans. This was one of the few seats that they were thinking.
Because Ileana Ros-Lehtinen really campaigned hard.
And she had the lead. And I think this is a Trump casualty, you could argue.
And actually, what's going to be really interesting to watch about Florida is what perhaps might look like an Andrew Gillum effect. Now, right now, some of these early numbers are showing really large turnout in some of these Democratic counties. And think about Bill Nelson, the incumbent Senate Democrat, who was all but written off and regarded as all but likely to lose to outgoing Governor Rick Scott. But some of these early numbers that are showing an advantage toward Gillum are also showing now a boost for Bill Nelson. So it's very possible that Gillum carries Nelson over the line. I think one thing we were talking about Ron DeSantis and his strategy is I spent some time out there last week, and when he cut that ad for that all but positioned himself as a Trump acolyte, teaching his child how to say "Make America Great Again" and how to build a wall with her blocks. He made it a base-only election. But the fact of the matter is that Florida is maybe a third of non-white voters. There is also an increasingly energized younger voting population. And then the retirees, we often think of them as Republican, but people retire also from the East Coast and from other liberal-leaning areas. And so I think that Andrew Gillum recognized that the state is more diverse than Ron DeSantis may have interpreted as and campaigned on.
All right, let's talk about hold that. Or you want to make a point really?
Well, just very quickly, I think it's real interesting to see how this is not going to be a general election. It's not going to be that big, but it's obviously not a base midterm, and it's going to be fascinating where it falls in the spectrum of turnout and impact, closer to a general, which is bad news for Republicans, or closer to a traditional midterm.
All right, let's talk about these two races. We just showed Tennessee. You want to put that one back up? But here's Missouri, Senator Claire McCaskill. It's a toss-up right now, not a surprise, with Josh Hawley. This is a state that we talked about continuously. You had President Trump very much having Missouri top of mind. Oh, there you see the numbers in Tennessee. A toss-up right now, Marsha Blackburn versus Phil Bredesen. Let's go back to Missouri, because this is a state where, Claire McCaskill really focused like a laser on this issue of health care. Caitlin, this was something that, over and over and over again, there was a discipline about her message, and that was pre-existing conditions.
Absolutely. And again, leaning into the Democratic messaging nationwide on health care, but also kind of trying to establish herself as different from the Democratic brand nationally. So this is a test, as we were saying, for Democrats in this case. Remember, we're looking at about 10 Senate races where Democrats are defending seats that in states that the president won. Missouri, he won by 19 or 20 points. He's very beloved in the state of Missouri. Josh Hawley, her Republican opponent, the state attorney general, was considered the top Republican recruit for this cycle. He's young. He's been talking very much about the judicial system and the Kavanaugh pick and judges, making that a centerpiece of his campaign. If, in fact, Claire McCaskill is able to eke out a win, I think that will tell us something about kind of the national mood if she is able to eke out a win in a state like Missouri.
Well, those crazy Democrats will obviously not be turning out for her now that she supports both the Wall and the Hyde Amendment on abortion. So she's definitely crafted her message very much for the voters of Missouri, particularly in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it's going to be a test for sure to see if that strategy is going to work. But let's take a look here at Indiana. So it's a toss-up right now, Mike Braun and Senator Joe Donnelly. You know, again, another place, Sabrina, where we've seen President Trump in these final days really push hard here. I mean, what does that tell us? Because, you know, I keep going back to this moment. Weijia Jiang, our CBS News White House correspondent, mentioned that the president during a rally there, I think it was in Fort Wayne, brought up to the stage Ivanka Trump, Kellyanne Conway, and Sarah Sanders. And, you know, when I heard that, I thought to myself, does it have to do with those suburban women? Is there some sense that maybe in Indiana, the immigration message is not necessarily going to be the most powerful message because it's not a border issue, you know, border state? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there are a couple of factors at play, and certainly by bringing up some of the prominent women in his administration, which raised some questions, even though they're acting in their personal capacity, but White House officials standing on a campaign
Well, let's set that aside,
Let's set that aside for a second. Joe Donnelly was one of the early vulnerable Democrats to come out against Brett Kavanaugh amid the allegations of sexual assault. So I think he recognized that this was going to be an issue, particularly for women voters in his state, because he actually had voted to confirm Neil Gorsuch. Now, this was very different in terms of the dynamics of the Supreme Court, but that was very telling that he came out early and said he can't support him. I also think that Joe Donnelly is someone who has walked that fine line where he has distanced himself from the president, but also at times tried to amplify support for example, the president's border wall. You know, not necessarily taking on an abolish ICE type of position, which wasn't, you know, necessarily the platform for too many Democrats. But, you know, again, trying to position himself as one of the few remaining moderate Democrats. But also, look, the president has been largely focused on the Senate because I think Republicans really had a sense that the House may be lost. So I think that's also part of the very telling about the closing argument is that it was very much driven around keeping the Senate.
Mike Braun ran ads saying, Joe Donnelly ran ads saying how often he voted with and agreed with President Trump. I mean, he ran absolutely as a Democrat who's happy to work with Donald Trump. I have breaking news as the Boston Herald columnist here. Shockingly, Elizabeth Warren has managed to narrowly cling to her Senate seat in Deep Blue, Massachusetts by a mere 20 points. And Governor Charlie Baker, the most popular Democrat, Republican, I can never tell him. No, he's Republican, Charlie Baker, the most popular governor in the country. He's the most popular governor in the country, and he's a Massachusetts Republican, was also reelected.
All right. You want to say something, Caitlin?
Well, you're picking up on two really interesting things there. First, Republicans doing well in the Northeast in terms of governorship. Maryland, we're also watching for the governor's race there. But also to Elizabeth Warren's reelection, you know, a lot of potential 2020 candidates are running this cycle, and they are easily winning in their states.
And that's interesting.
And they've been on the campaign trail for other candidates.
But think about what that tells you about who these frontrunners are. They're from states that are blue. In other words, they're going to run in an election where you have to get people to walk across the line, and they've done nothing to advance their careers except to get people who agree with them to support them. And I think that's interesting. Back to the New England thing as well. I think a cost of the Trump decision to nationalize these elections and talk about immigration. There was a chance about a month ago when Republicans could have won every New England governorship. Imagine that, in this era of anger and progression and the blue wave, to have every New England state with a Republican governor. Now, it looks like Governor Sununu is going to hold on in New Hampshire. It's still early, but that's the word we're getting. Rhode Island probably gone for sure. Connecticut probably gone. Don't know yet about Maine. But that's, instead of 6, you're now talking about 2.
All right, stand by, panel. We have to sneak in a quick break. They are telling me, go to break, go to break. All right, so hang on one moment. We're going to continue this discussion. A quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN. Welcome back to CBSN's continuing election night coverage. We want to show you the picture in Texas as it stands right now in that Senate race between Beto O'Rourke and Senator Ted Cruz. This is a race that we've been watching closely. There you see, obviously, a very tight race right now. And let's talk about this with the CEO and co-founder of the Texas Tribune, Evan Smith. So, Evan, let me ask you about whether or not you are surprised by what we've seen so far in that race.
Oh, I'm absolutely surprised. Look, this is a state that has not had competitive elections in the general election for 24 years. No Democrat has come within 10 miles of a Republican. Since Ann Richards was elected in 1990, you had a couple of lower down the ballot races in 94, but basically Democrats have had nothing going on for the last 24 years. The early vote that has come in so far has O'Rourke doubling Ted Cruz in Dallas County. It has O'Rourke up by 18 in Bexar County, home to San Antonio. Most important, Tarrant County, which is where Fort Worth is situated, is the most conservative large county in this country, and O'Rourke and Cruz are dead even in Tarrant County.
Wow.
These early vote numbers for O'Rourke are stunning. And there are other congressional and state legislator numbers in the early vote that suggest it's going to be a very good night for the Democrats. We don't know what's going to happen. There are so many votes to be counted. But the fact that we're even having this conversation now is news itself.
So, you know, going into this, I mean, things were really looking at the end, I mean, tight, but for Ted Cruz, you know, that was the sort of conventional wisdom. And I talked about this with one of the Democratic strategists that we had. Was it possible that perhaps those polls were not capturing those first-time voters that might be coming out for Beto O'Rourke? What do you think about that?
Well, Elaine, I remember what happened in 2010 when all of us in Texas undercounted the Tea Party voters. We didn't even know that those Tea Party voters existed. And so the predictions of Republicans having a good year were way under what ended up happening. This may very well be the inverse of that year, where we have undercounted what would be traditionally Democratic voters. It may be people of color. It may be young people. It may be some urban and suburban women who, based on the modeling of previous elections, did not turn out to the degree, or we didn't imagine would turn out to the degree that they ultimately have turned out. Again, we don't know yet. The early vote numbers were enormous, but we also didn't know whether the early vote for Democrats might not have been just people who wanted to vote that much more that they turned out early. And election day vote for Democrats was actually down because all those people voted in a 2-week period for the early vote. We don't know if we modeled right. Let me tell you on the point about Cruz. I think the assumption coming into today was that Cruz had this race by 4 or 5 points. All the polls, the conventional wisdom was that this was a mid-single to even mid-high single-digit race for Cruz. And so the idea that O'Rourke will make this competitive, even if he ends up losing by a point or two, if this race is as close as we're talking about, that's going to be a stunner. And even if O'Rourke loses, a bunch of other Democrats at the congressional level and state legislative level will win. I cannot state loudly enough or firmly enough how Democrats have been dead in this state for the last 24 years. This may be their best election night in a generation. So
you mentioned that county, Evan, that is a conservative county that we're waiting on results from, right?
Right, Tarrant County.
Tarrant County. So we should also note that Beto O'Rourke's district in El Paso is going to be closing an hour after the rest of the state. So how could that affect, you know, the counting of the votes here later on?
Well, I think the assumption is that Beto O'Rourke wins El Paso County hand over foot, right? Yeah. But I don't know that the number of votes in El Paso County necessarily is enough to pull him ahead if he's down in other places. Texas, like a lot of other states, the cities are blue. The non-cities, especially the more rural you get, are red. There are a lot of votes in the big cities, but there are a lot of votes outside the big cities. O'Rourke has to run the score up in the big cities. Again, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton won Dallas, Harris, Bexar, Travis, which is Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, but lost Tarrant County, lost Fort Worth. Obama twice, Clinton once. The fact that O'Rourke has held Cruz to 50-50 in Tarrant County is something. And O'Rourke is 10 points ahead in Fort Bend County, which is a very diverse county toward Houston, that Hillary Clinton won in the last election, but Barack Obama lost twice. The fact that O'Rourke is making inroads in Fort Bend County is also a tell that this is going to be a better night for Democrats than they typically have.
All right, we're going to continue to watch it. Evan Smith, CEO of the Texas Tribune, thanks so much for your insight. I hope that we can bring you back, Evan, as this night wears on. I appreciate it. All right, let's bring in right now Karen Finney, a political strategist and senior advisor to Georgia governor candidate Stacey Abrams, who joins us now from Atlanta. And here on set, we have CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns, Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez, and Democratic strategist Linda Tran. Karen, let me start with you and this gubernatorial race in Georgia, which was impacted by accusations of voter suppression. How did that inform the strategy you took in Stacey Abrams' campaign?
Well, it's great to be with you. You know, one of the things that this campaign has done is to build a voter protection effort over a year ago. And that is part of how we've been able to track problems for over a year. And so today we have very vigorous efforts on the ground. We've been able to keep polls open in a couple of locations. I mean, not surprisingly, in some of the largest African-American counties. That's where we've seen some of the longest lines, despite the fact that, for example, in Fulton County, there's a warehouse full of 700 voting machines just ready to be used, but unfortunately not being deployed. So really the effort has been about having an ability to communicate with voters. We have folks like, you know, P. Diddy and Ludacris helping it. We're calling them line warmers, getting people to stay in line. So because, you know, once you're in line, even when the polls close, you get to vote. So we want to make sure people stay in line. And so it's a very multi-layered effort.
So how are you feeling, Karen, about how things went today? I mean, polls going into this were showing, you know, Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp neck and neck.
Yeah. You know, I have to tell you, I'm feeling good. Obviously, you never take anything for granted. And having worked on Hillary's race in 2016, that is my mantra on the wall. Of course, you never know what can happen when the voters have their say. And obviously, it's been a very volatile year in terms of the electorate. We're seeing this in all parts of the country. I know you were just talking about Texas, where, again, it's been hard to predict and use the polls to really tell you what's going on. So, you know, whereas we feel good, like in a lot of parts of this country, and we've worked really hard. I mean, a key strategy has also been to really expand the electorate, and by that I mean to reach out to new voters, people who've never voted before, those what we call drop-off voters, people who tend to not vote in these midterm elections, and make sure that we reach out to them and motivate them and get them to the polls. And you've seen that, frankly, in a lot of places like Florida and Texas, and I think that's going to be key to a lot of the gains we see with Democrats this year.
A moment ago, Karen, you mentioned some of the celebrities that were out there helping to try and get people out to the polls. I wonder if you think there was more that could have been done to try and energize particularly African-American voters in the state of Georgia.
Well, I have to tell you, at this point, from what we're seeing, I mean, African-American turnout in this state has been phenomenal through early vote. Today, as I mentioned, in some of these counties that are predominantly African-American voters, the lines, people in some places have waited 4 hours, but they have been determined to stay in line. So I feel very good about what was done here, and I hope at the end of the day we will you know, that will yield the result that we want, and that Stacey will be the next governor of the state. I'm
curious, Karen, you know, this is a contest that really has had this issue of race very much part of this discussion. I wonder how that's impacted the campaign and the strategy and the tone and the way that you think about the strategy moving forward.
Yeah. You know, I mean, look, anytime, you know, for women candidates and certainly women of color, and I want to acknowledge that this has, you know, been an incredible year in terms of the number of women running and the number of women of color running at all levels. Obviously, Stacey's race is very high profile, but when we talk about congressional races and folks like Ayanna Pressley, and when we talk about state legislative races, it's really been an unprecedented year. But obviously, there are unique challenges that women and people of color face, and we have tried to take those things into account. But I'll tell you what I think has been the most critical. You know, Stacey Abrams is who she is, and I think you're seeing this in Florida and Texas with some of these other high-profile races where, you know, these are candidates who are very comfortable just talking to voters about the issues, who are themselves, you know, have lived them, and I think are closer in some ways to their lives, are closer to the kinds of lives that people are living today. I mean, Stacey has been very honest and open and talking about her own issues, financial issues. You know, she is someone who is a caretaker for a lot of folks in her family, her parents, her grandmother, and she has a young niece. a lot of people are facing similar challenges when an older relative gets sick, or when you lose your home to a disaster of some sort. So I think that's a huge part of it, and that is to connect with people on the issues. And as we've seen across the country as well, last thing I'll say on this, healthcare, healthcare, healthcare. I cannot tell you how much healthcare has been a huge factor. A majority of Georgians, Republicans and Democrats, support Medicaid expansion in this state. So this is on trend with what we're seeing across the country.
All right, Karen Finney, I know it's a busy night. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us. Thanks so much.
Great to be with you.
All right, let's turn back to our panel here. So fascinating, ladies, to hear about the dynamic there and also the dynamic in Texas. But let's start with Georgia, Linda, because, the fact is there has been a lot of ugliness in that contest. And, there is a lot at stake for the Democratic Party. Can you just kind of explain for us, if the push doesn't work ultimately, if Stacey Abrams is not successful, what will be the lessons taken away from that experience and how it was that she conducted her campaign?
Well, it depends on what you mean. So if she's not successful tonight and we're moving to a runoff, then we live to fight another day. I imagine that she'll continue to drive on those three issues she's been talking about: healthcare, as Karen said, but also jobs and education. I mean, as much as she's been on the offense as it pertains to Brian Kemp and some of these issues around him holding the role of Secretary of State and overseeing his own election process, as much as she's been on the offense about that, she's also been very consistent, like a metronome, driving forward on her vision and what she wants to do for the state of Georgia. So I imagine she's going to continue to do that if it ends up in a runoff situation. If she falls short tonight by a large enough margin, so somewhere beyond 1%, so that there's not an automatic recount or there's no way to contest it, she's very young. She's 44 years old, and she has had a remarkable career to date. I can't believe that this would be the last that we would see of her, either in Georgia or on a national stage.
But I wonder, I guess I'm asking too, is there was this sort of base strategy, right, employed here, and I guess that's what I'm wondering about too, right, where there was a concentrated effort on the base and making sure that the base turns out. So will there be any kind of, reevaluating of that kind of strategy on the Democratic side if she's not successful?
I think if she's not successful, it will be because of structural reasons and because of pretty massive issues that we need to change, not only in Georgia, but writ large around the country. I mean, Brian Kemp has overseen, during his time as Secretary of State, 1.5 million voters purged from the voter rolls. There are all these issues, as we've talked about, whether it's the fact that he's overseeing himself or that voter ID laws and all these other issues that systematically disenfranchise communities of color. That's something that we're seeing in Georgia, but we're seeing it elsewhere as well. So while you may do everything possible, leave your heart out in the field and hit those base voters and organize using the best practices possible, the deck is stacked against them no matter what. So it's an uphill battle.
The base strategy, Leslie, is something we've seen on the Republican side as well with this candidate. So with Brian Kemp, what is your sense of the feeling now, Georgia in 2018, whether or not that can actually work, or if perhaps, the demographics have changed so that it's not necessarily going to be as resonant a strategy as it might have been in the past?
Well, just recently we were talking about, especially in Georgia, you have the new Latino South. I mean, because a lot of those areas where you had kind of urban flight, into the suburbs that were predominantly white and African American, kind of more middle class African American. Now they're Latino, and you have apartment complexes, bienvenidos. Everybody's like welcome.
Right.
And salsa classes, how to make salsa, and culinary school is not for Latinos, but non-Hispanic whites who want to learn how to blend with the culture. So Georgia is changing, and it has been changing for quite a while, and it's just not a black-white issue. But I find really a fascinating thing is this turnout issue. And we say it, it's turnout. But for us that are so cynical, that are in this business all the time, it's hard to get people to vote. We have been trying to get communities of color, young voters, suburban voters, soccer moms, all these people to vote for anything other than a presidential election. It's a mammoth push. And this is astounding. When you look at the case, I'm going to go back to Texas, where we heard earlier tonight, if there was an 8 million voter turnout, that would be a very bad day for Ted Cruz. And now it looks like we're going to be closer to those numbers. And now you're seeing where that 100, there's such an advantage in terms of Republicans' registration in the state of Texas. It would have to be a massive wave like that of turnout, not just registration, to flip such a red state. And when they're talking about Fort Bend County, where I'm from, that is, at one point, the Washington Post wrote that this is one of the reddest counties in America in comparison to Nancy Pelosi, one of the bluest counties in America. So that shows you just what we're talking about.
Regardless of what happens actually in both Georgia and in Texas, the fact that there are so many people voting for the first time, the fact that there have been tens of thousands of people registered to vote for the first time, voting is a habit. So, while there's a lot of engagement around 2018, the fact that kind of structure has been built will, reap dividends in the future.
Let's turn to Florida, and we want to look at this Senate race there. So Florida Governor Rick Scott and Senator Bill Nelson, still a toss-up right now with 94% of the vote in. Caitlin, we were in Florida not that long ago for Red and Blue. Tell us about this dynamic here and this fine line that Rick Scott has tried to walk in terms of appearing with President Trump sometimes and distancing himself from President Trump sometimes.
Right, exactly, which is a very different strategy than the Republican at the top of the ticket, or who we think is at the top of the ticket, which is Ron DeSantis running for governor here. Rick Scott is the current governor, I should say, of Florida. He's term limited and he's running for Senate, and he won both of his races by just 1 point, which shows you how close Florida elections are. And his strategy has been to really play into his experience as the current head of the state of Florida. We saw him a lot during the hurricanes. He was out there, he was on TV, he was out there in these communities, really trying to use his platform as governor to show that he is capable of handling these sorts of things. But what's really interesting about this race is because all of the attention has really been focused on that governor's race. Right. Nobody's really talking about Bill Nelson. We talk about these incumbents, these Democratic incumbents in states that the president won. Bill Nelson doesn't have that same kind of identity in the state that he can capitalize on, and has very much been depending on Andrew Gillum to kind of help lift his boat, at least in the state of Florida right now. You've seen him at various campaign events with Gillum, with former President Barack Obama, who has also been actively campaigning in the state.
And there you see the numbers for that gubernatorial contest in Florida, very much neck and neck, Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum. The race that really, I think, Linda, I'm sure Senator Bill Nelson, like Ed O'Keefe was joking, like, is he going to send flowers to Andrew Gillum if he's able to pull a win off tonight? Because tell me about Senator Nelson's strategy going into this. It seems like we hadn't necessarily heard quite as much from him about this.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, all the attention has been on Andrew Gillum, from the celebrity surrogates to the viral videos, and literally every discussion about Florida is all about this dynamic young man at the top of the ticket. But Bill Nelson has a record of his own that he can be running on, right? I mean, he's been senator for quite a while. He can talk about healthcare, he can talk about jobs, he can talk about, leadership in Washington. If I'm, his camp, I'm probably hoping that all that fervor for Andrew Gillum is really going to spill over and, really help him as well.
Because I don't want to nerd out too much, but going into the Democratic primary, right, Andrew Gillum wasn't even really talked about,
he was
right?
number
Remind
three.
us about that.
At some points, he was actually number 4 on the list. I mean, the polls heading into
He wasn't supposed to win.
No, he was definitely not supposed to win. Gwen Graham was heavily favored.
An establishment candidate.
Exactly. Somebody who's had a long-standing history in the state, somebody who's from a family that's had a long-standing history. And he was just kind of, out of nowhere, and it blew everybody's minds. And
wasn't a billionaire, wasn't somebody who came in with a lot of money. So what does that tell you then, Linda, as a Democratic strategist, about this sort of changing demographic in Florida, where they chose not the establishment candidate in the primary, but this self-proclaimed progressive, and someone who, as you note, a young African-American who was able to sort of beat out the rest of the field? Because a lot of folks have said, well, we had our eye on him, but it wasn't until the actual primary night where we saw this sort of emergence of Andrew Gillum as a national story.
I think people were thinking of him as somebody whose time will come. He's young, he's somebody, he's mayor, he's a sitting mayor now, and that if things hadn't turned out the way that they did during the Democratic primary, we would have heard from him again. But, it speaks to some of those old truisms about politics, which is that authenticity, the likability factor. He is somebody who electrifies the crowds when he's at the stump, and people really feel like he hears them, he understands them, he's one of them and knows the challenges, and so they believe in his leadership.
And what's really interesting about this race is because remember after 2016, we were all asking, okay, who's the leader of the Democratic Party right now? And we're finding that it's really kind of the base of the party, these grassroots voters who are kind of motivated on their own, it seems, at least on the primary level, to seek out candidates and support and kind of build the party from there instead of from the top. At least that's what it appears like in a lot of these races.
All right, and I know they want me to go to break really quickly, but Ron DeSantis, he has got a military background. He's somebody who very much has attached himself to President Trump.
A model of Trump.
Counting on that strategy, so this will be a test.
The strategy is I'm going to do and say anything that supports the president, and the president has said, if you stand by me, I'll stand by you. He raised a tremendous amount of money. They put a lot of money in the coffers. He organized the party leadership to put money back in the state, and he made it competitive despite this blue wave. You know, could they build a wall, a retaining wall for that?
Yeah, another non-establishment candidate. All right, they are telling me I have to take a quick break. When we come back, though, much more coverage on this election night. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN. It's still early on in the night, but we're already seeing results from some key races across the country. All 435 seats in the House are up for grabs tonight, but the magic number for keeping control of it is 218. Republicans are defending dozens of those districts in competitive races across the country. CBS News projects Republican Denver Riggleman has defeated Democrat Leslie Cockburn in Virginia's 5th district. That's a Republican hold. But Democrat Jennifer Wexton was able to win her race over Republican Congresswoman Barbara Comstock in Virginia's 10th district. Let's bring in Molly Hooper, Michael Graham, and Joel Payne. Molly is a Capitol Hill reporter for The Hill. Michael is a columnist for the Boston Herald. And Joel is a Democratic strategist. They are all CBSN political contributors. All right, Joel, I want to start with you. How are you feeling about Florida tonight? We just finished talking about that.
As you know, the last few days I've been pretty bullish on Florida. It's very tight. And I think it would be maybe a mistake to say alarm, but I think the numbers are not coming in as the polls would have suggested. I mean, the polls had Gillum consistently running 6 to 7 points in the last week or two, 6 to 7 points ahead of Ron DeSantis. That is not what we're seeing reflected. There is a good chunk of vote. I'm you know, and Anthony obviously is the expert here on the vote counting, but I'm being told on the ground there's a good chunk of vote in some of the urban areas like Broward, Dade, Hillsborough County, Tampa. There are some in Gainesville as well. So I'm being told there are some places where Gillum could make that up, particularly almost 50% as of when it was at 90%, about 50% of the vote in Broward was still to be counted. So that's a significant chunk, and there's an opportunity to make up there if you're a Democrat. But this is at a minimum going to be a very, very tight race and potentially going to be something that does not go the way Democrats were hoping. And I think the term Bradley effect is appropriate to discuss here.
Tell us about that.
Well, we all know, and you know, feel free to jump in here, but you know, listen. Well, first, the Trump effect.
The name, the Bradley effect. Let's start with that. Where it comes from.
Tom Bradley, who was obviously very well known, Los Angeles mayor, ran in the late 80s for governor of California, was expected widely to win that race, lost. There was a hidden anti-Bradley vote that was not reflected in the polling and not reflected in the public discussion. It does appear that some version of that could be going on here. But I'd go a step further and say there's a Trump effect, and Major, you know, alluded to it a little bit earlier, that the White House thinks that there's about 3 to 4% of the vote that publicly does not always get reflected in the polls. Yeah.
And let's also say something else that, you know, because I deal a lot with Republican, both grassroots and the pros. There's a real sense that the media is not on their side. That's how they feel, fairly or unfairly. And so they get poll calls. They don't want to talk. They don't trust. And so it's not even that they're trying to be tricky or anything. They truly are worried. But I just want to point out, someone said earlier that the way to bet on Florida was not either way, because I don't know, but that it was going to be incredibly close, because Florida is always close. I think their average for statewide races for the past 3 cycles is like 0.9 or 1.1, something like that. What does it tell you that Florida is close? What does it tell you that I'm hearing in New Hampshire that there's ticket splitting, that the Republican governor is doing well, but the 2 Democrats running for Congress are doing well? What that tells you is that the notion of a wave looks less and less likely every hour. It looks more and more like people are picking and choosing candidates, and they like some Republicans and like some Democrats, and that there was apparently enough Republican turnout to stop what a lot of Republicans were afraid of. 48 hours ago, I was talking people off of ledges going, oh my gosh, it's going to be 2010. You know, they're going to be dragging our bodies out of the...
Well, engagement is up across the board.
No, it is, but that's my point. The question was, would the engagement be across the board, or would it be really heavily young voters, minority voters, Democratic, angry Democrats? Apparently Republicans did show up in at least some of these East Coast states.
All right. So here we're showing in Kentucky's 6th congressional district, Republican Representative Andy Barr over Amy McGrath. Now, that's a race, Molly, that we were watching closely. Remind us why, because the dynamic there is an interesting one.
It's a very interesting one. I mean, this is a state, I mean, number one, the candidate, Amy McGrath, is a stellar rock star candidate. This is a woman who was in the Marine Corps and flying F-18s. Right. I mean, this is a Democrat with the resume of, you know, typical Republican, you know, with national security bona fides. A lot of money has gone in to support her. She's had a great grassroots foundation, and this is one of those districts that was all and has typically been, you know, a toss-up. So so the fact that Andy Barr can eke this out says a lot. And I look at Virginia, at the races in Virginia, with the exception of Barbara Comstock's district, which is a little different because it's in Northern Virginia, where you have a lot of federal workers and It tends to be a blue state. They voted by maybe 15 percentage points for Hillary Clinton. I mean, this is a blue district. I look at the districts like Virginia 5 with the Republican winning, Scott Taylor's district down in southern Virginia. He's doing a lot better than anticipated. And even Dave Bratt, that's the other district that people were looking at, is so close with Allison Spanberger, another Democrat with national security creds. I mean, this woman was a CIA operative.
Yeah, right.
I mean, a very good candidate.
Just really quickly.
Yep.
If Democrats were going to have a monsoon wave night, that's the type of race that you would expect Democrats to win.
So what does that tell us then?
Well, that doesn't mean that Democrats can have a good night. And this is where the expectations games come in. And this is, frankly, where I have to, anyone who watches this and follows me understands I'm not a fan of President Trump politically. He has proven himself to be politically deft at understanding what he does well and what he does not do well. And what he does well is energize his base. And it's clear there was a strong return to the base, as Michael's indicated.
And so now the question is, as we watch this roll out, what does that mean? If it's going to be, if red states are going to be reddish and purple states are going to stay purplish to lightly blue as opposed to deep blue, well, then what are we talking about for a House majority? There's probably a House majority anyway, but is it a majority +2? Versus +22, that's a big difference. And imagine this show, for those of us who love politics as entertainment, President Trump and Pelosi with a 2 or 3 seat majority, so she has to herd cats with Donald Trump firing at her politically every day.
But keep in mind, we don't know if it'd be a Speaker Pelosi if there's only a 2 Democrat seat in. I mean, there are 50 Democrats running for office now. Running for the House. Keep in mind, not all those Democrats are going to win, but who've said point blank, I'm not voting for Nancy Pelosi as Speaker. I'm not going to say her name when it comes to my vote on the floor. Who do you want to vote for Speaker? So she really needs a double-digit margin in order to get the speakership. And without that, it's unclear who fills that void.
And I suggest the size of that majority would absolutely dictate whether it would be Nancy Pelosi or somebody else, just in terms of how the Democratic base would feel.
So I want to go back to the Trump effect for a moment, because we just showed a moment ago Indiana, right, in the Senate race there that we've been continuing to monitor. You talk about the president energizing the base. There was some thought, Joel, there you see leaning to Mike Braun, the Republican there, against Senator Joe Donnelly. There was some thought, was there not, Joel, that for as much as the president was going to energize the Republican base, that perhaps there would be an equal reaction on the Democratic side to energize Democrats?
I think it just depends on where you are. You know, I was talking to a pretty prominent Democratic pollster earlier over the weekend, and what he was saying was, when a state like Indiana, that's tricky because there's really not those traditional Democratic coalition bases to pull from. Whereas Claire McCaskill, for instance, if she surges at the end, she has St. Louis, she has Kansas City, she has those high population African-American, Latino areas where she can pull votes from. Someone like Joe Donnelly really is at a disadvantage in a night which clearly does not appear to be the strong Democratic turnout we were expecting.
But she also has another thing on her side. Medical marijuana and legalizing marijuana is on the ballot in Missouri. That's on the ballot in North Dakota with Heidi Heitkamp. That's on the ballot in Michigan. I mean, that works against somebody like Mike Bishop in Michigan 8. That's a Republican seat. Utah. It's the reason why we see Mia Love, a Republican, that has a viable Democratic, opponent partially because medical marijuana is on the ballot and people get out to vote for that.
But back to your idea of the Trump effect in the base, the storyline that I've heard smart people tell me for the past, since the Brett Kavanaugh moment is that before the Brett Kavanaugh moment, the Democratic base was already at a boil. They were at 212 and they were cooking. And they have not, the temperature has not gone down for them. The problem was that the Republicans just weren't there. So what has happened is the bases got equalized.
Interesting.
This is what's interesting to me. If the bases are in fact kind of equalized, you still would think there'd be an advantage for the Democrats because people are kind of anti whoever's in power. They don't. Independents don't like Trump.
Traditionally, that's how.
Yeah, and so you'd assume, well, okay, but the independents are going to break for Democrats 2-1, and that should easily be enough to give them 220, 225. And now, once again, it's so early, we don't know yet, but it's something to watch. I thought there was a good chance by this time in the night we'd be saying, and there it is, Democrat rolling right through.
Yeah, I mean, what happens to moderates now?
Well, I think
is there such a thing?
For the fate of the Republic, it would be a good idea if we had moderates who could make deals. I mean, frankly, you look at what happened with Brett Kavanaugh. part of the reason, it was kind of the moderate strike back in the Senate with Jeff Flake and Chris Coons, et cetera. But yeah, I mean, parties have to start, candidates are going to go after what voters are rewarding. And if voters are rewarding people who tend to their base and who fall in line with their base, then guess what? You're going to get candidates who cater to their base and who do not see a value in crossing over and being collegial and looking to make deals. That is not something that's viewed as a positive. Look at Dianne Feinstein in California. Part of the reason why she, at some point, had a tough challenge from a Kevin DeLeon is because she was viewed as being too collegial by people back in California, which is ridiculous, the idea that Dianne Feinstein is not liberal enough for California, but that's where we are.
Well, remember when she voted for Mike Pompeo, this is almost a year and a half ago, Mike Pompeo for CIA director, people were, protesting in front of her house in San Francisco and Pacific Heights. They were throwing garbage on her lawn. I mean, they were protesting vigorously in her place of, at her residence. And so, the politics on both sides have become so volatile and so polarized that at some point something's got to give.
So how do you create a moderate, a winning strategy? Yeah. At some point, people have to say, you know what? Even though I disagree with you on abortion or immigration, I'm going to cross over because you've given me space. You're making a coalition, but you've got to have a candidate steps up and makes that deal. And I don't see a lot of candidates stepping up and saying, "Hey, I'll give up some of my positions to reach out across the aisle."
Also like all right. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. We could be here. Well, we got plenty of time on the backside of this. All right, Molly Hooper, Michael Graham, and Joel Payne. Thanks to you all. Really appreciate it. CBS News Election Night coverage continues right now with Norah O'Donnell and the rest of the CBS News team.
Republican, up and down the ballot.
I've never seen a greater divide, and this is the place to voice your opinion.
Each of us is going to vote to change the government to make sure that it reflects our values.
I believe in my values, and I believe in the goodness of the humankind.
Good evening and welcome back to CBS News special election coverage right here on CBS News. Polls have closed in more than half of the country, and some of the big states are just closing now at 9 o'clock, including Arizona, Texas, and others. So New York will have updates on those. The vote count, however, is just beginning. So let's take a look at some of those numbers. The House estimate at this hour, it's still young, 124 for the Democrats, Republicans 108. And take a look at the Senate. Remember that Democrats want to try and grab 2 seats in order to take back control of the Senate there. As we mentioned, polls have closed in the great state of Texas, and CBS News estimates that race is leaning towards the Republicans. That, of course, has been a hotly contested contest there with Beto O'Rourke, a star celebrity recruit who raised more than any other candidate in the third quarter. We'll see how that race turns out, but it is leaning towards the Republicans. And in North Dakota, look at this. CBS News can only say now this is a toss-up. That's a Democratic seat held by Senator Heidi Heitkamp, but her vote against Kavanaugh has been controversial in that state. And at this hour, CBS News can only say that is a toss-up, but one that we will be watching close up. We have, and then in Arizona, that race still a toss-up at this hour as the polls have just closed in that state. But Arizona will send its first woman to the United States Senate in that race. And these two very interesting women will go through their biographies. But some breaking news right now here on CBS. CBS News projects the Democrats have lost a Senate seat, that Republicans have picked up a seat in the Hoosier state, Indiana. Mike Braun is the winner in the state of Indiana.
It's a big deal, John.
Yeah. It's really big. Trump was just there on Monday in this state, rallying there. This is actually a state, according to the exit polls, the Kavanaugh vote also had a bit of an impact.
Yeah, it's a state, 19 points Donald Trump won this state by. The Democrats have now lost one of those seats they were trying to hold. So when we talked about a tale of 2 elections, it is going in the Republicans' way in this case. And so the other reason this matters is because people who look at Missouri and Claire McCaskill trying to hold her seat there, they say, watch Indiana. The electorates are a little bit the same. It's a lot redder. Basically, what won out here was not incumbency. That used to be so powerful in politics. If you were an incumbent, you were in really good shape. Yeah. Partisanship is more powerful than incumbency in this race. Will that be the case also in Missouri? Democrats can't afford to lose seats. They've now just lost one.
And how much of an effect did Donald Trump have? As you pointed out, Nora, he was just there recently.
Well,
he had to make a big difference.
He did. And remember that Indiana is one of the largest manufacturing bases in the country. The only Democrat who really in a presidential race has been able to pick up Indiana was Barack Obama in 2008, which was a stunner. And that's really because he picked up so many votes in the Chicago suburbs. He turned out suburban women in what you call the donut around Indianapolis. And what we see tonight is that Joe Donnelly was unable to do that the Trump voters did turn out for Mike Braun in that state, and that's a huge win for Republicans. They've got to be feeling good about picking off that race, because Donnelly, they called him a Hoosier through and through. Went to Notre Dame, congressman there. I mean, he's the type of Democrat they would want in Indiana.
And he's also Mike Pence's home state.
Yeah, that's right. Good point.
He said he supported the border wall and talked about the liberal left. Donnelly did, so he was running.
And Claire McCaskill as well, by the way.
Yeah, has said those kinds of things. Yeah.
So many parallels between Indiana and Missouri here, as you mentioned.
We should talk to Nancy Cordes and Ed O'Keefe about that, because I know you're both talking to your sources tonight who are saying the Democrats are thinking, oh my, we lost Indiana. What's next?
They really are, Nora, because Joe Donnelly was not one of the Democrats that they thought was most vulnerable tonight. They think Heidi Heitkamp, even Claire McCaskill, are more vulnerable than he should have been. And one thing that we're seeing in this race in the exit polls that's so fascinating is that his vote on Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh may have played a role. This was so fraught for all of these red state Democrats who had to make a very difficult decision on an issue that completely galvanized not just Congress, but the country for a full couple of months, and that was whether to support Brett Kavanaugh despite some of the sexual assault allegations that came out against him during his nomination process. Well, Donnelly decided after a lot of reflection not to vote for Kavanaugh to be confirmed. And that was an area where he really broke with the majority in his state. And take a look at our exit polling. We asked people whether they thought that his Kavanaugh vote was important to them. 50% of them said yes. Of them, 55% of those voters went for Braun, not for Donnelly. So this is an indication he made a very tough call, and it may have cost him the race.
And since the day after the 2016 election, Nora, Chuck Schumer has been talking about the big 5 Democrats to watch tonight, the ones he was most concerned about. Donnelly is one. Nelson in Florida is another. McCaskill in Missouri. Tester in Montana. And Heitkamp in North Dakota. If Donnelly goes down because he voted against Kavanaugh in a state that is increasingly Republican, that bodes poorly for McCaskill tonight and Heitkamp, 2 other states that have grown even more Republican in recent years. But you know, this is a sign that Kavanaugh may indeed have had an effect, at least in these Senate races, as the president has gone across the country over the last 6 weeks talking about them.
Well, we spent a lot of time in Missouri, and it had an enormous effect, at least when we were there visiting, on people's attitudes towards both Josh Hawley and Claire McCaskill. Ed, quickly, want to ask you about Florida as well, because with 96% of the vote in right now, it appears Rick Scott, the Republican, is leading Bill Nelson, who's now served 3 terms in Florida. What are you making of what you're seeing in Florida right now?
We can never discount the Cuban vote in Miami, and I talked to some Republicans there today who said that they've seen pretty healthy turnout among Republicans in Miami-Dade. I asked whether the president's talk in the last few weeks about the potential of Democrats turning this into a socialist country like Venezuela would ring even more so in the ears of South Florida Republicans who are either Venezuelan or Cuban transplants. And somebody said to me, yes, actually, we have some reason to believe that might be the case, that it might have helped draw out just enough. But look, 96% in. Have we had an election this century where it wasn't a close and a long night? In Florida, not necessarily.
Good
I
point.
can recall. So
right, but Democrats really thought that Andrew Gillum, the candidate for governor, would be able to pull Nelson across the finish line.
Although, look at this Senate race, and now Nelson has slipped ahead.
All right, and we have some breaking news at this hour. CBS News projects a winner in the state of Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn. Part of the Year of the Woman, and this a Republican woman heading to the United States Senate. She has been a congresswoman there and beat Phil Bredesen, who had been a former governor of that state. And Marsha Blackburn running as a conservative, a Trump conservative in a state that elected Al Gore, Howard Baker, Bob Corker.
And has Lamar Alexander as the other senator who is not of the Trump mold in the Republican Party. This is a big deal because think of who's being replaced. Bob Corker, who we worked with the Obama administration, who was critical of the president. Now the president has a strong ally in Marsha Blackburn. She said during the campaign, I'm going to fight with President Donald Trump every step of the way to build that wall.
She was one of his first surrogates when he was running for president.
Right.
It's always been a society.
Remember, this was the Taylor Swift state.
Yeah, so much for a swift lift in that particular state. Earlier today, I think her opponent was counting on it and was really applauding Taylor Swift for coming out and said that the numbers were showing young people were turning out for him. That, of course, is not the case. So it makes Marsha Blackburn the first female senator in the state of Tennessee.
That is a great point to make. And our David Begnaud is in Franklin, Tennessee at Marsha Blackburn headquarters. David?
Nora, she told me this afternoon at an ice cream social, she said, I really want to be the first woman that my state sends to the U.S. Senate. She is really proud of that. The room just found out that she is the projected winner, and they went nuts, as you can imagine. Listen, Phil Bredesen is a well-known, well-liked man in this state. He served 2 terms as governor, and in his second term, he won every county in the state. In fact, a lot of people thought this race was going to be close, and I asked I asked the Congresswoman today, I said, why is this race so close? And she said, well, look, she said, a lot of people know the governor. You know, his name is well known. He ran twice statewide. I've never run statewide, but the president sure helped her. He came here this past weekend, rallied for her, and let me tell you something. Her tone could not have been more different than Mr. Bredesen. When you watched a Bredesen commercial, it was like your grandfather sitting you down and saying, you know, David, times are tough right now. People are not being nice to each other, but I got some good solutions, and I think you can help me. When you watched a Blackburn commercial, it started with the caravan of people coming up from Central America, and the tone was ominous and the color had been distorted, and she said, I'm going to protect the tax cuts, I'm going to repeal Obamacare, and we're going to stop the criminals who are marching toward our border. The two of them are very, very different in tone. Very likable, though, if you meet them. But tonight it's the winner, a lady for the first time being sent from Tennessee to the U.S. Senate.
All right.
Politicians, they usually
And David, I'm glad you brought up the caravan, because as I talked to my sources over the weekend, even Republicans said, you know what, that was the one mistake that Bredesen made, where he said that the caravan was not a threat to our national security. And while that may be factually true, in the state of Tennessee, it cost him, and the Republicans tried to take advantage of that with those ads, and it had some effect on that race there. But she won by perhaps a pretty large margin.
Yeah, and you know, just when we're looking at the night in the Senate, okay, the Democrats have already lost in Indiana. Here's a seat that Democrats were hoping, when they had their best fantasies about how the night might go, they thought Bredesen, who has these strong ties in the state. I talked to lots of Republicans who liked him, thought of him kind of, even though he's a Democrat, in that Howard Baker mold, in that kind of sensible middle of the road. He has lost, and the Trump, a more Trump-like Republican has come in. So on the Republican side, as we look at things now, the Senate is really moving in the Donald Trump direction, not just the Republican
I think that's exactly right. I mean, winning that seat in Tennessee, losing in Indiana, I think it's going to be very difficult now for the Democrats to take, to even pick up any seats.
Then it would appear, though, that the president's strategy is working. He's been saying all along, caravans and Kavanaugh.
Well, and Gail, to your point, here's that. While most people picked health care as the most important issue, according to the exit polls, those who picked immigration went for Blackburn 82 to 17%. Gail, you're right. He tried to make immigration an issue, and it may have been able to move enough people in these Senate races.
Yeah, and on the Senate side now, the focus really turns to Florida big time.
Yeah.
97% of the vote is in, right, John?
Sure, yeah.
As you talk about that, and it turns to Missouri. And then, as Ed mentioned, North Dakota and Montana as well. Montana, we might not end up knowing until tomorrow.
Well, it's almost like we have races on 2 planets. We have Planet Senate and we have Planet House.
Well, and Planet House isn't spinning the way Democrats want it to either. And
but it's doing a little better than Planet Senate is for the Democrats.
Just as a practical matter, what does this mean? It means, well, judges are going to keep getting confirmed for the president if they continue. And if they increase the margin, Republicans do in the Senate, that means, remember the Affordable Care Act replacement? Well, it went down by 1 vote, John McCain's vote. Well, if Republicans make their margin bigger and particularly have new recruits who are in the Donald Trump mold or believe with him, that means some of those things that didn't pass in the last Congress might pass in this one. And that really then throws it to the House.
And that is what McConnell has promised, the final repeal of Obama's Affordable Care Act, which Democrats wanted to make the top issue in this election in order to say that's why you got to keep us in power.
Right. And it'll also help with a slew of new executive branch appointments the president's likely to make after this election, including things like the Attorney General. The bigger the margin he has among his Republicans, the easier it'll be for the president to make those kinds of changes and get them confirmed.
But it is interesting, though. I know the night is early, and we keep saying that the night is early. It's only 9 o'clock. But Bob, when you were saying, you know, the president.
That's not early for me.
This is early, Bob. We're going to be here till 2. But we got lots of stuff, lots of things to cover. But Bob, what you were saying earlier, that the president, you know, even members of his own party, when Dan Senor was here this morning, he said that, you know, Paul Ryan had called the president and said, you know, Mr. President, maybe you should talk about economy. Clearly, the president knows something that the rest of us don't, because what we're seeing so far is his strategy is working, not talking about the economy, focusing on immigration, and really scaring people. Scaring people. That seems to be working.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
Well, I was just saying, and we've talked about this before, voters don't typically reward incumbents during a midterm, right? It's when they're outraged, when they're angry, when they're scared that they come out and they cast their vote, which is maybe why the president has focused so much on immigration this time around.
One of the key storylines tonight we have been following is the Year of the Woman, and we now have 4 of the current female incumbents in the Senate have won re-election. Let's go through them. In Wisconsin, Senator Tammy Baldwin is the winner there. In Michigan, Senator Debbie Stabenow. We were calling that a toss-up, but there we have her in that state. And in New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand is the winner in the great state of New York, as expected. And in Minnesota, Senator Amy Klobuchar. And again, just because it's got that 0 there, we do have additional data that is allowing us to project that Amy Klobuchar will win in the state of Minnesota. And CBS News has a projection there that Senator Joe Manchin has won in the state of West Virginia.
And he voted in favor of Judge Kavanaugh.
Yes. The only Democrat.
The only Democrat.
The only Democrat to vote in favor of Kavanaugh. Joe Manchin knows his constituents.
In the reddest state in the country.
Sure. Yeah. I wonder what he'll do now if the trend keeps being Republican in some of these other victories. And what his role in the new Senate will be if the trend we've seen so far tonight continues, which looks like a strong night for Republicans in the Senate.
And interesting to note that Kyrsten Sinema, the Democratic candidate for the Senate in Arizona, has fashioned herself as Joe Manchin says, if I'm elected to the Senate, I will be sort of the next Joe Manchin.
We'll be checking in on that race in just a moment in Arizona, because that is a key race. We're going to take a look, too, at Texas, where Senator Ted Cruz is battling for his political life. All that coming up.
CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best.
is a unique power in truth. And whether the story is around the globe or down the street, we want to put the power of truth in your hands.
I'm Jeff. Jeff Glor.
The CBS Evening News with Jeff Glor. Original reporting.
We have leaning towards the Republican, Senator Ted Cruz. You may remember President Trump called him Lion Ted Cruz.
Yes.
Then he called him Beautiful Ted Cruz. And then Texas Ted.
Yes.
Omar Villafranca is at Ted Cruz headquarters in Houston. Omar, what are you hearing?
Okay.
Omar?
Well, we are here at the Cruz Watch campaign here, and they're eagerly trying to see the numbers that are coming in on various TV sets that are set around here. All the polls have closed here in Texas. The state's so big, we have 2 time zones. Everything is closed finally in El Paso. There was a little glitch here in Harris County, which is where Ted Cruz lives. There was a glitch because 9 polling locations opened late. So a judge basically ordered that those polling locations had to remain open an extra hour. And that means Harris County, the largest county in the state, wasn't allowed basically to release their votes until after those polls closed. So now those numbers are starting to roll in. People here at the Cruz party are getting a little bit anxious. We're going to have to wait and see exactly what happens. But a lot of energy, of course, in this race. For the other side of the race, let's go to Adriana Diaz, who's in El Paso covering Beto O'Rourke.
Thanks, Omar. We are at Southwest University Park here in El Paso, where Beto will be watching the results come in. His supporters are here, and they are energized. Word is spreading that Harris County polls, some of them, as you mentioned, Omar, stayed open late. And I spoke to a surrogate for O'Rourke who said that's encouraging news because that county went overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Now, according to early data from the exit polls, we're seeing that Beto O'Rourke did better with the youth vote, capturing about 20% of votes from those 30 or younger versus 8% for Cruz. He also did better with the Hispanic vote. Beto got about 31% of the Hispanic vote so far versus Cruz's 16%. But Cruz is doing better among male voters, among voters who are happy with the economy, among voters who want stronger immigration laws. And immigration is really taking center stage in this race. And when you look at the counties that are reporting so far, you're seeing a lot of blue along the border and in cities like Dallas and a lot of red throughout the state. Nora?
Fascinating there. Beto O'Rourke had raised $38 million in just the last 3 months alone. Democrats were convinced they could turn Texas purple. When we come back, we're going to take a look at who is turning out at the polls and a deep dive into what happened in Texas.
is a unique power in truth.
What's your message to the people who could do something?
And whether the story is around the globe, across the nation, or down the street.
Look at this.
We'll find it.
It amazes me that you were able to see your house destroyed and you went right back to work.
And I would much rather be out there helping.
Because every evening, we want to put the power of truth in your hands.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Glor, and we are going to begin the broadcast tonight.
The CBS Evening News with Jeff Glor, original reporting. There is a unique power in truth. And whether the story is around the globe or down the street, we want to put the power of truth in your hands.
I'm Jeff. Jeff Glor.
The CBS Evening News with Jeff Glor, original.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Quijano with CBSN, and this is a CBS News Election Night Update. With me is CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns. So, Caitlin, we have been watching to see what exactly the Trump factor might be on this midterm election. What do we know about that so far?
Well, according to exit polls, 65% of respondents to those exit polls said that this election was very much about the president, but it depends on whether it was a positive or a negative. And we kind of saw divided among support versus opposition versus not factoring in too much at all. We're also kind of looking at two different maps here. So we have the Senate side where Republicans are competing in places that the president is very popular. And on the House side, these suburban districts that are likely or projected to be likely to swing into the Democrats' favor. And so far on the Senate side, Republicans have at least flipped one of those seats in Indiana, a place that the president has spent some time campaigning. It's where Vice President Mike Pence is also from and was the governor there. We saw that flip from a Democrat to a Republican winning tonight. So the Republicans that we've talked to project a good night in the Senate, and we'll see whether some of these other House races that were a little bit further out of reach for Democrats, whether those are going to turn or stay in Republicans' favor.
So the Indiana race is interesting because it brings to mind the Kavanaugh hearings, right? And just how polarizing that series of events was, where we saw very, very passionate arguments on both sides of that issue. I wonder if that perhaps Indiana is a state where Democrats now will look and say, this was perhaps the thing that politically cost us.
Well, Joe Donnelly, the incumbent Democrat who lost this race tonight, came out and voted against Judge Kavanaugh at the time, and Republicans saw that as kind of the beginning of the end, really, of that election campaign. He maintained that it was the right decision and that he was going forward with it, but Republicans felt very emboldened by that. And we saw in a lot of different races, Republicans really galvanized and energized at a time that they weren't before around the prospect of not only confirming Kavanaugh, but the opportunity to shape the makeup of the Supreme Court and courts around the country. That's always been something that really motivates them to turn out in the polls.
What is the story regarding women candidates this year? Because you had a record number of women running for office.
That's right. Over 260 women candidates running for Congress, and we've also been paying close attention to how women voters are responding to this environment, and in particular, women living in the suburbs, again, these districts that will determine balance of power in the House. They have been showing over the course of this campaign a real negative reaction to the president, seeming to be fueled by that. And in early exit polling, we saw a change among white women who supported President Trump in 2016, now backing Democrats, at least in the early exit poll. So a significant shift there, and that could help determine some of these House races.
And what are the issues that have been driving women to the polls?
Well, healthcare is top of mind in a lot of these polls, especially for women, because it touches a variety of issues in their life, not only their personal health care, but affecting the health care decisions that they make for their families. They also view this through an economic lens, how to pay for health care, not only for themselves, but for their families and also for their parents, possibly. So health care, top of mind for these women. And again, some of those women who say that they're voting against Trump, the president very much factoring into their decision.
And Democrats made a decision early on that they were going to keep the conversation as best they could focused on that issue of health care.
The discipline on health care as a chief message strategy this election has been remarkable, especially since, remember, in 2010, Democrats lost seats and lost control of the House largely because of that vote on health care at the time. We know that voters are very affected by any threats of change to healthcare. And that's why we see any time the party in charge tries to change it in any way or threaten it or be perceived as threatening it, they react very viscerally to that. So that's what we're seeing this election.
All right, what a difference 2 years can make, right?
Yeah,
Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you so much. Thank you. More CBS News election night coverage continues next.
And we are back now with more CBS News coverage on the battle for control of Congress. I'm Jeff Glor with Anthony Silvanzo, our elections director, at the decision desk here. You see it right behind Anthony. And we're talking about a lot at this hour. Anthony, breaking news, and what a surprise. Florida, two very, very tight races here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an election night without something like this. You know, in Florida, here's the thing. We've got tight races, and we haven't made a projection yet in either one of them. The biggest reason is that we're waiting for what we think are a few more votes in Broward County and Miami-Dade. That's South Florida. It's a Democratic territory, so that could be good for either Gillum or Nelson if that comes in, as we expect, usually, if it comes in Democratic.
You have 98% of the vote in Florida, and both the governor's race and the senators are still toss-ups.
Right, but let me underscore this. That 98% in is based on our trend lines of turnout. Now, if there's a lot more votes still to come in, well, that number could go even higher, too. So that's an estimate in and of itself. That's what makes a lot of this still so uncertain.
Okay. Let's talk about Texas a little bit. We've been talking about the big Senate race there, Beto O'Rourke on the Democratic side and also Ted Cruz looking to hold his seat. Right now, you are leaning Republican in Texas. How much? You're talking about a very popular governor, Greg Abbott, who obviously has won re-election.
Yes.
How much of this is a down ballot effect from Abbott?
Well, there's definitely a split right now between, you know, the Democratic vote for governor and what Beto O'Rourke is getting. You know, he's sort of keeping right behind Cruz in a lot of areas where he's running ahead of the Democratic would-be Democratic governor, the losing candidate there. Now, having said that, you see that 70% in. That's key, because what's still outstanding are some areas around Houston that we're watching carefully, a couple of counties where we think, I think there could be still 900,000 votes still to count. So we're going to watch that carefully. No projection here yet.
There's one district we've watched very carefully in Texas, and that is the 7th. We visited the 7th because it has been a Republican district ever since it was created. It's where George H.W. Bush, the president, lives now. John Culberson has held that seat for a long time. Got a big challenge from Lizzie Fletcher. Where are we now?
Yeah, you see this 9,000 vote difference. Now, that's not enough yet to make a projection in this race, but certainly this is one of those districts where if the Democrats can hang on and pick up, this is one of those indicators. It's one of those suburban districts. That area has been diversifying, too. It's the kind of place where Democrats want to try to make gains. You know, I still expect this is a long night here before we get the rest of this counted, but it's a lead for the Democrats.
But there are a lot of districts across the country that look like the Texas 7th.
Well, exactly. You know, some of the more affluent suburbs throughout the country, and we're watching them from New Jersey all the way out to California as we get later into the night. What we're going to do is look for those patterns like you just saw and see if that can tell us where this House race is headed. You know, right now, if the Democrats were to pick up districts like that, it would be a good sign for them.
Okay, Anthony, we'll see you again very soon. Right now, back to the desk here. Guys?
All right, Jeff and Anthony, thank you so much. And As we are now looking at this at 9:30 at night, the Democrats had hoped to sort of wrap up a number of victories in the House, to sort of put them on a way to a wave of taking back the House of Representatives. They thought maybe we could hold some seats in the Senate, and it looks like they're having a difficult early night.
Well, that's right. They were looking for those robust canaries in the coal mine, the ones that really looked like they were reaching into Trump territory, and that has yet to happen. They have picked up the easy seats. Texas 7 even. That's a district that Hillary Clinton won. So again, that's not in that second tier or third tier of more difficult seats that Democrats need to pick up. So it has yet to happen yet where we have said this is a seat that is a kind of taking away something that's difficult from Republicans. So maybe that's ahead.
There are still many results to come in, but when you want to get an early indication, it's not looking the way that many Democrats thought that it was going to go at this particular point in the evening.
Yet it is so interesting, such a red state as Texas, and so much focus on the Beto Cruz race. I spent time with both nominees and candidates, and they have differing standpoints as to what's going to bring them to victory. Ted Cruz really jumped on this Trump derangement syndrome that Democrats have. He said the focus should be the economy, which is growing in Texas. Houston is going to surpass Chicago. It's the third largest city soon.
Look how close,
and immigration.
Well, look how close Texas is. And if you look inside the exit polls, voters are actually split on the two most important issues. 38% saying health care, but 32% saying immigration. Those 3/4 of those, they support Ted Cruz. So while health care was the winning issue for Democrats, you have a lot of voters coming out on immigration in this state. We also have Anthony Mason, who's been pouring into these exit polls. And Anthony, tell us what you've learned.
We want to look at a shift in the electorate here, Nora, an interesting shift over 4 years ago. First, let's go back 4 years ago to 2014, when you'll see the breakup of the electorate here with 75% white, 12% black, 8% Hispanic. Let's take a look at today what we're seeing. Well, you'll see the white vote has fallen to 71%, a drop of 4 points. Black vote is roughly the same, but look at the Hispanic vote. It's 4 points higher, 12%. If this holds, this will be the highest percentage ever for Hispanic voters. So how are they voting? Well, they're voting 69% Democratic. That's interesting because it's up 7 points from 4 years ago. So they're a bigger part of the electorate, and they're going stronger for Democrats. Nora, Gail?
All right, Anthony Mason, really interesting. That really kicks off this discussion. Leslie Sanchez joins us now, CBS News contributor as well. I know you've been involved and talked to many people in these races. Talk about that Hispanic vote in particular. I'm just looking at those exit polls, too, in Texas, which is 40% Hispanic, which is why Democrats think it could be a purple state. Beto's doing very well there, winning Hispanic 63 to 36%.
I like to flip that, Nora, when I think about how can Republicans win. When you're talking about a state that's very red, it was about 1994, the last time the Democrats ever won statewide office, was when Republicans figured out if they could get 30 to 35% of the Hispanic vote, they could win down ballot. And basically, if you're seeing that measure at 35, ticking upwards of 40, even former Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison would get in 50, 52, 53%, you do see support, especially in those southwestern states.
But Leslie, 40% of Texans identify as Hispanic or Latino.
They are. Well, they're Mexican Americans. So you're talking about an area that used to be Mexico, according to some people. When you think about where the border is and how it's moved back and forth, so there's a very different sentiment than perhaps California, even in Arizona or Nevada, anywhere along the U.S.-Mexico border. So this is a state that is fundamentally conservative. The economics are conservative of the state.
And both candidates have appealed to the Latino vote. And obviously, talking about different issues going after
both Latino candidates.
Yes.
You could argue that
and many times speaking Spanish, opening their big conferences out there and then speaking at the rallies in Spanish.
Exactly. The difference with Texas is they don't run on ethnic identity. They run on I'm a true conservative, I'm a Reagan conservative, and kind of the fundamentals of that versus identity politics, which is a little different than other states.
Just tell me then, Leslie, your view of the larger picture outside of Texas and identity politics, because obviously that's what a lot of people are saying the president is running on. Right. You're saying it's what was successful for him in 2016. How do you read the identity politics card from the president?
I think where we're really going to see that is the mountainous West. Other states, as this state starts moving, we start getting results. When you're talking about Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, there's other states that have ethnic, very diverse populations that don't necessarily have the same conservative politics as a red state like Texas.
Do you think there's a split, Leslie, between younger Hispanic voters and older Hispanic voters?
Absolutely.
And what is that split?
Well, if you ask California, it means that they're the tiny sliver of Republicans in California, especially in Orange County may not be there by the end of the night. That's what that fundamentally means. You have a lot of people who were growing up in the age of President Obama and certainly under Trump. And this whole identity politics is really causing a big ripple in terms of how they see themselves. What's true about young Latino voters or ethnic voters is they don't identify with party. They're those non-party voters, right? They're not going to say Republican, Democrat. They're going to look at the candidate.
I'm going to walk over and check in with Ed O'Keefe and Nancy Cordes here.
And as you do that, I'll start that conversation too, because the state of Pennsylvania, we've been talking about whether some of these East Coast states would give us a clue about how the Democrats will do in the House of Representatives, how the Republicans would do in the House of Representatives, because Democrats recruited a number of women to run in the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania currently does not have a woman or female representative in the United States Congress, and there appears to have been some movement on that front tonight. Jeff?
Okay, Nancy, Nora, thank you very much. Ed, why don't we talk about Pennsylvania? We haven't talked about Pennsylvania.
We have not, and there are actually incredible pickup opportunities for Democrats there, thanks to a federal court ruling that redrew the lines in a way that made it much more favorable for Democrats. Look at Pennsylvania 5, 6, and 7 right now. These are districts all around greater Philadelphia. You'll have Democrat Mary Gay Scanlon is leading in the 5th district. Chrissy Houlihan from the 6th district is an Air Force veteran and a former sneaker executive who decided to run for the House last year. And in the 7th, this is another open seat where a Republican is retiring. Republican Marty Nostein is an Olympic cycling silver medalist, and he might win a silver medal again tonight, falling behind Democratic Attorney Susan Wild. All good examples of women who came out of the woodwork, didn't need any convincing, and are winning tonight.
Women ahead in all those races.
Yes.
Right, and there were a record number of women who made it through the primaries and are running today. 238 women, most of them Democrats, 186 of them Democrats. And the party was able to recruit so many women in part because women were angry. At least Democratic women were angry about the 2016 outcome. They thought that a woman was going to become president for the first time. She lost to Donald Trump, a candidate that a lot of these women in particular did not like. And so that's why you're seeing this huge wave of women. We have 84 women in the House right now. If women have a great night in Pennsylvania and around the country, we could crack 100 by the end of the night.
There are 18 congressional seats in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, all of them currently held by men. So tonight, no matter what, it looks like women will win at least some of them.
Well, and you'll see the history made there in Arizona as well in the Senate race with two women running for your first female senator in Arizona. Anthony Salvanto, if you're listening right now, I know you're over at the decision desk. What are you seeing as far as the House overall at this point?
What?
Jeff is throwing to you right now.
Oh, he is?
Anthony?
Pick it up, Anthony. Anthony, what
decisions are being made?
He's a busy man there at the decision desk. Anthony, what's happening? Your outlook for the House right now overall?
We think Democrats are still on track to take the House, Jeff. I mean, that's based on us looking at the vote patterns, not even the pickups, but the vote patterns across a lot of these key districts.
It's happening
in these suburban districts. We see the Democrats making gains. They haven't made enough pickups yet, but those patterns that we see, those gains that we see across those key districts still have them aiming to retake the House, Jeff.
All right, Anthony, thanks very much. We're going to walk back to the big desk here. Ed,
we'll see you later.
I'll see you all very soon here.
And while we do that, Ed, we've got a lot of moving parts here, right? There's a lot of data coming in, a lot of information. But just quickly to what Anthony just said, and that was really smart to just check because he's got his head right in all of the numbers more than any of us can do as we're broadcasting, is how the Democrats are doing. And as Anthony said, Democrats are still, despite only getting some of the low-hanging fruit, they are still on track to take back the House of Representatives. What does that tell us?
Well, it tells us, A, that there was a lot of low-hanging fruit. And that was this tree has...
Because there were a lot of retirements. It was the worst map for them since 1930.
Precisely. That's right. So, and, you know, the president, not all the House districts are great for the president. And so there was low-hanging fruit. There were a lot of open seats, not great districts, a lot
Suburban
of
these
attractive candidates. You know, we chop up these groups, but you're right. College-educated suburban women. These are the groups that the campaigns themselves targeted. You know, if you're one of these groups and you're out there watching, you think, well, that's a little crass talking about us in this way, but this is the way the campaigns do it. Yeah. And this is how we know that like-minded districts vote the way they there are correlations between the way they vote.
And in the last few days of the campaign, the president had said very reluctantly that it looks like his party might not win the House. And he said, and if that happens, he will just have to deal with it. It seemed, his tone seemed to have changed during the last few days. That, okay, we might lose a House, but we will do okay.
He's a man of many colors. He has lots of positions.
But look, the last time an incumbent president didn't lose the House was 2002, which was George W. Bush, or lose seats at least.
Lose seats. He won seats in 2000.
Following in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. Anthony, to you one more time over at the decision desk, the one number I think a lot of us are watching really closely here, and the great Al Ortiz giving you the heads up there, is that 28% of the vote left, or it might be even less now in Texas, the Beto O'Rourke, Ted Cruz race, which has gotten so much attention. So the remaining vote, where does that come from, and where is that likely to break?
Well, this is updating in real time, Jeff. I can tell you that vote in and around Houston, we've gotten a dump of it since we talked, and I've got it now at 83% in. O'Rourke is trending just below where he would need to be to tie up this race. So I'm thinking right now this is still leaning towards Cruz. That's in the model estimate, never mind the vote count, based on the areas that are outstanding and where they might go. So this is counting fast. They're still out in a couple of other places. We're going to take a harder look at it, but that's where we are, Jeff.
All right.
That's really interesting. We'll keep touching base with Anthony about what's happening there in those states, Texas,
in real time.
Florida, in real time. Where Jeff makes him take off the headset.
That's what makes it fun.
That's what makes it fun. All right, some more results to share with you tonight. In New Jersey, Senator Bob Menendez, who has been under investigation, was able to win in the Democratic state of New Jersey. In Missouri, again, look at this, so close. A toss-up, according to CBS. Senator Claire McCaskill there in the fight of her life to hold on to that seat. Oh, I just mentioned New Jersey there. Senator Bob Menendez beating Marine Bob Hugin there. CBS News projects that Senator Menendez has won there. And in North Dakota, this was probably the most difficult seat for Democrats to hold on to in the Senate. We're still calling it a toss-up at this hour, in part because it's difficult to count some of the votes from some of the Native American communities there. But Democrats will tell you this was one of their toughest seats in order to hold on there.
That seems to be another indication, Nora, another example, guys, that her vote against Judge Kavanaugh really cost her. And she said at the time of the vote that this was not about politics for her, that this was about what she thought was the right thing to do, and it may have cost her seat tonight.
It's still a toss-up, but yes. Point taken,
It's still a toss-up, but right now it's not looking so good.
When we come back, we're going to dive deeper. Before we go to break, just want to show you, too, because everybody wants to know what's happening in Georgia. Still a toss-up there, as we're waiting for a number of votes to come in from the state of Georgia. We do know Stacey Abrams has been outperforming even what Hillary Clinton did among white voters in that state of Georgia. We'll get the latest there. Also, we'll find out what's happening in the state of Missouri. Lots more to talk about here. Stay with us on CBS. This is Election Night Coverage 2018.
biggest names in politics.
I'd rather have the federal government focused on other things.
Face the questions you want answered.
That is a very fair question.
I can't answer that question.
Thank you for asking that question.
Face the Nation, Sundays.
Welcome back to CBS News election night coverage. There you see the latest vote tally in the House. Although CBS News estimates it is trending toward the Democratic Party. Let's take a look at the state of Missouri. Claire McCaskill faced a tough re-election battle there. A Democrat running in a state President Trump won by 19 points in 2016. The president was just campaigning in that state for Republican challenger Josh Hawley. And Dean Reynolds is at McCaskill headquarters in St. Louis. And Dean, I saw you interviewed her out on the campaign trail. What were the big issues?
Well, immigration was the subject that we were speaking to her about at that point, but health care has dominated this race. State Attorney General Josh Hawley has said he wants to assure his fellow Missourians that he will have insurance coverage for pre-existing conditions. Senator McCaskill says don't believe him. That Hawley has joined other attorneys general in the rest of the country in trying to dismantle Obamacare, which does protect that kind of insurance. This race has been locked up tight for months. There has been no give on either side. Nobody's been gaining. Nobody's pulling away. This despite the fact that President Trump has come here on many occasions to stump for Josh Hawley. And Senator McCaskill says that that's just how much Trump would like to see her go away. Nora?
All right, Dean Reynolds there. And as Dean pointed out, well, those who thought health care was the most important issue, they are trending towards McCaskill. However, she is also being heard, just like in Indiana, for her vote against Brett Kavanaugh, who is now Justice Kavanaugh, and of course was President Trump's pick for that, and then a contentious hearing there. We're going to have much more ahead here on CBS News. It's almost 10 o'clock, which means more poll closing, more results. Straight ahead here on CBS.
There is a unique power in truth.
What's your message to the people who could do something?
And whether the story is around the globe, across the nation, or down the street.
Look at this.
We'll find it.
It amazes me that you were able to see your house destroyed and you went right back to work.
And I would much rather be out there helping.
Because every evening, we want to put the power of truth in your hands.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Glor, and we are going to begin the broadcast tonight.
The CBS Evening News with Jeff Glor. Original reporting.
CBS News. Honored with 6 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best. CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best.
At this hour, those of us here at CBS News, including at the election desk where they are crunching all the numbers, asking the question, where is the blue wave tonight? Democrats have only picked up about 3 of the seats they'll need of the 23 to take the House of Representatives.
Right now, it just sounds like a movie, The Blue Wave. Yeah. It certainly hasn't materialized tonight. Yeah.
Not a reality. All right, some of our CBS stations will be leaving us for just a few minutes to report more on local election returns. For those of you staying with us, we'll be right back. You're watching Election Night here on CBS.
Good evening, I'm Elaine Quijano with CBSN, and this is a CBS News Election Night Update. With me is Sabrina Siddiqui, CBSN political contributor and political reporter for The Guardian. All right, Sabrina, what are some of your takeaways from tonight?
Well, it looks as though we are not necessarily headed down a path toward a blue wave. Democrats have made some early gains in the House, picking up seats in Virginia, Florida, and Colorado, where there were a wave of Republican retirements. But the Senate looks as though it may yet remain in Republican control. One of the key pickups for Republicans there being that of Indiana Senator Joe Donnelly, also Marsha Blackburn defeating Democrat Phil Bredesen in Tennessee. Joe Manchin, though, Bob Menendez, those are 2 vulnerable Democrats who have held on to their seats tonight in the Senate.
Well, yeah, let's talk a little bit more about the Senate and Texas in particular. What does it tell us that it's such a tight race there?
Well, Beto O'Rourke has been a subject of much fascination. He's a young upstart candidate who is giving Ted Cruz a run for his money in what has long been regarded as reliably red Texas. But we've talked a lot in recent cycles about whether or not this is a state that could soon trend blue as the demographics have somewhat changed with a sizable Hispanic population as well as the emergence of young voters in the state. But some of this also has to do with Ted Cruz, who often has drawn the ire not just of Democrats but also his Republican colleagues, perhaps one of the Republicans in the Senate who is somewhat uniquely unpopular.
If Beto O'Rourke does not pull off a win, will Democrats, though, still try to claim victory, you think, in a way, because it was so competitive?
I certainly think that you might hear Democrats say that this race should never have been competitive, but ultimately they're not really after a consolation prize. Right. They are after picking up some seats tonight in what Democrats themselves have dubbed as one of the most consequential elections in a generation, particularly as it relates to being a referendum on Donald Trump and his stewardship over the party, over the country.
And what does it indicate that you had President Trump campaigning in Texas for Ted Cruz, a red state there?
That told us, frankly, that Ted Cruz was in trouble. The fact that the president had to travel to the state of Texas. And frankly, it was also striking that Ted Cruz had taken somewhat of a muted tone during the entire Brett Kavanaugh controversy. He sits on the Senate Judiciary Committee and would have otherwise perhaps been at the forefront of really railing against some of the Democratic complaints against Kavanaugh and the controversy that engulfed him in the sexual assault allegations. But I think you've seen Ted Cruz really realize that he can't take this race for granted, and he has certainly had to do a lot more groundwork than he ever would have expected.
All right, we're going to continue to watch Texas and the rest of the states closely. Sabrina Siddiqui, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And more CBS News Election Night coverage continues next.
biggest names in politics face the questions you want answered.
That is a very fair question.
I can't answer that question.
Thank you for asking that question.
Face the Nation Sundays.
What's new under the sun?
Good morning. I'm Jay.
We need to save health care once again.
The working man is tired. We don't want to be taxed anymore.
Immigration is a big deal. We have too many homeless people in this country.
I want to be the change that I wish to see in the world.
I want to be a proud American again.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night coverage, and we are following the battle for control of the House and Senate. President Trump will have to deal with for the next 2 years. Polls are closed now in all but 6 states in our country. The headlines of the hour: CBS News estimates the Democrats are on track to take back the House for the first time in 8 years. And Mitt Romney, the 2012 Republican presidential candidate, makes a political comeback, winning a Senate seat in Utah. So it'll be interesting to see as Mitt Romney gets to square off against his once rival, President
by a pretty
Trump.
good margin there, too.
As used to calling him Senator Romney.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, as the polls have closed in Utah, we should spend a minute to spend some time about Mayor Brent Taylor, a major who was killed by gunfire in Afghanistan, a father of 7 children, proud member of the Army National Guard. Mitt Romney saying, after we learned of his passing, that this is another unmeasurable price that is paid for freedom. And I think many people referred to the post that he made on Facebook saying, I hope everyone, this is before he died, he said, I hope everyone exercises the precious right to vote.
Yeah. And how much it meant to him, and how ironic that his body would be returned to this country on Election Day, the day when he encouraged everyone, whether you're Democrat or Republican, he just said, please go out and vote today. It's very touching statement from his widow
and
today.
very deeply moving on that same message about what he fought for and gave his life for.
He and his brothers all enlisted after September 11th. Real duty to this country.
It was his fourth tour of duty. He went back for a 4th time.
Yeah.
And was due to come home in January.
This year we have a record number of veterans running for Congress. We'll talk more about that during this hour. But first, let's check in on some of the more competitive Senate races that we have been following tonight. First, in the state of Wyoming, CBS News projects Senator Barrasso has won in that state and was the projected winner in that state, with 67% of the vote at this hour. He has handily won re-election. In the state of Montana, Senator Jon Tester, a farmer and a senator, has been battling a tough contest there against Matt Rosendale. This is still a toss-up at this hour. Usually the vote comes in late in Montana, but we're watching this race very closely. And the polls have closed in Nevada. CBS is still calling this a toss-up, with Democrats optimistic about a Democratic pickup in this state, with Jackie Rosen, a current congresswoman, former president of her synagogue, against the current Senator Dean Heller. So we're going to be watching Nevada very, very closely. And let's check back in the Lone Star State, because this one's been bouncing back and forth as the tally gets in. CBS News' current estimate is this leaning Republican, but we continue to watch this race very closely tonight, with just now 76% of the vote in. So lots more to say about Texas. Jeff Glor is with Anthony Salvanto at the CBS News Decision Desk. Jeff?
Yes, I've burrowed my way into the decision desk here, Nora, which is a fascinating place to be right now. Anthony, what are we seeing? Let's talk about Florida in particular. 99% of the vote in, but neither of these, the big races, the Senate race and the governor's race in Florida, have been called. Why?
Right. 99% of what we think the vote will be, but if we're looking at this in real time, we've got this razor-tight race, and we're still not exactly sure how many votes there are still outstanding in key Democratic areas: Broward County, Miami-Dade, etc. Even Hillsborough, that area that could swing. Right now we've got Nelson up there. We might want to see a little bit more in that before we call the race. And then over here we were looking at North Dakota as well. In that race, Murray, if you actually flip back then, we're gonna look at we're gonna lean that Republican for the moment. Kramer over Heitkamp. He's starting to build up a substantial lead, but there's still a couple of key large counties that are outstanding.
There's still so much focus on Florida here right now, though.
Yeah.
for good reason as we look at all these numbers. I mean, if you can get it close, if we can get a close-up and take a look at what the numbers that Anthony's looking at here. So you're looking at Miami-Dade, you're looking at Broward with 97.9% and up there.
Yeah, 97.9. And the other thing is that when you look at where Democrats are tracking versus what they need, Republicans versus what they need, you see these really straight partisan patterns, everything sort of falling in line to what you would imagine is a really close race. Look, I mean, a counting variance here and there could shift this race. That's another reason why you want to be really careful at this point until we know that everything is counted, Jeff.
Surprise, surprise, Florida is close.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to walk back to the desk here and we'll talk about, we can talk more about Florida here, Nora and John. I mean, John, you know this as well as anyone. Florida is the state. Or one of the final ones we always watch every year. I mean, it has voted, worth mentioning, for the presidential winner every year since 1996. Trump won it narrowly 2 years ago. Obama won it narrowly just before that.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be talking about Florida for a long time tonight, and that Senate race in particular, tough Democrats. It's just another, Democrats have to hold that seat. And to remind people where we are, at the beginning of the night, Democrats had to pick up 2 seats to take over control of the Senate. Now they have lost a seat. So, a state like Florida, they have to hold that seat and then go into Republican territory. And then just to update, they needed 23 to take 23 seats away from Republicans. They've only taken 3 away. So they've got 20 more to go in the House. Thank you. 23 in the House. They've taken 3 away. So now it's down to 20. So there is a long way to go for tonight for those 2 important numbers.
But, Gail, you asked an interesting question earlier. You said, where is the blue wave?
Yeah, the blue wave. Well, and I think, Jeff, you said it very well. Maybe, guys, there's not going to be a blue wave. Maybe this is just the election and this is just how it's going to be. But there was so much conversation leading up to Election Day about a blue wave, a blue tsunami, and that certainly has not proven to be the case as we sit here at 10:06 Eastern Time.
Well, and it's not over yet, but Democrats invested a lot of money in Florida as well. The Democratic Governors Association, out of all the governor's races, invested the most in that race, $8.5 million, a record for that state for Democrats.
We've got a call here to make. One other thing we are watching closely are these governor's races in the state of Colorado. CBS News projects that Jared Polis has been elected governor of the state of Colorado. This is going to be one of the first. This is a first. That's right, Gail.
Yeah.
Why?
This is a first because he's the first openly gay governor in the state of Colorado, really in the country. This is the first one. So this is a big, we started out saying this was going to be a night of first, and this is certainly one of those categories. We were talking about women, but this is certainly a first.
And also Colorado's first Jewish governor, and a progressive one at that, running on universal health care, free education. His Republican opponent is the state's treasurer, Walker Stapleton. Interesting factoid that he is a first cousin of President George H.W. Bush. But obviously, this is a big first for the state of Colorado on a number of fronts.
All right. So at this point, the Democrats have picked up 9 seats in the House. To take that right, I mean that's
Three.
the projection.
Three.
Oh, well, unless we're making some news.
Projecting wise, that's what it appear. Would need 23.
They need to take 23 away from Republicans.
Yes.
And so they can't just hold their seats. They've got to go into Republican territory. And so far, I think we've only called 3 in Republican territory.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. They do have 9 right now, or is it?
Okay. So
what's our
Ed
fourth?
has got an update for us. He says 4.
Okay.
Go ahead and show us, Ed.
What's our 4th, Ed?
Wait, no, you know what? Gloria, you're right. 9. We have 9.
Thank you.
Yes. It just changed. It just changed.
What are they?
And where they're doing it, we can.
Let's talk about all
that. Where are they doing
it? South Florida. They just won. The Democrats just took back a seat on Staten Island, just over the Verrazano Narrows Bridge there. Dan Donovan, the Republican, goes down. Oh. They've won a handful, it looks like, in Pennsylvania as well. And they are leading currently in 2 swing districts in Kansas. If you can get seats in Kansas tonight as Democrats, then you're probably on your way to the Democratic majority.
Well, Ed, you get one of the best lines of the evening. Gloria, you're right. Gloria's sitting here going, yes, I knew I was.
No, hold on. I mean, this is really when the rubber hits the road here and we start getting all these results in, and this is where it gets close. I know you're still trying to clear up,
it depends.
John, as we all are right now.
Well, yeah, I don't know if we've called them or not, but if it's 9, then now they have 14 to go, so they're on their way. Colorado 6 is apparently one of the ones in that. That's a fascinating seat in Colorado. So I guess we'll have to just get our numbers sorted here, because that would be picking up 9 of the 23 that they need would be well on their way to that important number.
Colorado 6 would be Kaufman.
Yeah.
All right. We'll sort out all of those numbers. But in the meantime, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is in Clemson, South Carolina. And the senator joins us this evening. Senator, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
That's a big smile, Senator Graham.
Thank you. I'm totally confused.
Well, we're going to fix that.
Winning or losing?
Yeah. We're going to fix that. Have you spoken with President Trump tonight? How is he feeling?
I spoke to him this afternoon. I think he really helped us a lot in the Senate. I think the most likely outcome here is that we're going to pick up 3 or 4 Senate seats, hold the majority in the Senate. That means the conservative judicial train keeps running, and probably lose the House by a few seats, and that will challenge all of us to step up our game.
You know, Senator, I first met you, and I know you remember this, when I was a reporter on Capitol Hill, and you were a House impeachment manager, impeaching President Bill Clinton. Do you expect, as Democrats, if they retake the House, that they will begin impeachment proceedings? And what will they do in terms of investigating this president?
Well, I've been there, done that to my Democratic friends. I wouldn't suggest going down that road. It did not turn out well for us. If they do that, I think it's going to, blow up in their face like it did ours. Probably what most likely is going to happen, you'll have a small Democratic majority, a Republican majority in the Senate. Immigration reform, DACA for the wall is a good deal. Sentencing reform, prison reform, and maybe a infrastructure bill. There'll be a lot of pressure on all of us to deliver.
Senator, do you think the president's strategy of focusing on immigration has paid off? There were reports that members of his own party wanted him to focus on the economy because the economy is really good news for your party.
Well, I think 3 things helped us in the Trump states, the red states held by Democrats. Kavanaugh united our party. I've never seen anything like it where the Republicans came together. The caravan was seen as sort of an assault on our sovereignty. And the good economic news all combined to be really bad news for red state Democrats. It looks like we're doing fairly poorly with suburban women in some of these House districts. The president really poured his heart out to help the Senate and the House. I think he's one of the reasons that we're going to pick up seats. But he'll be on the ballot in 2020, so will I. And that means we've got to find a way to work together if we can.
Senator, why are you doing poorly with suburban women?
That's a good question. I think, you got substance and rhetoric. The economy is humming. I think we're safer, but some of the rhetoric maybe has turned people off.
You're not suggesting, Senator, that they don't understand the substance.
Well, I think sometimes the substance can be drowned out. We've got a good economy, and it didn't punch through as much as I hoped it would. But the caravan and Kavanaugh and a good economy really helped us in the Senate. I'm just trying to be honest here. It looks like we've got some problems in the suburbs, and we'll have to fix those problems. But again, infrastructure, immigration reform, and sentencing prison reform, I think, are all doable with a divided government.
Senator, many people believe that the president has misled the public about the danger of this caravan. What do you say about that? That it really isn't a caravan of people that are coming to this country.
Right. Well, I've been in the Gang of 8. I'll put my willingness to solve immigration up against anybody, but I'm offended by 10,000 people marching on our asylum laws really are crazy. If these 10,000 get in, what about the next 10,000? So this is not the way to do business. The president is right to say no to people marching to your border and demanding asylum. Asylum is changing to just economic distress. So our laws need to change. I think he's right about the caravan. Most Americans don't like this approach, but I'm willing to work with Democrats to deal with the 11 million we have. I just don't want 11 million more.
All right, Senator Lindsey Graham, thank you so much for joining us. We have some breaking news that benefits your party in the United States Senate. CBS News projects that Senator Ted Cruz has won re-election in the state of Texas, defeating what was Beto O'Rourke, a congressman that was the most celebrated, I think, Democratic candidate there. Omar Villafranca is there at headquarters. Omar?
Just reacting to the news you just broke, they're very excited. They've been waiting for this. And as a matter of fact, one of the true strategists just took to the stage a little while ago, Jeff Rowe, and was telling the crowd here, be patient. They are very nervous. They want to see all the results. but they're paying attention to the results as they're coming in. And as you mentioned before, you guys have been talking, immigration and healthcare were big issues. That was a big issue for Ted Cruz in the last few days on the campaign trail, and it seems to possibly have resonated with a lot of the voters here in Texas. And a lot of people were considering maybe there was going to be a blue wave, but a lot of people were saying here, strategists, even the state GOP party was telling me they're confident that their people were going to turn out, and it seems that way that was the result, Ted Cruz getting reelected. Nora?
That strong embrace by President Trump benefiting Ted Cruz in the state of Texas, which stays red tonight in the Republican column.
Again, that was at the edge of the Democratic dreams that Beto would win, and this is just a tough night for Democrats in the Senate.
So he went from Lion Ted to Beautiful Ted to Texas Ted, and now he's going back to the Senate.
He got it.
The winning Ted.
The winning Ted.
Well said,
Nicely
Jeff.
done, Jeff Floor.
Well said. We're going to have more on some of the candidates that are also winning tonight when we come back. This is CBS News Election Night coverage.
The biggest names in politics.
What are your plans to sit with Robert Mueller? Have you defined denuclearization?
Face the questions you want answered.
Margo, that's a great question.
That's a great question. You asked the magic question.
Why are you the only Republican signing on to this? Do you think that we're going to see more female candidates run in 2020?
Face the Nation Sunday.
And in the battle for the House, Democrats hope to flip a number of seats in New Jersey. In the 11th district, CBS News projects Democrat Mikey Sherrill has defeated Republican Jay Weber. We should note Sherrill is a former Navy helicopter pilot, a veteran who has flown missions over Europe and the Middle East. Also happens to raise 4 kids, coach her daughter's lacrosse team, and manage her son's soccer team. Jericka Duncan is at Sherrill headquarters in Parsippany, New Jersey. Hey, Jericka.
Hi. You know, she mentioned all of those things when she was campaigning
I'm sure you guys are familiar by now with that commercial where she's in the helicopter talking about what she plans to do with the state of New Jersey, representing rather the state of New Jersey for the 11th district. She campaigned against Jay Weber. He's a Republican state lawmaker. He's been a state lawmaker for over 10 years now. This is generally an area that is Republican. It has been represented by a Republican since 1985. In terms of what you hit on at the very beginning, Nora, about her being a woman and a veteran, as you all have stated earlier in this broadcast, you have women running to become U.S. senators, 23 in fact, an historic amount of women running to be congressional candidates or Congress women as well, with 237, 16 women hoping to become governor. And then when you just look at the veterans, at least 200 veterans running in congressional races, and 133 of them are new. But again, the energy here, definitely a lot of folks following what's been coming in. They believe again that she won this district. She's expected to come out here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Of course, we're continuing to watch this and keep you posted, but the big headline here, a district that had been Republican since 1985, going blue tonight.
That's right. Drika Duncan, right. Another flip there towards the Democrats, and with a woman and with a veteran.
And in a district that Mitt Romney carried and Donald Trump carried. So this is the kind of district that if Democrats were going to reach a little farther, they were going to do it. The number now of 10 net pickups on the way to that magical number 23 for Democrats, they have picked up 10. So they have 13 more to go.
So Democrats have picked up net 10 in the House. Republicans have picked up 2 net in the Senate.
Right.
All right. And CBS News has a projection at this hour, and it has to do with the Senate.
There you go.
CBS News projects that Kevin Cramer will win in the state of North Dakota. That is defeating a Democratic incumbent there, Senator Heidi Heitkamp. We've got a lot more ahead. I know Jeff's going to dive into those House numbers when we come back. We've got lots more results ahead here on CBS. This is Election Night.
CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best.
And Republicans will keep control of the Senate. CBS News is able to project they will maintain their majority in the Senate. We'll have much more on that when we come back. You're watching Election Night on CBS. And welcome back to CBS News Election Night coverage. There it is. The Republicans, as expected, have held on to the Senate.
And now the question is not whether they've held on, but whether they increased their lead, John, in the Senate.
And the reason we can say this is because the only 2 places where Democrats in the Senate could go take seats away from Republicans are still out there. The possibilities still exist. But even if they were to win those seats, they wouldn't be able to take over control of the Senate. So that's why we can, without all the races having been called, make that judgment.
Let me say this. Does this mean, is this an affirmation of President Trump's agenda? Or is it a sign that Democrats just were having had a terrible map, which is that they were defending 10 seats that Trump had won in the last presidential election by wide margins?
A debate that will rage for on and on and on. And that's why
I laid it out there.
Yes. But that's why and now Democrats really, for their, the purposes of making their case, all their hopes rest in the House, because they have to be able to say, because the president and Republicans now have a strong argument to say, look, we ran these races and we ran the race this way and it paid off.
And it worked. And you have to factor in which issues were front and center for these voters. I mean, how much of an effect was Kavanaugh? How big of an effect did he have? How big of an effect did immigration have, which is what the president has been talking about relentlessly the past few weeks? And then obviously a lot of the exit polls still suggest that health care is the #1 issue.
That would have benefited Democrats largely.
Right.
I think that just was a tough roadmap for Democrats largely. I mean, these were red states, and they stayed red states for many of them.
Yes, it's been tough for Republicans in the House, and it's tough for Democrats in the Senate. That's been the story before the election started, and remains the story now.
Right. Although, again, it's so fascinating. One of the things that is on the ballot tonight is the president's political tactics. And even though it's a tough roadmap for Democrats, the president said, I'm going to play the immigration card at the end. I'm not going to play the economy card. So he has made a judgment about what moves the voters of his party, and now all Republicans are going to have to wrestle with that seriously anew after what it appears to be a very strong showing.
John, even when members of his own party suggested that maybe that's not the way to handle this.
Well, maybe he understands the electorate of his own party better than they do.
2016.
You know, Jeff, you posed an interesting question, and I'll have our control room get ready to find out what's happening in Missouri and in the state of Florida, if we can at this hour. Also Arizona, because those are some of the outstanding about whether Republicans will enlarge in their majority there.
And Montana.
And yes, and Montana. Missouri, let's take a look at that right now. We can see that is still a toss-up, and that's because Missouri one of the few states that does not have an early vote there. So that is still a toss-up, according to CBS News.
Well, and when Claire McCaskill did an interview within the last hour, she said this, quote, "No flippin' idea what's going to happen tonight." Another quote, "We had to crawl out of a pretty deep hole," but she still hasn't totally crawled out of that hole yet. And last week, when she was talking to her supporters, she said she intends to fight like a scalded cat till Election Day. Well, today's Election Day. I don't know.
Was flipping the word she used?
Yeah. Yes, that's the word she was on TV live.
It made Ed O'Keefe laugh. We'll check back in with him and Nancy Cordes when we come back. This is Election Night here on CBS.
CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best.
Welcome back to CBS News election night coverage. Republicans will keep control of the U.S. Senate. Ed O'Keefe and Nancy Cordes have been following exactly what's happening in these Senate races.
Nora, I think it's so hard for some liberal voters to understand why, if this is supposed to be a Democratic year, do Democrats seem to be doing so poorly in the Senate? Well, one Democratic operative I spoke to today said that they are dealing with the worst map in modern political history. That is because 1/3 of the Senate is up for re-election every 2 years. This time around, you just happen to have Democrats up for re-election in 26 of the 35 seats that are up for grabs tonight. Another way to look at it, Democrats are defending seats in 10 states that Donald Trump won in 2016 in the Senate. Republicans have just one seat that they're defending in a state that Hillary Clinton won. That's Dean Heller in Nevada, and he is the most endangered Republican tonight. If you are a Democrat and you're looking for a silver lining, I guess it might be that some of these other incumbents in states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, Sherrod Brown,
held on.
Bob Casey, they held on. They did not face a tough fight in states that the president won in 2016.
And they may want to look at Arizona and Nevada, where they have strong Democrats running and potential for Democratic pickup. But mathematically, at this point, it's a Republican win and a Republican takeover. The other silver lining, if you're a Democrat crying in your soup tonight, is that in 2 years, Republicans have the problem that Democrats had this year. They'll have to defend more seats, and many of them in some of the biggest swing states.
Nora?
All right, thanks to both of you. And Jeff has made his way over to the decision desk with Anthony Salvanto. Jeff?
Yeah, okay, so a huge hold here in Texas on the Senate side for Republicans with Ted Cruz defeating Beto O'Rourke, but now a big loss for Republicans. The Pete Sessions seat in Texas's 32, Anthony, has gone to the Democrat Colin Allred.
Yep, another one of those suburban flips, Jeff, and we're seeing a string of them. I mean, that's where right now I think that Texas district then puts the Democratic estimate at 199 for the moment, but I think when all is said and done, I think the Democrats can get to 227. That's where our trend line points right now. That would, of course, be over the majority. And so that's where the trend line is pointing from here.
You're talking about it, but right now the net pickup for Democrats in the House is 12.
Yes, that's where it is right now. But what I'm saying is if you take the kinds of districts that they're winning, these suburban districts all over the country, if you project that out, I think that the Democrats could get over 218, get to that 227. That's where our overall models can point.
Whereas in the Senate, the Republican pickup now is 2 and perhaps even higher.
Right. Now, they still have a chance to pick up more, but let me point you to a couple. One of those, Missouri, looks like a tight race right now, but the models say that unless Claire McCaskill really overperforms and gets huge turnout in St. Louis, then the Republicans would have another pickup there.
Nothing from Arizona yet.
Well, there's some in from Arizona, but the big county, Maricopa, that's around Phoenix, is only about half in, and it's a neck-and-neck race. It's a tight race, so that one may still be a wild.
And I don't. We keep returning to Florida because Florida is such a big discussion point here. But you've got more than 99% of the vote in, and we still don't know either Senate or governor.
Right. Don't know either one. 99% of what we think the vote will be. But when it's this tight, what we want to do is wait and see what those counties say is their complete and total vote. Right now, that vote estimate is just where we see the trend line going. Not enough distance between these two at a point apart to make a clear projection, Jeff.
Okay, guys, back to you at the desk. I'll be back there in a minute.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much. And as we have been talking about the Senate and what happened there, in those states where Senate Democrats lost in those red states tonight, Trump's approval rating is essentially above water. That's why they were not able to hold on in those particular races. Look who's joined us at the table. Birthday boy.
Good evening. Hey, birthday boy. Enough with the
still your hour to celebrate.
Exactly. Wow, you guys are going to just...
Let me properly introduce, in case you haven't seen him on our show before, Dan Senor, of course, who worked for Mitt Romney in the 2012...
Senator-elect Mitt Romney.
Yes, that's right.
He finally won a federal election on my birthday.
Yeah.
Which he didn't do in 2012.
And I know you've been working closely with Paul Ryan, who is retiring as Speaker of the House. We knew this was going to be a tough night for Republicans in the House of Representatives, but it's not a blowout.
It's not a wave. It's not a wave. So Democrats are going to do better than Republicans, but when you have a real wave, as we talked about this morning, every toss-up breaks in one direction, and every toss-up is not breaking in one direction. So you have weird situations. It's uneven. Say Kentucky 6, Andy Barr, which, Romney won that district, Trump won that district, Andy Barr won that district. But then you take a guy like Scott Taylor in Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia Beach area, same deal. Trump won it, Romney won it. Looks like he just lost it. So it's not a wave. It's really uneven.
So what message does it send, Dan, to the Republicans, and what message does it send to the Democrats?
Well, the message to the Republicans, at least I think from the White House, is going to be vindication.
Doing the hula.
That what the president did in the last couple of weeks worked. I think the message to the Democrats, and I think it's going to be, it's going to be a huge shot of enthusiasm for certain segments within the remaining Republican House conference. For the Democrats, there was this unbelievable, I think almost unrealistic expectation about the intensity of the wave. And the fact that they have fallen short of that, I think there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. I think the Democrats are going to have the House majority, but it's not going to be by a massive margin, which puts, I think, a lot of challenges on Nancy Pelosi and others who are going to try and lead the conference.
Donald Trump has made the Republican Party his party in all kinds of different ways. It seems like he's done it another time here, which is Paul Ryan and others said, talk about the economy. Stop being so improvisational. President ran it his own way. If he's going to say that paid off, is that just another piece of evidence that he knows his Republican Party better than Paul Ryan or Mitt Romney?
Well, it will certainly strengthen his case as it relates to the results in the Senate. I mean, those Trump states that everyone said the Democrats had to defend, and if Trump could keep them Trump states, they would take them away from the Democrats. That seems to have worked, and what he did in the last couple of weeks, I think, helped them. But if you look at who's lost tonight in House Republicans, people like Kevin Yoder, people like Carlos Cabello in South Florida, these were basically moderate districts, moderate Republicans who had to hang on. And I think if the president had been talking about the economy there, they would have had a better shot hanging on because his approval rating went up over the last month or two when he was talking about the economy. So I think, now he may have made the bet, which I think the White House basically did, is there's no way we're going to win the House. Like, if we lose the House by, 25 seats or we lose the House by 35 seats, no one's going to credit us for losing the House by like a little less worse than we otherwise would have. Right. If we can hang on to the Senate, that's the ball game.
But Dan, can we talk about his tactics for just a second? Because many people feel that he was very loose with the truth in what he was saying to the American people.
I don't think they just feel that. I think we know it, right?
Yeah. I was trying to be diplomatic.
Yes.
Many people, Dan.
Yes.
I mean, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. So can we talk about how he did that? And is that fair? Clearly it worked. But there were a lot of people that were turned off by that tactic.
I think a lot of people were turned off by it. But I do think if you look at the turning points in this election, Donald Trump, the accusation that Donald Trump was loose with the truth is not a new accusation. I think one of the key turning points, one of the inflection points will be how the Democrats managed the Kavanaugh hearings. I don't think that sealed the deal, but I think it was a turning point in terms of the momentum in the last couple months. I think there were other issues that the president handled well politically, regardless of what you think of the merits, like the caravan issue. But the Kavanaugh hearing, how that was handled, and that was ultimately a decision by the Democratic leadership.
Exactly.
Charles Schumer, Dianne Feinstein, they're the ones who made the decision on how to handle the Kavanaugh hearings. And you look at how the senators, the Democratic senators, Donnelly, I mean, some of these senators, how they voted, were the ones who went down.
But the night's still young, and we still have many gubernatorial races that are...
Stop being young.
After midnight.
After midnight.
After my birthday. 12:01. New day. I work on 48 instead of 47.
I'm just going straight through. But we have gubernatorial races that are still toss-ups. And you've got some in the Rust Belt, red states, where you're seeing real concern about Democrats holding ground. I mean, Republicans holding ground. Wisconsin being one of them, and then obviously we see what's happening in Florida as well.
Yeah, so I think in the Midwest, I still believe the Democrats are going to do well in those gubernatorial races. Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, certainly. I think that gives the Democrats a tremendous platform for the next 5-10 years in terms of party building. So I think the Democrats still do okay there.
Dan, so quickly, to talk about what is the relationship going to be like now between Senator-elect Romney and President Trump?
Good question.
Remains to be seen, but I will say this. I've worked with, it's weird to say Senator-elect Romney. I call him Governor Romney. I've worked with Mitt Romney for, over a decade. I've never seen him politically more liberated than I've seen him in this election that he ran in Utah. He just, when he agreed with something Donald Trump was doing, he said it. When he disagreed with something Donald Trump was doing, he said it. He just felt totally liberated. He recognizes this may be the last office he ever runs for.
Will we hear the word phony?
And so I think you're going to see that in the Senate too. And I think he's going to be a unique figure in the Senate.
We have a lot of data to get to, and Anthony Mason has been standing by on how the president helped the Senate because we have some numbers there. Anthony?
Yeah, Nora, it's interesting. The president held rallies in 17 states over the last 5 weeks. As he said just last night in Cleveland, he said, in a sense, I'm on the ticket. And for so many voters today, he was. Nearly 2/3 of the voters in our exit poll told us that their vote for Congress today was about President Trump. 26% said it was to support the president. 38% said it was a vote against them. Now, among Republicans, 55% of Republicans said today they came out to support specifically President Trump. On the Democratic side, you see a stronger vote, obviously, from among Democrats. 67% told us that it was a vote against President Trump. So he was a spurring factor on both sides, Nora.
All right, Anthony Mason, thank you. We have been told that President Trump had dinner with his family tonight at the White House and then invited his 2 White House lawyers to join him to watch the results. And Major Garrett is at the White House with the latest from what you're hearing about whether they're feeling inside the White House. Major.
Right. It's not a victory party writ large, but the White House does feel good about the Senate races for sure. And as Sarah Sanders just told the reporters here, myself included, if you ran near President Trump, you tended to do well tonight, especially if you were running in a Senate campaign. The president made lots of appearances on the road, 30 in the last 2 months, 30 Trump rallies. And let's just go through some of the early winners on the Republican Senate side where the president campaigned. Well, Braun in Indiana. That was clearly a big effort for the president. Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee. Ted Cruz in Texas. Kramer in North Dakota. All of those states where the president went, campaigned aggressively for the Republican nominee, those Republican victories have now been secured. Is the president having trouble and the Republican Party in suburban swing districts? Yes, it is. That was not a big part of the Trump political focus in this midterm election campaign. Decidedly, this White House made the calculation protecting the Senate majority, enlarging it if possible, was the dominant priority. And that appears to be the way the evening is progressing. And for that, the White House is very, very pleased. It does know that the wins are beginning to rack up for Democrats on the House side, which suggests that if it's a purely or largely suburban district, the rural vote, which has helped many of these Republican Senate candidates galvanized by the economy and immigration focus of the president, that works for rural voters to come in. It doesn't work as well in suburban districts. That is more or less the split the White House is seeing tonight. Is it overall content with that? Yes, it will take a larger Senate majority. If it has to endure a House Democratic majority, it will live to fight another day. One last thing that I think is worth pointing out. In the exit poll data and a lot of the polls for many of these races before Election Day, there is a dynamic of the Trump coalition that simply cannot be overlooked, and that is this. Plenty of Trump voters do not participate in polls, and they simply will not, under any circumstance, talk to an exit pollster. There is a 1 to 2, sometimes 3-4 point aspect of the Trump coalition that only gets measured once, when it really matters.
It really counts.
Election day.
That's very interesting, Major. Thank you. You know, recently the president did an interview where he was asked, maybe in anticipation of this blue wave that clearly does not seem to be materializing at this point, but he was asked if he had any regrets over the last couple of years, if there was anything he would change, and he said, well, maybe I would have a softer tone. Now that he has gotten what appears to be a victory on his side, Do you expect his tone to become
No.
soft? Because Dan, first he said he would have a softer tone and then close with
Right.
Rush Limbaugh in Missouri.
Look, he's operated at one speed his entire career, whether he was in media, whether he was in real estate, or whether he's in presidential politics. And it has kind of worked for him. So here we are. If he made the decision,
say softer tone? Why did
I don't know why he said it. I just don't think he'll do it. I don't think he'll do it.
But he finished it by saying, but I didn't have the chance to. I didn't have the chance.
If he made the bet to shore up the Senate with those protecting those Senate seats that went for Trump, that went presidential at the statewide level in 2016, if another Supreme Court seat opens up in the next 2 years, which is very possible, he will be totally vindicated because you could get a 6-3 conservative majority in the Senate, and it will be possible because the margin has actually expanded potentially in the Senate.
Your point is he had his eye on the prize, which is the Senate, and is also the better place for him to
right.
play.
And
the number, by the way, in the House is, as the Democrats try to get to that number 23, taking 23 seats away from Republicans, they have now taken 14 away, so they seem to be
and I think in the next 45 minutes to the next hour, we'll get there pretty quickly.
The net effect of this, as we are reporting that Democrats are poised to take back the House of Representatives, is that Jerry Nadler, who is from New York, one of the most liberal members of Congress, is going to take over the judiciary. Andrew Schiff is going to take over House Intel. Democrats will have subpoena power.
Maxine Waters takes over the Financial Services Committee. I mean, they will have subpoena power. They'll be breathing down the administration. They will be breathing down a lot of players in business. I think Bob Mueller becomes a lot less relevant tomorrow than he was today, because I think you have very ambitious Democrats chairing committees with this investigative and subpoena power that you're describing, and they are going to want to be much more aggressive than Mueller has been. And I actually think it's potentially, now how the White House handles this is tricky, it's potentially fantastic foil for President Trump heading to 2020.
Donald Trump is not Ronald Reagan, but remind us again what happened. Ronald Reagan, 1980, huge defeat in 82.
82. Yeah, and then goes on to run the table in 84.
Yeah.
Well, Bill Clinton, I think it was a gift to him in 96, having had Newt Gingrich as a foil. Instead of, who was the Tom Foley running the House, running the House of Representatives. One could make the argument that Nancy Pelosi, with a narrow majority in the House, who will probably be weak, is a better foil for Donald Trump running for re-election than having Kevin McCarthy running a narrow majority.
All right. We've got much more ahead here on CBS.
Never boring.
We are going to check in on Arizona, where one of two women is about to make history. Both these women have run Ironman competitions. Can't wait to dig into this race. These are incredible women. One of them is heading to the Senate. More when we come back.
CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best.
Arizona will soon have its first female senator. Republican Martha McSally, the first woman to fly a fighter jet in combat, faces Democrat Kyrsten Sinema, who hopes to become the first Democrat elected to the Senate from Arizona in 30 years. Let's check in now as we take a quick look at the board there. It is still a toss-up, according to CBS News. And Paula Reed is in Scottsdale, Arizona tonight at McSally headquarters. And Paula, I know you've talked to both campaigns. What are you hearing?
Well, we know there has been a big turnout today in Arizona as voters decide who will be the first female senator from the state. Will it be Democrat Kyrsten Sinema or will it be Republican Martha McSally? And as you noted, we're here tonight at McSally's campaign party. We talked to some of her supporters, and they are confident that she is going to win. We talked to the GOP chairman. He said they did very well in early voting, and he's confident that they also did very well in Maricopa County. But we don't have the results from that county yet. That's where 2/3 of Arizona's registered voters live and vote. Now, these two women, apart from being congresswomen, they don't have a lot in common, but they both have very interesting resumes. McSally, as you noted, she's a veteran. She served in the Air Force. She was also, as you noted, the first woman to fly a fighter jet in combat. Sinema, on the other hand, she's a former anti-war activist. She's an academic. She's a PhD. She's spoken extensively about her experience with childhood homelessness. She's also the first openly bisexual member of Congress. And in our reporting here on the ground, we've talked to supporters of both candidates. What's interesting is McSally's supporters cite her resume, but Sinema's supporters, they cite her support for pre-existing conditions. So if Sinema is able to flip this state, make it blue tonight, a lot of that will be due to pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, I was in, Paula, thank you. I was in Arizona, interviewed both candidates here, and I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this race is that McSally has positioned herself as a Trump Republican, and Kyrsten Sinema has positioned herself as more independent than anything. She said, I don't really think it's important whether you call yourself a Republican or a Democrat. Mm-hmm. She voted with President Trump 60% of the time in that race. It was another, I mean, a fascinating race to watch for a lot of reasons there. In Arizona, I should say.
Yeah. Well, smart thing to do in a race that when you're a Democrat running against, you know,
in Arizona.
In Arizona, yeah.
But McSally's also, guys, very clever with words. She told Washington Republicans to grow a pair of ovaries and get the health care vote done.
Yeah. And she took on the own military when she was serving about the type of clothing she had to wear
McSally,
overseas.
she sued Don Rumsfeld.
She is one tough cookie, and we want to talk about the Nevada Senate race because it pits incumbent Republican Dean Heller against Democratic challenger Jackie Rosen. She is a first-term member of Congress, and this is the sources we've spoken with, and Republicans agree, this is their most vulnerable senator who is up for re-election. It's a battleground state that Hillary Clinton won in 2016. Jamie Yuccas is there at Rosen headquarters in Las Vegas. Jamie?
Well, polls closed almost an hour ago, but you can see at the Democratic headquarters, it's a pretty light crowd here, but that was a strategy by Democrats. They wanted to keep people at the polls, their volunteers, as long as possible. There are 172 voting centers here in Nevada, and if people were in line at 7 o'clock, 10 p.m. Eastern closing time, they could still cast their vote. And we've been told that there were very long lines, so it could take a while to get those results in tonight. Now, as you said, Democrat Jackie Rosen, she has been on a nonstop campaigning, canvassing the last couple of days, trying to get union members and the youth vote out. She has just really been trying to get as many people as possible because she's facing Republican Senator Dean Heller. And Heller is the only Republican senator up for re-election tonight in a state that Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton won in 2016. Now, quickly, the interesting part about Senator Heller is the fact that a few years ago he said that he did not believe in Trump's policies. He even gave back some of his campaign contributions that the president made, but then quickly turned and aligned himself with President Trump when it came to the Affordable Care Act. So we'll see how the results come in tonight.
Jamie Yuccas is at Rosen headquarters in Las Vegas, and because of that flip-flop, he's been called Senator Spineless by Jackie Rosen with a flopping windsock that may be decisive in that election. We'll have more straight ahead.
It's been a big election night here. The Republicans holding on to the Senate majority and Democrats about to retake control of the U.S. Congress. And before we leave you tonight, we want to introduce you to a future voter. Connor Dunn entered into the world this election day, which is fitting because he is the son of CBS News political director Caitlin Conant and her husband Alex. Connor will be eligible to vote in 2036, something we can all cheer tonight.
Be here before you know it.
That's right. CBS News election night coverage continues now on our streaming news service, CBSN. And for those of you in the West, we're going to be back at the top of the hour here with more coverage. You've been watching CBS.
I'm Elaine Quijano.
And I'm Errol Barnett. Welcome to CBSN's election night coverage. Right now, we're going to take you to Tallahassee, Florida. That's where Andrew Gillum, the Democratic nominee for governor, is speaking. Let's listen in.
Trust the voters. We may not have all shown up in the way that we thought and hoped that we would, but I still believe that there are still more of us who believe in what is common and what is decent and what is right. And I believe in the long run, good always wins out over evil. I still believe that. Many of you all along the trail heard me talk rather repeatedly about my grandmother. Someone pointed out that she was the real winner of the governor's race. My grandmother, who poured so much into us. Because my mother and father, as I would often share, would have to get up so early in the morning and go off to work, they would load us up in the car and take us over to my grandmama's house where we would sleep just a little bit longer. And my grandmother would often have a ritual. It was a two-step ritual. The first phase of that is that she'd grab her bottle of olive oil, sometimes cooking oil, whatever the shiniest oil was that she can get her hands on. And she would build a cross across my forehead. It was her way of sending us out into the day with a blessing that no harm would come our way. And then she would have this refrain where she would say, boy, go to school. Mind your teachers. Get your lesson. And one day bring that education home. She would say, bring it home for your little brother and your little sister who don't know what it is yet. Bring it home. Bring it home for that little boy down the street that you play with. God knows where he's going to end up. Bring it home. She said, bring it home for your mama and for your daddy who get out there every single day, going to work on somebody else's job in order to keep a roof over your head and clothes on your back and food on the table. Bring it home. As I shared with you on the campaign trail, I didn't always know what my grandmother was trying to communicate, but I would come to learn that what she was saying is that it wasn't just about me. Y'all, I'm reminded this evening that it is not about me. That it's not about my wife, not Chris King, not Kristen. This is about all of us. This is about the collective. This is about the belief that if we all do good, we can all do good. And we can do good by doing good. That if we all put our oars in the water and row in the same direction, that we can all get further than by ourselves. I still believe that to be true this evening. Even in defeat, I believe that to be true. The question is, we have a choice to make tomorrow morning. Are we going to wake up and bask in sorrow and defeat? Or are we going to get up and reassert ourselves to the mission at hand? Are we going to get up and fight for the things that we believe in? Are we going to get up and say that we still deserve our seat at the table? Look, I said before that I believe that we have to have a table in this state that is long enough, that is wide enough, that is deep enough to fit all of us. I still believe that we got to have that table. But y'all, we're just going to have to do a little bit more work in order to build that table. We're going to have to do a little bit more in order to make our way to it. If there's not a chair there for us, let's pull up our own folding chair. Let's make sure that people know we plan to have a seat at this thing and that we will not be ignored, that we will not be pushed aside, that we will not be pushed into the shadows anymore, that we're here and that we are here to stay. Y'all, I have to tell you, I am blown away by the volunteers that joined with us on the trail. I'm blown away by you. This was from the very beginning an extremely, extremely difficult task. I sincerely regret that I couldn't bring it home for you. But I can guarantee you this. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to fight. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep working. We're going to keep believing. And in all of that, I believe that ultimately we will be victorious. We will be victorious. So I want you to know on behalf of our families that we're so appreciative and thankful for you. And we want you to know that we're going to continue to lift our great state in prayer. We're going to lift our great nation in prayer. And we believe at the end of the day that we, not us, but we will still have the victory. God bless you. God keep you. And God bless the state of Florida.
All right, we've been listening there to Andrew Gillum, the Democratic gubernatorial candidate in the state of Florida. Let's take you now to Ted Cruz, where the senator is speaking there in Houston. Let's listen.
2,000 people coming out. In Mission, 2,000 people coming out. In El Paso, 2,000 people coming out. And what was truly amazing, at many of these events, we would ask, how many of you here are former Democrats? And we would see hands throughout the room, as we're seeing hands now, because Texas came together behind a common sense agenda of low taxes, low regulations, and lots of jobs. Securing the border and keeping our communities safe, and defending the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And that is a common sense agenda that unites Texans from every part of the state. It was your hard work. This is a victory for the single mom who's been waiting tables, who suddenly sees her wages going up because the economy is booming. This is a victory for the oil field worker who sees now that the United States is the world's top producer of oil. This is a victory for all the kids who are seeing their parents. In the last 2 years, 4 million people have come off of food stamps. Stop and reflect for a moment the lives transformed. People who had been dependent on government for basic food needs now have jobs and get to come home carrying a bag of groceries. Get to come home and look at their kids and say, I'm providing for my family. And their kids get to look up at mom, look up at dad, and see the hope. This was an election about hope and about the future, and the people of Texas rendered a verdict that we want a future with more jobs and more security and more freedom. I want to take a moment also to thank my wife, Heidi, who is my best friend in the world and who, in the course of this campaign, shouldered responsibilities at work, at home, juggling 1,000 balls backwards on a unicycle. And I want to thank our girls. I want to thank Caroline and Catherine. It is hard. Having dad on the road all the time, having mom on the road all the time, it is hard, and these girls pay a price. And girls, Mommy and I love you with all of our hearts. And I could not possibly be prouder of the two of you. I also want to thank my mom and my dad, both of whom poured their hearts into this. And I want to also take a moment to congratulate Beto O'Rourke. He poured his heart into this campaign. He worked tirelessly. Listen, it's important. He worked tirelessly. He's a dad, and he took times away from his kids. And I want to also say, millions across this state were inspired by his campaign. They didn't prevail, and I am grateful the people of Texas chose a different path. But let me say to all of those who worked on his campaign, all of those who were inspired, that I am your senator as well. My responsibility is to represent every Texan. And I give you my word, I will always fight for your jobs, for your freedom, for your security. I will always fight to defend your constitutional rights. That applies to everyone in the great state of Texas. We saw an assault that was unprecedented. We saw a $100 million race with Hollywood coming in against the state, with the national media coming in against the state. But all the money in the world was no match for the good people of Texas and the hardworking men and women across our state. And I am so incredibly proud each and every day to stand up and to fight for you, to defend you. We are standing united. We have been delivering results. And now we need to go back to work and keep delivering results. More jobs, more security, more freedom. And it is my hope that with the bitterness and division we see nationally, that Texas can be a model for how we can come together. Disagree, yes, but with civility, respecting each other's decency, respecting each other's humanity, treating each other the way each of us would like to be treated. My hope is that Texas can help lead the way to bring this country together behind a common sense agenda that benefits the people of Texas and the people of America. We love you. Thank you for every hour, every word, every step, every bit of passion. God bless you.
All right, we've been listening to Senator Ted Cruz give his victory speech there at his campaign headquarters in Houston. You see, obviously, a very energized Senator Cruz on this night. It was a tight race against his Democratic opponent, Beto O'Rourke. And I see there, that was our Omar Villafranca. Hopefully we can talk to him in just a moment. Yeah. But let's bring in now our panel. We have Michael Graham, a CBSN political contributor and columnist for the Boston Herald, CBSN political contributor, and Democratic strategist Joel Payne, and D.C. Bureau Chief for The Intercept, Ryan Grim. Michael, I want to start with you. Explain to us the level of enthusiasm that we are seeing there from Senator Cruz tonight. What perchance might be behind that, considering what he's just gone through?
Well, you know, Winston Churchill said there's nothing as exhilarating as being shot at without any effect, you know, and so I feel like he feels like he dodged a bullet, even though from the beginning, you know, Texas is just red. It really just is. And there's been, I will say, you know, a lot of folks on my side, the Republican side of the aisle, have been snickering about the amount of money going in and the Beto mania and the T-shirts and the tats and whatever. But, you know, it was a competitive race in a state where it shouldn't be competitive. And that's a testament to the fact that Beto O'Rourke, like Andrew Gillum in Florida, has real political skill, and it matters. And Ted Cruz is the kind of guy, not warm and fuzzy isn't the word I would use to describe Senator Cruz, you know. But so it made it a race, and it was a lot of money. And you have to wonder how Claire McCaskill and Heidi Heitkamp and some others might feel about that money going down to Texas.
And speaking of that, Joel, what do you make of the mood for Democrats tonight? We saw Senator Cruz there, enthused and energized after facing a real challenge from Beto O'Rourke. And we heard that after we saw Andrew Gillum effectively concede and say, well, this wasn't about me. I still believe decency can win. However, at this hour, 11:12 p.m. on the East Coast, there isn't real tangible evidence of this blue wave we have heard so much about. So what's on your mind?
I don't know how many people here are fans of boxing. This is a split decision. Okay, and really, when you have a split decision, the tie goes to the champion, and the president right now is the champion. I think Democrats have a lot to hang their hat on after tonight. I don't think it can be understated that there are going to be about 12 new House Democratic chairs that are going to have subpoena power, not to necessarily go and impeach the president, but to hold the president accountable. I think Democrats are going to take a lot of solace in that. I don't know if Nancy Pelosi is going to be the speaker, but whoever is going to be leading the Democrats in the House will have a lot of energy behind them because that's the only check that Democrats have right now. But I will say this, Democrats are certainly disappointed with some of the key losses that we've seen tonight. Andrew Gillum was a rock star, similar to Beto O'Rourke, and we're seeing that Andrew Gillum is not going to turn out to be the victor that we thought he would tonight, and there are other places around, and I'm sure we'll get to them, other places around the country where we have a similar impact.
Well, let's turn back to Texas for a moment, because our Omar Villafranca is standing by in Houston, where we saw Senator Cruz thanking his supporters after winning his re-election. So, Omar, take us inside the campaign. How are they feeling after what we saw was a really tight race all throughout the night?
Well, they're breathing a sigh of relief because they did win, but just maybe an hour before CBS News projected that Ted Cruz would win, one of the top strategists for the Cruz campaign, Jeff Rowe, came out and said it could be a long night. We're watching a lot of numbers. He urged the crowd to have a little bit of patience. Even at the top of the Cruz campaign, they were a little bit leery about what the numbers were going to show. Keep in mind, Texas has 2 time zones, so we were not going to start getting at least El Paso's, which is in mountain time, till after they close. There was another glitch in everything that was supposed to be coming in. Harris County, which is the biggest county in the state of Texas, 9 polls, a judge ordered them to stay open an hour later, so Harris County wasn't allowed to release all of their numbers until after basically mountain time instead of central time. But as those numbers started to come in and the huge voting numbers started to come in, things started teeter-tottering back and forth, and that's when things started going the way for Ted Cruz. Keep in mind, Texas has some very big cities. You're talking San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, Austin, El Paso. All those are blue cities in blue counties, but West Texas and the Texas Panhandle is very, very red. They go to church on Wednesday, Friday night football, and they vote on Tuesdays. And that's exactly what they did in this race, and they came out for Ted Cruz.
Omar, you know, I wonder also, the fact that we saw, though, President Trump coming to campaign in Texas for Senator Cruz was so striking to me. Can you talk a little bit about that decision to bring him in there in the final stretch?
Well, it's looking like a stroke of genius because we're seeing where the president has gone is basically become a king or a queen maker for people here. Now, was that a bitter pill for some of the Cruz campaign people to swallow, especially since what happened on the presidential campaign?
Right.
It absolutely was. But bottom line, they were thinking big picture. They wanted to see Ted Cruz back in that seat. The last thing they wanted to see on the Ted Cruz side was a Democrat win a U.S. Senate seat in Texas, which hasn't happened since 1988, Lloyd Bentsen. They didn't want that to happen. And at this point, they were just saying, let's win it for the party. And interesting, I talked to the state GOP. They were a little bit, obviously very aware of the early voting numbers and all the attention Beto O'Rourke was getting. But one of the operatives in the state told me Tuesday is the day that Republicans traditionally actually go to the polls, and they feel the momentum that has been built up by the president coming and Senator Cruz crisscrossing the state would be enough to push him over the edge. and it absolutely has tonight.
And you can see the enthusiasm of the Ted Cruz supporters behind you. Omar Villafranca, thank you for that update. Ryan, let's bring you in on this, because obviously President Trump has proven to have a political sense that has paid off for Republicans. And as we look at the polls even now, we've called this for Senator Cruz. There's only about 280,000 votes currently between what he received and his challenger, Beto O'Rourke, received. So you saw Senator Cruz thank Beto O'Rourke, but what message do Democrats take away from such a decisive win after Beto O'Rourke took up so much oxygen?
Well, I mean, Trump might be benefiting from some low expectations here. I mean, to come in and win a Texas Senate seat by a slim margin isn't terribly impressive on the same night that you lost the House, in a House that you gerrymandered to be unwinnable for Democrats. And so I think Democrats are also victims, in a way, of high expectations. And people are ignoring the fact that this was something that was considered undoable two years ago or 4 years ago. If Hillary Clinton were president right now, this is not the outcome we'd be looking at in the House right now. And we're forgetting things like Democrats winning in Kansas, of all places. So when you talk about President Trump's skill, he managed to make a Texas Senate race extremely close, lose a governorship in Kansas. Everything that he did to try to galvanize support for him ends up backfiring a little bit. What he cared the most about was winning the Florida governorship. Personally, because he considers Florida a home state of his, so to speak, but also for 2020. He couldn't imagine Andrew Gillum being governor of Florida going into a 2020 race, and so he put everything he had into turning out what he calls his people in Florida and in Texas, and that backfired in suburbs around the country.
And so on Monday, yesterday, I wrote for CBS News exactly this conversation.
Right.
What does a win look like for Democrats? And I wrote, I didn't think, from what I was hearing, the expectations, the passion from the people who were active, that if they won a narrow victory in the House but went backwards in the Senate, made it easier for Ruth Bader Ginsburg's replacement to be appointed by a Republican Senate, would they really count that as a win? As you said, in a traditional year, hey, you won the House, you've got the committees, but it doesn't feel like a win. And so what does that mean? I think one thing it means is that Nancy Pelosi is not going to be the next speaker.
What do you think, Joe?
Let's not miss the forest for the trees here, though. Yes, Beto didn't win, but it's very possible that Beto pulled Colin Allred in a nearby district, in a district in Texas, across the finish line because of the enthusiasm and because of the fact that down ballot effect. So again, yes, this is a split decision. It's hard to say that any side really had a decisive victory tonight, but there are some really good indicators for Democrats.
All right, let's go back to Tallahassee, Florida, where we heard just a short time ago Andrew Gillum conceding, and our Manuel Bojorquez is standing by there. Manny, I know you've been covering this contest, and you had the opportunity to talk to both candidates. Tell us about what the night looked like from the inside there of the Gillum campaign.
Well, it started with optimism here. There were a lot of people that saw the early numbers come in many of the cities and in South Florida that looked encouraging. But then as the Panhandle, which is more reliably red, started to report, there started to be some anxiety and some concern here. And in the end, just minutes ago, Andrew Gillum, the Democrat in the race, did indeed concede, as you have talked about, to the Republican in the race, Ron DeSantis. Now, these two candidates could not have been more different. DeSantis was almost handpicked, if you will, by the president, wasn't seen as the leading contender for the candidacy until the president backed him, and he has been lockstep with the president ever since. The president making it clear that this was important for him, making 2 stops in Florida within the last week. Now, on the other hand, you had Gillum, who was a Bernie Sanders-backed progressive, but those policies were hammered by the president and by his opponent here, Ron DeSantis. In the end, they just did not have the votes. The margin, about 1% there, that's about the same margin that the president had when he won this state in 2016. So those Trump voters here in Florida, as far as the governor's race, seem to be lockstep from what we had 2 years ago here.
Manny, you know, we joined Mayor Gillum's comments in progress, and I wonder if you could just kind of recap for us, what was his message to his supporters on this night? You know, this was a contest that was watched, obviously, not just by the people of the state of Florida, but all across the nation. So much attention was focused on this gubernatorial race.
Yeah, keenly aware he was that there were a lot of national eyes and attention on this race. He came out first to say thank you for all the support, that they were proud of the campaign that they ran, but is still defiant in his loss, saying, I'm not going anywhere, and encouraging his supporters to keep fighting for a seat at the table. So clearly someone who may have still future political aspirations here in the state of Florida. We're still waiting to hear from Ron DeSantis and his speech, his victory speech, but clearly we will hear from him that he appreciates that these voters did what the president asked them to do, which is to put Ron DeSantis in the governor's office, because that would ensure that the policies of the president will continue. Now, keep in mind here, 2020 is very important, and it's part of the reason the president paid so much attention to this governor's race. The governor here in Florida appoints the Secretary of State, which then presides over elections, and you know how tight Florida always is. So keep that in mind when you think about why the president was so keenly aware of putting down a good fight here in Florida.
And Manny, considering, you mentioned how close these elections are, I mean, with these final results, there's about 1 percentage point difference between these two candidates. Based on your time there and listening to the campaign, can you attribute the loss to anything specific? Are there any discussions yet as to why the Democrats weren't able to pull this one out?
You know, it's going to be really tough at this point to think about what may have happened. We did see some people talking about maybe Gillum should have spent more time in South Florida, where he did have some pretty good blue support, trying to get out the vote there. He really did focus in the last recent days, I should say, the latest days of this campaign on the Panhandle, trying to make some inroads in places where traditionally he may not have had that base. On the other hand, you had the president not going to the I-4 corridor here near Orlando, which was considered the swingiest, if you will, part of the state, right, but sticking to the base, energizing the base.
All right, well, speaking of Orlando, thank you so much. Manuel Bojorquez in Tallahassee.
Thanks, Manny.
Let's take you now to Orlando, where there you see Ron DeSantis, the Republican gubernatorial candidate, giving his victory speech. Let's listen in.
To stand up for our active duty military mission in the state of Florida and for our great veterans who have done so much to help our Floridians can also count on me to appoint solid constitutionalists to our state Supreme Court and other courts, so that we can end judicial activism and restore the constitutional order. So we've got an awful lot to do. We have a lot of opportunities, and I believe you have to turn the page on a political campaign, and you got to be willing to work with Floridians from all walks of life. I don't care if you were against me in the campaign. I want to work with you to advance our common priorities. If we think that way, I think I don't think that there's going to be limits to the amount of good we can do. So it's an honor to be here tonight as the governor-elect of the state of Florida. We're looking forward to getting going very, very quickly as we juggle 2 kids under 2 and all that goes with that. But I promise you this, as governor, I will fight the good fight. I will finish the race, and I will keep the faith on behalf of the great state of Florida and the wonderful people we have here. Thank you. God bless you guys.
All right, there you have it. You heard him, the governor-elect of the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis, former congressman, speaking to his supporters there in Orlando, Florida. Let's go ahead and reintroduce to you our panel. You have Michael Graham, CBSN political contributor, columnist for the Boston Herald, CBSN political contributor, and Democratic strategist Joel Payne, and D.C. bureau chief for The Intercept, Ryan Grim. Ryan, let me start with you, because it is striking to look at the campaigns of these two men, Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum. Neither one of those two were actually establishment picks. If you think back to the primaries, right, you had on the Andrew Gillum side, on the Democratic side, he was something like what? The fourth, yeah, right, in the polls going into the primary. Then when you look at the Republican side, it was supposed to be someone else, this person, Adam Putnam. But then the president tweeted about Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis continued to appeal to the president directly, basically on Fox News with all of these appearances. And here he is now, the governor-elect.
Right. DeSantis and Trump use the same kind of racist dog whistle style politics that Trump has taken kind of from a more subtle Southern strategy to something that's right in your face. You can almost hear the dog whistle at this point. And so I wouldn't necessarily want to equate the two too much in the sense that Andrew Gillum still ran a decent and uplifting campaign, where DeSantis did not. He ran quite the opposite with his surrogates.
They
making
were
all
far,
manner.
though. They were not necessarily centrist, I guess is the point. They weren't necessarily the establishment picks.
And that's what we're seeing, that the center in this country isn't holding. And so you're going to have this contest within the Democratic Party. You're going to have some people saying we need to move back to the center. People like Andrew Gillum lost. People like Beto O'Rourke lost. Therefore, we need to move to the center. You're going to have progressives saying, no, these are not normal times. Look what happened in Brazil, where you had centrists trying to take on a far-right movement. The far-right movement fills the vacuum if the left isn't able to provide a positive vision for the country going forward. And the other thing that we talk during the day, we see the tweets about broken voting machines, about people being told to go home because they can't vote, about these long lines. And then once the returns start coming in, we talk about the returns as if they're scientific fact, forgetting about all of these thousands of people that we heard about throughout the day that tried to cast a ballot but didn't. And this is becoming an existential problem for our democracy.
Tell us, Michael, about Ron DeSantis, though, in terms of who he was as sort of, a candidate who came in and not necessarily someone who was known to Florida voters.
Not only that, but, you think about someone like, for example, Marco Rubio, who was kind of who was really people forget this, he was a seasoned State House pro, which you guys know State House politics is like so brutal and hand to hand. But he came out of nowhere because he joined the Tea Party movement, talked about the issues that the Tea Party really resonated, showed he was a leader, and then all of a sudden he's a senator. Ron DeSantis is kind of one of those congressmen that's like, when I go to a GOP thing, it's like, there's this, he's not, I'm saying he was never a movement leader, he wasn't an ideologue. Whatever you think of Newt Gingrich kind of brought a worldview and a strategy, whatever. DeSantis is just kind of a Republican who saw the Trump train, and you wonder how many of those people are out there in the lower profile races and lieutenant governor races and state senate and secretary of state who, they won their party's nomination purely off of the Trump effect. Now they're going to be governing. And the lack of experience often shows up, and it can be not pretty.
And what do you make of his winning speech here? I mean, we saw Ted Cruz, as you were saying, preaching and just completely enthused by winning, whereas DeSantis there seemed kind of muted, saying, hey, we've got some kids, we've got to get home.
Speech that really...
That's sort of how he is, isn't it? He's sort of...
That's my point, is he's not the kind of guy. I mean, if you could, the guy with the chops was the guy who lost. Because Donald Trump's strategy of nationalizing the election worked in the states where he really wanted it to work. And I want to throw something at these guys. How big a deal is it for 2020 that there's going to be apparently a Republican governor in Ohio and in Florida when it's time to cast those votes?
So, a couple things. Number one, absolutely. That doubles down on the frustration for Democrats that Democrats felt like they had a good candidate in Andrew Gillum, and they felt, frankly, like Ron DeSantis was not necessarily a good candidate. That's very frustrating for a Democrat. Two, to your question, and actually a great point, Florida and Ohio, Democrats have not figured out in the era of Trump how to effectively, consistently build winning campaigns in Florida and Ohio at the presidential, at the kind of statewide level. That's still a challenge, and that's really troubling. And now, obviously, the infrastructure will still be in place in both of those states. You mentioned, or I believe it was the gentleman who was on with us, mentioned the Secretary of State and all of those things that go along with that, all the trappings of power, all to the victor go the spoils. Democrats have to figure out in those two states where we all know these national elections always come down to how do you win in Ohio, how do you win in Florida with Donald Trump in the White House?
I mean, do you think that it was, Joel, a misunderstanding of actually the demographics? Or because we kept hearing about that, right? I mean, this was Andrew Gillum's strategy, trying to appeal to younger voters, trying to appeal to minority voters. What does it tell us that he wasn't able to pull off a victory tonight?
I really want to dig through the numbers, but I'll be honest with you. I don't know if this was Andrew Gillum underperforming.
Right.
And I think that's the flummoxing part for Democrats, is that I think this is about Republicans and, read Donald Trump
and the Trump effect, the power of the Trump effect.
Overperforming. And again, how do Democrats combat that? The president has made it very clear. When I want to, I can put my thumb on the scale and I can impact a race. Right. You don't have to like him, you don't have to follow him, but he does have an impact. We've talked about this, Elaine, a couple of times. The president creates clarity.
Yes.
And there were 1.4 million people in Florida who couldn't vote because of felony convictions. They are now be able to vote. Amendment 4, the greatest expansion of the franchise since women were given the right to vote, which comes through this amendment. What Democrats need to do, though, is go out and register them and then inspire them to get out to vote.
Yeah, because the question is, who does it benefit? Do we know? I mean, that's the other thing too. When you look at the fact that Andrew Gillum lost, you have that initiative actually passing. How do we?
Also, we don't know what's going to happen in that Senate race. I mean, I actually have seen that. I've seen that Bill Nelson is running pretty well, which is it's just not disconcerting. It's strange to me because I think at the beginning of the night the assumption from me, maybe wrongly, was that Andrew Gillum was going to pull Bill Nelson over the finish line, and I think now the feeling is, well, wait a minute, did people split tickets and say I'm going to vote for Ron DeSantis and Bill Nelson?
Clearly.
So here's what happened tonight. I keep coming back to the small little state of New Hampshire because I cover it for New Hampshire Journal and because it's such a purple state. The swingiest district in the country is the first congressional district. It's flipped 5 times in 6 elections. And what happened tonight? They had a big purple push. Tom Steyer has that next gen group of energizing students. New Hampshire has the highest percentage of population that's college students in the country. And so they had big turnout with the kids, but there was big turnout everywhere. And what they did is they walked in. They have an incumbent Republican, Chris Sununu, who they like. He became the first Republican to be reelected as governor since 1994. And they voted for 2 members of Congress and sent 2 Democrats to Congress. So they split the tickets. They looked past the big, noisy picture, and they said, I like this guy, I like these 2 people. And they made, and that kind of crafting, he said, splitting the votes and moving the votes, that was going on tonight.
Hold those thoughts for just 1 second because we want to take a quick moment to breathe. But the news right now is that CBS News projects Democrats will control the House, Republicans to control the Senate, and a lot of these close governor's races tilting towards Republicans at this stage. We will be back with more after this.
Welcome back. We're going to take you now to the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee watch party on Capitol Hill, where House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi is speaking. Let's listen in.
And I want to acknowledge my 2 grandsons, Thomas and Paul, as they wave to their other cousins and Bella in California, who's still campaigning up until the last minute in California because it's all about the children. I want to, before I thank all of you more fully, thank my colleagues and acknowledge their leadership and their presence here. Our distinguished whip from Maryland, Steny Hoyer. The assistant leader, Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina. Also, let's assume they're all distinguished. Bobby Scott of Virginia. Anna Eshoo of California. G.K. Butterfield of North Carolina. Barbara Lee of California. Henry Cuellar of Texas. Karen Bass of California. Don Beyer of Virginia. And Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania. We all join in thanking all of you. Many of you are our VIPs, our real VIPs, our volunteers in politics. The women and men who mobilized in historic numbers, who saw what this GOP Congress was doing and refused to stand still. Every call you made, every door you knocked, every text you sent, every conversation you had made the difference between winning and losing in this election. Thanks to you, we owned the ground. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, tomorrow will be a new day in America. Remember this feeling, know the power to win. And almost all congratulations to those dynamic, diverse, incredible candidates who have taken back the House for the American people. Let us salute all of our candidates. All of our candidates. Today is more than about Democrats and Republicans. It's about restoring the Constitution's checks and balances to the Trump administration. It's about stopping the GOP and Mitch McConnell's assaults on Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and the health care of 130 million Americans living with pre-existing medical conditions. Let's hear it more for pre-existing medical conditions. It's about ending wealthy special interest free reign over Washington, but more than anything, it's about what a new Democratic majority will mean in the lives of hardworking Americans. That's what it's about. Democrats pledge a Congress that works for the people. For the people. Lower the cost of health care by lowering the cost of prescription drugs. Raise workers' wages with strong economic growth by rebuilding the infrastructure of America. Clean up corruption to make Washington work for all Americans. We will take real, very, very strong legislative action to negotiate down the price control of prescription drugs that is burdening seniors and families across America. We will deliver a transformational investment in America's infrastructure to create more good-paying jobs, rebuilding our roads, bridges, schools, water systems, broadband networks, and schools and housing and beyond. We will drain the swamp of dark interest money in our elections, because when we do, Americans have greater confidence in everything their Congress works on, from health care to taxes to guns to clean air and clean water for our children, when they know that the people's interest will prevail, not the dark special interest. In stark contrast to the GOP Congress, the Democratic Congress will be led with transparency and openness so that the public can see what's happening and how it affects them, and that they can weigh in with the members of Congress and with the President of the United States. We will have accountability, and we will strive for bipartisanship with fairness on all sides. We will have a responsibility to find our common ground where we can, stand our ground where we can't, but we must try. We have a bipartisan marketplace of ideas that makes our democracy strong. A Democratic Congress will work for solutions that bring us together because we have all had enough of division. The American people want peace. They want results. They want us to work for positive results for their lives. Our founders believed in a principle that they knew must guide our nation. First, in our Declaration, they promised life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But they gave us guidance, e pluribus unum, from any one. The founders could never have imagined how vast our country would become, how many we would be, how different we would be from each other. But they knew we had to be one. Unity. Unity for our country. And that today the American people have spoken to restore that vision. With this new Democratic majority, we'll honor the vision of our founders for a country having a legitimate debate, but remembering that we are one country. We'll honor the sacrifices of our men and women in uniform and their families who have made us the land of the free and the home of the brave. To build a better future worthy of their sacrifice. And we must honor and respect the aspirations of our children. Elections are about the future and what we do for our children's future. So thank you all for making the future better for all of America's children. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you all very much.
Feeling pretty good there. House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi, joined by some young family members, saying this is about the children and future, and making this speech a focus on health care, as Democrats have done nationally, saying they'll continue to do what they can to protect those who have pre-existing conditions from being covered. It's a good, it's one of these split decision nights. A good night for Democrats in the House, a good night for Republicans in the Senate. Nancy Pelosi, though, set to potentially be the House Majority Leader next week when they reconvene, and they will have to vote and make that decision. But there you see it as she kind of puts a bow tie on what have been Democratic wins for the representative seats.
It's going to be interesting to watch, because you did have a number of Democrats this cycle saying that they would not support her for Speaker of the House because of the dynamic. Obviously, they understand how polarizing a figure she can be, and so that's going to be an interesting storyline to continue to watch.
Indeed. We also, thanks for joining our continuing coverage here of our midterm election votes as they continue the results to come in. We want to bring in the Republican National Committee spokesperson, Kayleigh McEnany, because this has been as I've said, great night for Republicans in one dimension, great night for Democrats in another dimension too. How are you interpreting that, plus all of these local gubernatorial races and others?
Yeah, you're right. It was split. Of course, you never want to lose the House. That being said, we are very enthused about these gains on the horizon in the Senate. It's worth mentioning that in the last 80 years, the sitting president has only picked up 8 Senate seats total over 8 decades, and we're poised tonight to potentially pick up 3 or 4. We'll see how it shakes out, but certainly at least 1 or 2. So that's a very big thing. We're very enthused about that. But the House, we lost the House. You never want to lose the House, but nevertheless, it will be by a pretty slim margin that we lost the House. And it's worth noting President Obama lost 63 seats, Bill Clinton in his first midterm 54, and I don't think our numbers will be anywhere close to that. So we consider this a victory.
One of the open questions going into tonight was, what will the effect of President Trump be, right? This is a president who did not shy away from putting himself into as many of these kinds of conversations as possible. And I wonder, based on what we've seen, particularly in places like Indiana, in places like Texas, in places like Florida, where the president made last-minute pushes, you've seen Republican candidates victorious. So what is that takeaway message about the power of the Trump effect?
Yeah, that's That's a great question. So prior to this evening, we noticed in our RNC data that when the president would rally, there would be quantifiable shifts in the polls, and it would be almost immediate. So he would rally, we would see movement towards our GOP nominee. We wondered, will this bear out in the actual results? It certainly did when you consider the states you mentioned. Marsha Blackburn was down by 5 just weeks ago. The president rallied, she's up by 14. She ended up winning this evening. Likewise, in Indiana, President went there, made the difference. And all the states he went to, Florida included, he made a very big difference. So when he chooses to rally, it makes a difference. And it's worth noting some of our Republican incumbents who lost in Congress were noted critics of the president. So it might have had the opposite effect for those who chose to criticize the president.
How might this change, though, the president's tone or strategy politically moving forward? Because it seems as though the very thing that has energized Republicans to show out on the Senate side is what really encouraged Democrats to show up in these local races as well. Is there not a concern that this is a double-edged sword?
Well, I think there will be a real effort on the part of the administration to engage in bipartisan movement forward. Kellyanne Conway was just out moments ago saying that there will be a meeting in the coming days with our Democratic counterparts because we can make changes on health care that I think can be bipartisan, on infrastructure, on immigration reform. The president has indicated a willingness to budge on DACA, for instance, legalization. So now it's up to Democrats to get in the room, put our heads down, and let's work on behalf of the American people, because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about.
So the early exit polling that we had been seeing put the issue of health care at the very top of the list when it came to voters' concerns. You had President Trump out there really focusing the spotlight on immigration and illegal immigration. In retrospect, I mean, obviously, it has been a good night, as we said, sort of a split decision here. Republicans had a good night in the Senate, but not necessarily so in the House. Was that perhaps a tactical kind of miscalculation, or what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it was a miscalculation, but I do think that you're going to see an emphasis on this going forward, because in a lot of polling, it showed #1 on people's minds is, in fact, health care. The president was one of the only nominees on a Republican debate stage saying from the very beginning, I want to protect pre-existing conditions. He's talked about bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. These are things we can move forward with our Democratic counterparts on if they want to work with us on bringing down the cost of drugs. So I think it will be a very big emphasis over the next 2 years.
Right, and as you mentioned, time for Infrastructure Week once again.
Yes, Infrastructure Week.
Never seems to shake from the White House.
All right, Kayleigh McEnany, thank you so much,
Thank
Kayleigh.
you both.
Really appreciate it.
Coming up after the break, Democrats have gained control of the House.
And Republicans will maintain control of the Senate. Ahead, we are tracking the state of the race and what this could mean for the president's agenda. You're streaming CBSN. Welcome back to CBSN's Election Night coverage. Democrats have taken control of the House of Representatives for the first time in 8 years, but failed to win control of the Senate. Here with us is the vice chair of the DNC, Michael Blake. Michael, thanks so much for joining us. So let's talk about this blue wave. You know, it has not seemed to materialize here for the Democrats. Overall, are you satisfied with the way in which these campaigns were run and the focus that they had tonight?
Well, I would first say there has been a blue wave. It's not just in what happened in the House, which we obviously took back the House, but let's also talk about the governor's races that we were able to pick up across the country. You look at Michigan with Gretchen Whitmer. You see in Kansas, you see the great progress has been happening, and we haven't even looked at what's happening in the West as of yet. We're still waiting on those races in that manner. We flipped back control in the state Senate in Colorado. We flipped back control in the state Senate here in New York. So we definitely have progress itself. You know, look, but we can't ignore the fact when you see what happened in Florida and you see what happened in Georgia, it is disappointing because it is clear that dog whistles prevailed in those states in that manner. But that said, we have more progress that we have to make in the country, but we're definitely excited we have taken control back of the House.
What do you attribute the limit to the Democratic gains? Because there's been the party has been split on a lot of these local races as of how intensely to criticize President Trump. Some candidates said, look, I'm just going to talk about the local issues, healthcare, of course, chief among them, while others have taken a much more direct attack. And there doesn't seem to be consensus within the party as to which is the winnable approach. Based on the results now, how do you see the answer to that question?
Well, I think it's a both and. I mean, I think we can't ignore the fact that healthcare was clearly the #1 issue across the country, and everywhere we were talking about that and being very direct about it. You know, simultaneously, we were also very direct of the racist, sexist, misogynistic language of Donald Trump and the Republican candidates itself. Unfortunately, in some places, it seemed like both prevailed. That individuals decided that healthcare was important to them, but also supporting the Republican candidate as well. That said, you know, when we think about the opportunity that's at hand, we were able to take back control of the House, and we're clearly going to pick up more seats. We have picked up on governor mansions that we didn't have before for some time. We have state control and state legislators as well. But we have to be much more direct and continue to progress ahead. But we can't ignore the fact that we've had a great night tonight in many ways. You know, you have people saying today, will Democrats actually take back the House? We did that by a pretty considerable margin.
Let's talk about Texas. What's the takeaway there from what happened with Senator Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke? You know, he ran this campaign that got a lot of national attention, frankly. But at the same time, you know, there was a question about whether or not what he was doing within the state of Texas was actually going to produce results. And we saw in the end there, you know, Senator Cruz brought in President Trump to campaign for him in a red state, which I thought was really interesting. And in the end, Senator Cruz prevailed. What's the takeaway for Democrats based on what we saw play out there in Texas?
Well, not only do we have a remarkable candidate in Beto O'Rourke, but we've had congressional pickups that happened in Texas as well, which we can't ignore that dynamic. I think Beto definitely helped a lot of the House races that happened down there and bringing them across the finish line. And then the fact that Ted Cruz needed help to get to 51% is a demonstration that he wasn't a very strong candidate, but it is still a deep red state. We can't ignore that reality in that manner. However, when you look at what has happened in Texas and you look at other states across the country, it is a clear indication that while you might have won at the top of the ticket, you had down ballot victories that were able to prevail as well.
We just want to let our viewers know, as you've been speaking, we want to let you know that CBS News is projecting that the Republican in the Missouri Senate race, Josh Hawley, has prevailed over Senator Claire McCaskill. Again, this is CBS News projection coming in. You know, this was a contest, Errol, that we had been keeping our very close eye on because of the question whether or not in this state, Missouri, where you had a lot of support for President Trump, a Democrat would be able to actually focus on a message that didn't have to do with a national Democratic kind of platform, but instead very specifically focused, Michael, on the issue of health care. It appears that Senator McCaskill's strategy did not actually.
And McCaskill actually had some ads where she said, I'm not a crazy Democrat. Right. Some Democrats did not like that. This is evidence that the moderate Democrats in states that President Trump won during the last election are not haven't found that message to carry it forward. How are you reading this?
I would counter that because Manchin won in West Virginia, so it's state by state in that manner. But I think we have to be very direct and real for a second. Yeah. When you talk about health care, which we saw happen across the country, we cannot ignore that there's a awakening that we have to reflect on in this nation, that Donald Trump's closing argument was a racist argument of a caravan. And unfortunately, that prevailed in several states. that at the end of the day, it was able to mobilize the base to bring home some of these states in this manner. The fact that you have states that the Democrat lost at the top of the ticket, but you had multiple wins down ballot, it is concerning to see that reflection, because clearly health care was the #1 issue. About 44% of voters across the country said health care was the #1 issue. Clearly, people believe Democrats are stronger on that on the issue of health care. And so when you're seeing that happen, it is clear there seemed to be an overperformance in the base on the Republican side. Clearly, turnout was remarkable on the Democratic side, but it wasn't enough in some of these places. Do I believe you have to continue to drive that home? Yes, we're going to keep talking about health care. We're going to keep talking about education. We're going to keep talking about jobs. But we have to make sure we're also not ignoring the fact that there's a concern of this narrative that is happening on the other side.
Which demographic, based on the results that we're seeing now, appear to be the ones in which Democrats weren't able to get over to their side? We know that suburban white women, for example, were seen as this group that potentially would switch allegiances from their previous support of President Trump and support Democratic candidates, while a lot of Democrats were trying to pull in younger voters, more minority voters as well. How are you identifying which groups Democrats weren't able to convince would create a better situation for them?
I think the demographics clearly prevailed in the margin of House seats that we were able to win, the governor seats we won, the state House races we won. There were difficult states to win statewide. And we look at the states that we didn't win on tonight. You look at Missouri, which was difficult, North Dakota, which was difficult, and Heidi Heitkamp deserves credit for taking a stand when it came to the Kavanaugh issue. When you look at Indiana, same thing with Joe Donnelly. Difficult states to win, but the demographics clearly emerged. There was a heightened increased turnout of women for the Democratic side, people of color, of millennials. So these things clearly happened. It was just a challenge in some of these states itself. But again, it has variance. You know, the fact that Manchin won pretty decisively in West Virginia is a demonstration of that. The fact that in Florida it still has not been called in the Senate race, it is clear there's a variance in how people are assessing this in that manner. And going into 2020, can you feel very confident? There are particular states, such as Michigan, which had a dominating win for Democrats up and down the ticket, such as Wisconsin, which right now Tony Evers is leading in that race to defeat Scott Walker. When you see these races where we had challenges, in Pennsylvania, which was pretty much called immediately, states that we did not win in 2016, that we have pretty decisive wins this year, there's no reason to believe going into 2020 we'll have victories there as well.
You know, one of the things I wonder about was the president was trying to focus the spotlight on immigration in this final stretch. Democrats maintained their focus on this issue of health care. But I wonder, considering what we've seen tonight, should there have been perhaps on the Democratic side a bit of pushback when it came to some of this immigration rhetoric?
Oh, we had pushback. It's racist. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
But I mean, during the course of the campaign, right, we didn't necessarily hear the Democrats kind of respond necessarily directly to some of what we've been seeing in the final days.
I would disagree. I think we were pretty clear conveying that this caravan was a nonsensical argument that they were making and that sending our troops down there was irresponsible. But what I do think we saw prevail is that the Republican base seemed to have overperformed. And we have to be mindful of that in that manner. But we have to feel confident of us taking back the House, the governor's races, and other wins we've had as well.
Vice Chair of the DNC, Michael Blake, thank you very much for your time. But the news continues right here on CBS. Our election night coverage continues with Norah O'Donnell and the rest of the team after this short break. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News always on. Yes.
Want to change the way things are going.
It's a watershed moment in American history.
I'm very concerned about women's issues in general.
Gun rights, abortion, border.
Education and health care. That's it.
We are Americans. Our hearts bleed red, white, and blue.
Change is coming to Washington. The Democrats have won back the House of Representatives, and with that will come the likely return of Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House. But the Republicans will keep control of the Senate. The president tweets tremendous success tonight, though for the first time he will have to deal with one chamber of Congress run by the opposition party. Major Garrett is at the White House. Major?
So good evening. This
coming Democratic majority in the House now been officially recognized by President Trump through a phone call, we are told, by a prominent aide to Nancy Pelosi, 11:45 Eastern Time. President Trump called Nancy Pelosi, congratulated her on what will become a House Democratic majority when the new Congress convenes in 2019, and said he noted in her remarks her call for bipartisanship. That is the first olive branch extended by President Trump to the incoming likely Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, second time for her. And it suggests a dynamic that is at least in flux, as President Trump, as you noted, Nora, now will for the first time have to confront a hostile House majority that will not embrace his agenda, will take its oversight responsibilities, according to Pelosi, much more seriously than Republicans did, which means investigations possibly of this White House, possibly of cabinet officials, more aggressive than Republicans pursued. Pelosi would say they didn't pursue them at all, and Democrats will. That's one front to watch. One other thing to keep in mind, there's going to be a lame duck Congress when Congress returns, still under Republican control. That may mean revitalizing a tax cut, because the House Republicans passed that right before this election. Senate Republicans may try to do that. That may be one of the last things President Trump, with a Republican Congress still inclined in his agenda direction, may try to accomplish before Democrats take over, because the president knows another tax cut from the House Democrats that he favors is probably not going to happen.
All right, Major Garrett there at the White House, and Jamelle Bouie, chief political correspondent for Slate Magazine and an analyst for CBS News, now joins us at the table. Good to see you, Jamelle.
Good to see you all.
So you see, Major, I mean, talking about already before this new Congress, that lame duck Congress, whether they will try and get anything done. What does this mean for the future of Americans? What will happen?
That's a very broad question. I think in this lame duck, there might be a tax cut. President Trump did promise a big middle-class tax cut before the election. It's entirely possible the Republican Senate would try to go for it, and the Republican House might try to go for it as well. But beyond that, Beyond that, and confirming more judges, really, I'm not sure what else is on the Republican agenda. I mean, the noteworthy thing about the past year for congressional Republicans is just how much after the tax cuts, their legislative agenda basically slowed down to just confirming judges. And it's unclear if there's really anything more than that left going into the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. Jamelle, give me your sense of the appetite for the rank and file in the Democratic Party, but also the Democrats in the House constituency. This, by the way, is constituency where white men are the minority among the House. So for them to do business with Donald Trump, since many of them think that he got to where he's gotten and maybe even is being successful tonight by denigrating women, by making racist appeals, this is the Democratic view. How does Nancy Pelosi convince that constituency to make deals with the president?
I'm not sure that they can. There's been a lot of talk about how to interpret these results so far tonight. And if you stand back and look at the national totals, right, you're looking at an estimated national margin for Democrats about +8, +8.5 points, which is historically a very large margin in an election. It's up there with sort of recent wave elections. And so you can imagine a recently elected Democratic member of the House from one of these suburban districts who's elected by voters who specifically elected them to stand up to Trump. And are they going to then, when Leader Pelosi or Speaker Pelosi says, oh, we need to cut this deal on infrastructure, are they going to say, oh, of course, because my people elected me to cut a deal on infrastructure? Or are they going to say, no, I was brought here by voters to stand up to Trump, and that's what I'm going to do, and that doesn't involve cutting any deals?
Meantime, go ahead, in the short run, in the short term, the president has doubled down on immigration going into tonight, saying that he was going to be sending some 15,000 troops to the border, talking about this caravan. Does that all stop now, or what happens next? Because it seems like a lot of this turnout was, in fact, on immigration.
I mean, I think one of the stories of tonight is just how those sorts of appeals, and I would describe them as racist appeals based on the final ad that the president kind of debuted before Tuesday.
Which many networks refused to play.
Which many networks refused to play.
Which all at this point, yeah.
Yeah. The White House surely believes that appeal helped drive up rural and exurban turnout. And if you look at sort of the Florida results or the Georgia results, what it does look like is that races that look like either tied or slight Democratic leans were upturned by a surge of voters from rural counties coming out because of that message. And so I think that the president sees every incentive to keep going in that direction. And when you look at a 2020 map, we consider that Ohio and Florida are sort of must-win states, or one of them is a must-win state for Democrats. The fact that the president can generate this turnout among his base with these sorts of messages makes it difficult for Democrats. I'm not sure the Democratic Party has quite figured out how to respond to what is, I think, racial demagoguery of that scale.
So calling it a split decision tonight, Bob Schieffer called it two different planets. It was another reference was Tale of Two Cities. Is this a win-win for both parties? Both parties can celebrate something tonight?
It's a super strange result. I mean, Republicans can obviously celebrate that they've expanded their Senate majority, I think, beyond what even most people expected. They really have bolstered that majority. Democrats have won the House. That is a big deal. If they have a 31, 32, 33-seat gain, that's not on the order of the largest waves in American history, but it's a pretty substantial result. Those are positive things for both parties. I think something that's interesting is when you're looking at exit polls and you see how Democrats nationally have won pretty much every demographic group except for whites over the age of 45 and white men. And I think looking forward, that the picture becomes, I think, a little different for Republicans, because what they might be looking at, what might have been accelerated is the party's transition to a party pretty exclusively of white voters in particular areas of the country, in particular regions of the country, with Democrats kind of taking up everyone else. And I have no idea how that plays out.
Yeah, and Jamel, I want to just quickly take a look now at the state of Florida, because this is an outstanding Senate race that we are waiting to call. Take a look at just how close this race is in Florida. Jamel was just sort of referencing there, there were polls this morning. We reported on CBS this morning that suggested that Bill Nelson had opened up a wide lead, that in the governor's race, that Gillum had opened, the Democrat had also opened up a wide lead in that race. And then look, you see how close this is when 99% of the vote in what was the most expensive Senate race in the country. Some of that noise you hear is actually from our election desk, and they are probably looking very closely, saying, can we call this race? What do we know? What do we don't know? Let's turn to Nancy Cordes now, too, because to pivot off our conversation about, is there really anything that Pelosi and Trump can agree on? What was the subject of their conversation tonight?
Well, there are areas of potential agreement, Nora. Both of them say, for example, that they'd like to work very quickly on trying to lower prescription drug prices. Both of them have said for a long time that they want to work on some kind of infrastructure package. The problem is that both parties have such different approaches to these issues. Democrats, for example, would love to see a huge influx of government spending on big infrastructure projects around the country, while Republicans and the president himself say they'd like to see more private sector investment and just a little bit of government funding. So trying to meet in the middle is going to be the big challenge, especially because we have seen Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and the president sit down and appear to be getting close to agreements on a host of issues, only to have the president get yanked back by some members of his own party who think that he is giving away too much. And you're going to have that Freedom Caucus in the House trying to hold him back again if they think he's getting too chummy with the other side.
All right.
All right. So Democrats have now picked up 22 seats in the House as we continue watching races in California here very closely. House races in California, John.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to click over to 23 so we can finally lock in that 23 magical number Democrats have been dreaming about, just to make it perfectly, fully official, even though CBS has called it.
And as you mentioned, those several House races that we are covering in California, let's post some up on the board. In California, 39th. Young Kim, that is a toss-up in that particular race, which we are watching closely. Let's go now to California 49th District. Also still a toss-up, but one we're watching very closely. And in California 48th, Dana Rohrabacher versus Harley Rhoda, and which could be a Democratic pickup in that race, but still too early to call. And a toss-up at this hour. Carter Evans is in Newport Beach, California. Carter?
Well, we're at the election night event for Democratic congressional candidate Harley Rouda. Now, this is one of the most significant congressional races here in California, and certainly one of the most high profile. He's facing off with incumbent Dana Rohrabacher, who has represented this district, this community, for 30 years. That could change tonight, but the race is still too close to call. There are more toss-up races here in California than any other state in the union, and all of them are for Republican-controlled congressional seats right now. There were a lot of lines here in California today at the polls, and that is significant because there are also a lot of early voters here. So the fact that a lot of people lined up to cast their vote at the polls today shows that there is still a lot of enthusiasm. There is enthusiasm building here at this election event right now, although it is still too close to call. This is Orange County, California. We're in between Los Angeles and San Diego. This is a traditionally Republican part of California, Southern California. It's been a Republican stronghold for many, many years, but that could change, and a lot of it has to do with changing demographics. There is a growing Latino population here. There is also a growing Asian population here. At one point, Republicans had 22% more registered voters in this area. Now they only have 1%.
All right, Carter Evans there. Thank you. There's a lot to discuss tonight. Certainly the Democrats retaking the House of Representatives. What's happened in the Senate, I think, is pretty significant. Sorry, what were we going to say?
Well, you were going to talk about the women because 16 of the 22 seats so far are women. Do we call it Ladies' Night? Can we call it that?
Or Year of the Woman?
You just did.
Sure.
You just did, Gail.
I won't sing the song, but there is something happening.
16 of the 22 Democratic pickups, you mean?
Yes,
what
yes.
you mean. You know, I think back to the, if you were writing the history of the Trump administration, you have his inauguration, and then the next day you had the Women's March. I mean, a lot of these candidates, a lot of the energy when you talk about women in the Democratic Party came very early on and has been longstanding and thorough. And so what we see tonight really started, arguably more than 2 years ago in terms of getting people involved and building this wave of women in their involvement in the Democratic races.
The Democrats went into this with a strategic plan. They said, we are going to try and flip. Women, white women in particular, voted for Donald Trump in the last election. Let's get them back voting in the Democratic column. They succeeded in doing that tonight, according to the exit polls, and certainly that has helped them in those House races. They recruited a number of women to run on the Democratic Party ticket. We talked about those states earlier, how they're taking back the House. Virginia, Pennsylvania, some women recruits in order to do that. All part of this plan by the Democratic Party that Ed O'Keefe knows a great deal about. Ed?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we've hit 23.
Yes, and Scotto just put him over the top.
Right, and there's a seat just north of here in New York. Several of our colleagues may actually have second homes in the Hudson Valley, the 19th Congressional District. The Republican is John Faso, who is a longtime political figure in upstate New York. He's old enough to have been my assemblyman back in the day when I was living in Albany. But Antonio Delgado is the Democrat who wins this seat, and he's another one of those examples of the organic nature of Democratic recruiting this year. A former rapper, but also a former Rhodes Scholar who moved into the district, raised millions of dollars, cleared a field with, I think, 12 other Democrats,
right,
and pulled it off tonight. A good example of a swing district that has gone red to blue, blue to red in the past, that went back into the blue column tonight, and we can at least say is the 23rd seat, giving the Democrats the majority.
And someone who was portrayed by Republicans, in some ads at least, as an outsider, as a,
Well, they quoted his rap lyrics. He was once known as A.D. the Voice, and they were calling out lyrics from his music that they considered racy. There were some suggestions that he sympathized with Iraqi political leaders during the Iraq War. It didn't work, and he wins tonight.
Right. Some poetic justice for Democrats that he is the one that puts him over the top.
Nancy, what's happening in New York 27, the Chris Collins district?
So that's the guy who's been indicted for insider trading, good friend of the president. This is the Buffalo area, and it's too close to call, last I was told. He's one of two indicted Republican congressmen on the ballot tonight. Folks in California are familiar with Duncan Hunter from the 50th District, who also faces federal charges for misusing his campaign funds. But if Chris Collins is in trouble, a sign that perhaps incumbents who are under indictment may be facing the wrath of voters.
And you'll remember Duncan Hunter because he's the one who said it was actually his wife who was managing the money. Interesting.
Don't blame
that.
the wife.
You're never going to win blaming your wife. Gail, if I could just interject.
He
quickly.
threw her under the bus. A lot of wives didn't like that, and neither did a lot of men.
Yeah.
Another way to handle that.
No.
I'm not pointing at you, Jeff.
Okay.
But Gail, if I could go back to your ladies' night, because I think a lot of governors would say, hey, there are a lot of ladies here that want to, be talked about as well.
Yes.
2 new races we can call. New Mexico going to a female, Michelle Grisham. Also, Oregon, Kate Brown. She's the incumbent. She's the first LGBTQ governor of the state as well. So both we can call as winning tonight.
All part of the changing face of politics in America. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk about some women running in the Senate, in the Nevada Senate race, and also in Arizona, where 2 women are running against one another. Those results coming up right after the break. Arizona is for the first time sending a woman to the Senate. Republican Martha McSally, the first woman to fly a fighter jet in combat, faces Democrat Kristen Sinema, who hopes to become the first Democrat elected to the Arizona in 30 years. Paula Reed is in Scottsdale tonight. Paula?
The race continues to be airtight here in Arizona as we wait to see who voters are going to send to the Senate as the first female senator from Arizona. Now, tonight we are at the election night party for Martha McSally, the Republican candidate, but the crowd is starting to thin a little bit here. We've talked to some of her supporters, and while they're confident, some of the Republican officials here in Arizona have told this crowd that it's possible we may not actually get an answer tonight. One of the reasons is that there are still nearly 1 million outstanding early ballots that have not been returned. While not all of them will be submitted, we will not find out how many were submitted until Thursday at 5 p.m. And officials are telling the crowd here that it's likely we won't get an answer tonight about who won this coveted Senate seat, and they may have to wait another 2 days.
Fascinating to hear that because it's such a close race, and Many people want to hear the results there, that in Arizona it may take some time.
Anthony Silvanto, we have to wait 2 days to hear a result in Arizona?
We might. I mean, they may not count about 20% of the vote tonight, and if it's as close as it is, we may just have to wait. Look, Arizona is a heavily vote-by-mail, vote-by-absentee state. Some of those ballots will still come in, and there's one big county, that's Maricopa. Until we see all of that, we may not know exactly who's won this one.
Where else are we going to be waiting until at least tomorrow on, potentially?
I don't know about tomorrow, but Florida Senate is separated by less than a point right now. You know, we've got a little bit of finding out to do about how many voters are left, how many votes are left to count. In some of the big counties, like Miami-Dade, like Broward, those are places where I think Nelson probably wanted to do a little bit better. You see him getting around 60, 61%, probably needed to get 63 or 64 in a race like this. And that, I think, sounds like it's tight. It is tight. That's just a few votes, but that's why we can't project things right now.
And Anthony, dive into the exit polls there. I mean, Nelson is underperforming among seniors. Why hasn't he not wrapped up this race?
Well, there's not just that underperformance among seniors, but there's also what we think is not as much of a shift towards him as there was in those House races for those House candidates, Nora.
All right. When we come back, more from the Senate races in the West.
CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards. Original reporting. CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards. More than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best.
This is extraordinary. This is important.
This is an issue of national security.
This is sure to be a high-stakes hearing.
This is some of the worst of Florence.
This is home.
Yeah, this is home.
This is
Democrats take a number of governorships. We'll have more on that. Some of our CBS stations will be leaving us for a few minutes to report more on local election returns. For those of you staying with us, we're going to be right back.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Quijano with CBSN, and this is a CBS News Election Night Update. With me is CBS News political contributor and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez, and Linda Tran is a CBSN political contributor and Democratic strategist. Linda, let me start with you. CBS has projected that Democrats will take over control of the House. How is that going to shape Congress, and what does that mean for President Trump?
Well, this is a moment that Democrats have been waiting with bated breath for, and we can definitely anticipate that a lot of accountability measures that haven't been in place over the last 2 years are going to now move forward. Expect some investigations, expect some work looking into the emoluments clause and things like that. Also, I would expect that there will probably be some discussion about an infrastructure package. Maybe they'll be working with the White House on something along those lines.
What about, Leslie, for Republicans? What does losing control of the House mean for them?
Well, you know, it was always going to be a difficult election for the Republicans, and you had a lot of retirements because they knew they were heading into a headwind that was both cultural, political, economic, and was very much a Trump wave in terms of personality. And I think you had a lot of members feel that this was just not as much fun as it used to be, as they told me, as they were headed for the doors. So, it changed. It's a changing dynamic. The question is, what are the areas of compromise? Can the president move forward with comprehensive immigration reform like they've been talking about, which is something that, like Nixon to China, it's something the president does have the political capital to do if the Democrats are inclined to do that. So you'll continue to see the pressure from the White House to move on economic reforms, tax reforms, building the wall. It's just a question of where there's going to be compromise.
Linda, let me ask you, there had been talk for months of a possible blue wave by Democrats. Was there a blue wave tonight?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. I mean, if you think about how gerrymandered the maps have been and the fact that the way things were set up, Republicans had a built-in advantage heading into the midterm elections. The fact that Democrats were able to win the House is a massive shift. And in order to do that, Democrats had to really transform the electorate in a way that you wouldn't normally expect during a midterm. Midterms are usually whiter, older, more male. And we saw an unprecedented number of young people, people of color, coming out to vote, many for the first time. So absolutely a wave from that perspective.
Leslie, President Trump tweeted, quote, "Tremendous success tonight. Thank you to all." Was it a good night for the president?
It actually is a good night for the president because you were talking about a blue wave, which is more of a blue trickle. But I think there's some positives, right, that we agree on. The number of women that are coming in, it's not anywhere near parity, but you're seeing a lot of really dynamic female candidates, a lot of veterans who are going to be coming to Congress. That's going to change the makeup. They're going to be looking at what committee assignments they come in. And they can really start to have an imprint on what the legislature focuses on. So with that respect, I think women win tonight. The president was able to hold the line on some really competitive states that basically were with him in 2016. He's proving what he was saying before. If you ran on the Trump message and Trump agenda, you were going to win.
All right, Leslie Sanchez, Linda Tran, thank you so much. We now return to CBS News' midterm election coverage.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sundays on CBS. CBS News, honored with 6 Emmy Awards, more than any other television news network. CBS News, original reporting at its best.
The Senate race in Nevada pits incumbent Republican Dean Heller against Democratic challenger Jackie Rosen. She is a first-term member of the House. Nevada is a battleground state won by Hillary Clinton in 2016, and right now we are calling that race a toss-up. Jamie Yuccas is at Rosen headquarters in Las Vegas. And Jamie, the Democrats saying that they have one of the strongest get-out-the-vote operations ever in that state. Do they think they were able to pull it out?
Well, I can tell you, as we were talking to people here in the crowd at the Democrat headquarters in Nevada, they told me they were still taking people to the polls just minutes before the polls closed. And here in Nevada, people actually, once closing time happens, if they're in line, they still get to cast a vote. So Democrats here are very antsy. They're excited every time a House race comes up and they see that the Democrats are taking over the majority. They're getting very excited here. They now have a speaker just took the stage. They're also watching their own House races here. There are 4 of them. One of them is in a very Republican-leaning district, one in a very Democrat-leaning district. The other 2 are up for grabs. One, of course, is Jackie Rosen's seat because she ran for the Senate. Now, Jackie Rosen did canvass and try to get out as many union workers and young people over the last couple of days. But we know that Dean Heller also brought out President Donald Trump, which is interesting because just 3 years ago, he returned a campaign donation to the president, said that he didn't line up with the president's policies. And the Affordable Care Act became an issue that many people debated here, and he flip-flopped on that issue. At one point, initially saying that he would not vote to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and then went in lockstep with the president. And that really irked some voters here in Nevada that we spoke to who said that they specifically came out to vote about health care and the Affordable Health Care Act because about 400,000 Nevadans were able to be insured because of that act. Now, the other race that these Democrats are watching tonight is the governor's race. There would be a new governor in the state for the first time in 8 years, and if a Democrat wins here, it would be the first time a Democrat was in the governor's office in the last 20 years.
All right, Jamie Yuccas there in Nevada as we await results. Let's go now to Jeff Glor, who has more on some of the races we have not yet been able to call and why.
Okay, Anthony Salvanto's here. The Georgia governor's race has gotten so much attention. Stacey Abrams, Brian Kemp, 99% reporting. Why have we not called this race yet?
Because it's Kemp against 50%, and some of our models still have him just below 50%. That's the threshold that a candidate has to get to avoid a runoff. It's not likely that Abrams can catch Kemp. It's just a question of once all the votes are counted, whether he clears that 50 bar.
One candidate has to hit that 50%.
Gotta hit 50.
Automatically a runoff. The Georgia 6th District, an extraordinarily expensive House race, $80 million between the special election and this one. It's been more expensive than many Senate races. Why is that? There's 100% of the vote reported. We said 99%, but I think it's 100% in, close to it.
A couple of hundred votes is not a race that I'm inclined to call right away. I mean, that's just a question of maybe a county puts a digit someplace, and we've just got to double check that. But look, I mean, this is obviously a tight race. It's tighter than a lot of us thought it might be, but it's also typical in this regard. I mean, these are the suburbs of Atlanta. All throughout the night, we've been talking about suburban districts that the Democrats flipped one after another in order to make their majority. So in some respects, not surprising.
We knew the Georgia 6 was going to be tight. It's been so expensive, both the special and this one. We weren't expecting Georgia 7th necessarily to be this close. Why is that a toss-up right now?
Well, not necessarily, but what we do want to do, though, is look more widely at all these things. This is typical of the kind of race, again, where you get a little bit outside of cities. You get to suburban areas. You get to areas where a lot of the women's vote has swung towards the Democrats. Any place that's happened is a place where we've got contests that even if the Democrats don't pick up, they've become tighter. We've seen that in a bunch of places, even in Iowa, Jeff. Even Iowa 1st, Iowa 2nd, Eastern Iowa, Cedar Rapids. More of those kinds of swings.
Full transparency on that Georgia 7th. We didn't have the pictures because we weren't expecting it to be as close as it was of the candidates. That's why you weren't seeing them there.
There you go.
But again, this is why we stay flexible on election nights. Why don't we walk back to the table here and check in with, we have some new numbers from Anthony Mason on some exit polling here.
We do indeed. Anthony?
There he is.
Yeah.
Anthony.
Well, I'll
take
do
it
some
away,
walking
please.
now. I'll walk over here.
Yeah.
All right, we wanted to take a look at one of the things that's interesting here is we want to take a look at independent voters, which are always sort of a barometer of which way these midterm elections swing. If you go back to 2006, the Democrats won 57% of independent voters back in 2006 and picked up 31 seats then. Now, you go 4 years forward from that, and the Republicans carried independent voters and had huge gains that year, over 60 seats. So that's why everybody was looking at independents very closely this time around. And the Democrats have carried independent voters going into this, 54% up to this point. And that's a big reason why the Democrats have made gains in the House. Folks?
Ed O'Keefe, can you talk about that, the independents breaking Democratic this year and what the differences that has made?
And that's why you've seen such a focus on things like kitchen table issues and a big conversation about Democrats to avoid talking about impeachment. The argument was you can be against the president as much as you want. It's pretty clear most Democrats are. You've got to prove to voters that you're for something. And so you've seen big discussion about health care. About finding ways to work with Republicans on things like infrastructure spending and promising to provide some accountability for a president that isn't popular among independent voters. And that's why you're seeing these wins tonight for Democrats in those suburban districts that are usually packed with independent voters just outside big cities, and why there's been real reluctance among Democratic leaders to talk about things like impeaching the president and going after him on that, because they know independents, as Anthony just showed us there beautifully, swing back and forth because they want to know that they're voting for somebody who's actually going to do something. And Democrats, it appears, have made a pretty effective argument doing that tonight.
In those suburbs.
Yeah. You look at Georgia 6 and 7, as you just talked about. Look at Kansas 3 and Topeka. That was a seat that Democrats realized pretty quickly was potentially theirs because there were concerns there about Republicans generally, not only in Washington, but at the state level. They were able to win enough independents there. Illinois, longtime Republican Congressman Pete Roskam knocked off by Democrat Sean Casten, and another Chicago suburban district, one that had been a reach for a while. Good example, again, of Democrats making an appeal to independents.
Ed, really quickly, what is happening in Georgia 7?
Well, you know, I think at the end of the day, when we look at this Rod Woodall is a longtime House Republican there. Just given those counties that ring Atlanta, that's undoubtedly tonight where Stacey Abrams will have drawn out a lot of voters. And even if she doesn't win statewide, she will have helped bring out, again, independents and Democrats to vote for Democratic candidates. Similar dynamic in South Florida, where Andrew Gillum didn't win, but Democrats were able to pick up 2 seats. And again in Kansas, where the Democratic gubernatorial candidate won, and Democrats miraculously won 2 seats. Again, in Kansas, a state they haven't been able to do that in several cycles.
All right. Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Joining us now at the table is Ben Domenech, the editor and publisher of The Federalist. Ben, you've looked at all these results that we've been calling throughout the night. Your take?
You know, I think this is the story of this election is kind of, you know, Democrats got a lot of candidates that they wanted, and several of them lost. And Republicans got sort of the coalition that they didn't want, and several of them have won. I think that's surprising to a lot of sort of national Republicans who had written off a lot of these candidates in situations. I think particularly it's surprising to look at a state like Ohio, where Mike DeWine is taking the governorship. That's not one that I think a lot of Republicans nationally expected. Ron DeSantis was thought to be running well behind, and obviously, you know, in terms of the polling data that we had, he had only led in 1 poll in the last month and a half.
And I think he won.
And yet
he won the
So,
governor's race.
what do you mean? So I think that we have a real problem still with identifying some of these voters in places like the Florida Panhandle who came out for DeSantis even after, you know, this had been a campaign where, frankly, Andrew Gillum was talked about in some circles in Washington as being a potential candidate in 2020. He's a very, you know, charismatic guy, you know, brought out a lot of young people, but that ultimately wasn't enough to make the difference.
By we, you mean the media has trouble, or analysts have trouble understanding the other. Tell me what you think about the messages from a victory like DeSantis, who aligned himself with President Trump very strongly, whereas Corey Stewart didn't do very well at all against Tim Kaine. Now, Kaine was an incumbent and was the previous, so it's not exactly, but what messages are Republicans taking from the successes like somebody like DeSantis in a purple state?
We are waking up to a Republican Party that is decidedly more Trumpian than the one that was yesterday. Okay, and that's not just with the absence of Paul Ryan and everyone else who's been retiring over the past couple of years. Look, the truth is that this is a situation where Republican moderates are getting creamed. All of these suburban Republican moderates who had been at odds with the president, including several who had been openly critical of him in the last 2 years, they're the ones who are leaving. And so you end up with a Republican Party that is going to be more Trumpian, that is going to be more owned by his leadership in the White House, and that has folks who, as you say, kind of sidled up very closely to him, and people like DeSantis, Brian Kemp, and others, and they are going to view this as a vindicating moment for them.
And his opposition appeared.
But wait, I really want to pick up on something you just said. More Trumpian. Help us understand what that means. When Jamil was just here about a few minutes ago, he used the term racial demagoguery. I think a lot of people, and by a lot of people I mean people of color in this country, I think those words resonate with them. When you say more Trumpian, what does that mean to you?
Well, I think it means a couple of different things. First off, the people who had been pushing back internally against President Trump's trade policies and things of that nature, there are going to be fewer of them in Washington come January. In addition to that, I think that when you talk about the racial demagoguery thing, I'll be really interested to see what percentage of Hispanics were won by DeSantis and Rick Scott in Florida, because it has to be, just given the metrics that we're looking at today, it's going to be a significant number. And if they take the lesson away, we can say all of these different things. We can align ourselves with the president. We just have to do the work in the Hispanic community to make sure we still win 35 to 40% and have success. That's
we already have very interesting numbers on those Hispanic voting numbers. I mean, really, we can come back right back to Ben, but Ed, you've been talking about that already.
Yeah, both of them. Rick Scott and Ron DeSantis seem to have hit into the 40s with Hispanics, and that's huge. I mean, if a Democrat's going to win statewide in Florida, they've got to be hitting the 60s, the 70s, and it seems that what Republicans were able to do was, again, rally those more conservative, mostly Cuban-American voters in Miami-Dade and Broward counties to, if not overwhelmingly vote for Scott, at least enough of them did. The other thing is everyone in politics can learn from what Rick Scott has been up to with Latino voters for the last 8 years as governor. He has learned Spanish, even though it wasn't one of his native tongues. He appears on Spanish language television frequently and on the radio. He is a known commodity. And Latino consultants across the country in both parties will tell you, you have to show up, you have to show respect and deference early, not just in the closing weeks. And I think Democrats and Republicans will learn from that.
Ed, do you know how Andrew Gillum did with Hispanic voters?
Last I had checked, Gail, he was only in the 50s. And that's not enough in any big state. And it speaks to a potential problem, again, that the Democratic Party of Florida has had in several cycles. And there were Latino consultants saying Democrats are not doing enough early enough in the state of Florida. We may see the same problem tonight in Arizona as well.
Gillum, and I think as our latest numbers are, got 56% of the Hispanic vote, which is underperforming. And this was one of the key votes, indeed, in terms of the Hispanic vote. I talked to a Republican strategist on Sunday, said, well, I don't think DeSantis would have to outperform Rubio, and I just don't think that's going to happen. And he did. He did.
Yeah.
And that's how that was key
and that's telling, because the future that D.C. Republicans wanted for the Republican Party was Marco Rubio, not Ron DeSantis.
But the way the president has used immigration is also, it's a values issue that touches on lots of other things. And so that's part of, back to Gail's question, some of the energy that the president gets by talking about immigration really doesn't, it has to do with white identity and those kinds of issues.
He made a calculated decision that after all the retirements that they saw last year, that the House was going to be effectively out of reach. That it was also something, frankly, where I think the president didn't particularly care that much. This next year is going to be about investigations and confirmations. You're going to have confirmations pushed through the Senate that he cares about and uses as a metric of success, and investigations that Democrats will use that will turn into a whole
fractious. And here you talked about that the Republican Party is more Trumpian. Does the Democratic Party look more Pelosi? You have Jerry Nadler in charge of investigations. You have Maxine Waters, of course, in charge of financial services. You're going to have what looks like the faces in charge of different things are going to also look increasingly polarized and perhaps not representative of the base.
The other issue, frankly, that you're going to run into is you're going to have a lot of young women elected to the Congress today that are, frankly, not as loyal, I think, to the old guard of the Democratic Party as you might expect. You know, you mentioned the significant fundraising numbers, and obviously Pelosi likes to bring that up a lot. But if you're a candidate who's been raising that money directly, you don't necessarily credit her for that. And I think that there's going to be an interest in having a representation in Democratic leadership from this younger generation of rivals.
All right, we'll have much more to discuss right here as the results still continue to roll in here. We'll continue our CBS News election night coverage right after this.
There is a unique power in truth.
What's your message to the people who could do something?
And whether the story is around the globe, across the nation, or down the street.
Look at this.
We'll find it.
It amazes me that you were able to see your house destroyed and you went right back to work.
And I would much rather be out there helping.
Because every evening, we want to put the power of truth in your hands.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Glor, and we are going to begin the broadcast tonight.
The CBS Evening News with Jeff Glor. Original reporting.
Some of you are just joining us again after the Late Show. Welcome back to the election night right here on CBS. I want to show you some of the latest results from across the country. A Senate race we won't know the results of tonight is Mississippi. This is going to be a historic election. Mike Espy might look familiar. Why? He was Agriculture Secretary under Bill Clinton. And now he is vying to become the first black Republican elected to Mississippi since Reconstruction, but it looks like it will head to a runoff between him and the current Senator Cindy Hyde Smith. Let's take a look at Arizona. That race, boy, awfully tight. Still waiting for a lot of the vote to come in there in Arizona, which will send the first woman to United States Senate from there. Two women, both Ironman triathletes, superstars, strong bases, one to watch. And as Paula Reed has reported from Arizona, it may take a couple days before that vote is fully in for Maricopa County. And in Maine, Senator Angus King is expected to win re-election to the Senate. One more, and Nevada. Let's take a look at that because Jackie Rosen is in a toss-up race at this point with incumbent Senator Dean Heller, who's considered the most vulnerable Republican in the U.S. Senate. She has called him Senator Spineless for his switching of positions there, and Democrats are saying they were able to get out the vote, but it is still a toss-up at this hour, according to CBS News' current estimate. Major Garrett is at the White House. And Major, what's the president been doing all night?
Well, making lots of phone calls. Anyone who covers the Trump presidency knows President Trump loves to work the phones legislatively, politically, and just to gather information. Well, made a lot of calls. We talked about the call to incoming likely Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Also talked to the Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell, now with a more fortified Republican majority. He also called the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, and some of the victorious Republicans on whose behalf the president campaigned. Brian Kemp in Georgia, Ron DeSantis in Florida, two gubernatorial candidates, Josh Hawley, the Senate victor in Missouri, Mr. Kramer in North Dakota, and also Rick Scott in Florida, though we have not called that race. The president has called Rick Scott to offer his congratulations. All of that part of what the White House considers to be a net positive midterm election outcome for those who align themselves with the Trump message. The White House would say those who did that were more likely than not to win, and that has fortified, if not the Trump image nationally, certainly with those who identified themselves as Republicans with his particular approach to politics.
All right, Major Garrett on the president phoning up a storm, tweeting up a storm. Tomorrow, I think we'll hear him talking up a storm about these results. We'll have much more ahead right after this break. tallying the numbers. There you see 223 at this hour. Still waiting for a number of seats in California and the West to call those, but CBS News projects the Democrats have taken the House. Some of our CBS stations will be leaving us for a few minutes to report on more local election returns. For those of you staying with us, we'll be right back. You're watching Election Night on CBS.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Quijano with CBSN, and this is a CBS News Election Night Update. With me is Jamelle Bouie, a CBS News political analyst, as well as chief political correspondent for Slate. Jamelle, we've already seen such a contentious political atmosphere. What's going to happen, you think, when we have a Republican Senate and a Democratic House?
I think the two will basically operate on their own agendas. The Republican Senate, it's probably going to devote itself to confirming judges, to filling the federal judiciary with as many Trump appointees as possible. In the Democratic House, it's probably going to pursue a variety of things. Methods bills to show the country what they plan to do if they can get a full majority in the presidency. Investigations of the Trump administration, both things you would expect, like the Russia investigation, but also looks into other elements of the administration that have gotten questions, like activity in the Treasury Department or in the or in sort of with Secretary Zink. Just a variety of figures where there have been questions, there have been accusations of corruption, and now Democrats have sort of committees and subpoena powers, and they kind of look into those.
I mean, so not an end to the partisanship by any means, but ramping up, it sounds like.
I think it's important to recognize that voters who back Democrats wanted them to act as a check on Trump. If you sort of zoom out and look at the national picture, Democrats will end up winning a 7-8 point national popular vote margin. That's a substantial margin. So you have a substantial majority of Americans who say we want a Democratic House to act as a check on Trump. And so I would expect at least many of those members to act accordingly and do exactly that.
You write a lot about race in America. Obviously, the night is not over, but what is the story that's emerging about the role minority voters played in this election?
I think it's a complicated story. It's obviously true that there was wide turnout across the board, and it's very likely that candidates like Andrew Gillum, Beto O'Rourke, Stacey Abrams wouldn't have gotten as far as they did without high turnout and support from voters of color. And on the sort of congressional level, there have been candidates of color in New York, in Illinois, in Kansas, who have won their races and won them pretty decisively. And so that's one part of the story. I think that the other part of the story, and the sort of the less savory part of the story, is the extent to which voters of color faced systemic barriers, voter suppression, sort of labyrinthine rules that likely kept their turnout from being higher than it could have been, especially in states like Georgia and Florida. And so I don't think you can understand the results in those states without thinking about and reckoning with the degree to which those voters face suppression and moves that keep them out of the electorate.
Very quickly on Georgia for a moment, there was a lot of ugliness surrounding that contest. What do you see when you look at that race?
I mean, I see that ugliness. I see Brian Kemp, who is, I think, likely to become the next governor, first running an election while also standing in the election. I see plenty of evidence of sort of improper procedures. So.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll continue to watch it. Jamelle Bouie, thank you so much. We now return you to our CBS News midterm election coverage.
sent a message that we want a better nation.
We got a rare opportunity to really make things happen in D.C.
My hope is that Texas can help lead the way to bring this country together.
We have all had enough of division.
For a former real estate man, this is not the house he wanted, but President Trump will have to deal with it. A house controlled by the Democrats for the second half of his first term. The Democrats won back the House tonight, but the Republicans kept control of the Senate in the 116th Congress, which will convene in January. A notable evening indeed, and it will spell a change for Trump. He had a successive legislative agenda the first 2 years, got a big tax cut passed. This will look very different come January.
You know, you'll hear some talk. I don't know how long it'll last. But, you know, when he came into office, people said he could create these new kind of coalitions. He didn't owe Republicans anything particularly because he'd run outside the Republican establishment, that he would know how to make deals. That never happened. But now he's going to have a few conversations with Nancy Pelosi, and we'll see if he actually can make the kind of deals he said he was going to come to Washington to make, but that he never really put any energy into, which is actually reaching out to Democrats in any kind of real way that you have to make deals.
Bob,
I'm sorry.
I was going to compliment you. I was going to compliment you, Bob, and because you always words of wisdom easily spill out of your mouth. And you said earlier today that this referendum is not only a referendum on President Trump, it's a referendum on us, the American people.
And what it is and what it tells us is this country is still deeply divided. I know that's going to be bulletin information when I tell you that, but it is. And we knew that going in. And now, you know, when you stop and think about what's happened here, it pretty much came out the way the pollsters told us it was going to come out. I wasn't sure I believed them, but now I wanted to wait and see. We didn't think that the Democrats probably were going to take the Senate.
That's right.
They didn't. And we thought there was a good chance that they would take the majority in the House. And they did.
Yeah, and look, they took the majority in the House, and also think about what else is on the president's agenda, and that's changing things around in his own house, the White House. We're going to see a lot of people coming and going. Jeff Sessions is expected to be replaced at some point. Rod Rosenstein, his name has also been discussed. So he will be making some personnel changes that could impact the way Congress, the way the Senate react as well.
But Bob, to John's question earlier about the relationship that the president is now going to have with the likely former and future Speaker of the House. He said things about Nancy Pelosi, of course, in tweets, some very tough things at times. What is the separation going to be then is the question between what he says there and what the work he's willing or not willing to do behind the scenes, or that she is to potentially do deals.
Well, he said nice things about Ted Cruz tonight, and during this campaign, he said some very unnice things about Ted Cruz back during the campaign. I think trying to predict what Donald Trump is going to say on any particular issue, you know, we talk about the 24/7 news cycle. In Donald Trump's mind, it's a 1-hour news cycle. I mean, the first 15 minutes may have nothing to do with what he says in the second 15 minutes, and probably had nothing to do with what he said in the previous 15 minutes. So, you know, I think what's going to happen, I think that Congress is going to remain in gridlock. I don't think much of anything is going to get done, and I think it's going to be a while before it does.
Well, I hope that's not true. Nancy Pelosi had said earlier tonight that she wants unity, that she's reaching out, that she wants unity. The president has said on occasion that he too wants unity, that he doesn't want a divided
So do
nation.
Look, there was one unifying message from the exit polls
Don't we
tonight
all?
in this divided America. 8 out of 10 voters said they want more women elected to power, political power. And they got it. Take a look. That is one of the storylines we have been following
I
tonight.
think it's wonderful.
Yes, a total wins so far, 106 total women wins so far, 88 in the House, 11 in the Senate, and 7 in the governor's race. And we could have, for the first time, more than 100 women in the United States House of Representatives.
And there's pay parity. Yeah. Men and women all get paid the same in those jobs.
They do.
not like in a lot of other places.
But look, you're right, Nora. We could have another first. It looks like we'll have the first female governor of South Dakota, and that's Kristi Noem, Republican. She'd been endorsed by the Vice President, Ivanka Trump. had been supporting her as well. So it's not just Democratic women that we're seeing
Good point.
coming forward.
Marsha
Republicans
Blackburn,
as well. Marsha
Let me
Blackburn.
just say one other thing. It's not just about the numbers. Think about what we've been talking about tonight. Fighter pilots who were women.
Yes.
You know, women who had made a success in business. It's an amazing, you know, and when you get to my stage of life, you just realize how different this really is, even more different than you young ladies.
Yeah, and that's incredibly hopeful.
Say that part again, young lady.
Young lady. Well, Anthony Mason has more from our exit polls about the vote tonight. Anthony?
Yeah, well, let's look specifically at women because it's interesting. The Democrats won nearly 6 out of every 10 female votes today. 59% of women went for Democrats. That's up 5 points from 4 years ago. And they did that first by winning single women, which they did 4 years ago as well. They won 66%, 2/3 of single women. But here's where they managed to flip, which is among married women. 4 years ago, the Democrats lost married women narrowly, 50 to 48%, but they've won them this time 55%. So one of the real places of strength for Democrats, and again, another reason that they've managed to take the House tonight, is their strength among women voters. Folks.
Right. Really interesting to see that. That was one of the swings there. Jeff Glor has more from the decision desk. Jeff?
Okay, Nora, thanks. 5 pending Senate calls still to be made here. Anthony Salvanto. Let's talk about Florida first.
Florida is marginally for Rick Scott. We're really looking at what is remaining to be counted there. A few counties may be straggling in. It's a marginal lead, right? And that just means that if there's a few counties here and there with a few more precincts left to count, we want to be certain, but otherwise that would be an edge for him.
Okay.
Another pickup.
Okay, Arizona. Arizona will elect its first female senator, Kyrsten Sinema on the Democratic side, Martha McSally, Republican side. Republicans were hopeful after seeing some of these numbers, but they just came out and said we're not going to have a result tonight.
Not going to have a result tonight. Arizona may not count, probably won't count, maybe 20% of the ballots tonight. That's typical. That's typical for states that have a lot of mail ballots to come in. So we may have to wait for this one. Obviously, a slight lead for McSally. You know, this one went in even. It's come out even. That's about where we are.
The Democrat Jackie Rosen appears to be performing well in Nevada versus Dean Heller, the incumbent, who was a Trump critic and then became a Trump embracer and is sort of taking a lot of heat for that.
Yeah, a lot of this is based on our absentee polling. We don't have a lot of hard count from the counties in the state. In and around Las Vegas is obviously where it counts. That's where most of the population is in Las Vegas. So we're going to wait to see count out of that. But larger issue here, Jeff, is that this is the kind of spot, not just for Senate, but then all across the country, we've seen those suburbs flip towards the Democrats. This is a place where we've seen from Virginia to Iowa to New Jersey, even in Oklahoma, where the Democrats have picked up House seats across those suburbs.
Montana. John Tester, Matt Rosendale. President spent a good amount of time there campaigning for Rosendale. How are we looking there?
Our models have this pointing towards Tester, and we've got county votes in from just about everywhere. We've got a good cross-section of the state. Would like to see a little more of it to see if that lead holds up, but so far everything looks like it's a fairly consistent Tester lead for now, but you see only about half in.
What's surprising you right now?
Really the split between the urban and the rural. Everywhere we've seen, I mentioned those suburbs, we've seen Democrats make gains. The turnout that we imagined would happen has happened. That turnout has helped Democrats flip the House. But in rural areas, in places that were heavily for Trump 2 years ago, Republicans have come out. That's helped them hold on to these Senate seats that have a little bit more of a rural component, and where they've gotten that strong turnout, that's helped them hang on. Places like Missouri, maybe in Florida, and then we'll see what happens in Arizona.
So we're not going to know about Arizona tonight. We're not going to know about Montana potentially tonight.
Maybe. We're going to stay. We're going to keep looking at it.
Okay, and as we continue watching Florida here as well. All right, Anthony, we will see you again real soon as we come back to the desk here and continue our discussion. What else are we looking at, guys?
Paula Reed is joining us now from Scottsdale, McSally's headquarters, to tell us on their latest thinking there. Paula?
Well, they remain cautiously optimistic, but the state's GOP chairman just addressed the crowd, or what's left of it here, to tell them it's a wrap for tonight, and they may have to wait 1, possibly 2 days to get the final answer on this hotly contested Senate race. But we have also reached out to the Sinema campaign to ask if they too believe they will not get a decision, and they're not there yet. They believe it is possible, but right now the big holdup is Maricopa County. There have been a lot of election problems there, folks being turned away from polling places, some polling places not even opening, and it could be 2 days before they finally tally a lot of the early ballots that they received today. So it seems Maricopa County is part of what's standing between us and an answer in this hotly contested, really essential Senate race.
So interesting. And can we pause just for a minute to talk about Arizona? Because, Bob, as you pointed out, the types and the caliber of candidates running this year, and Jeff, I know you were out there, but Martha McSally, 26 years in the U.S. Air Force, first woman to fly combat missions, triathlete, recruited in college to throw the javelin.
A Warthog pilot, yep.
I mean, yeah.
Right?
Against Kirsten Sinema.
Who sued and successfully took on Don Rumsfeld over the burqa requirements. I mean, so yeah, we talked to McSally when she was there. We talked to Kirsten Sinema when she was there. I mean, it's an extraordinary race for any number of reasons. A lot of that also was the way they gauged their reaction and the way they positioned themselves next to the president as well. Martha McSally closely aligned herself with the president. And Kirsten Sinema, as we pointed out before, when we asked her whether she considered herself a Democrat, it was, I consider myself more independent almost. I don't really subscribe to those labels as much. I mean, Democrats still have a dance to do in which is still a very red state.
No, and Kirsten Sinema, the first openly bisexual member of Congress, that's certainly a first. But I'm fascinated by Martha McSally, who said she's tired of PC politicians and BS excuses. You'll like this, Bob. I'm a fighter pilot and I talk like one. That's why I told Washington Republicans to grow a pair of ovaries and get the job done. Yeah. I knew you would like that.
That was me. We heard that speech a few times.
Yeah.
Can't get enough of it.
I like it. That means you know what that is, right, Bob?
Yeah, I think I do.
That may be the second time at this round table that you've gotten that reaction out of Bob. We won't go back to that. But anyway, well done.
After 25 elections, you can still surprise them. There you go, right?
Well done.
But I love that she said that.
I know. Now, talking about the caliber of the candidates, too, I mean, look at the Nevada Senate race. A contested race there that's considered the most vulnerable Republican there, Senator Dean Heller, against Jackie Rosen, who was recruited into politics because she was the president of her synagogue. And people said she does a great job. She should run for Congress, got elected, and now running for the Senate. And Jamie Yuccas is at Rosen headquarters in Las Vegas. And Jamie, any sense from the campaigns about how they think this race will trend?
Well, I have to tell you, there's a few issues happening right now. Polls closed about 3 hours ago here, but in Reno, there were 2 polling places where people waited in line to vote almost 3 hours. So we are just getting the results trickling in right now. It's been a very late night, and the numbers are kind of all over the place. We have some very small counties reporting right now showing big leads by Republicans, and that has this crowd very anxious, awaiting some of the bigger counties like Clark County and also Washoe County, where Reno is located. You can hear them cheering when they see some of the other races pop up in terms of the Democratic House. So let me go ahead and show you right here, too, these red T-shirts. These are union members that work for the Culinary Workers Union 226. They just walked in. They had been canvassing for Jackie Rosen all day long. We heard from one individual who said that he was taking people to the polls 10 minutes up till polling time. So they were really trying to work and get people out at the very last minute. The Democrats very organized in their Get Out the Vote rallies, also on campuses like the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I just want to go ahead and see, as I hear some more of the crowd, we only have 2 counties still reporting with the Nevada Secretary of State's office at this point in time. So we're still waiting and watching. But as you said, Dean Heller is an incumbent Republican. He was vulnerable in this race. He is somebody that did large rallies with the president, but he's somebody that has gone back and forth on a few issues, including his alignment with the president. Just 3 years ago, he returned a campaign contribution saying he didn't agree with the president's policies, but then on the Affordable Care Act, flip-flopped and ended up voting to repeal it. That had a number of people here in Nevada concerned, since the Las Vegas area in Nevada specifically had 400,000 Nevadans that were then insured under the Affordable Care Act. So we're waiting, we're watching. There's also 4 House races up for grabs and the governor's office.
All right, Jamie Yuccas there. Let's talk about, because we just mentioned Arizona and Nevada, checked in with our correspondents there. How does that affect the final map in terms of the Senate?
Well, it's been a bad night for Democrats on the Senate side, and they, their one last great hope really are those 2 states, Nevada being their biggest hope, really,
right,
as a pickup.
But even if they pick up those 2 states,
they will have still lost 1. So they've lost 3. If they pick up the 2, they'd have 1.
President Obama was recently out in Nevada as well, campaigning for Jack Rosen.
Wait, when you talk about picking up the 2, you're talking about potentially Arizona.
If they picked up Arizona and Nevada, yes.
Even in a good night.
From what they have now.
All right, much more ahead right here on CBS.
biggest names in politics.
I'd rather have the federal government focused on other things.
Face the questions you want answered.
That is a very fair question.
I can't answer that question.
Thank you for asking that question.
Face the Nation, Sundays.
Showing the country how you do this. So proud of you guys.
Well, we had to bleep it. That was Beto O'Rourke.
Well, they say he's relatable.
Yeah.
Say he's relatable.
Everyone can understand
and
what
you
he
heard
was
the
trying
cheers.
to say.
He may be relatable.
Like that, Gail?
No, I don't. I didn't say that I did it, but he is relatable.
He's relatable, but not electable in the state of Texas.
Yeah, not tonight.
Clearly cheering on because he did have quite a following.
Yes.
Not only in the state of Texas, but almost nationally, that allowed him to raise $40 million in the third quarter. But it didn't work in Texas. All that money and all that national stardom couldn't pull him over the line in Texas, Bob.
I think this was another one where the Kavanaugh hearings may have had an impact. I think this race was closer before those hearings than it is and wound up.
Well, there was a lot of ink spilled on this, and Bianna knows because she went down and covered that race. Certainly, did Beto blow it? Essentially, one, by talking about impeachment a lot, and also by talking about Kavanaugh, issues that may have alienated more moderate voters.
Yeah, and then with the caravan, of course, which Ted Cruz really started talking a lot about and saying that Beto O'Rourke supports this caravan. But, you know, talking to him, he said in response to the impeachment that he called for and said that the president's meeting with Vladimir Putin in Helsinki, that was the impeachable offense. He said, listen, I would still work with him on any issues that we could find compromise over. He didn't take any outside endorsements. He didn't want surrogates coming in from President Obama to even Oprah Winfrey or Hollywood celebrities if they had been calling him. He said he was there to run as a Texan and as a Democrat. I've never seen...
But weren't there so many celebrities who went there?
I was going to say Kelly Rowland was there the other day.
Yes, and Beyonce today.
Beyonce put it on Instagram today. I don't know how helpful that was.
I've never seen the Democratic base
an hour before the polls closed.
Right, so excited in Texas, or at least in a long time.
A Republican winning by 3 points in Texas, though, is not a runaway by any stretch.
And you know,
that's right.
Texas is so large that a congressman from El Paso is almost totally unknown, even when you get as far east as Fort Worth. I mean, it's in another time zone out there. A lot of people think El Paso's in New Mexico. I mean, I never went to El Paso. I never went to El Paso till I was in the Air Force.
Yeah, and it's a growing city.
Yes, it's a big one.
But for a Democratic Party that needs young stars that can rally people with an older leadership, Beto O'Rourke's probably got a future somewhere.
Oh, yeah, he's an excellent candidate.
All right.
Raised a lot of money.
Much more to discuss here on CBS as we talk about election night in America.
What's your goal from the Putin meeting? The Russians who were indicted, would you ask Putin to send them here? You say you agree with U.S. intelligence that Russia meddled in the election.
And I've said that before.
But you haven't condemned Putin specifically. Do you hold him personally responsible?
live look there at our election desk. And tonight there have been some historic firsts in politics. We'll let you know what they are. But first, some of our CBS stations will be leaving us for a few minutes to report more local election returns. For those of you staying with us, we're going to be right back. You're watching Election Night here on CBS.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Quijano with CBSN, and this is a CBS News Election Night Update. With me is Sabrina Siddiqui, CBSN political contributor and a political reporter for The Guardian. All right, Sabrina, now that it looks like Democrats have control of the House, do you expect the president will be willing to work with Democrats to cut deals?
Well, I think that's a question that works both ways. Will the president be willing to cut deals with Democrats? And in turn, will Democrats be willing to cut deals with this president? They're going to face a lot of pressure from their base not to work with the president. A lot of Democrats believe that the goal here is to act as a check and a balance, restoring the oversight role of Congress, launching a series of investigations against this president. But President Trump did call Nancy Pelosi to congratulate her on the Democrats' gains tonight and suggest that he would be willing to work together. We've seen in the past that's often been difficult, especially on issues like immigration, and on any given day, the president stoking controversy, making it very difficult for Democrats. So I guess the answer is we'll believe it when we see it.
Well, will there be at least some incentive, though, for Democrats to go ahead and try to work with the president on issues, for instance, like infrastructure, which has been a place where perhaps there might be the ability to work together?
I think that if there is going to be an infrastructure package put forth by the White House, then there will be Democrats who say it's in their interest to work with the president. But what we've seen time and again is that the president has not necessarily materialized some of these policy proposals that he has said he wishes to enact. And he is so easily distracted on any given day. So I think that, again, it kind of is a wait-and-see mode for Democrats. I think it'll be very difficult for them on some of the more controversial issues like immigration to cut a deal to seem like they're normalizing the way that the president has talked about immigrants. And frankly, I think a lot of it will also come down to the Senate, where Republicans ultimately still maintain control and won't necessarily have the same priorities that Democrats do in the House.
This is shaping up to be a historic night for women in the House. 88 won their races, and a majority of them are Democrats. What does that tell us?
Well, I think certainly this has been billed as the year of the woman. A lot of that stems from the backlash that we saw to the election of Donald Trump, which manifested itself in the Women's March on Washington the day after his inauguration. And Democrats really fielded a record number of women candidates. The fact that disproportionately you're seeing these women on the Democratic side, that also speaks to the way in which the Republican Party have struggled to recruit women candidates and how women have increasingly left the party. I think that's one of the sort of untold stories. As much as white women remain behind the president and the Republican Party in terms of the voting and the exit polls, they have ultimately struggled to diversify their ballot, and that's going to have far-reaching consequences in future elections potentially to come.
Yeah, something to watch here down the road. All right, Sabrina Siddiqui, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will now return to our CBS News midterm election coverage.
biggest names in politics face the questions you want answered.
That is a very fair question.
I can't answer that question.
Thank you for asking that question.
Face the Nation Sundays. CBS News. Real news.
Okay, we're back here on election night. A number of notable firsts congressionally here this year, including, Ed, 2 Muslim American women.
Yeah, big night for women generally, but now also for Muslim American women. Rashida Tlaib, who's a 41-year-old, elected from the Detroit area district of Michigan's 13th, and Ilhan Omar, 36-year-old from Minnesota's 5th congressional district. Both of them, again, good examples of those types of women who stepped up to run. They just happen to be running in districts that are predominantly, or at least have enough Muslim American votes to help get them over the top. 2 Muslim women elected. Nancy, 2 Native Americans elected.
Correct. The first 2 Native American women in Congress, Deb Haaland of New Mexico and Sharice Davids of Kansas, who, by the way, will also, I believe, be the first female mixed martial arts professional to come.
Now we're reaching into Pictionary random trivia territory.
We're setting all kinds of firsts here.
We can keep going with this.
As we talk about mixed martial arts. Yeah, what else?
2 under active criminal indictment. If you had that on your bingo board, finish your drink. Chris Collins
and Duncan Hunter.
Of New York and Duncan Hunter of California. Both Republicans, both under active federal indictment.
And you would think that those 2 would you'd go down tonight, but the reality is they're both from very red districts. So they managed to pull it out despite the fact that they stayed basically under wraps throughout the campaign, didn't do a lot of talking to the press.
Some people may be finishing their drinks whether they've had that on their board or not. Also interesting to note, Ed, 2 former NFL players
That's right.
elected to Congress tonight.
Colin Allred, the Democrat, winning in the 32nd District of Texas. That's Dallas. He played for the Tennessee Titans and later worked for the Justice Department under the Obama administration. And Anthony Gonzalez wins in the 16th District of Ohio. It's the Cleveland area. He played for the Indianapolis Colts.
And if she wins, Young Kim of California's 39th District, Orange County, will be the first Korean-American woman elected to Congress. The race is leaning her way right now.
What are the outstanding races right now, Ed, that you're looking at with careful attention?
Well, we're still looking at races in Southern California. It's going to take a little while. And we'll want to see what that Nevada Senate race looks like. The goal there for Democrats is to run up the margins as much as you can in the Vegas area and hope that Dean Heller doesn't get too far ahead of them out in Reno. But it's going to take a little while there, as it usually does.
Okay. Anthony Mason, kitty corner here across the studio.
Throw a pass, a deep pass.
Deep. Speaking of NFL, what do you got?
What about her?
We want to take a look at first-time voters, and it's interesting because 16% of the electorate in this midterm are voting in a midterm for the very first time. And they're a little different than the rest of the electorate. Almost half of them, 48%, are young voters between the ages of 18 and 29. This is also a more ethnically diverse group. This is interesting. 55% white, 12% black, 22% Hispanic, 9% Asian. That white number is significant because the overall electorate is about 71% white, so it's much lower in that number. The 22% Hispanic, also a significantly higher number than the overall electorate. It may not surprise you with the age of these voters. They went very strongly Democratic, 62%. Folks?
All right, Anthony Mason, thank you. And we have been watching the vote come in from California because there are a number of House seats up there that Democrats feel confident they can pick up. Carter Evans is in Newport Beach, California, Dana Rohrabacher's headquarters. Carter?
Well, we're actually at Harley Ruta's headquarters right now, and you can see the crowd building up behind me right now. The polls closed about 2.5 hours ago, and the votes are still coming in. And when it comes to this race between Harley Ruta, Democrat for Congress, and Dana Rohrabacher, the incumbent, it is just too close to call right now. It's split with about 0.2 percentage points separating the two candidates, favoring Harley Ruta right now, but it is really too close to call. Now, the question here is, can Ruta unseat this Republican who's been in place for so many years? Rohrabacher has been representing this community for 30 years. This is a staunchly Republican community. And here we are, hours after the polls closed in California, and the race is too close to call.
All right. Carter Evans there. Thank you for clarifying your location. It's late here on the East Coast. We're slowly putting it together. But just to recap where we are in this night, and let's take a look right now at Florida. Fascinating race. This was one. The beginning of the evening, Democrats felt very comfortable. They were going to hold on to this Senate seat. And look at this. With 99% of the vote in, the governor of the state, Rick Scott, who poured more than $40 million of his own money into this race, at this point holds a very narrow lead. Bill Nelson underperformed among senior citizens, among Hispanics. That's contributing to Rick Scott there. A lot of people also thought that the Democrat, mayor of Tallahassee, Gillum, would hold Nelson over the top, and he already conceded.
What a difference
12 hours.
I was going to say what a difference 12 hours makes, because when we went on the air this morning, it was very promising for both of them.
Gillum was the one who was going to be taking him over.
Gillum was going to help. Exactly.
And, you know, we don't know how this race is going to turn out here, and don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but when you think, if you're Donald Trump and you're counting up the things that are going well for you, if you can have a key purple state in which you have a Republican governor and 2 Republican senators, that's good for you in terms of the other ways in which this reverberates for his
both so closely aligned with the president
right,
as
exactly.
well.
You pointed out President Trump campaigning in Florida, another state, Nevada. There, take a look there. That's still a toss-up, as Jamie Yuccas reported. A number of those people still in line at the polls there. Big turnout in Nevada, the early vote surpassing, right?
Surpassing the vote in 2014, complete vote in 2014. So.
Right. And Jackie Rosen ran quite a campaign there. And then Arizona, which I kind of think is really the race to watch, not only because Arizona, fascinating state politically. This is an open seat with Jeff Flake retiring, a more moderate Republican. And here you have
two very strong candidates.
Two very strong women who have won the Ironman competition. That's a 15 to 20 hour race. As someone said tonight, I can't even sleep for 15 hours. And these women can run, bike, and swim.
And, you know, Martha McSally, if she doesn't win, will probably get appointed to fill out John McCain's term. John Kyle.
Yeah. Oh, look, Stacey Abrams in Georgia. Let's listen to her remarks tonight.
When you chose me as your Democratic nominee, I made you a vow. In our Georgia, no one would be unseen, no one is unheard, and no one is uninspired. But we know a vow takes effort. It takes commitment to hold truth. Reaching out, reaching across is hard work. But as I told you then, hard work is in our bones. And we have proven this every single day, Georgia, with doors knocked, with calls made, with miles traveled, with prayers prayed to the highest heavens. And tonight we have closed the gap between yesterday and tomorrow. But we still have a few more miles to go. But hear me clearly, that too is an opportunity to show the world who we are. Because in Georgia, civil rights has always been an act of will and a battle for our souls. And because we have been fighting this fight since our beginnings, we have learned a fundamental truth. Democracy only works when we work for it. When we fight for it, when we demand it. And apparently today, when we stand in lines for hours to meet it at the ballot box, that's when democracy works. But I'm here tonight to tell you, votes remain to be counted. There are voices that were waiting to be heard. Across our state, folks are opening up the dreams of voters in absentee ballots. And we believe our chance for a stronger Georgia is just within reach. But we cannot seize it until all voices are heard. And I promise you tonight, we're going to make sure that every vote is counted. Every single vote. Every vote's getting counted. Because I'll tell you this, in a civilized nation, the machinery of democracy should work for everyone everywhere, not just in certain places and not just on a certain day. But what lies on the other side of our efforts? Our best lives are within reach. Fully funded public education in the state of Georgia. Medicaid expansion. And raising family incomes without raising taxes. Every Georgian that we have touched along the way understands the power of the vote. And I will tell you, this election has tested our faith. I'm not going to name names, but some have worked hard to take our voices away, to scare us away, to distract us. But if our vision is clear and we see the finish line.
Okay. And there we have Stacey Abrams at her headquarters in Atlanta, promising voters that every vote will be counted. We can show you the board right now because it looks like the current Secretary of State, who is her Republican opponent, is leading slightly in the polls you see there, but it's about a margin of just over 100,000 votes. And according to Abrams' campaign, this was record turnout, talking about 3.7 million people voting, about 1.2 million more than in 2014. They believe there are tens of thousands of absentee ballots around the state that have not yet been counted, so they want to wait and try and push this into a runoff. If
but her opponent will be the one who will be overseeing the counting of the ballots as they come in.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there will be.
That's a little dicey, considering the charges that were already leveled against Brian Kemp as this campaign was underway.
She's been making that argument since the get-go. Remember, there were two
About
counties.
voter suppression, yes.
And there are two counties we were waiting to hear from: DeKalb and Fulton. I just got word about an hour ago from her camp saying that they'd closed the gap from 240,000 to 104,000 votes with data coming in from DeKalb. So they're hoping they still have more votes to count from those crucial counties.
And in Cobb County, they say there's 25 to 26,000 vote by mail that they believe have not been counted. Clearly, they want to wait and push this, and you know that there are a number of Democratic lawyers on the ground as well saying, let's give this some time.
And this race is not just about Georgia. This race is a race that all Democrats are looking at. The issue of voter suppression and the issue of race in Democratic politics is at the heart of the party. And so this is being watched. And when you think about the party and tactics and how you get votes and voters in this midterm, we've been talking about it on the Republican side. There's a lot of learning going on the Democratic side, too, about what can work and how to use a race like this going forward to make a message for Democrats, too. So this goes well beyond the borders of Georgia.
All right. One other key race that we are following tonight is the governor's race in Wisconsin. This is Paul Ryan's home state. One of his best friends is the governor of that state, Governor Scott Walker. A very close race there with, at this hour, and not all of the vote is in, Tony Evers is leading slightly. Bianna?
Yeah, Tony Evers was not a name many people had heard of until this evening. And the Republicans were telling me that behind the scenes, they were most nervous about this race in particular, just because Scott Walker is such a recognizable name.
And education.
And education is a huge issue in that state. Scott Walker slashed funding for state education, and that gave him a big hit in the state. Tony Evers is the state superintendent, is well liked among educators in that state, and has become somebody who Democrats are even now surprised to see how well he's done.
And when he cut the budget, that turned into a national story. We did many stories about the teachers walking off the job and how that turned out for him.
Yeah, and collective bargaining.
At the time, he was under the gun because of
But
that
it's still, to me, the biggest surprise of the evening.
It's Scott Walker. Right.
Let's talk big picture here for a second, if we could.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to Anthony about turnout for a moment?
Sure.
Of what we've seen here. Anthony Salvanto's over our decision desk. So, Anthony, we had 35 million early voters.
Yep.
Huge number.
Yep.
How many total voters are we looking at, and what percentage of the electorate is that?
We have tallied so far 92 million. We've still got some Arizona. We've got a lot of California left to count. I'm sure this gets over 100 million, which would put it in the mid-40s. Maybe it approaches 50, but certainly over maybe 45, 46, 47%, which for a midterm is really high. Okay. It's really high. But you know what's interesting too, Jeff, is that turnout boost seems to have helped both sides in this regard. It pushed up the Democrats in these suburban areas, in these closer to city areas. That helped them flip the House. But it also, across all these rural counties, that turnout increase also helped the Republicans, help them hold on to the Senate.
Okay. The House overall, what is the split you're looking at right now?
It's going to get around 225, 226, maybe a little higher than that.
For the Democrats.
For the Democrats, which, by the way, I should say is right about where the polls had it, right about where our estimates had it heading in. Might hit 230. It might go up a little bit higher because that's part of that high turnout boost that we thought the Democrats yet. So really where we're hanging is some races out in California that might not be settled tonight, but they're places the Democrats think they can pick up.
I would have said that for you. You've done a pretty good job.
Well, thanks.
What I can tell,
had to give a shout out to the polling. Had to give a shout out to the polling. You know, as people.
But worth noting. Well done, all of you.
This team is great.
Also, worth noting the 7 key House races that we've isolated here in California here. All of them still up for grabs.
Yeah, all of them up for grabs. Not sure they'll count all the ballots tonight, but a lot of the races we were watching down in Southern California, the suburbs down south of Los Angeles, Orange County, those areas. There's still a number of races where they're neck and neck. They're all basically toss-ups at this point. And then I think maybe by tomorrow or maybe within a week we might know some of the answers there.
Okay, great. Nora, back over to you.
Fascinating. And when we come back, we're going to check in with Major Garrett, who is at the White House for President Trump's reaction to the results tonight.
biggest names in politics.
I'd rather have the federal government focused on other things.
Face the questions you want answered.
That is a very fair question.
I can't answer that question.
Thank you for asking that question.
Face the Nation, Sundays.
Welcome back to CBS News election coverage. President Trump excited about the results tonight. Let's check in with Major Garrett, who is at the White House. Major.
So why does the White House think this was net a victory for it? Well, let's think about where this evening began. There were those here at the White House who feared House Republican losses could be as high as 40 seats, maybe more of that. Won't be anywhere near that high. There were fears that not that the Senate majority was in jeopardy, but that certain Senate seats wouldn't go their way and maybe the majority would remain very small, 51, maybe 52 seats. Yes, Montana, Nevada, Arizona still to be decided, but the White House believes not only is it going to hold that Senate Republican majority, it will enlarge that. And let's also put this in some historical context. Let's look at midterm outcomes for President Obama and President George W. Bush. And we put this graphic up on the screen, really look and focus on the year 2010. That was President Obama's first midterm. 63 seats were lost in the House at President Obama's first midterm after winning handily just in 2008. George W. Bush lost 30 seats in 2006, but that was the second midterm of his second term, and 13 seats for President Obama in 2014. But that 2010 is really the contrasting number. In the worst case scenario the White House looks at tonight, maybe 30 House seats are lost on the Republican side, half again what President Obama lost in 2010. By historic standards, the White House will consider that, though not an optimal outcome, losing control of the House of Representatives, but certainly something better than they were fearing. And on the Senate side, much better expectations. What will that tell the White House? Two things. Rallies and crowd size still matter. And immigration cuts differently in different places, but it is not a repellent issue for all Hispanic voters. The Florida results certainly suggest that. Other places do as well. The White House does consider the president's focus on that issue down the stretch more helpful than harmful in the big picture. Nora and everyone, back to you in New York.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. And thank you for staying there on the north lawn of the White House for so late this evening, doing all that reporting. And thanks to everyone here. As we wrap up our coverage this evening, there's a lot to have been learned, I think, from the numbers that came in tonight. And the voters, their voices were heard. They did send a message tonight. Some of those things we learned?
You know, well, one of the things we learned is that the country is split. It is still split, and the splits are, you know, and Bob talked about, you know, we're a split country. There's some people on both sides who think that the other side caused the split to get wider, and we'll have to work all of that out. But you know, there are a lot of people coming to Washington now who've got fascinating backgrounds, who've lived lives of public service, and who still think, no matter how unpopular politicians are, that it's still a place to go and make a change for the American people, which is a helpful,
I agree with you, John.
thought.
I think that there's a lot of finger pointing going like that, but I thought Ben said it best when he was sitting where you are, Bob, tonight, when he said you have a lot of new blood coming in, and maybe they will want to do things differently. I'm very curious to see how they will want to play what is happening in the House. Will Nancy Pelosi still remain in charge? And what's going to happen with the Senate Republicans? What's going to happen there?
And Nora,
people coming in could make a difference.
Yeah. And Nora, you were talking, and Gail, you've been talking about this as we've been gearing up for tonight. Women.
Yes.
Women,
yes.
right? Regardless of party, we've seen though more Democrats than women, but we've seen women from all different backgrounds really show that, listen, I can be a mom, I can be a career woman, I can be in the military, I can do anything, and I can represent you. And a lot of people voted these women in.
And the statistics show, guys, when women are in charge, in terms of camaraderie, in terms of how they interact with others, in terms of efficiency. Nothing against the men, but there are statistics that bear out when women are in power positions. You know, Nina Shaw, who's a great entertainment attorney in LA, said, you know, if you want to be a woman in power, empower other women. And that makes such sense to me.
Bob, this was your 25th?
My 25th, and I would just say...
How are you holding up, Bob?
Well, so far, so good.
Good.
But you know what I think? I think the story of women is the big story of this night. I think the country is still divided. But, you know, I can remember back when John Dickerson's mom was the only female correspondent at CBS News. I remember when I came to Washington, we had one female correspondent. And I think that's a wonderful thing. You know, I have 2 daughters and 3 granddaughters. I'm glad to see this happening, but we don't really think about how much things have changed, not in just our industry, but everywhere since those days.
And for the first time, Congress will likely have more than 100 women in the U.S. House of Representatives. We saw women hold the key to power and the change as they switched their vote. They were the swing vote in today's elections. It has been a historic night. Congress will be more female. It will be more diverse. It will have more veterans. That we know tonight. The battle continues. And for all of us here at CBS News, we're going to take a break before we say goodnight. For all of us. For all of us
We're not done
at
yet.
CBS News, there's more to say. Stay tuned. More right after this. Has been a historic night. Let's go to the decision desk and thank all of those there who spent all night.
They're still smiling.
Still smiling, crunching the numbers,
Sitting
helping
upright.
us understand this historic election, a midterm like we've never seen before. CBS News has never spent so much time on the air because so much was at stake. To Ed O'Keefe and Nancy Cordes, you guys know these House and Senate races like nobody else. Thank you so much. Anthony Mason and the exit polls and the whole team that put all that together. CBS News, it's the best team on television. Proud to be part of this network. To all of us here at the table, join us tomorrow on CBS This Morning. There will be much
in In
more.
2 hours.
Yeah,
The rest of your night.
I'm getting the wrap. I'm getting the wrap. Much more of our election results on our streaming news service, CBSN, and on CBS This Morning and the CBS Evening News. For some of you, your late local news is up next, followed by The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. For Jeff, John, Gail, Bianna, Bob, and the rest of our Campaign 2018 team, I'm Nora O'Donnell, CBS.
Midterm elections used to be boring. Now it's like the hottest thing.
I know that what unites us is a belief that we are in this together.
We need to make sure that it's Republican across the board.
I'd like to bring some decency back to America.
Decency and common sense can win out over bad.
You pay attention.
It's just too ugly for me.
I've waited 30 years for America to change.
We are America.
Show up and vote and bring your friends and bring your family.
We're coming to make democracy work for the people. Are you ready?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero.
And I'm Errol Barnett. What a night.
Indeed.
This is CBSN's 2018 election night coverage. Polls have now closed across the nation, and CBS News projects Republicans will keep control of the Senate. But Democrats were defending Senate seats in 10 states that President Trump won in 2016.
Democrats have secured a House majority, flipping at least 25 seats and ending 2 years of complete Republican control in Congress. Earlier, Rep. Nancy Pelosi, who could become House Majority Speaker again, told supporters in Washington that Democrats will focus on health care and draining the swamp of special interests.
Today is more than about Democrats and Republicans. It's about restoring the Constitution's checks and balances to the Trump administration. It's about stopping the GOP and Mitch McConnell's assaults on Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and the health care of 130 million Americans living with pre-existing medical conditions.
You heard Nancy Pelosi there say the key is to stopping the president's agenda. So a change here in Congress could signal gridlock for the president's agenda. Mr. Trump called the night a, quote, tremendous success. Kellyanne Conway spoke to reporters outside the White House earlier and was asked if a Democratic House would be a check on the president.
They have a burden to come here to the White House and present to the president. I think it's no accident, though, that the Republicans held and will gain in the United States Senate. That's pretty remarkable. In fact, it's historic. It's only happened 8 times in the last 80 years or so. So the fact that Republicans will gain more tonight is a real testament to the fact that many voters want their statewide officials to be people who will continue to have this economic boom going, are voting in favor of freedom and free markets. And I would just point out to you that the president went 5 for 5 in his last 2 days alone on Sunday
And to break down everything we know and what these results could mean, we are joined by CBSN political contributors Michael Graham and Joel Payne. Michael is a columnist for the Boston Herald, and Joel is a former Senate leadership aide and Democratic strategist. Thanks to both of you for being here. Wow, what an evening.
With us, right?
Yes, and staying with us, marathon. Joel, I want to start with you. The Democrats lost some highly publicized races, but is it really as bad as that might suggest?
No, I mean, listen, there were certainly some gut punches tonight. I think that's the best way I can describe it. You know, Andrew Gillum ran such a campaign that galvanized so many Democrats around the country, frankly, not just in Florida. They saw him as a rising star. Beto O'Rourke, same thing. So there were some definite gut punches there. But overall, Democrats have to feel good. Listen, Democrats are now going to control the House. They're going to control the gavel of about a dozen committees. That is subpoena power, but that's also power to have a seat at the table and help direct the president's agenda. And I think that is a check that the American people clearly wanted to put in place tonight. And that's a message they wanted to send to the president and to his administration.
One of the reactions I'm seeing from people is that this is almost a choose-your-own-outcome election. Democrats win the House. Republicans win the Senate. Candidates in places where President Trump held those rallies won, but he was also found to be pretty toxic in the suburbs among suburban women.
And women made record strides in this election.
There's also
more women heading to Congress
that
than
headline
ever.
As well. So if you're President Trump, how do you read this? If this was a referendum on the first 2 years of the Trump presidency, what message do you expect the president to take from all this?
Well, first of all, I want to be the first to declare this the Oprah election. You get a win, and you get a win, and you get a win. And so Trump is going to take his win. He's going to say, you know what? Bill Clinton lost 53 seats. Barack Obama, the greatest politician ever, lost 63 seats. I lost 30, whatever. And I picked up seats in the Senate. And it's going to be easier for me to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg than it was to replace, to get in Kavanaugh. So he's going to call that a win. But I just want to go back because Joel's just a great guy. And I love what he's trying to do here because he's right about the math. Hey, you won the House. That's good news. You're going to have control. But I'm telling you, Democrats don't feel like they're like, well, I know we were going to go to Disneyland, but we're going to go to the museum, and it's a lot of fun, and they're like, no, I want Disneyland. Democrats thought this was going to be one of those nights where they could have political revenge, where they could stand over their Republican coworkers and go, yeah, you got 2016, but we got you back. That did not happen. It doesn't feel satisfying.
We're still going to Disneyland. Whether or not Nancy Pelosi is going to be Mickey Mouse.
Well, it's interesting, though, because 61% of first-time Democratic voters voted Democrat, opposed to 36% who voted Republican. So clearly there was a little bit more enthusiasm on the Democratic side, Joel.
There was enthusiasm on the Democratic side, not just by that number that you cite, but also just the number of Democratic votes that were cast tonight. There was a 9 percentage point gap in favor of Democrats, which, by the way, does track very closely to a lot of the public polls we've seen about generic ballot preference. Okay, so all this talk about polling being inaccurate. Michael, I know you've got some strong thoughts on that. I do think there is some places where polling does have some integrity. But Democrats feel great. And by the way, a lot of those candidates are women.
Right.
And by the way, that's where Democrats really see the future. Because looking at 2020, Elizabeth Warren, Kristen Gillibrand, new faces like a Gretchen Whitmer, like Amy Klobuchar. There are a lot of strong, prominent women at the head of the Democratic Party. That's a good thing.
I definitely think that this is going to be looking ahead, the year of the woman. I mean, it's all going to be about women going forward. But do you both see common threads that drove voters this time around? Joel, you first, and then Michael.
No. and it's so interesting.
I completely disagree.
We had an interesting conversation about this, though, because you said choose your own outcome. Voters did not really send a consistent message here. Yes, they said health care was the most important issue to them, according to exit polls and according to just some anecdotal information. But they really didn't vote in a way that would suggest that. They voted in a way that suggested that Brett Kavanaugh was a really significant decision in a lot of these Senate races. They voted in a way that suggested that the president's, frankly, demagoguery on immigration worked.
And so what I would say is that the question I've had leading up to this is, was this going to be a traditional midterm? And to use a phrase we learned in political science class, Democrats suck at midterms. They just don't show up. Or was it going to be more like a general? I think it was a real interesting hybrid, that President Trump did a good job of energizing the regular Republican midterm election folks and adding some to that. Democrats did an amazing job of getting not people who don't traditionally vote at midterms to come out. And as a result, that kind of equalized things on the edges. And so people in the middle, like you said, that's where the mixed messages showed up. Florida, look how close. You can't say that health care won or lost in Florida. It was a razor's edge vote. And you don't know what that 1% to 2% who really weren't part of either base. And they went in and they did pick and choose. And they went, you know what? I want a local Democrat for Congress, but I'm going to stick with a Republican for governor. And you saw that around the country. So it was a hybrid midterm, I think, and that gave outsized influence to those swingy votes he was talking about who were bouncing around the ballot.
Let me throw out a controversial concept here. Because of everything that you've both just laid out, is there now an incentive for some bipartisanship, some cooperation on issues like...
Am I supposed to wait till you're done to start laughing? I'm sorry.
Infrastructure or immigration because of this now mixed bag? Or are Democrats now in a position where they want to double down on their anti-Trump rhetoric?
There is no incentive to work together.
None.
Now, that does not mean that good people of good thought and comedy shouldn't try to come together and work together. But neither of the bases of the parties, which control the 2020 primary process, which control the money, which control a lot of the infrastructure and organizational support of the parties, they do not reward bipartisanship. In fact, you get punished for it. Just go ask people like Dick Lugar, right? Go ask people like Bob Bennett, and I'm sure we've got some on our side too. You do not get rewarded for bipartisanship if you're at the national level as a Democrat or Republican.
So here's the deal we could do right now. If we were the presidents right now, we could do a deal. some money for a wall-like thing, because you don't really need but significant walling where you really need it, a real wall that you can point at and make people feel good.
More than barbed wire.
And you do a deal with no barbed wire needed, just so the kind of wall they say works.
Right.
And DACA recipients. Permanent legalization. You could do that's not even it's like a napkin. We could do it. But when Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were in the office ready to make the deal, it's when they came out that the deal ended, because the bases were like, you're not going to work with them, we're not going to compromise. And this election told, like you said, something for everything. It gave the base arguments to say, why would we make a deal? We're winning. We won the Senate, we won the House. No deals.
Particularly, one quick point. Particularly, also think about the fact that now we are officially in 2020.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Okay, it has started. Tonight it has started. So what is the major takeaway? What is the lesson going forward from tonight?
So I think for Democrats, the lesson is this. Democrats are going to follow the energy, and right now the energy is with women candidates, as I alluded to earlier. I was talking to a pretty high-profile member of one of the 2020 hopefuls a little bit earlier, and they said, you know what the message we took from tonight is? All about women. And that certainly does favor some of those candidates who are rumored to be the top contenders in 2020 on the Democratic side. But for Republicans, I actually think that this actually might be positive for President Trump in the sense that he now gets a Democratic Congress to run against.
Right.
And I don't think that can be underestimated. This president loves the opportunity to run against somebody, and he's got a more prominent opponent to run against.
So I follow the teachings of the great political philosopher W.C. Fields, who said, I never vote for anyone, I only vote against. Donald Trump did not get elected president in 2016. People in the right states voted against Hillary Clinton. He needs another against. Nancy Pelosi would be a great against. A lot of us believe that Elizabeth Warren would exist, and they got all hyped up, and they don't know. This is their first time. They don't know half of the punditry.
Right now, the Democratic leadership team is Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and Jim Clyburn, all, by the way, who have done a tremendous job of public service, but they average 78.5 years old between the three, and that's not exaggeration. That actually is their age. That I don't know if Nancy Pelosi will be the speaker or not. Maybe that has already been decided. That will not be the leadership team. Right. I can almost assuredly tell you that there is going to be energy within the House Democratic caucus to ensure that there is at least somebody who is of the more millennial generation, and probably at least somebody that represents a minority group like Representative Clyburn already does.
The wind does seem to be blowing in that direction.
I, as a Republican, I pray Nancy Pelosi stay in good health, eat your vegetables, and become Speaker of the House. But in the interest of bipartisanship, I have a solution for the Democrats. They don't know what to do about the Speaker's job. You do not have to be a member of Congress to be Speaker. That is not required.
Right.
There's a guy in Texas looking for a job right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker of the House, Beto O'Rourke.
Interesting.
He needs a job. They need a leader. That's their winning strategy.
It's a brilliant
Beto's
idea.
too busy running for president.
And what better place to run for president?
What do you suggest, though, will be the impact on women voters in 2020? Not women who run for office, but the voters.
I think if you're a woman, you do have to feel tonight. You have to feel pretty good, right? This is the energy that started the day after President Trump's inauguration, and it came to a boil tonight. And certainly with the impressive female candidates that we saw and the strong female turnout numbers, women were heard tonight. And I think they'll be heard again in 2 years. And if you're the president, while it's nice that you have created this base strategy, he is going to have to find a way to break the fever with women voters. All women voters, particularly those suburb women voters and college-educated women voters. The president is going to have to figure that out if he's going to repeat in 2020.
And this is an entirely problem generated by Donald Trump. Women have always voted more Democrat than Republican, men, vice versa, but you've never had this kind of gap. And this gap is not survivable. And I don't know how this president, with his baggage and his approach, is going to solve that. I mean, women in the base, women who listen to Rush Limbaugh, they love this guy. He's the kind of guy they love. But that's not even close to a working majority of women voters.
Well, that could be his Achilles heel if there is an Elizabeth Warren or a Nancy Pelosi that becomes his foil, if women feel that he's treating them unfairly simply because she's a woman.
Another thought about 2020. So you had three really significant potential 2020 candidates, and I don't think that's an understatement, in Beto O'Rourke, Stacey Abrams, and Andrew Gillum. Stacey Abrams still has some votes to count, but it seems like all three of those will not leave this evening with a victory. that was going to be the new generation of the Democratic Party, that
Right.
Democrats were going to be excited about potentially being under the banner of the party. Now you have to go back to the Elizabeth Warrens, the Joe Bidens, the Bernie Sanders.
Listen to the average age of them.
You don't sound too excited about that.
Well, that's not meant to be a value judgment. But that's a different generation, and that's a different kind of race you're running against Donald Trump. And so that was a significant takeaway from tonight for me as well.
In fact, I think the more I think about tonight, the more I think it was worse for the Democrats. And once again, they won the House. I don't want to take that away. That is such a big deal. But there is so much damage was done. Losing the governorship in Ohio and the governorship in Florida before 2020 is a big deal. There'll be Republican governors for redistricting that starts in 2022. Or after the 2020 election, I should say. So there was a lot of bad news.
But to Errol's point earlier, we also won a governor's race in Kansas that we shouldn't have won. We performed very well in Iowa, performed very well in South Dakota. I mean, there are some night, and by the way, the night's not over in Arizona and Nevada yet. And so you could see a position where obviously Democrats are not going to win the Senate, but they could perform very well and flip Senate seats that they're going to need to eventually have the majority. So again, it's choose your poison.
Right.
Choose what you want to think about.
But you make a good point that the states that are so vital, the Republicans just did so well. And the candidates who were the most troublesome for their future are the ones that happen to lose. Kansas, nothing personal to fine folks of Kansas, but really, does it matter who Governor Kelly's there? Congratulations, Governor Kelly. I don't know that that's that big of a deal. But having Beto and Gillum and Stacey Abrams off the map, that's very good news for Republicans, bad news for Democrats.
That was hard for Democrats.
Stunning to consider. There's no clear mandate out of this midterm election, but we appreciate you guys kind of processing some of it for us. Michael Graham and Joel Payne, co-presidents of perhaps the next ticket that we'll see now that we're in the 2020 election season. Thank you both very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Coming up after this break, voter turnout was a major factor on Election Day, but who really showed up and who did they vote for?
And it was a night of several firsts, mostly for women. We discuss ahead. You're streaming CBSN. Welcome back to election coverage on CBSN. I'm Tanya Rivero with Errol Barnett. With Republicans maintaining control of the Senate and Democrats gaining control of the House of Representatives, the question now is what issues each party will focus on when the 116th Congress is sworn in on January 3rd, 2019.
And there is another more pressing question as well. What do the results mean for ongoing investigations involving the president, his associates, and his previous 2016 campaign? Joining us now to discuss this and more are CBSN political contributors Molly Hooper and Sabrina Siddiqui. Molly is a congressional reporter for The Hill, and Sabrina is a political reporter for The Guardian. Welcome to you both, and thanks to you both for staying up through these late night hours. What, Sabrina, should we make of the Democratic outcome here? Because the enthusiasm was on their side as far as a hopeful message and a more diverse array of candidates that seem to fall short at the end of the day. And how does the fact that they won a majority in the House become overshadowed by the lack of star power?
Well, I think that there was so much focus on some of these long shot candidates like Beto O'Rourke in Texas, even Andrew Gillum and Stacey Abrams in Florida and Georgia, the gubernatorial contest there. They were facing an uphill battle. Now, the race in Georgia has not yet been called, but some of that has actually distracted from the fact that Democrats did retake the House, and they were not expected to actually do so until 2020. So if we had been talking about a President Clinton, we wouldn't even be having this conversation tonight. But it's because of President Trump and a wave of Republican retirements that Democrats were actually able to flip these 23 seats. And that has profound implications for what remains of the president's first term and potentially the years to come.
And they certainly flipped seats in districts they were not expected to, and in districts where Republicans are usually have the lead. So, Molly, can you walk us through some of the key races and how they were able to overtake the House?
Well, actually, going to the point of star power, you had the star power in Florida with Andrew Gillum. That actually helped get voters out to vote for Democrats in races like Florida 26, where you had Carlos Curbelo, who yes, he was in a toss-up race, but he's been a very viable candidate in the past, and he's won. And yet, he didn't this time. You look at races in Texas, John Culberson in Texas, I believe it's Texas 7, and Pete Sessions, who used to be the chairman of the Republican campaign arm. He lost his race, and I think that's in large part due to Beto O'Rourke's voters who got out to the polls and actually ended up turning that seat for Democrats.
It is pretty incredible.
What about the other major headline out of this? You alluded to this earlier, not just women, but so many firsts, all up and down the categories. You've got Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, the first Muslim woman elected to Congress, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the youngest woman, Jared Polis, first openly gay governor, and many others. Does this signal a changing demographic and a changing acceptance of candidates, generally speaking, and is that the kind of more long-term takeaway we're seeing?
There's no question, and in addition to Rashida Tlaib, there's also Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. So there's now 2 Muslim women who have been sent to Congress. You also had the first 2 Native American women sent to Congress, and as you mentioned, there are a lot of firsts. It's also a very big year for women. I think roughly 90 women won their elections, and that includes more than 20, close to 28, who are going to see out now their first terms in the House. So what this really tells us is sort of twofold. One is there has been a response at the ballot box to Donald Trump and his presidency with this uprising of people of color, of women who certainly had protested and have protested for the last 2 years, marched literally on the streets. And then you also do have voters, especially the Democratic base, increasingly demanding elected officials who are more reflective of the diversity that you see, not just across the Democratic base, but across the country.
Well, and keep in mind, it's not easy to run for office. I mean, we cover these people all the time. I mean, just look. I mean, your life is under a microscope. And for a long time, a lot of people who have, stellar resumes why would they want to run for office? You know, they've served in the intelligence community. They were in wars. Why do they need to fight one back home? And yet, I think that this president really galvanized people, quality candidates, to come out and run for office. I mean, you look at a lot of the Democrats. Well, I'd say a lot, but you look at several Democrats who've won races, like Abigail Spanberger, who's a former CIA operative, former military veterans and combat experience. Typically,
fighter pilots as well.
Fighter pilots. Things like you look at these individuals and they have a resume of a typical Republican, but they're Democratic. You know, they're Democratic winners. And so this is sort of going to change, I think, how Democrats go about approaching the national security issues and whatnot. But it adds more diversity to at least the military aspect of you know, national security funding and whatnot. I mean, that's a huge issue for Congress.
So what do you see then are some of the issues that Democrats are likely to take up as they're sworn into Congress?
Well, there's the issues and then there's the investigations. Because really? I think that there is going to be, first of all, a real question as to whether or not Democrats are willing to actually cut a deal with President Trump. They're going to be under immense pressure from their base not to give him any real wins. But if the president proposes an actual infrastructure plan, he didn't really do so up until now, maybe there will be some who argue that it's in their interest to work with him on that. Hard to imagine any progress being made on immigration, given a lot of the president's divisive rhetoric on that front and controversial policies such as separating families at the border. But, you know, the other question is, what kind of investigations do we see Democrats in the House now lead, both into the president's firing of James Comey and the ways in which he's tried to interfere with the special counsel, his business dealings with Moscow. They're likely to subpoena his tax returns. There's possible ethics violations by several officials who work in the White House, the question of security clearances that are granted without a clear process. The list kind of goes on and on. There's even the misuse of taxpayer dollars by several officials in the Trump cabinet. So the White House is really ramping up its legal groundwork because they knew that this day might be coming. Whether or not they're prepared for it, that's another question.
Exactly. Isn't there a risk for Democrats, though, Molly, because of the multiple avenues that Democrats could pursue? Already we saw that Democrats weren't necessarily trying to campaign on impeaching President Trump.
No.
They kind of fell short of that because they felt like you have to offer something to voters in order to really get elected and re-elected. So isn't there a risk for Democrats to go down this investigation rabbit hole, so to speak?
I think going down the investigation route is not as risky as, say, going for impeachment, because President Trump is waiting to be impeached. I mean, look at him. He brought it up on the campaign trail. It's something that galvanizes his base. It scares them into thinking, oh, my gosh, we got to get out and vote. So you didn't hear Democrats talking about that as much, and in fact, Democratic leaders were kind of trying to rein in some of their more liberal members who would prefer that option. But when it comes to investigations, Democrats right now, I mean, Elijah Cummings, who's set to be the next Oversight and Government Reform Chairman, has already, in the beginning of September, put out a list of 64 subpoenas that the Democrats wanted to issue to various members of the Trump administration that the Republicans have denied. You go back and look at that list, and those are all investigations that the Democrats could pursue. Right now, they kind of need to call together which routes they want to pursue and which committees are going to pursue them. The Russia ties, security clearance revocations, separation of children from their parents at the border. These are all, issues that the Democrats want to pursue. But again, they do need to try to legislate. So perhaps you could see deals. I've heard Democrats talking about perhaps gun control issues like background checks, issues that the president has indicated his willingness to pursue. The question here is, what do Republicans do? And this is where you come into a problem. Just ask old George W. Bush. When he was president and in 2006, the Republicans lost their control of the House. And he had a tough time getting the financial crisis bill through because it was Republicans that took it down. They weren't going to vote for the bailout bill. This was a compromise between Nancy Pelosi and George W. Bush, and it was the Republicans who brought it down. They voted against funding for wars in Iraq and Afghanistan because it was too much. So really, the president has to figure out how he's going to rein in and keep his troops in line, and also work with Democrats on some issues, because they do have to fund, after all, they have to fund the government. I mean, that's something they have to do. So we'll see. It'll be very interesting.
So considering sort of the level of vitriol right now between both parties, are we headed toward congressional gridlock?
Well, I think that you'll see gridlock that is frankly not dissimilar to when President Obama similarly had a Senate that was controlled by Democrats, but a House that was controlled by Republicans. And so, what that's going to mean is, as Molly was just alluding to, if the president cuts a deal with Nancy Pelosi, how are Senate Republicans going to respond? Ultimately, there would have to be a process that involves, the Republican leaders in the Senate as well and Democratic leaders in the House. And that's more doable when it's some of that must-pass legislation around appropriations and funding, keeping the government open. But for any big-ticket item such as gun safety reforms or immigration or even infrastructure, Republicans don't want to increase a great deal of spending. That's why they have actually thwarted some of Trump's grand promises for a $2 trillion infrastructure bill or whatever it may have been. Paul Ryan literally laughed at it. Yes. That's where you're going to probably see somewhat of a power struggle. And the big question mark is still, and wild card even, President Trump, because we've seen over the last nearly 2 years now, he talks a big game about wanting to cut a deal, but he gets so easily distracted with the latest controversy of the day, something he's tweeted, the Russia investigation, that he's ultimately been fundamentally unable to focus on policy. It really comes down to what is sent to his desk and whether or not he would sign it.
Well, but it also seems, though, it almost seems like he really does want to cut a deal. I mean, when he came into office, he was thinking, I can work with these Democrats. But again, he has to work with Republicans as well. And it's getting those Republicans on board with some of these background check issues that will be challenging.
It's interesting, as an ex-CEO who's used to running a company, and his word goes, he's had a lot of trouble adjusting to this sort of congressional compromise that's needed.
And it's interesting, if you listen to the president's kind of stump speech at his last few rallies before the midterms, he kept hinting at being able to reach across the aisle and work with Democrats. I just want to ask you both about one other topic which we haven't even touched, which has dominated the news in the past year, the Mueller investigation. He has held his cards close to his chest before the midterms, but we very well could see here in the next few months some kind of conclusion, some kind of outcome. A number of associates close to President Trump have already been indicted or pleaded guilty. How does that mix the dynamic for what is now campaign 2020? Does that give President Trump something to run against, or does it give Democrats more of a kind of legitimate base to say there's something up here?
Well, no, this is where it gets interesting because Robert Mueller is expected to stick with not official policy, but guidance where a sitting president would not be indicted. So he'd probably deliver a report. And that report might recommend charges against the president, especially if there's reason to believe that he obstructed justice or that there was possibly collusion between some associates of the Trump campaign in Moscow. But it would be left in the hands of Congress. Now Democrats do control the House. So what will they do with that? Will they take that and pursue further, whether it's investigations against the president's inner circle, or actually try to impeach? I mean, they don't have the votes, frankly, in the Senate to actually move forward on that front, but just for the politics of it, that remains to be seen. But Republicans would likely cover for the president, as they very much have. So I think in many ways the battle lines are already drawn. This is something that's being waged in the court of public opinion, perhaps in 2020.
Exactly, and this is something that gives Democrats a headache, including Jerry Nadler, who's going to be coming in as the Judiciary Committee chairman, because again, President Trump was just daring the Democrats to impeach him. He was out there on the trail saying, they're going to impeach me, they're going to impeach me. And, if the House impeaches him, then that's just something else to run on.
Right. Molly Hooper, Sabrina Siddiqui, thanks to both of you for being in tonight. And coming up after the break, we hear from the candidates, winners and losers of Election Night 2018.
You are streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
After months of campaigning, it was an emotional night for both the winners and the losers.
Here are some highlights from the concession and victory speeches.
Texas saw something this year that we've never seen before. This election wasn't about me, and it wasn't about Beto O'Rourke. This election was a battle of ideas. It was a contest for who we are and what we believe. It was a contest, and the people of Texas decided this race. We traveled every part of the state, from East Texas to West Texas, from the Panhandle to the Valley. I want to also take a moment to congratulate Beto O'Rourke. He poured his heart into this campaign. They didn't prevail, and I am grateful the people of Texas chose a different path. But let me say to all of those who worked on his campaign, all of those who were inspired, that I am your senator as well. My responsibility is to represent every Texan.
I'm so proud of you guys. I am as inspired, I'm as hopeful as I have ever been in my life. And tonight's loss does nothing to diminish the way that I feel about Texas or this country.
You made history tonight. West Virginia made history tonight. Nobody has ever won. Nobody in the United States has ever won in a state that the president in the previous election won by 42 points. The opposite party winning.
I just had a nice phone call from Senator McCaskill. She couldn't have been more gracious. She conceded the race. I want to thank her for her service. And I had a very nice call with the President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. Thank you for believing in Missouri. Tonight, the people of Missouri have delivered. What the people of Missouri said tonight is that they want a senator who actually stands with the people of Missouri, who represents our values, who represents our voice, and will fight for us in Washington, D.C., and I will.
I want you to know that every step of this way, even though I won't have the blessing of serving as the next governor of the state of Florida, I still plan to be on the front lines right alongside every single one of you when it comes to standing up for what it is that we believe in. I still believe and I still trust the voters. We may not have all shown up in the way that we thought and hoped that we would, but I still believe that there are still more of us who believe in what is common and what is decent and what is right. And I believe in the long run, good always wins out over evil.
It's an honor to be here tonight as the governor-elect of the state of Florida. We're looking forward to getting going very, very quickly as we juggle 2 kids under 2 and all that goes with that. But I promise you this, as governor, I will fight the good fight. I will finish the race, and I will keep the faith on behalf of the great state of Florida and the wonderful people we have here. Thank you. God bless you guys.
Mix of emotions and perspectives there after a long night. Coming up after the break, with a Democrat-controlled House and a Republican-controlled Senate, what will the next 2 years of Trump's presidency look like?
We hear from the Democratic and Republican National Committee spokespeople and get their take on the results. You're streaming CBSN. The GOP may have lost the House, but some Republicans say they are still optimistic about the results of election night.
That's right. Earlier, my colleague Elaine Quijano and I spoke with RNC spokesperson Kayleigh McEnany. It's been as I've said, great night for Republicans in one dimension, great night for Democrats in another dimension too. How are you interpreting that, plus all of these local gubernatorial races and others?
Yeah, you're right. It was split. You know, of course, you never want to lose the House. That being said, we are very enthused about these gains on the horizon in the Senate. It's worth mentioning that in the last 80 years, the sitting president has only picked up 8 Senate seats total over 8 decades, and we're poised tonight to potentially pick up 3 or 4. We'll see how it shakes out, but certainly at least 1 or 2. So that's a very big thing. We're very enthused about that. But the House, you know, we lost the House. You never want to lose the House, but nevertheless, it will be by a pretty slim margin that we lost the House. And it's worth noting President Obama lost 63 seats, Bill Clinton in his first midterm 54, and I don't think our numbers will be anywhere close to that. So we consider this a victory.
You know, one of the open questions going into tonight was, what will the effect of President Trump be, right? This is a president who did not shy away from putting himself into as many of these kinds of conversations as possible. And I wonder, based on what we've seen, particularly in places like Indiana, in places like Texas, in places like Florida, where the president made last-minute pushes, you've seen Republican candidates victorious. So what is that takeaway message about the power of the Trump effect?
Yeah, that's a great question. So prior to this evening, we noticed in our RNC data that when the president would rally, there would be quantifiable shifts in the polls, and it would be almost immediate. So he would rally, we would see movement towards our GOP nominee. We wondered, you know, will this bear out in the actual results? It certainly did when you consider the states you mentioned. Marsha Blackburn was down by 5 just weeks ago. The president rallied, she's up by 14. She ended up winning this evening. Likewise in Indiana, president went there, made the difference. And all the states he went to, Florida included, he made a very big difference. So when he chooses to rally, it makes a difference. And it's worth noting some of our Republican incumbents who lost in Congress were noted critics of the president. So it might have had the opposite effect for those who chose to criticize the president.
How might this change, though, the president's tone or strategy politically moving forward? Because it seems as though the very thing that has energized Republicans to show out on the Senate side is what really encouraged Democrats to show up in these local races as well. Is there not a concern that this is a double-edged sword?
Well, I think there will be a real effort on the part of the administration to engage in bipartisan movement forward. Kellyanne Conway was just out moments ago saying that there will be a meeting in the coming days with our Democratic counterparts because we can make changes on health care that I think can be bipartisan, on infrastructure, on immigration reform. The president has indicated a willingness to budge on DACA, for instance, legalization. So now it's up to Democrats to get in the room, put our heads down, and let's work on behalf of the American people, because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about.
So the early exit polling that we had been seeing put the issue of health care at the very top of the list when it came to voters' concerns. You had President Trump out there really focusing the spotlight on immigration and illegal immigration. In retrospect, I mean, obviously, it has been a good night, as we said, sort of a split decision here. Republicans had a good night in the Senate, but not necessarily so in the House. Was that perhaps a tactical kind of miscalculation, or what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it was a miscalculation, but I do think that you're going to see an emphasis on this going forward, because in a lot of polling, it showed #1 on people's minds is, in fact, health care. The president was one of the only nominees on a Republican debate stage saying from the very beginning, I want to protect pre-existing conditions. He's talked about bringing down the cost of prescription drugs. These are things we can move forward with our Democratic counterparts on if they want to work with us on bringing down the cost of drugs. So I think it will be a very big emphasis over the next 2 years.
Right, and as you mentioned, time for Infrastructure Week once again.
Yes, Infrastructure
Week. Never
Week.
seems to shake from the White House.
All right, Kayleigh McEnany, thank you so much,
Thank you both.
Really appreciate it.
And on the other side of the aisle, Democrats may have won the House, but can it really be called a blue wave?
Earlier, my colleague Elaine Quijano and I asked DNC Vice Chair Michael Blake what victory looks like for his party.
Let's talk about this blue wave. You know, it has not seemed to materialize here for the Democrats. Overall, are you satisfied with the way in which these campaigns were run and the focus that they had tonight?
Well, I would first say there has been a blue wave. It's not just in what happened in the House, which we obviously took back the House, but let's also talk about the governor's races that we were able to pick up across the country. You look at Michigan with Gretchen Whitmer, you see in Kansas, you see the great progress has been happening, and we flipped back control in the state Senate in Colorado. We flipped back control in the state Senate here in New York. So we definitely have progress itself. look, but we can't ignore the fact when you see what happened in Florida and you see what happened in Georgia, it is disappointing because it is clear that dog whistles prevailed in those states in that manner. But that said, we have more progress that we have to make in the country, but we're definitely excited we have taken control back of the House.
What do you attribute the limit to the Democratic gains? Because there's been the party has been split on a lot of these local races as of how intensely to criticize President Trump. Some candidates said, look, I'm just going to talk about the local issues, healthcare, of course, chief among them, while others have taken a much more direct attack. And there doesn't seem to be consensus within the party as to which is the winnable approach. Based on the results now, how do you see the answer to that question?
Well, I think it's a both and. I mean, I think we can't ignore the fact that healthcare was clearly the #1 issue across the country, and everywhere we were talking about that and being very direct about it. Simultaneously, we were also very direct of the racist, sexist, misogynistic language of Donald Trump and the Republican candidates itself. Unfortunately, in some places, it seemed like both prevailed. That individuals decided that healthcare was important to them, but also supporting the Republican candidate as well. That said, when we think about the opportunity that's at hand, we were able to take back control of the House, and we're clearly going to pick up more seats. We have picked up on governor mansions that we didn't have before for some time. We have state control and state legislators as well. But we have to be much more direct and continue to progress ahead. But we can't ignore the fact that we've had a great night tonight in many ways. You have people saying today, will Democrats actually take back the House? We did that by a pretty considerable margin.
Let's talk about Texas. What's the takeaway there from what happened with Senator Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke? He ran this campaign that got a lot of national attention, frankly. But at the same time, there was a question about whether or not what he was doing within the state of Texas was actually going to produce results. And we saw in the end there, Senator Cruz brought in President Trump to campaign for him in a red state, which I thought was really interesting. And in the end, Senator Cruz prevailed. What's the takeaway for Democrats based on what we saw play out there in Texas?
Well, not only do we have a remarkable candidate in Beto O'Rourke, but we've had congressional pickups that happened in Texas as well, which we can't ignore that dynamic. I think Beto definitely helped a lot of the House races that happened down there and bringing them across the finish line. And then the fact that Ted Cruz needed help to get to 51% is a demonstration that he wasn't a very strong candidate, but it is still a deep red state. We can't ignore that reality in that manner. However, when you look at what has happened in Texas and you look at other states across the country, it is a clear indication that while you might have won at the top of the ticket, you had down ballot victories that were able to prevail as well.
The Republican in the Missouri Senate race, Josh Hawley, has prevailed over Senator Claire McCaskill coming in. This was a contest, Errol, that we had been keeping our very close eye on because of the question whether or not in this state, Missouri, where you had a lot of support for President Trump, a Democrat would be able to actually focus on a message that didn't have to do with a national Democratic kind of platform, but instead very specifically focused, Michael, on the issue of health care. It appears that Senator McCaskill's strategy did not actually.
And McCaskill actually had some ads where she said, I'm not a crazy Democrat. Some Democrats did not like that. This is evidence that the moderate Democrats in states that President Trump won during the last election are not haven't found that message to carry it forward. How are you reading this?
I would counter that because Manchin won in West Virginia, so it's state by state in that manner. But I think we have to be very direct and real for a second. When you talk about health care, which we saw happen across the country, we cannot ignore that there's a awakening that we have to reflect on in this nation, that Donald Trump's closing argument was a racist argument of a caravan. And unfortunately, that prevailed in several states. That at the end of the day, it was able to mobilize the base to bring home some of these states in this manner. The fact that you have states that the Democrat lost at the top of the ticket, but you had multiple wins down ballot, it is concerning to see that reflection because clearly health care was the #1 issue. About 44% of voters across the country said health care was the #1 issue. Clearly, people believe Democrats are stronger on the issue of health care. And so when you're seeing that happen, it is clear there seemed to be an overperformance in the base on the Republican side. Clearly, turnout was remarkable on the Democratic side, but it wasn't enough in some of these places. Do I believe you have to continue to drive that home? Yes, we're going to keep talking about health care. We're going to keep talking about education. We're going to keep talking about jobs. But we have to make sure we're also not ignoring the fact that there's a concern of this narrative that is happening on the other side.
Which demographic, based on the results that we're seeing now, appear to be the ones in which Democrats weren't able to get over to their side? We know that suburban white women, for example, were seen as this group that potentially would switch allegiances from their previous support of President Trump and support Democratic candidates, while a lot of Democrats were trying to pull in younger voters, more minority voters as well. How are you identifying which groups Democrats weren't able to convince would create a better situation for them?
I think the demographics clearly prevailed in the margin of House seats that we were able to win, the governor seats we won, the state House races we won. There were difficult states to win statewide. And when you look at the states that we didn't win on tonight, you look at Missouri, which was difficult, North Dakota, which was difficult, and Heidi Heitkamp deserves credit for taking a stand when it came to the Kavanaugh issue. When you look at Indiana, same thing with Joe Donnelly. Difficult states to win, but the demographics clearly emerged. There was a heightened increased turnout of women for the Democratic side, people of color, of millennials. So these things clearly happened. It was just a challenge in some of these states itself. But again, it has variance. You know, the fact that Manchin won pretty decisively in West Virginia is a demonstration of that.
You know, one of the things I wonder about was the president was trying to focus the spotlight on immigration in this final stretch. Democrats maintained their focus on this issue of health care. But I wonder, considering what we've seen tonight, should there have been perhaps on the Democratic side a bit of pushback when it came to some of this immigration rhetoric?
Oh, we had pushback. It's racist. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
But I mean, during the course of the campaign, right, we didn't necessarily hear the Democrats kind of respond necessarily directly to some of what we've been seeing in the final days.
I would disagree. I think we were pretty clear conveying that this caravan was a nonsensical argument that they were making and that sending our troops down there was irresponsible. But what I do think we saw prevail is that the Republican base seemed to have overperformed. And we have to be mindful of that in that manner. But we have to feel confident of us taking back the House, the governor's races, and other wins we've had as well.
Vice Chair of the DNC, Michael Blake, thank you very much for your time. All right, now we want to take a quick look at what we're covering on our next hour here on CBSN's Election Night coverage. Democrats flip the number of seats needed to take the House, while Republicans retain control of the Senate.
We break down the results and what this could mean for the president's agenda. We're back after a break. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
Midterm elections used to be boring. Now it's like the hottest thing.
I know that what unites us is a belief that we are in this together.
We need to make sure that it's Republican across the board.
I'd like to bring some decency back to America.
Decency and common sense can win out over bad.
You pay attention.
It's just too ugly for me.
I've waited 30 years for America to change.
We are American.
Show up and vote and bring your friends and bring your family.
We're coming to make democracy work for the people. Are you ready?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Rivero.
And I'm Errol Barnett. What a night.
Indeed.
This is CBSN's 2018 election night coverage. Polls have now closed across the nation, and CBS News projects Republicans will keep control of the Senate. But Democrats were defending Senate seats in 10 states that President Trump won in 2016.
Democrats have secured a House majority, flipping at least 25 seats and ending 2 years of complete Republican control in Congress. Earlier, Rep. Nancy Pelosi, who could become House Majority Speaker again, told supporters in Washington that Democrats will focus on health care and draining the swamp of special interests.
Today is more than about Democrats and Republicans. It's about restoring the Constitution's checks and balances to the Trump administration. It's about stopping the GOP and Mitch McConnell's assaults on Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and the health care of 130 million Americans living with pre-existing medical conditions.
You heard Nancy Pelosi there say the key is to stopping the president's agenda. So a change here in Congress could signal gridlock for the president's agenda. Mr. Trump called the night a, quote, tremendous success. Kellyanne Conway spoke to reporters outside the White House earlier and was asked if a Democratic House would be a check on the president.
They have a burden to come here to the White House and present to the president. I think it's no accident, though, that the Republicans held and will gain in the United States Senate. That's pretty remarkable. In fact, it's historic. It's only happened 8 times in the last 80 years or so. So the fact that Republicans will gain more tonight is a real testament to the fact that many voters want their statewide officials to be people who will continue to have this economic boom going, are voting in favor of freedom and free markets. And I would just point out to you that the president went 5 for 5 in his last 2 days alone on Sunday.
And to break down everything we know and what these results could mean, we are joined by CBSN political contributors Michael Graham and Joel Payne. Michael is a columnist for the Boston Herald, and Joel is a former Senate leadership aide and Democratic strategist. Thanks to both of you for being here. Wow, what an evening.
With us, right?
Yes, and staying with us, marathon. Joel, I want to start with you. The Democrats lost some highly publicized races, but is it really as bad as that might suggest?
No, I mean, listen, there were certainly some gut punches tonight. I think that's the best way I can describe it. You know, Andrew Gillum ran such a campaign that galvanized so many Democrats around the country, frankly, not just in Florida. They saw him as a rising star. Beto O'Rourke, same thing. So there were some definite gut punches there. But overall, Democrats have to feel good. Listen, Democrats are now going to control the House. They're going to control the gavel of about a dozen committees. That is subpoena power, but that's also power to have a seat at the table and help direct the president's agenda. And I think that is a check that the American people clearly wanted to put in place tonight. And that's a message they wanted to send to the president and to his administration.
One of the reactions I'm seeing from people is that this is almost a choose-your-own-outcome election. Democrats win the House. Republicans win the Senate. Candidates in places where President Trump held those rallies won, but he was also found to be pretty toxic in the suburbs among suburban women.
And women made record strides in this election.
There's also
more women heading to Congress
that
than
headline
ever.
As well. So if you're President Trump, how do you read this? If this was a referendum on the first 2 years of the Trump presidency, what message do you expect the president to take from all this?
Well, first of all, I want to be the first to declare this the Oprah election. You get a win, and you get a win, and you get a win. And so Trump is going to take his win. He's going to say, you know what? Bill Clinton lost 53 seats. Barack Obama, the greatest politician ever, lost 63 seats. I lost 30, whatever. And I picked up seats in the Senate. And it's going to be easier for me to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg than it was to replace, to get in Kavanaugh. So he's going to call that a win. But I just want to go back because Joel's just a great guy. And I love what he's trying to do here because he's right about the math. Hey, you won the House. That's good news. You're going to have control. But I'm telling you, Democrats don't feel they're like, well, I know we were going to go to Disneyland, but we're going to go to the museum, and it's a lot of fun. And they're like, no, I want Disneyland. Democrats thought this was going to be one of those nights where they could have political revenge, where they could stand over their Republican coworkers and go, yeah, you got 2016, but we got you back. That did not happen. It doesn't feel satisfying.
We're still going to Disneyland. Whether or not Nancy Pelosi is going to be Mickey Mouse.
Well, it's interesting, though, because 61% of first-time Democratic voters voted Democrat, opposed to 36% who voted Republican. So clearly there was a little bit more enthusiasm on the Democratic side, Joel.
There was enthusiasm on the Democratic side, not just by that number that you cite, but also just the number of Democratic votes that were cast tonight. There was a 9 percentage point gap in favor of Democrats, which, by the way, does track very closely to a lot of the public polls we've seen about generic ballot preference. Okay, so all this talk about polling being inaccurate. Michael, I know you've got some strong thoughts on that. I do think there is some places where polling does have some integrity. But Democrats feel great. And by the way, a lot of those candidates are women.
Right.
And by the way, that's where Democrats really see the future. Because looking at 2020, Elizabeth Warren, Kristen Gillibrand, new faces like a Gretchen Whitmer, like Amy Klobuchar. There are a lot of strong, prominent women at the head of the Democratic Party. That's a good thing.
I definitely think that this is going to be looking ahead, the year of the woman. I mean, it's all going to be about women going forward. But do you both see common threads that drove voters this time around? Joel, you first, and then Michael.
No. and it's so interesting.
I completely disagree.
We had an interesting conversation about this, though, because you said choose your own outcome. Voters did not really send a consistent message here. Yes, they said health care was the most important issue to them, according to exit polls and according to just some anecdotal information. But they really didn't vote in a way that would suggest that. They voted in a way that suggested that Brett Kavanaugh was a really significant decision in a lot of these Senate races. They voted in a way that suggested that the president's, frankly, demagoguery on immigration worked.
And so what I would say is that the question I've had leading up to this is, was this going to be a traditional midterm? And to use a phrase we learned in political science class, Democrats suck at midterms. They just don't show up. Or was it going to be more like a general? I think it was a real interesting hybrid, that President Trump did a good job of energizing the regular Republican midterm election folks and adding some to that. Democrats did an amazing job of getting not people who don't traditionally vote at midterms to come out. And as a result, that kind of equalized things on the edges. And so people in the middle, like you said, that's where the mixed messages showed up. Florida, look how close. You can't say that health care won or lost in Florida. It was a razor's edge vote. And you don't know what that 1% to 2% who really weren't part of either base. And they went in and they did pick and choose. And they went, you know what? I want a local Democrat for Congress, but I'm going to stick with a Republican for governor. And you saw that around the country. So it was a hybrid midterm, I think, and that gave outsized influence to those swingy votes he was talking about who were bouncing around the ballot.
Let me throw out a controversial concept here. Because of everything that you've both just laid out, is there now an incentive for some bipartisanship, some cooperation on issues like...
Am I supposed to wait till you're done to start laughing? I'm sorry.
Infrastructure or immigration because of this now mixed bag? Or are Democrats now in a position where they want to double down on their anti-Trump rhetoric?
There is no incentive to work together.
None.
Now, that does not mean that good people of good thought and comedy shouldn't try to come together and work together. But neither of the bases of the parties, which control the 2020 primary process, which control the money, which control a lot of the infrastructure and organizational support of the parties, they do not reward bipartisanship. In fact, you get punished for it. Just go ask people like Dick Lugar, right? Go ask people like Bob Bennett, and I'm sure we've got some on our side too. You do not get rewarded for bipartisanship if you're at the national level as a Democrat or Republican.
So here's the deal we could do right now. If we were the presidents right now, we could do a deal. some money for a wall-like thing, because you don't really need a, but significant walling where you really need it, a real wall that you can point at and make people feel good.
More than barbed wire.
And you do a deal with no barbed wire needed, just so the kind of wall they say works.
Right.
And DACA recipients. Permanent legalization. You could do that's not even it's like a napkin. We could do it. But when Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were in the office ready to make the deal, it's when they came out that the deal ended, because the bases were like, you're not going to work with them, we're not going to compromise. And this election told, like you said, something for everything. It gave the base arguments to say, why would we make a deal? We're winning. We won the Senate, we won the House. No deals.
Particularly, one quick point. Particularly, also think about the fact that now we are officially in 2020.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Okay, it has started. Tonight it has started. So what is the major takeaway? What is the lesson going forward from tonight?
So I think for Democrats, the lesson is this. Democrats are going to follow the energy, and right now the energy is with women candidates, as I alluded to earlier. I was talking to a pretty high-profile member of one of the 2020 hopefuls a little bit earlier, and they said, you know what the message we took from tonight is? All about women. And that certainly does favor some of those candidates who are rumored to be the top contenders in 2020 on the Democratic side. But for Republicans, I actually think that this actually might be positive for President Trump in the sense that he now gets a Democratic Congress to run against. Right. And I don't think that can be underestimated. This president loves the opportunity to run against somebody, and he's got a more prominent opponent to run against.
So I follow the teachings of the great political philosopher W.C. Fields, who said, I never vote for anyone, I only vote against. Donald Trump did not get elected president in 2016. People in the right states voted against Hillary Clinton. He needs another against. Nancy Pelosi would be a great against. A lot of us believe that Elizabeth Warren would be a great against. So we'll see. But here's what's interesting to me is I think you talk about the year of the woman, 100 women in Congress, amazing, and this is just going to continue.
More than that, which is incredible.
But what's going to what I wonder about the lingering effect of this. Think about the young people who've never been involved in a race before. Many of them young people of color. And they got involved in Georgia and Florida and Texas, and they got all hyped up. And they don't know. This is their first time. They don't know half of the punditry like us are idiots. And they believe that the beta was going to win. And they believe that this is all going to happen. And you wonder, what is the impact going to be? Are they going to take away all that effort, all that work, and it didn't matter? Is that the lesson that they learned? Even though right now they're voting Democrat because they haven't started paying taxes yet, I still hope that they stay in. I hope that that's not the lingering impact of tonight, is the disappointment.
So that's an interesting point you raise about Nancy Pelosi, and I think that brings us to now another fight, which is going to be the Democratic leadership fight in the House. Now, right now, the Democratic leadership team is Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and Jim Clyburn, all, by the way, who have done a tremendous job of public service, but they average 78.5 years old between the three, and that's not exaggeration. That actually is their age. That I don't know if Nancy Pelosi will be the speaker or not. Maybe that has already been decided. That will not be the leadership team. I can almost assuredly tell you that there is going to be energy within the House Democratic caucus to ensure that there is at least somebody who is of the more millennial generation, and probably at least somebody that represents a minority group like Representative Clyburn already does.
The wind does seem to be blowing in that direction.
I, as a Republican, I pray Nancy Pelosi stay in good health, eat your vegetables, and become Speaker of the House. But in the interest of bipartisanship, I have a solution for the Democrats. They don't know what to do about the Speaker's job. You do not have to be a member of Congress to be Speaker. That is not required.
Right.
There's a guy in Texas looking for a job right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker of the House, Beto O'Rourke.
Interesting.
He needs a job. They need a leader. That's their winning strategy.
It's a brilliant
Beto's
idea.
too busy running for president.
And what better place to run for president?
What do you suggest, though, will be the impact on women voters in 2020? Not women who run for office, but the voters.
I think if you're a woman, you do have to feel tonight. You have to feel pretty good, right? This is the energy that started the day after President Trump's inauguration, and it came to a boil tonight. And certainly with the impressive female candidates that we saw and the strong female turnout numbers, women were heard tonight. And I think they'll be heard again in 2 years. And if you're the president, while it's nice that you have created this base strategy, he is going to have to find a way to break the fever with women voters. All women voters, particularly those suburb women voters and college-educated women voters. The president is going to have to figure that out if he's going to repeat in 2020.
And this is an entirely problem generated by Donald Trump. Women have always voted more Democrat than Republican, men, vice versa, but you've never had this kind of gap. And this gap is not survivable. And I don't know how this president, with his baggage and his approach, is going to solve that. I mean, women in the base, women who listen to Rush Limbaugh, they love this guy. He's the kind of guy they love. But that's not even close to a working majority of women voters.
Well, that could be his Achilles heel if there is an Elizabeth Warren or Nancy Pelosi that becomes his foil, if women feel that he's treating them unfairly simply because she's a woman.
Another thought about 2020. So you had 3 really significant potential 2020 candidates, and I don't think that's an understatement, in Beto O'Rourke, Stacey Abrams, and Andrew Gillum. Stacey Abrams still has some votes to count, but it seems like all 3 of those will not leave this evening with a victory. That was going to be the new generation of the Democratic Party, that Democrats were going to be excited about potentially being under the banner of the party. Now you have to go back to the Elizabeth Warrens, the Joe Bidens, the Bernie Sanders.
Listen to the average age of them.
You don't sound too excited about that.
Well, that's not meant to be a value judgment. But that's a different generation, and that's a different kind of race you're running against Donald Trump. And so that was a significant takeaway from tonight for me as well.
In fact, I think the more I think about tonight, the more I think it was worse for the Democrats. And once again, they won the House. I don't want to take that away. That is such a big deal. But there is so much damage was done. Losing the governorship in Ohio and the governorship in Florida before 2020 is a big deal. There'll be Republican governors for redistricting that starts in 2022. Or after the 2020 election, I should say. So there was a lot of bad news.
But to Errol's point earlier, we also won a governor's race in Kansas that we shouldn't have won. We performed very well in Iowa, performed very well in South Dakota. I mean, there are some night, and by the way, the night's not over in Arizona and Nevada yet. And so you could see a position where obviously Democrats are not going to win the Senate, but they could perform very well and flip Senate seats that they're going to need to eventually have the majority. So again, it's choose your poison. Choose what you want to think about.
But you make a good point that the states that are so vital, the Republicans just did so well, and the candidates who were the most troublesome for their future are the ones that happen to lose. Kansas, nothing personal to fine folks of Kansas, but really, does it matter who Governor Kelly's there? Congratulations, Governor Kelly. I don't know that that's that big of a deal, but having Beto and Gillum and Stacey Abrams off the map, that's very good news for Republicans, bad news for Democrats.
That was hard for Democrats.
Stunning to consider. There's no clear mandate out of this midterm election, but we appreciate you guys kind of processing some of it for us. Michael Graham and Joel Payne, co-presidents of perhaps the next ticket that we'll see now that we're in the 2020 election season. Thank you both very much for your time.
My pleasure.
Coming up after this break, voter turnout was a major factor on Election Day, but who really showed up and who did they vote for?
And it was a night of several firsts, mostly for women. We discuss ahead. You're streaming CBSN.